If a single show were to represent the 2010s in animation, it would have to be Adventure Time. The show is now known for launching the careers of practically every major name in animation for several years afterwards, while inspiring creative works far outside its immediate reach. The semi-serialized style makes watching the show a pleasant experience, whether you're binge-watching the series or picking out random episodes as they air. And the DNA of Adventure Time exists in so many other shows, from the style of humor to the designs of its characters to even the methodology in which it's created. This is a method where the show is written by the storyboard artists, giving each episode a much faster pace, as all they need to do is fit into a very general outline and the visual and written gags flow together much more effectively. Because each episode is written with so much more control from the creatives in charge, it's not a surprise that Adventure Time started so many careers. In its first season, Adventure Time had garnered roughly 2.5 million viewers, a notable increase from the rest of the network's programming at the time, but more importantly than the number of viewers was the demographic of those viewers. In addition to reaching Cartoon Network's target audience, Adventure Time also found success among teens and adults, two demographics that the other networks had never managed to find success in attracting, at least not with the same kids programming they were airing. And domestic audiences weren't the only people impressed. Critics praised the show and have rewarded it with a multitude of awards and accolades, making this show's pedigree one that many other projects are proud to have associated with. A major reason that Adventure Time was able to obtain such an enthusiastic audience has to do with the way it presented its setting and characters, and then how it followed up on those changes. Sure, in the early seasons, Adventure Time was more of a show for kids, with the occasional gag or bit that adults would appreciate, but as the show went on, it matured, for lack of a better word, all while still staying grounded in the silly humor that defined its early days. Adventure Time was a show that grew up alongside its audience, meaning that the kids who watched the debut were teenagers by the time it finished airing, but never stopped appreciating the show the whole time, because it was staying on their level. This is a retrospective of Adventure Time, designed to point out what about the show was, and still is, so beloved by so many different audiences. This retrospective will be split up into individual episode sections, themselves split between a recap of the plot and a review of the episode itself, both in themes and construction. This allows for an easier viewing experience with plenty of breakpoints throughout, so you don't have to watch the entire video in one sitting, nor do you have to, watch the video. This retrospective is a little more than a slideshow with my voiceover, so the intended viewing experience is to put this on in the background while you eat lunch or something. Anyway, enough talking about the video, let's get straight into things. Pilot Adventure Time. While doing a dance Jake downloaded from the internet with his mind, Penn notices Princess Bubblegum's rainicorn flying overhead while crying. Penn and Jake follow her, trying to cheer her up with jokes before arriving at the border of the Ice Kingdom, where they see why she is so sad. Princess Bubblegum has been kidnapped by the Ice King. So they take a few penguins and sled into the kingdom, taking out a few monsters with snowballs before arriving at the castle. Penn does battle with the Ice King, but gets frozen as Jake is chatting it up with Lady Rainicorn. But after his mind is transported back in time, and to Mars, where Abraham Lincoln gives him a pep talk, Penn breaks out of the ice and chases down the king. He leaps from Jake's back to rescue the princess, as Jake takes out Ice King by punching off his crown. Once saved, Princess Bubblegum rewards Penn with a kiss, and he leaves with Jake to save an old man who's being robbed by ninjas. Initially pitched to Nickelodeon's Random Cartoons, this pilot was instead picked up by Cartoon Network when attempts to get Nick to pick up the show properly fell through. This is why the pilot remains at such a low resolution in this retrospective. It's never been officially licensed out because, the networks are competing. As a pilot, it carries with it little of the characterization the characters will be known for moving forward, as well as almost none of the original cast. Only John DiMaggio reprises his role of Jake the dog. But what does remain consistent is arguably the most important part of the show, the style. Jokes at first don't move the plot forward, but then they do when the plot shifts around punchlines. It's as if the writers are playing off one another, with one person writing something and the other yes-anding it to the next beat of the story. This creates a type of plot structure where the destination is not particularly important and the journey's all there is, or in other words, an adventure. A time of adventure. The title card. Slumber Party Panic. Finn and Princess Bubblegum are working on a resurrection potion, designed to bring the dead candy people back to life. But while testing this potion, it splashes on a graveyard, not bringing the candy people to life, but undeath. Princess Bubblegum sequesters all the citizens of the Candy Kingdom inside her castle, asking Finn to make a royal promise not to tell anyone about the zombie outbreak, as candy people explode when they're scared. She works on a decorpsinator serum, while Finn is tasked with keeping the people at the slumber party distracted, but Jake is constantly trying to get Finn to reveal his secrets. Finn, under the guise of playing party games, distracts Jake and convinces the candy people to wear blindfolds and smash piñatas, actually the encroaching zombies. Once they're all dispatched, Princess Bubblegum returns and Finn tells her and Jake what really happened, causing time to freeze because Finn broke his royal promise. Two Gumball Guardians grab Finn and PB, demanding a trial by math, despite Finn being bad at math. But the question is easy and the solution is so simple, it helps PB solve her own equation as she overlooked it for being too simple. The duo returns to the castle, and Princess Bubblegum is able to return the undead to regular life. As understood by Finn, the moral of the story is that if you break your promises, you get to fight zombies and have a slumber party and reverse death. The gag being that Finn missed the point of the moral, as it was a tenuous point in the first place. For one, breaking a promise might hurt the person you made the promise to, and will make future promises mean far less as people trust in you less. But in universe, Gumball Guardians will grab you out of time to make you undergo trials. The first season of Adventure Time is a show far less interested in telling a cohesive story with a solidly defined moral than it is in showing off a series of gags that keep the viewer guessing as to where the story could go next. But this isn't to say that these lessons are entirely absent. Jake winds up teaching the real moral, that it's okay to withhold information from your friends without lying to them. If Finn had just said, "I can't tell you because I promised PB I wouldn't," then a real friend like Jake wouldn't have pressed the issue. Saying you're not telling somebody something and explaining why is ironically more honest than refusing to elaborate at all, and sometimes honesty is more about being honest with intentions than it is about revealing information. Trouble in Lumpy Space. After falling fangs first onto Jake at a tea party, Lumpy Space Princess reveals that she may have infected him with the lumps, and that he has to take an antidote that can only be found in Lumpy Space before sundown, or he'll be lumpy forever. They head to Lumpy Space, where the group meets LSP's princess, but when she argues with them, they ban her from using the car, meaning they can't go to Makeout Point to get the antidote without calling one of LSP's friends for a ride even though she's dating her ex. Along the way, Jake starts transforming more and more into a lumpy spaceman. They arrive at Makeout Point, where they see some teenagers taking turns sitting on the antidote, a ball that turns them smooth. But it's too late as Jake has become fully lumpy, more obsessed with the weekly prom-coming dance than returning to normal. Finn allows the teens to bite him so he can be lumpy enough to fly to the dance, where he tries to get Jake to sit on the antidote, which only works when Finn fully transforms and starts refusing to share. Once cured, Jake cures Finn as well, and they apologize to LSP by dancing with her. The early seasons of Adventure Time have far less continuity than later seasons by the simple fact that there are fewer episodes to fall back on. So the job of the early episodes of any show is to introduce the setting and characters. Here we meet Lumpy Space Princess. At first, she comes across as self-centered and uncaring, and this is because she is. In order to have a character develop, there first has to be a point that they develop from, and so LSP is shown as not really caring she's making Jake lumpy, at least from the outside. Sure, her personality is off-putting, but she does at least try to do the right thing by taking her friends with her to Lumpy Space. And when Jake himself turns lumpy, he stops caring about turning back. Even Finn begins to grow selfish when he becomes fully lumpy. It's this disparity between the personalities of each character at the end of the episode that actually informs the type of person Lumpy Space Princess is. She's contradicting her existing nature to treat Jake's lumpiness, despite this being something that she would obviously view as unappealing. The fact that the Guardians of the Antidote are spoken about in whispers due to being smooth shows that LSP is even a bit weirdly accepting. If the people of Lumpy Space show so much animosity towards smooth people, the very fact that LSP would spend time with the others in the first place tells us more about her personality than anything else could. Prisoners of Love. Finn and Jake are cooling off by playing in the Ice Kingdom when they bump into the Ice King. They make fun of him when he demands respect, so the Ice King freezes them and brings the duo to his lair, where Finn and Jake are locked in a cell with several princesses. The Ice King explains that he's trying to kidnap every princess, as he intends to marry one of them eventually. Jake is completely frozen, and Finn doesn't have anything to escape with, but when he sees the Ice King desperately trying to make sure everyone is having fun in their cell, he comes up with a plan. Finn encourages the princesses to fake fun as much as possible to invite the Ice King into the cell with them, and when he comes inside, they beat him up and leave. When the Ice King is punched, his crown flies off and he passes out, hallucinating a cosmic owl, who tells him he's a sociopath, though even in his dream the Ice King ignores this. While dropping off the princesses at their homes, the slime princess tries confessing to Finn, though Jake covers for him by saying Finn pees his pants and can't marry her. The Ice King is one of the few characters returning from the pilot. He's downgraded from his already pretty quick-to-dispatch self. Here, his habit of collecting princesses is already displayed as a pathetic habit that makes all of the future humiliations of his character well-deserved, rather than risking the guy coming across as a hopeless romantic. Sometimes you just need a villain whose purpose is to get beaten up without anybody in the audience feeling bad about it. And while sure, it's a bit simplistic to have a black and white morality like this, it keeps in line with the show's aesthetic. Adventure Time is, at once, a kid's show and a parody of a kid's show. Of course, this is really only true of the first few seasons. If you want to pull the rug out from underneath somebody, you first need to set the rug down, and then get the audience on top of it. The Ice King is a pretty simplistic, crazy wizard, for now. By this point, the truth of his identity is almost as well known as the show itself. People who haven't even seen Adventure Time can identify the name Simon Petrikov. But instead of front-loading this retrospective with a bunch of foreshadowing and deeper character dives, it's an easier watch to take episodes as they come, as that's how these early seasons were written and how they were originally enjoyed. Tree Trunks. While eating some of Tree Trunks' pie, she asks Finn and Jake what their dream is, revealing that hers is to pick a crystal apple from deep in the dark forest. Finn and Jake agree to accompany her to this apple so she can have her own adventure, but they quickly realize she's not adventurer material when she tries applying stickers to a wall of flesh that attacks them. She later attempts to have a picnic with a bunch of sentient signs that surround her, with Finn getting jacked up when he uses his body to defend her from their attacks. She even tries to seduce a tentacle monster that Finn is fighting when Jake is too nice to hold her back from getting involved. So Finn snaps at her, saying she should never have adventured with them and causing Tree Trunks to wander into the woods alone. But she manages to find the crystal apple after all, protected by a crystal guardian who mimics the actions of anybody nearby. When Tree Trunks starts singing and dancing with some of the forest denizens, the crystal guardian copies her, and with no way to beat it in a fight, Finn and Jake start to dance too. The crystal guardian allows them to finally pick and eat the apple, and they give Tree Trunks the honor of taking the first bite, which causes her to explode. Tree Trunks is shown to have survived the explosion at the end of this episode, crawling around inside some sort of crystal structure as a demand of the executives in charge of approving the episode. So what was originally going to be a totally random ending to this episode wound up being more open-ended than the showrunners anticipated it would be, and this will be important later. As I said before, Adventure Time is a show that quickly alternates between a kid's show and a parody of one, and sometimes it does both of these in the same scene. Tree Trunks is a character from a more light-hearted series, while Finn and Jake find themselves in a show with a darker tone. But what makes these two ideas distinct is the realm of consequence. How an action is treated has more to do with the tone of the action itself. Finn is jacked up by the denizens of the forest, but because it's played as a joke, it comes across as a joke, instead of being something worth showing concern for. The end of the episode is where these two ideas combine. Tree Trunks is able to save the day by dancing in the presence of a monster that Finn and Jake struggled against, the setting itself warping around whichever character is stealing the scene. In this way, the chaos of the setting tends to make emotional sense, if not narrative sense. The Enchiridion. After saving Princess Bubblegum from a fall, she calls him a hero worthy of seeking out the Enchiridion, a book about heroism sealed behind a series of heroic challenges. Finn and Jake head out to retrieve this tome, solving puzzles and trying to rescue imps in spite of their desire to destroy old ladies anytime Finn does anything. Jake reassures him they aren't real old ladies, and that everything is just an illusion meant to test his heroism. And then, Jake gets eaten by a giant. Finn steals from the giant to get him to lower his guard, then kicks him in the stomach to force it to vomit out his friend, though he returns the dollar he stole when the giant looks sad about being robbed. Once inside the castle, Finn is placed into a mental test, where he fights an evil monster, but then refuses to fight a morally neutral ant. For his heroism, and in spite of punching the gate guardian due to his pajamas looking like a devil suit, he's given the Enchiridion, where he learns how to kiss princesses, though he is too embarrassed to reveal what it says to Princess Bubblegum. Like so much else in Adventure Time's first season, the Enchiridion is something introduced as a gag item, only to reappear a few times before its real significance is revealed. But for now, it's just a book that gets tossed into the background of Finn and Jake's house, with a few callbacks made here and there. This sort of raises the question to longtime watchers of how much of the show is planned in advance and how much gets made up on the fly, and interviews with the creators reveal it is far closer to the latter, though not entirely. I have mentioned before that a lot of the show is written by the artists, whose creative process largely consists of drawing a few sketches of things that look neat, coming up with a few details about it, then adding whatever they could fit into the episodes proper. This means that while all of the lore surrounding the Enchiridion was likely not come up with on the spot, there was certainly more to it than the showrunners ever got around to adding to the episode, and having details that are unspoken makes it easier to justify keeping this tome around on the off chance that there's another opportunity later on. So while Adventure Time started out as a show with very little lore behind it, there was enough behind the scenes that it's not surprising this would have appeared later on. The Jiggler. While singing an auto-tuned song on their way back from an adventure, Finn and Jake discover a small whistling creature who they name the Jiggler, taking it home for a late-night dance party. The next morning, Finn prepares to party some more, only for the duo to realize that Jiggler looks sick. They feed it some food, and when that doesn't work, feed it drawings of food. But it only gets worse, eventually exploding when Finn and Jake try to plug the holes it's excreting from. After piecing the Jiggler back together, Finn attempts CPR, which teaches the Jiggler to kiss patterns, which it uses to indicate that it wants to return home to its mother. They take this creature back to its home, but the mother Jiggler does not accept its young. Jake realizes it's because they've imprinted onto it, so Finn dunks it in the Jiggle Juice so it'll be accepted again, and the duo heads home, vowing never again to kidnap a child. Adventure Time jumps dramatically between being a kids show and a parody of a kids show, but on occasion there will be episodes, especially early season episodes, where it's more of the former than the latter. Sure, some of Finn's reactions to the mother Jiggler not accepting its kid back are over the top, and the Jiggler itself vomiting uncontrollably is not really young child friendly, but this doesn't make them the type of gags that adults would find funnier. Just a bit of random weirdness for the sake of random weirdness. This is in line with most of the early show's vibes, but in the long run, episodes like this don't have a lot of staying power, with the only real aspect of this episode coming back in the future is the fact that Finn swallowed a computer. Ricardio the Heart Guy. For saving Princess Bubblegum from the Ice King again, Finn and Jake are thrown a party at the Candy Kingdom. But rather than being able to dance with PB as he wanted, the princess is infatuated with a talking heart named Ricardio, who's able to discuss science with her on a level Finn can't keep up with. Finn starts to feel jealousy towards Ricardio and plans on performing a stakeout to determine if his feelings about the guy are true or not, though Jake thinks Ricardio's a good guy, something he believes is confirmed when they catch the man beating up the Ice King. They confront him on this, with Finn eventually punching Ricardio when he refuses to elaborate on who he is, making PB upset that Finn has turned so violent. But his suspicions are confirmed when the Ice King drags himself out of an alleyway to tell them where the heart came from. It's the Ice King's own heart, who left his body after an experiment gone wrong, and who plans on stealing Princess Bubblegum's heart, literally, to marry it. Finn catches him in the act, and he and Jake beat up the heart, who is eventually forcefully reunited with the Ice King, as PB thanks the duo for saving her from the Ice King again. There's a repeated discussion throughout this episode as to whether Ricardio is evil or not, as though that were a binary discussion to have that could be ranked objectively. But this is not so bizarre a thing to consider when taking into account the inspiration for much of Adventure Time's character, so to speak, early tabletop RPGs. Most of these systems have an objective means of ranking one's alignment, so to ask whether a sentient heart is good or evil is far more valid of a question. This retroactively applies to Finn's suspicion of the guy at the outset of the episode. Even though all he did was make Finn jealous, he wanted to hate the guy and needed a reason to do so. One can imagine that if there was no objective moral ranking system in the universe, then Finn would have just kept stalking the guy until he did something wrong, as he wasn't looking to confirm his feelings, but to justify them. Business time. While melting some icebergs to find stuff to build a gauntlet dock, Finn and Jake discover a flock of frozen businessmen. These businessmen want jobs, so Jake convinces Finn to hire them to finish the dock for them, which they do efficiently enough to get hired to assist with hero work. After taking notes on the way that Finn and Jake rescue the hot dog princess, these businessmen are soon given the job of doing hero work themselves, while Finn and Jake save their energy for the big projects. They spend the next several days eating ice cream and playing video games while leaving the heavy lifting to the businessmen, who eventually do all the work for them. But while being fat on the couch together, Finn hears fuzzy friends calling for help, as the businessmen have taken to kidnapping people to keep them safe as a form of preemptive heroism. Finn tries to rescue them but is too sluggish to do anything, so he has Jake get absorbed by the business machine, where he expands, destroying it from the inside. In the end, Finn rehires all the businessmen to jump back into the iceberg and drift around in the ocean once more. Finn is a hero, according to himself. That means that he does heroic things, mostly consisting of going from party to party and doing stuff like building a gauntlet dock until he hears a quest hook. When he adopts a flock of businessmen, though, these naive-to-the-world types begin to take heroism far more literally, to the point of forgetting the fun entirely. They start focusing on stopping problems before they start, but this means getting rid of the free will that the creatures of Ooh have to make decisions that put them in the danger in the first place. Just 2 episodes ago, Finn and Jake kidnapped the Jiggler by mistake, not because they're bad guys, but because they were acting in the moment. So there's a question to be asked regarding the true purpose of heroism in this series, where being a hero is more of a state of mind rather than a checklist of things one must do. We've seen before from episodes like Tree Trunks and the Enchiridion that heroism is less about good and evil binaries, and sometimes allowing a bad person to go free or putting someone into a dangerous situation because it's what they want. If Finn and Jake just attacked the Ice King for no reason, they would be no better, and most heroism is often retaliatory. My 2 favorite people. Jake misses out on fighting a science cat and a walking shark because of a scheduled date with Lady Rainicorn, only to arrive late to that date and miss her entirely. When he tells Shelby, the worm who lives in his viola, about this, she suggests that he spend time with both at once. This doesn't work out as Lady Rainicorn only speaks Korean, but they adventure together to find a universal translator that causes Finn to warm up to her in spite of her voice now sounding like an old man's. Finn and Lady Rainicorn spend the next few adventures together, excluding Jake as he finds there's no room for him on Lady's back, nor do they have any video games for more than 2 players. When he sees Finn and Lady Rainicorn in their old date spot, he gets angry enough to call Tiffany, a goblin boy who plays the viola with them, in an attempt to make the others jealous. This works with Finn attacking Tiffany, though Lady Rainicorn confronts Jake about his actions, and they agree to get rid of the universal translator and to keep being stupid together forever. Jake, after getting exactly what he wants, stops wanting that because it was less about the people around him and more about himself. Jake wanted to spend time with his friends, not for his friends to spend time with each other. The idea was for them to be more friendly, not just nearby, but it's hard to justify feelings of resentment or jealousy when you were the one who arranged the situation you're upset about in the first place. Nor is it easy to justify returning back to the way things were before, because there's a reason you changed things in the first place. But while there's no real right answer, there are still plenty of wrong ways to deal with a situation, such as Jake trying to fight what he thinks is fire with his own fire, not asking his friends about giving him more leeway, but trying to make them hurt as much as he does by bringing over Tiffany to make them jealous. Worse is that this works, with Finn attacking the guy, although things do still work out in the end. Lady Rainicorn recognizes that Jake was only acting out of a sense of being hurt, and real friendships aren't ruined by one person doing something stupid, the very thing Lady says she likes about Jake in the end. Memories of Boom Boom Mountain. Finn is having a roughhousing session with a bunch of marauders when he hears crying. Remembering a time in his past where he made Boom Boom and no one came to help him, Finn vows to help out the source of the crying, a mountain who hates watching the marauders roughhouse all the time. He tries a few different ways to get them to be less violent, ultimately convincing the men to pet each other instead of punch, but these strategies don't work. So Finn decides to get the men to turn the mountain around, only to realize there's a second mountain who likes to look at the first one's backside. And a coal man who wants some quiet, some flowers who want to pollinate, mushrooms to seed, and so many others who all need help, with Finn unable to help them all. He's about to give up when he has a flashback of Jake's parents finally rescuing him from his own Boom Boom. Vowing to help everybody, Finn and Jake set up a Rube Goldberg machine where everyone helps everyone else, and soon, everything is fixed. Ordinarily, when a heroic protagonist has his backstory revealed, it's something tragic enough to justify their motivations for the rest of the series. Beat by beat, we see this sort of tragic history from Finn, although the details are tweaked in such a way that it becomes a punchline, enhanced by the fact that we're primed to expect a tragedy far greater than a baby who needs its diaper changed. And yet, because the story beats are played straight, what would otherwise be a comedic moment can end on a less silly note, Jake's parents discovering Finn and revealing they're brothers. This is a template of how Adventure Time is able to be a comedy and much more without sacrificing either of those two traits. It can eat its cake and have it too by using the narrative language of a show that takes itself far more seriously, allowing it to switch seamlessly just by changing around a few words. Wizard. While walking around talking about demon hearts, Finn is offered free wizard powers by a Reaper. He accepts and is transported to a monastery where a frog wizard, containing Bufo, the head wizard, begins to teach them a series of useless magical powers, like being able to read the emotions of dust or summoning mayonnaise. Jake is content with these new powers, but Finn wants to obtain the ultimate final power, taking a pledge of ultimate responsibility to obtain these. After getting the last star on his wizard robe, he's taken to a room where some old wizards are using their magic to stop a meteor from destroying the village. He's told he must spend the rest of his life contributing his magic to stop the meteor, but unwilling to do this, Finn breaks his pledge and tries to stop the meteor himself using all his powers at once. He fails to do this, but does convince the elderly wizards to move the village with him, saving everyone's lives. Bufo tries to claim this was his test all along, but Finn and Jake don't believe him, wandering off where the Reaper offers them a full-circle demon heart. The elderly wizards had the ability to stop the meteor from destroying the town all along, they just never thought to do it because holding it in place was the only thing they'd ever learned. Finn is the one who sees a strategy that's good enough as not good enough, and he wants something that's great. So he breaks a vow he made haphazardly, showing that he's not very responsible, as responsibility in this instance was a responsibility to a certain individual, rather than to the greater good. A lot of kids, and former kids, can relate to being told it's important to be mature and responsible, only to find out later that you weren't being mature, but obedient. Finn's recklessness winds up getting not only the monastery saved, but it saves the people who were previously protecting it from a life of servitude until the next sucker came along, looking for free wizard powers. Sometimes the status quo deserves to be broken in the interest of letting something better take its place. And also for continuity's sake, the creators have confirmed that it was the robes themselves that gave Finn and Jake the powers, which is why they can't conjure mayonnaise anymore. Evicted. Jake is scaring Finn with vampire stories, making it difficult to sleep, not helped by a worm crawling on the bed. But a real vampire shows up, Marceline the Vampire Queen, and she tells him she has spent the last 100 or so years traveling around Ooh, only to return to the treehouse she marked as hers years ago. Jake's afraid to fight a vampire, so he tells Finn they ought to find a new home, and after a bit of searching, they come across a cave. They clean up this cave a bit and throw a party that is crashed by Marceline, who has also marked this cave as her home. Finn and Jake try to leave, with Finn arguing that any place he has Jake is his home, so Marceline tries to kidnap Jake as well. Finn starts fighting her, but it's Jake who gets over his fear to attack as well. Yet when he is bit and has the color drained out of him, Finn flies into a rage and punches Marcy hard enough that she willingly lets them have their house back because she hasn't had a great fight in so long. Finn and Jake return to their treehouse to find it overrun with psychic worms who demand a hug. Marceline the Vampire Queen's introduction. I know I could shorten her name to Marcy if I wanted to, but Marceline the Vampire Queen is fun to say. Here, she's sort of a one-off villain, though paying attention to the opening credits will let you know there's far more to the character than there appears to be, purely because she's featured as prominently as the rest. In fact, she's one of the only 6 characters to appear in the initial pitch bible of the show, meaning that, unlike so much else in the show, she was planned from the start to come back. And this is fitting for this episode's plot as it makes some of the development matter more. Jake shows a fear of vampires, using them to scare Finn at first, revealing he's afraid of them himself shortly afterwards, and then the fear of Marcy being enough to keep him from trying to fight for his home. All the moments where he argues that home is where you have your friends ring a bit hollow if he's not willing to face his fears or even stand up for his friend when he wants to face his fears. But by the end, Jake is finally willing to fight directly through his own fear, and that's when he finally takes his own message seriously. It's when he earns his metaphorical home that he also wins his literal home, a metaphor made even better by the fact that the fight itself is what made Marceline the Vampire Queen give it back. City of Thieves. Finn and Jake come across the City of Thieves, which an old woman warns them will turn the duo into thieves if they enter. But when Finn sees a crying little girl named Penny outside the city, he vows to get the flower basket that was stolen from her back from inside the city, and that he'll remain pure while doing so. But when trying to stop thieves in the city, Jake tells Finn to give up on stopping all the crime because there's way too much of it. He tries focusing on just the flower basket, following it from thief to thief, until Penny suggests they go to the King of Thieves' castle in the middle of the city, where all the stolen goods eventually wind up. The king's castle is blocked by a barrier that prevents thieves from entering, but as Finn is yet to steal anything, he can enter. Once inside, he takes a chest and leaves, only for Penny to reveal she just wanted to trick Finn into stealing for her. Unable to return the treasure due to now being a thief, Finn vows to let the darkness of the city wash over him, channeling his inner Batman to steal his way on a revenge path to get back to Penny. But rather than robbing her, Finn and Jake scrub her with soap to purify her again, with the soap purifying them as well. Now clean, Finn vows to leave the city with his heart intact, only for Penny to rob him one last time before running off. As Finn spends more and more time in the City of Thieves, he learns that the city does indeed corrupt people who visit, not through some sort of supernatural means, but because everyone else is a thief, so stealing things is the only way to make a transaction. Sure, it's not the most realistic way to depict a fictional society, but nothing about an Adventure Time setting was ever supposed to depict realism. It's the way the characters act and react that we relate to, and watching Finn grow frustrated enough that he resorts to breaking his vow to stay pure that we the audience relate to. Jake figured it out pretty quickly, and Penny knew it all along. What makes Finn's actions stand out, though, is the fact that after becoming a thief like everyone else, he vowed to return to the good side after he got what he wanted. The exact sort of pragmatism that causes people to resort to petty theft once they realize the punishment for this sort of thing is negligible. This sort of mentality makes far more sense if you consider morals and actions from the lens of if you were playing an RPG. In the real world, we know not to steal, but take a typical person and put them into the land of, say, Skyrim, and suddenly everything that's not nailed down becomes a target for a kleptomaniac. It's not until you're doing really well in a video game that you start to consider upholding a solid moral code, because now you can afford to. The Witch's Garden. Finn and Jake follow a frog into a witch's garden where they see bushes of donuts and cupcakes. But when Jake subconsciously eats one of them, the witch punishes him by taking away his powers and giving him a fat man-baby body. She says she'll only give his powers back if he apologizes, but Jake refuses to do this, working with Finn to figure out how to get his powers back by remembering where he got them in the first place and assuming it was when he rolled in a mud puddle, as that's his earliest memory. The duo travels to a mud puddle in spite of Jake being easily exhausted and refusing to do much more but laze around. But when Finn makes a catapult to launch him across a junk river, he awakens a garbage mermaid who kidnaps him as food for her hatchlings. Realizing his friend is in real danger and being too fat to climb up and scare off the chicks, Jake returns to the witch's garden when he and his subconscious have to dance together as a form of apology. But when Jake's subconscious dies due to being his old subconscious, he starts to cry, convincing the witch to return all his abilities. Jake smacks away her walking stick and rushes back to scare away the mermaid, saving Finn but refusing to admit what he had to do to save him. After Jake subconsciously steals a donut from the witch, something that's in character for him as he subconsciously stole a pair of boots during the last episode, he then has a crisis where his self-conscious spirit tries to talk him out of doing anything close to an apology. So in the end, when the witch makes his subconscious apologize as well, it's fitting as the two offending parties in this episode were Jake's mind and the physical body who urged him along the whole time. It's clear from the beginning of the conflict that the witch is being unreasonable to Jake, but the fact that his reaction is so indignant from the outset makes him culpable, not for the original offense, but the escalation of the conflict. So even though he is mistreated, you don't feel sorry for him as he winds up retroactively justifying the punishment with his later actions. It's at the end of the episode when he finally stops listening to his lazy inner voice, where Jake really earns his powers back. What is life? After Jake throws a garbage bag full of butter at Finn's face, Finn tries to come up with a way to prank him back. So he invents a never-ending pie-throwing robot, or Nepter, that doesn't work until it's struck by lightning. Realizing they need more lightning to have Nepter reach its full potential, Finn heads to the Ice Kingdom to steal some of the Ice King's lightning. He and Nepter sneak inside, nearly getting caught when they set off the alarm and slide into the lightning room. The lightning being stored there is destroyed by the Ice King's ice centipede, but when he notices the robot accompanying Finn, the Ice King zaps it, which is what they wanted anyway. But when Finn returns home with Nepter, the robot just wants to kidnap princesses like his father, the Ice King. The Ice King shows up, demanding his son, though Finn claims that he's the robot's real father. Nepter and Finn are taken into the Ice King's imagination zone, where he shows the robot the potential life he could live with each group. Forced to choose between the two, Nepter decides to prank Ice King with a pie, before returning home with Finn to throw infinite pies at Jake. Nepter winds up being forgotten by the cast and the showrunners for several seasons after this point, not appearing again for a few years, though not in a fairly negative way. Like most characters from the first season, it was meant to be forgotten about when the episode ended, as there was practically nothing in the way of continuity from plot to plot. Nepter is torn between two creators, Finn, who made the robot, and Ice King, who gave the robot its function. You can't really be a never-ending pie-throwing robot without never-ending pies. So when the question of parentage comes up, the audience is also forced to ask themselves if Nepter has more in common with the guy who made it, or the guy who molded its personality and gave its appendages use. In the end, this is a question answered by intention. Finn meant to build a pie-throwing robot, while the Ice King gave it sentience by accident, trying to make up for that later by taking the robot along with him to continue being evil. It's the original nature of the construct that wins out, seeing Imagination Zone footage of Finn and Jake farting on it that actually encourages the robot meant for pranking to embrace pranks as a lifestyle and rejecting princess stealing as a future. Ocean of Fear. While pooting on a newt for stealing their boots, Finn is afraid to go further, as they've entered the ocean, and he's afraid of the ocean as explained by the manifestation of his fear, which emerges from his belly button. Finn tries to recruit Jake to overcome his fear, but this mostly consists of Finn kicking Jake in the head a lot, during exposure therapy. So Jake tries a different strategy of taking Finn underwater in a submarine so he can see the ocean himself. A strategy that works for a while until Jake takes him into an abyssal hole. Finn panics and crashes the submarine, floating up to the surface while an unconscious Jake sinks down below. Finn is once more confronted by his fear and vows to return to the ocean floor by knocking himself out with a wrench so he doesn't have to be awake for it. Once on the ocean floor, Jake congratulates Finn on overcoming his fear, though Finn reveals he's still scared and they return to the beach. Once there, Finn is confronted by more belly button demons who tell him he can still be a hero even if he's scared, as every hero has a flaw. Everybody knows that quote from A Game of Thrones about the only time a man can be brave is when he's afraid, and this episode is the embodiment of what that means. If Finn were a fearless hero, then all of his heroics would matter far less, because it's not as though he had any sort of internal struggle to overcome to get to that point. Audiences are more likely to relate to characters who are flawed than they are to relate to a character who is perfect. So a grand sort of fear that exists as a mental block, even if it's a fear that becomes overcome later, can create much better stories because it creates much better characters. It's not even the flaws themselves that the audiences relate to, but the reactions these characters have to them. We're more likely to think of Finn as a memorable protagonist because he reacted poorly to exposure therapy, not because he was able to swiftly and easily overcome his problems with the most commonly suggested solution. In fact, Finn never overcame his fear of the ocean by the end of the episode, he merely stopped letting it stop him from rescuing his friend. His desire to perform a heroic feat outweighed his fears, and that's what's truly heroic about his character, that he's a hero even when it does not come easily. When wedding bells thaw. The Ice King arrives at Finn and Jake's treehouse, fighting with Finn for a bit before remembering why he came, to announce that he's getting married to a willing bride, the old lady princess. But he wants a bachelor party, claiming he might have to go back to his old princess-stealing ways if he doesn't have one. So Finn and Jake throw him this party in spite of their dislike for the guy, eventually convincing him to go through with the marriage in spite of some doubt by showing him cannibal swans. The day of the wedding arrives, and everything is arranged so that the princess will be his bride when she touches his beard, a tradition of the Ice Kingdom. But on a closer inspection, Finn and Jake see that the old lady princess is crying, and that locked in her eyes is the real her, saying she's been brainwashed by the wedding ring. Jake is able to remove the ring from her finger just before he himself is frozen, and the Ice King tries to go through with the wedding anyway, touching not the old lady princess's fingers, but Jake's. The two are unmarried off-screen and return to ignoring the Ice King. The status quo is God in most series, the default state of the world being something that exists at the end and beginning of each episode, meaning that audiences ought not to be surprised when things return to normal. Sure, Adventure Time has already had a few episodes in the past with bizarre endings that were immediately forgotten about, at least in the moment, but here, the fact that the Ice King is going to stop kidnapping princesses is what makes the episode's plot suspicious at the outset. We know that the Ice King kidnaps princesses, we know that Finn and Jake stop him. So if they can stop him from doing this by helping him to get married instead of a swift kick to the face, then the plot structure remains the same, it's just the scheme that's a bit different. This episode does show off the weakness of the storyboard-driven writing style that Adventure Time has, the fact that the entire plot built up to a point where it was revealed that the Ice King didn't need any of the pep-talking Finn and Jake had done for him all along, as the princess was hypnotized from the start, meaning that the whole plot was a waste of time. But it doesn't feel like a waste of time, though, as from the beginning of the show, Adventure Time has been more or less totally random, so it doesn't hurt the experience all that much that the plot doesn't make sense, because that's not what anybody is watching the show for. Dungeon. At the behest of Princess Bubblegum, Finn and Jake are putting a series of warning signs around a dungeon hole. Finn is curious about going inside, while Jake bets him he can't get in and out within the runtime of the episode. So Finn dives down there, where he avoids a series of obstacles as he's in his element, until meeting the demon cat with approximate knowledge of many things, who beats him up until realizing that he smells Jake on Finn, making him run away. Finn stumbles through the next few rooms of the dungeon, failing a series of fights and puzzles that would have been aided by Jake's powers, before being cornered by the Bucket Knight and rescued by a guardian angel, who reveals she just wants to eat him in a stew. Finn is placed into a boiling pot alongside Jake, who was captured as well when he couldn't solve any of the puzzles without Finn. The duo realize they work better as a team and escape, only to get overwhelmed by the demons released when they take a giant diamond. Princess Bubblegum flies in on a swan to save them, asking them if they learned anything from the experience, though both of them got the wrong lesson. Finn and Jake work best when they're together as a team, each one making up for the shortcomings of the other, as Finn is better at figuring out tricks and puzzles, while Jake makes up the raw power to the duo, though he often lacks the brain power to figure out how best to apply this ability. But this isn't really a revelation, as it's something that the episode says very plainly near the end. What's more interesting is the fact that, while they make up for each other's shortcomings in some ways, in other ways they both have the same flaws. Finn and Jake both think it's a good idea to ignore the signs they just posted to enter a dungeon and even egg each other on to enter alone. But while they have some of the same faults, they also have the same boons. They're not total opposites after all. Both of them came to the same conclusions regarding their failure of working alone, so reconciliation at the end is swift and painless. Not that that was a lesson they ought to have been taught, much to the annoyance of Princess Bubblegum, the actual actor getting them out of the bad situation. The Duke. While Finn and Jake are smashing some potion bottles, they see Princess Bubblegum kicking the Duke of Nuts out of her castle while shouting at him. Finn then throws a boomerang-shaped bottle, which comes around and smashes into PB's window, turning her bald and green. When Finn goes up to apologize, PB blames the Duke for this and says she'll never forgive the person who did that to her, demanding that Finn and Jake track him down to bring the man to justice. But when they head to the Palace of Nuts, they keep hearing from its citizens about how nice of a guy the Duke is, confirmed when they meet the man in person and see him comforting his son, the Marquis of Nuts, who was trying to take the fall for his father. Finn and Jake learn that the reason PB hates the Duke is because he keeps eating all her pudding, something he only does due to a medical pudding deficiency he wants to keep a secret. So Finn and Jake prepare a false robbery of Princess Bubblegum that is thwarted by PB being unrecognizable, but when this doesn't convince her, Finn tells the truth. PB can't stay mad at him, though she does make the duo go to the grand meeting of Ooh royalty dressed as her, where the Marquis and a red squirrel whose letters Jake won't respond to ambush them. Telling the truth is something that we all instinctively know is the right thing to do, and yet people will go against this when they feel as though telling the truth will result in more harm than good, because the path of least resistance is being truthful, as you don't have to remember and then reinforce a bunch of lies later down the line. But if being truthful hurts you, then remembering the lies is easier. But it's not easier for everybody. The Duke of Nuts is the one who will wind up being punished for Finn's lie about the potion. It's a lot easier to justify lying to stop yourself from being hurt, but harder to pass it on to someone else. So Finn and Jake set out on a journey to discover if the Duke of Nuts deserves to be lied about, as if the guy being evil at all would make it easier to digest. Ironically, the Duke also lying about his pudding habits is what caused a lot of the situation in the first place, a person lying to hurt themselves, making it easier for others to justify dogpiling on him, because he already has a history with no justification. Freak City. Finn and Jake encounter a beggar in the woods, and, hoping it's secretly a magic man, Finn gives him a sugar cube. It turns out to be a magic man, named Magic Man, and he rewards Finn by turning him into a giant foot until he learns his lesson. Finn is depressed because he's a foot, and can't be a hero anymore, though Jake tries reassuring him it's not so bad. When the duo fails to put out a fire, Foot Finn is thrown under a bridge with the other freaks of the area, all of whom reveal that they've been cursed by the Magic Man as well to be various other body parts. Jake tries to convince Finn to stay under the bridge and be a foot forever, but when Finn has a nightmare about this, he sings an auto-tuned song shaming the other body parts into leaving the bridge. After commanding them to form one giant super freak, they get a bit of their confidence back and confront Magic Man again, though he avoids their attacks as none of them have learned their lesson yet. Eventually, Finn realizes the truth. Magic Man didn't turn them into freaks for a reason, he's just a jerk. This was the real lesson, and Magic Man converts them back before leaving, as the Super Friends vow to stay as one body anyway. The Magic Man is introduced in this episode, and with him comes a lesson about his character. He's a jerk, and there's a little more to it that matters right now. As a hero, Finn is constantly meant to look on the bright side of things and to look on the bright side of people. Everything that happens must have some small benefit to the world, and to accept that some things are just bad is a defeatist attitude. And yet, Jake embodies making the best of Finn becoming a giant foot, trying to get him to relax and accept the transformation. He's trying to teach Finn the heroic lesson, but the truth of the matter is that being a giant foot isn't great. He tries one last time to get the rest of the freaks under the bridge to forget about their transformations and the horrors they bring, but once they form a giant super freak, even this is not enough to defeat the Magic Man. It's only by accepting the truth that things can go back to normal, that some maladies are not good in any way, and that the lessons learned by the harsh reality would be better off unknown if that reality ceased to exist. Donnie. While out on safety patrol, Finn and Jake encounter a massive plant-based jerk terrorizing a village of house people. They try to stop him, but he only harasses them instead, so Finn decides to take this giant, Donnie, home to teach him how to be nice with songs. None of these songs seem to have any effect, so Finn leaves Jake behind to keep teaching Donnie while he responds to a call for help in the distance. He finds out that the village is being attacked by Y-wolves, possessed by the spirit of inquiry and bloodlust, who explain that the obnoxygen produced by Donnie's antics was poisonous to them, and now that he's gone, they're free to feast on the house people until their population balloons to the point that the cosmic owl will eat them. So Finn tries to get Donnie back in the village, only for Donnie to become a reformed man, Jake's songs finally reaching him and teaching him empathy. The trio returns to the village against Donnie's wishes, where he tries singing to the Y-wolves to stop their attacks. Finn realizes that they're making fun of him, so he plays up how much of a dork Donnie has become, causing the guy to go into a rage and reverting to his old, obnoxious self. Finn's upset he couldn't reform Donnie completely, so they walk away as Donnie thanks them for making him a jerk again. Donnie is noxiously obnoxious, but he is very good at what he does, serving as the lesser of two evils among the village's people. Sometimes when the lesser of two evils is around for long enough, people forget about the greater of two evils, to the point where it starts to seem like a good idea to try out the other guys for a while, only to get their faces eaten by Y-wolves and remember why you tolerated that other guy in the first place. It's fine to resent a bad situation you're in, and it's fine to want to improve things to a degree, but outright rejecting everything that's maintained the status quo will often have disastrous results if, like Finn, you don't understand why people put up with the situation in the first place. Although personally, I think it would have been far funnier if Donnie wound up trying to lecture the Y-wolves and ended up more obnoxious than before, like if he were singing a song about how to wear pants and they ran away in fear. Henchman. Finn and Jake see Marceline bullying an old man who she calls her henchman. Wanting to protect him, Finn's vow of heroic honor makes him volunteer to take the old man's place as Marceline's new henchman. Jake tries to protest this but is too afraid of vampires to do anything, and Finn is taken to a victim's house where Marceline turns his red bow tie white. She then raises an army of the undead and orders Finn to take them to the Palace of Nuts to crash a birthday party. But when they arrive, the undead simply party with the rest of the group while Marcy plays a song for the birthday baby. After ordering Finn to kill a cute plant that turns monsters when he hesitates, he finally realizes that Marcy is just messing with him, and the orders have been a series of pranks. But Jake finally gets over his fear enough to attack Marceline in the field, with Finn trying to stop him but ultimately settling for hiding her in his backpack while Jake stakes a double. Marceline thanks Finn for being a good henchman, while Jake and Finn leave, the dog believing he just saved his friend's life. Slowly over this season, we've seen Marceline the Vampire Queen go from an antagonist to a morally neutral deuteragonist. Her first appearance having her kick Finn and Jake out of their home, justified by the fact that it was technically hers first and they were squatting. And this episode having her take Finn as a servant, then forcing him to do her bidding, justified by her bidding being more or less harmless. Even as she's traveling with Finn, she's making jokes at his expense, implying that that was the worst she was planning on doing. The point of her character is that she is this ageless vampire who has long since outlived the morals of the rest of the world. And while this means that she occasionally kicks kids out of their houses for no reason other than the fact that she can, she's also done a lot of good over her life, to the point of being a friendly face to most of those who don't have a bad first impression of her. She's even willing to fake being destroyed to keep Jake satisfied with the episode's ending, fear being one of the things she's surely dealt with more than any other reaction, considering how much she takes this aspect of herself in stride. Rainy Day Daydream. Finn and Jake have a whole day plan that is ruined by an incoming knife storm, as in, it's raining knives. BMO is out of battery, so Jake suggests using their imaginations, though Finn thinks that is pointless, until Jake imagines that the floor is lava, so well, it starts to burn anyone who touches it. So Finn has to carry Jake upstairs to an imagination machine that will turn off Jake's imagination, dodging a series of traps only Jake can see, like a family of goblins, a riddle master with a terrible riddle, and a plague of snakes. Finn is eventually able to reach the off switch, only to realize that without his imagination, Jake has no personality. So Finn uses his own imagination to reimagine Jake's imagination machine, playing around a bit with the other imaginary creatures he keeps coming up with, before returning things to normal just as the night storm lets up. Finn is more of a realist, at least as far as that term has meaning in the land of Ooo, compared to Jake, who is an idealist. Finn prefers actual, tangible experiences to fill his day, while Jake wants to spend his time with more introspection, which from the outside appears as laziness, when in reality he's flexing a valuable mental muscle. The ability to take mundane situations and then to find something more interesting about them is what gives Jake his personality, as it is with the show itself, notorious for being completely unpredictable, and making each episode worth watching as no amount of prior media knowledge could make the plots easy to see coming. So this episode serves as a microcosm of the show itself in these early days, where the wacky randomness that some of the audience may not be able to see the appeal in is the appeal. The fact that it eschews so many tropes and even common sense is what makes Adventure Time stand out from the rest of the cartoon world of the moment. What have you done? Finn and Jake have been sent on a secret mission to kidnap the Ice King and bring him to justice, though they struggle to remember what it was Princess Bubblegum told him he was being arrested for. They bring the Ice King back, where he's thrown into a dungeon with Finn and Jake told to await his screams of anguish, left alone with the prisoner while PB attends to other business. But while he's in his cell, the Ice King convinces Finn and Jake that they're the bad guys because they haven't charged him with anything recently and he's legally innocent. So Finn and Jake set the Ice King free and put themselves in the cell, with this act moving the Ice King so much he considers them friends. But PB leaves the hospital wing, finally revealing why she wanted the Ice King arrested. He gave the Candy Kingdom freezer burn flu by scratching his beard over the castle, and the only cure is his screams. Finn still doesn't want to punch him, as his beard scratching was likely accidental, but he goes to the Ice Kingdom anyway to confront the man. There, the Ice King is trying to play board games with the duo as he considers them friends, but when he tries to swat Jake, believing he's a bug, off of Finn's shoulder, Finn gets the idea to fake being killed by the blow, so the Ice King will loudly mourn his death. This mourning manages to reach the Candy Kingdom and it cures the freezer burn flu. As I've stated before, some series just need a bad guy to beat up on consequence-free, the kind of person that more or less already has it coming. This episode plays with the idea of a character like this in The Ice King. Finn and Jake are told to arrest him, which they do without question, assuming he's the kind of guy who deserves to be arrested. It's not until he declares himself actually innocent that his villain status is questioned. Sure, Ice King is still a bad guy, but is he the bad guy? Is being evil something that happens all the time, or is it just a factor of a bunch of different things one does across a spectrum of behaviors? It is later revealed that his grand misdemeanor was scratching snow out of his beard over the Candy Kingdom, which isn't an evil thing to do, and arguably not something he could have predicted would cause a pandemic. By this point in the series, Adventure Time is already questioning the roles of the heroes and the villains of the series, and willing to suggest that the roles are not as solid as so many other works portray them to be. Ice King can be a recurring villain, but that doesn't mean he's the antagonist of every episode, nor of every episode he's a part of. The end of the episode even forgives him to an extent, with the cure to the freezer burn flu not being extracted forcefully, but with deception instead. Finn meets his hero. After rescuing Mini Queen from a swamp giant, Finn and Jake come across the sword of Billy, one of Oo's greatest heroes, and this sword opens a crack to Billy's cave. They meet Billy, who is now old and retired. Finn and Jake talk about how he's an inspiration to them, but Billy says that he has long since given up on violently saving the day because it will just be dangerous again once he's done. So Finn and Jake set out to save the day non-violently, trying to help an old cobbler being chased by a dragon by feeding him, then opening up a gruel stand where they feed hungry people stone skin potions to make them tough enough not to need saving. The cobbler has to go to the dermatologist to get his skin de-stoned, and he leaves Finn and Jake behind to guard his store, though they meet with customers anyway and turn their shoes ultra-violent. even giving Lumpy Space Princess a makeover where she becomes a killing machine. Ultimately, they come back across the swamp giant from before, trying to ask him to be nicer until Finn beats him up anyway. They return to Billy, telling him about how violence is actually great and showing off the old lady the swamp giant did not kill as proof. This encourages Billy to start being a hero again, and he thanks Finn, saying he's his hero. Heroism is often a temporary solution to a permanent problem, with the deeds of various villains being a seemingly static part of the universe, requiring someone to step up and stop it. This is usually the role of Finn and Jake, who are the heroes who save the day, but never the heroes who save everything. Because no matter how much they beat up the bad guy of the week, next week there will be a new conflict they have to fight against too. It is for this reason that Billy, the old hero, has lost motivation to continue being a good guy. Why save the world if it's just going to get messed up a few days later? Finn and Jake try to fight against their nature by solving problems using more long-term non-violent solutions like feeding people and working in a hospital, but it's too hard to fight against who they are, and they struggle not to return to punching bad guys. But this is actually the solution to their problems, because as much as it seems like bad guys ruining everything is a staple of the fantasy genre and that one bad guy will just be replaced by another, what is also a staple of the fantasy genre is the fact that good guys appear week after week as though it were a consistent part of the universe too. The same logic that questions why the world ought to be saved if it's just gonna get jacked up again can apply to the villains. Why bother kidnapping a princess if she'll just be saved? Gut Grinder. While Jake is telling off Finn for playing his viola, and badly, they hear crying coming from the village of the Soft People. Finn investigates this crying and hears all their gold has been stolen by a monster named the Gut Grinder, and they cower in fear when Jake arrives because he looks just like the monster, at least in his larger form. Later on, they encounter the Cube People, who have also been robbed by the Gut Grinder, also fearing Jake's arrival until realizing he's just a cute dog. So Jake dons a disguise to enter the next village of Spiky People, where they once more hear tales of the Gut Grinder. Jake starts to worry that he's actually the Gut Grinder and that he's been subconsciously stealing gold behind Finn's back, and his disguise slips, prompting the Spiky People to arrest him. Finn vows to prove Jake's innocence by taking a gold tooth from another prisoner and luring the Gut Grinder back to the village. This works, and he starts to fight the massive monster, who indeed looks exactly like Jake. The real Jake, upset about being called a monster, breaks out of jail and matches the shape of the Gut Grinder, beating it up and stealing the gold as he chases after Finn. But Finn sees Jake's old viola and starts playing it badly, and Jake snaps out of his madness to tell him off. The Spiky People realize the Gut Grinder is actually a cloth suit, and inside is Sharon, the wife of the Spiky King, who made herself look like Jake because she thought he was hot, and stole gold to buy things. As a thanks for saving the day, the Spiky People all group hug Finn and Jake, much to their dismay. We've seen before that Jake tends to steal subconsciously, but this was always limited to the realm of petty theft from mostly faceless individuals. Here he starts to legitimately worry that he's stolen enough from some villages they've started fearing him, something that contradicts his nature as a good boy, because it affects the way others are viewing him. It turns out that Jake puts a lot of his self-worth in how other people treat him by default, and the fact that he has ceased to be a source of whimsy and starts to be the face some people attach to fear means he loses the self-worth of that idea. It's enough to drive him mad enough to actually become the type of monster everyone else is treating him like. Everyone but Finn, who asserts that his friend is innocent even as the two start realizing just how many coincidences it took for him not to be guilty. Ironically enough, it's actually Jake snapping at Finn for playing his viola wrong that brings him back to normal. After all the humanity he has lost, he still feels strongly about music. It's worth it to recall back in Rainy Day Daydream that one of the symptoms of Jake losing his imagination was forgetting how to play the viola. So it's when he yells at his friend that he remembers the times he yelled at him before, then kept being loved and accepted anyway. It came from the Nightosphere. Finn is helping Marceline record a song about how her father stole her fries, realizing she has a strained relationship with the man and conjuring Marceline's father by drawing the Phil face on the wall and chanting. The Lord of Evil appears, briefly trying to steal Finn's soul before taking Marcy's base, an old heirloom, and wandering off to steal more souls. Finn and Marcy fly out to catch up to him, with Finn wanting to return all the stolen souls, while Marceline only wants her guitar back. Marceline's father travels around Ooo, stealing the souls of several characters from last season before the duo catches up, with Marcy not focusing on Finn's efforts in the fight to crush him under a rock. It's not until Finn tries stabbing him in a later fight that he finally drops the guitar and Marcy prepares to leave. But unwilling to let the Lord of Evil continue eating people's souls, Finn tries to distract him by playing the song Marcy sang before. Marceline and her father briefly reconcile as he never realized how much he had hurt his daughter, and then Finn charges in with 2 swords, stabbing the man in the head and releasing all the souls before banishing him once again. Through the episode, Finn is continuously trying to defeat the Lord of Evil due to him stealing several souls of various Ooo denizens. But this is in part because Finn was the one who summoned him in the first place, in spite of Marceline implying she did not want to confront her father at all. To Finn, this confrontation was necessary as he saw her hurting due to some unspoken animosity between the father-daughter duo. But not all issues need to be dug up. It's okay to keep some in the past, especially when it relates to a person's personal struggles. Marceline chastises Finn for summoning her father, not because he went on a rampage consuming souls, but because she didn't want to deal with the guy. Of course, because he is rampaging around, Finn is now responsible for freeing the captured souls, which would never have happened if he had just let Marcy deal with her struggles alone, like she asked him to. It's fine to want to help out your friends when they appear to be struggling, but you can't force them to open up. The Lord of Evil rampaging through Ooo is a metaphor for Marcy's own hatred of her father being forced to the surface as a result of Finn's actions. It's not as though helping her was a bad idea, but he was already doing enough by giving her space to vent about her struggles with her Fry song from the beginning of the episode. People will cope with their problems in different ways, and for Marcy, who's hundreds of years old, it's not like Finn coming along and forcing the issue would have changed whether or not she was ready. The Eyes. After a full week of adventuring, Finn and Jake prepare to go to bed, but can't sleep as there's a horse on a hill watching them. They try to shut the blinds, they try pushing the horse over, and they even try moving it further away, but they can't get the horse to stop staring in the window of their bedroom. Jake attempts to blindfold it, he tries to lure it away with music, and he tries to surround it by snakes, but the horse just stands there. Finn and Jake eventually dress it as a rabbit and lure hawks to carry it away, but the hawks only drop the horse into their bedroom directly. Realizing this horse is tearing them apart, Finn finally resolves to kick the horse's butt, and when he does, the Ice King flies out. It turns out he was spying on them, so they fight the guy while demanding he explain why, revealing that he only wanted to learn the secrets of happiness from the duo, but ended up watching them spend the whole time fighting instead. Finn and Jake don't listen to him though, as without the horse costume they can finally sleep. The Ice King sleeps near them, but still doesn't make him happy. A pretty standard formula for an episode of a cartoon is to have a single minor problem of little consequence and then to have the characters react, then overreact to that issue, escalating to a point where the absurdity wraps around to being acceptable due to sunken cost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy? While Adventure Time has built up a reputation over the last season as a show that does nothing like anybody else, the second season saw a major shift in the fact that so many new storyboard artists, too many to name, were added to the staff, meaning that the show went from predictably unpredictable to unpredictably unpredictable. This means that sometimes, yes, the show will follow a normal plot structure, for whatever value that term still has, only to maintain the tone that the show is known for while escalating. Funnily enough, the horse being revealed as the Ice King in a suit does not ground the show in anything familiar, as it somehow manages to be even more absurd than if a random horse was really just watching the duo sleep. That their nemesis, the Ice King, would come up with a dastardly plan that was so simple and ineffective keeps the show's narrative structure familiar without anything else being predictable. Loyalty to the King. Finn and Jake rescue the engagement ring princess from the Ice King, though he assumed that she left him in a breakup. So the Ice King decides to revamp his image, shaving off his beard and going to the park to work out, where he meets the Slime Princess, who mishears him as a Nice King instead of an Ice King. Lumpy Space Princess overhears this conversation and spreads the news to the rest of the princesses of Ooo about the new Nice King. Finn and Jake also hear of this Nice King and vow to serve him, getting knighted as Nice Knights, where they become tasked with telling off all the ugly princesses. Finn doesn't feel right about this new job, especially when he's told to punch the lumps off of LSP, but the Ice King's beard starts growing back, and so instead he asks Finn to retrieve his razor, which was stolen by the Ice King. While at the Ice King's palace, Finn and Jake notice a pile of hair on the floor and they make fake beards out of it, soon realizing that it was the Ice King's hair and learning the truth of the man's identity. They return to the Nice King's castle with the hair and glue it to the guy's face, revealing the ruse to the princesses who beat up the Ice King for deceiving them. The Ice King probably could have been the Nice King from the outset if being nice was important to him. He had a deserved reputation as being a bad guy, what with all the princesses he kidnapped, and so people by default assumed any interaction he had with the rest of the world would be negative. He was scheming something. But having that impression shaved away with his beard gave him a fresh start, and a fresh start with a good impression, as people assume he's now a nice guy. Remember that Ooo is a land where people's titles tend to be very literal. So when Ice King becomes Nice King and his history is erased, people treat him better, in spite of the fact that he's not acting like a man worthy of that treatment. Finn and Jake even question some of his commands as he makes them sort princesses by hotness and dateability, giving him the benefit of the doubt multiple times over because, well, he's nice. He must have some nice explanation for this. This contrasts with his behavior from before, where even when the Ice King tried to do something neutral or unassuming, people treated him with suspicion. It's easy to use this as a justification for bad actions, that people are treating you like a bad guy, so you act like the bad guy they expect you to be. But this would imply that the inverse is true as well. People who treat you like a nice guy ought to be treated nice. The reason the Ice King's rehabilitation winds up failing is not just because his beard grew back, but because he failed to treat others the way they were treating him, even when given a chance to start over. Blood under the skin. Finn gets a splinter on the door and decides to wear a thimble to protect his finger in the future. But a group of armored men, led by Lord Slicer, makes fun of him for not having more armor. He asks Choose Goose for a bigger set and is given a poem he has to interpret that will lead him to the armor of Zeldron, which is extremely... To get this armor, Finn must first traverse the Swamp of Embarrassment, where he keeps walking in on old people bathing. He must next silence a crying monster, which he does when it confuses him for its baby and tries feeding it, something Lord Slicer orders his lyre player to write a song about. Finally, they arrive at the home of Zeldron's armor, where a ghost tries to convince Finn to play a game involving picking up a ball with his butt. Finn simply runs past him and finally receives the armor set that he wanted, only to realize it's ladies' armor, taking it off because it's too embarrassing to wear. But the ghost from before attacks him for not playing drop ball with him, and Finn can't beat him without the armor. So Jake taunts it instead, pretending to be the ghost's mother and ordering him to go play outside. Lord Slicer returns to make fun of Finn and Jake for this quest, but Finn makes fun of him for following around a little boy all day. Then Lord Slicer falls off his horse and gets a splinter in his finger, so Finn gives him the thimble and the duo flies into the horizon. This episode's moral winds up being pretty consistent through its whole run. Finn begins the episode worried about the peer pressure from the group of knights, wanting to avoid being made fun of and trying to find a new set of armor to be. As he goes on his journey, he is forced to go through several embarrassing situations, being bullied for those by Lord Slicer, and having this bullying encourage him to keep going, because he assumes there will be an endpoint to it all. He tries avoiding some of the more embarrassing situations, like possibly getting caught playing drop ball, but in the end it's Jake, who's unafraid of being embarrassed, that gets him out of trouble. Finn spends so long avoiding embarrassing situations that he never learns how to weaponize them. Because whether or not a situation is embarrassing is not really up to other people, but to you. Finn's embarrassed to put on Zeldron's armor, but Jake is not. He dons it and immediately dispatches the ghost, then stands up to Lord Slicer, who winds up injuring himself in an attempt to save face when Finn calls him out. Some people are so afraid of looking silly that they actually leave themselves open to looking even dumber, because their insecurities are taken to too much of an extreme. If you can't laugh at yourself, then you don't really have the right to laugh at other people. Storytelling. Jake is sick and he needs a bedtime story to get better. But he won't accept any bedtime story. It has to be real and not made up, and it has to complete a checklist of other plot beats Jake also wants. So Finn goes into the woods to find a good story, first seeking romance by forcing a goose named Bubafina and a fox named Mr. Fox to kiss, only to learn that the goose loves a different goose, and the fox wanted his kiss with the Bubafina to be natural. Finn then seeks a fight, finding a bear who's being coddled by his mother and headbutting him before running off. He seeks suspense by holding a big rock over a nest of baby birds, only to get ambushed by all the forest creatures who knock him out. Finn awakens in a cage held over a pit, told he'll be sacrificed to the forest for his crimes. But before they can lower him into the pit, Finn starts helping the forest creatures, telling Bubafina to confess her love, Mr. Fox to get over his crush, the delinquent bear to stop fighting strangers, and his mother to stop coddling him. In the end, the forest people thank him for making their lives more interesting, and he kicks his way out of the cage to tell Jake all about his adventures. Now cured of his illness, Jake is excited to start adventuring again, only for Finn to collapse because he caught Jake's sick. In order to cure Jake's illness, Finn must find a real-life story worthy of being placed into a storybook. The problem with doing this is that real life rarely represents stories exactly. Sure, art tends to reflect life, but never all at once. To construct a good tale, authors often take multiple aspects of their real life, then compress them down into a better tale. Most exciting moments of our lives actually have a lot of downtime that gets skipped over in the retelling. What is drama but life with the boring bits cut out? So when Finn tries to make a good story for Jake, he attempts to force it, and this only ends up with Finn hurting other people. Because a good story is supposed to have conflict, but going out of your way to start fights is a good way to get punched out. It doesn't make you a good storyteller, it makes you a jerk. Finn does end up with a good story, though. Not one that he was able to fabricate, but one that came about naturally as the unintended consequences of his actions created a position where he could do what came naturally. Helping people get over their personal issues, all at once, by bringing them together. Rushing from couple to couple to force drama is a bad idea for multiple reasons, but when people come together for a common cause, like dangling Finn over a pit, that's when a real-life story happens. Get enough people together in a room, and something memorable enough to talk about later will eventually happen. Slow love. Snorlock, a giant snail, breaks into Finn and Jake's house, destroying parts of it and crying sad juice all over them. He says he's sad because he can't find love, so Finn and Jake agree to help him with his romantic life on the condition he stops ruining their house. Snorlock breaks through their house anyway and starts to look for Snail Woman, though he's too nervous to talk to any of them. So Jake tries showing him how to talk to lady snails by turning into one, though Snorlock, mimicking his pickup lines, only creeps out the other ones. Finally, they try to find out a talent that Snorlock can show off, teaching him to beatbox and swing swords around. This works, albeit far too well, as Snorlock is swarmed with lady snails, whose grinding starts breaking apart Finn and Jake's house. Jake breaks into his own home in spite of the shaking, and grabs a salt shaker, flinging it at Snorlock and causing him to shake off the home. The lady snails are horrified at the sight of Snorlock as they realize he's not a snail, but a slug, until he finds a lady who was also pretending to be a snail. Having helped the snail with his lady problems, Finn and Jake get to repairing their home, while Bimo gets way too into watching the giant snails make out. Finn and Jake begin their attempts to get Snorlock a date by advising him to be himself. But when being himself doesn't work, they come up with all sorts of other plans that mostly get their home wrecked, until the end where Snorlock manages to get a girlfriend when it's revealed he's a slug and not a snail. He spent the whole episode flirting with the wrong type of woman and then found love by meeting a slug lady who was also being dishonest, the two able to bond over that fact. So their first bit of be yourself advice was what worked all along. As cliche as it sounds, being yourself really is the only way to make friends, romantic or otherwise. Sure, you could act like somebody you're not, and this may even work to make a few acquaintances, but they don't like you. They like the fake version of yourself you're pretending to be. Eventually, you'll slip up and stop spinning the swords around, losing it all, or you'll keep it up forever but never actually be happy. So being yourself is the only way to make genuine connections with other people who are just as weird as you, the other giant slugs pretending to be snails. Sure, you won't have as many friends, but the friends you do have will be much more genuine. Power animal. Finn and Jake are having a rooftop party where Cinnamon Bun points out how full of energy Finn is, while Jake has a lack of an attention span. But one of the partygoers, a large gnome, becomes obsessed with how much energy Finn has, and later that night he kidnaps him out of his bed. Finn awakens in the Beneathiverse, where this man reveals himself as the Grandmaster of the Gnomes, and that he intends to use Finn's energy as a power source for a machine that will flip the underground and above-ground worlds. Meanwhile, Jake is distracted by teaching bugs how to dance and telling jokes to mermaids, eventually passing out from laughing too hard and waking up at a party on the clouds. For being a party animal, he's rewarded by the party god with a single wish, one that he uses to wish for the Focus to find and rescue Finn. Finn, meanwhile, is stuck in a simulation where he imagines breaking out of the control in the gnomes, only for the real Jake to arrive and smash up the place, accidentally rescuing Finn while full of the energy of 1,000 partying demons. Jake and Finn leave the Beneathiverse, vowing to go eat Cinnamon Bun. At a point near the end of the episode, Finn manages to break out of the gnomish machine, fighting his way through hordes of enemies before reuniting with Jake, only for this all to be revealed as a reference to the movie Brazil and that his overactive imagination was still strapped inside the machine. This overactivity and constant need to do something is used as fuel, with an implication that there's little Finn can do to resist his mind running so wild. Whereas Jake is better off due to him being so lazy. If he had been captured by the gnomes, you can imagine him being worse than useless. Sure, Jake isn't great at rescuing his friend, and Finn would have done better in a swapped position, but then there wouldn't have been a need to rescue the dog. After hours of partying on the clouds, Jake is infused with party demon energy, allowing him to rescue Finn with ease. There's an idea posited that Jake is just a bit of energy away from being able to work as efficiently as Finn. It's not as though he lacks the energy to be that guy, he just lacks the ability to direct his attention towards any one task for long enough to have it completed. When he's overloaded, he has so much energy that he is able to save his friend while multitasking. Basically, overloading every part of his brain to the point that the task is given enough energy, and the same way you can fill up a glass by flooding your house. So it's not like Finn and Jake can't match energy levels, they're the same in that regard, only differing based on how they direct this energy. Crystals have power. Finn is investigating a crystal he found on his doorstep when Jake distracts him with a tough guy contest, only to accidentally injure Finn when he takes things too far. Remembering a time when he injured his brother Jermaine and his father said he would hurt everyone one day, Jake vows to never commit an act of violence again. But then the crystal from before opens up a portal, and Finn is taken inside, with Jake chasing after. Jake finds himself in a crystal dimension, where crystal guardians are holding Finn prisoner, saying they're going to zap him until he's a crystal too. Jake tries to rescue Finn, but because he's taken a vow of non-violence, his attacks are completely ineffective. Because he takes too long to enter the chamber where Finn is being held, Finn's transformation completes and the guards finally allow him inside. Then, Tree Trunks appears, saying she's become Quartzian the Crystal Queen ever since she exploded back in Season 1. In the crystal dimension, she is worshipped by everyone, and she wanted to use her powers to kidnap Finn, turn him into a crystal, then make him her king. But when she pushes Jake back, he hits his head and hallucinates his brother and father, realizing his brother was fine, and his father didn't finish his speech as Jake would hurt everybody evil one day. Jake punches Tree Trunks in the stomach, and she coughs out the crystal, reverting back to normal and apologizing for her behavior by offering an apple pie. Back in Season 1, Tree Trunks ate a crystal apple and exploded, something called back to in this episode that explains the explosion was just her being transported to an alternate dimension where she was able to take over and grow powerful. Motivated by a crush on Finn, she started seducing several of the Crystal Guardians until they were loyal enough to do her bidding and bring him over to treasure as an object, all while being corrupted by her own power to the point of madness. You probably would not have gathered that she was capable of all of this if you had only seen the Season 1 episode, though. This is more or less how plotlines in Adventure Time develop moving forward. A character from the first season is introduced for a one-off gag that fills a whole episode. That character is brought back to serve a similar role in a later episode. The writers use a handful of vague allusions that the character made to other parts of their personality to extrapolate them into a more realized person. This informs their later actions. Tree Trunks didn't have a crush on Finn in the first season, she was just a kindly old woman who overestimated her abilities. But here she is able to exert control over several Crystal Guardians with these powers that basically didn't exist before. The first crystal from the first season was just mimicking her dance moves. It's not like this sort of exaggeration is a bad thing though, just the opposite. Taking minor character beats and building whole episodes and even plotlines around them is what makes this show so enjoyable, an extra reward for people in the audience who really pay attention. The other tarts. Princess Bubblegum tells Finn and Jake of the royal tarts and how important it is that they be delivered to a royal back rub ceremony, or else she'll be decapitated. She would trust her old tart toter to deliver them, but as he's gone senile, the opportunity goes to Finn and Jake instead. Rather than taking the safe royal tart path, Finn fills a satchel with decoy tarts, laced with a paralyzing agent, and he gives them to Cinnamon Bun so he can take the safe route as a decoy, while Finn and Jake take the dangerous route through the Desert of Doom, where Finn assumes there will be less danger. But while ambushing a group of hobos and accidentally revealing what he is carrying to them, Finn loses some of his tarts, losing more when he takes a second detour through a dark cave, and losing the last of the tarts to a butterfly with the laser gun. Finn finally laments that his plan sucked, and that he lost all the tarts, so he and Jake vow to rush to the ceremony before Princess Bubblegum can be beheaded, only to see that they're all enjoying the tarts that Cinnamon Bun delivered. Revealed not to be poisoned, as they were swapped without Finn realizing. Princess Bubblegum also admits that she was never in danger, and she made up the head-chopping bit to ensure Finn and Jake would be safe. Then, the tart toter crashes the party and rambles about the cosmic sweetness. Sometimes you have to work harder. Sometimes you have to work smarter. Sometimes you don't have to do either of these. But there will still be a temptation to work more towards things that seem like they deserve the extra work. Menial tasks with simple solutions, like walking down the royal tart path suggested to Finn and Jake, also come with suggested solutions that are easy. After all, it's assumed that low-stakes actions must have low-stakes solutions. The inverse is true as well. If something sounds like it's going to be very involved and difficult, people will take it way more seriously, even if the work is actually pretty simple. People often hear about important high-paying jobs and assume that they're a lot of work, and then they assume that anything that sounds fun must be easy. So Finn is told that he has an extremely important life-or-death task ahead of him, and thus he overthinks the whole ordeal by sending out decoys and ambushing people on the off chance they are threats. Of course, none of these threats really existed, and it's Finn's detours and loud announcements of the valuable cargo he's carrying that winds up getting him in trouble, all stemming from the fact that he thought he had a very important job to do. If Princess Bubblegum had just asked him to deliver the tarts like normal and never put any extra importance on this plot, then Finn and Jake probably would have taken it very easy, as they thought they needed to. Overthinking is often the result of overselling. To cut a woman's hair. After being called a hero for feeding an injured bird's chicks, a forest witch who overheard this conversation asks Finn for a lock of princess hair. Finn and Jake are unsure about going through with this, claiming they only offer help when someone's in danger. So the witch kidnaps Jake by sitting on him. Finn needs to rush out to find a princess willing to give up her hair, but each of them assumes this is because he's trying to date them, and too awkward to talk to girls, Finn runs away. But Jake tries to convince him of the danger, saying he needs to get over his fear of women and just find the least undateable princess of them all. So he goes to Princess Bubblegum for an emergency speed date involving a spaghetti dinner in the woods. He asks her for a lock of her hair, and she agrees, but when Finn takes this lock to the forest witch, she turns it down, saying it's not hair but bubblegum. So Finn tells her off, saying that the hair she wants won't stop her from being ugly because she is ugly on the inside. The Forest Witch says she wanted to work on herself and she wanted to get pretty hair first. Realizing he doesn't actually need princess hair, Finn volunteers to shave his own head, and the Forest Witch gets a new wig, which she promptly vows to use for evil. There's a discussion made during this episode that parodies a very common thought among character designers of the last few millennia of human history. It's one where you can identify whether a person is good or evil at a glance, because good people always look like good guys, while evil people are ugly and obvious. Jake assumes that the Forest Witch is an evil witch because she's an ugly witch, and he is right. They're using Wizard of Oz rules in this setting. But the Forest Witch doesn't want to be an evil witch. She is explicitly saying that she wants beautiful hair because it will make her beautiful on the inside too. The shorthand for good guys and bad guys is more or less directly called out at being something that can be manipulated by manipulating the signage. A makeover's all it takes to totally revamp an individual's moral compass. So Finn agrees to help out this witch, not because he really cares if she's good or not, and the fact that she is sitting on Jake, but because the very act of giving her some princess's hair will turn her into a capital G good guy. Of course, this winds up being a manipulation. The witch was evil all along and she merely played with Finn's knowledge of the fantasy genre conventions to trick him into helping her out. So while Adventure Time might play up the good guy attractive, bad guy ugly trope so prevalent in the media, it's at least self-aware enough about it not to come across as though it's reinforcing stereotypes. The Chamber of Frozen Blades. Finn and Jake are on a ninja kick, staking out the Ice King's cave as they heard from Flambeau that he's planning on kidnapping a princess soon. The Ice King leaves, so they break into his home to rescue the princess, but they find nothing, continuing to search the place for clues. Finn is trying to ensure they leave no trace they were there, but Jake is much less keen on hiding, going through all of the Ice King's stuff before accidentally breaking a secret wall, revealing a hidden room. Inside this room is a collection of ninja paraphernalia, including scrolls on how to cast ninja ice magic that they memorize. Meanwhile, the Ice King is at a doctor's office to get somebody to look at his sick penguin Gunter. The doctor is Dr. Princess, who investigates the sick penguin as the Ice King tries to flirt with her. Finn and Jake have trashed the Ice King's house only for the guy to return home with Gunter's recently laid egg, and he finds his stuff destroyed. The Ice King demands Finn and Jake apologize by fixing what they broke, only for Finn to hear screaming coming from his bag. Inside is Dr. Princess, who says that he used his sick penguin as a distraction to grab her. Gunter's egg hatches, revealing a pink cat, and then Finn and Jake kick the Ice King as the episode ends. Finn and Jake spend the entire episode pretending that they are ninjas, but they never manage to manifest any real ninja powers until they raid the Ice King's house. At this point, they read through some of his secret ice magic manuals and finally manage to learn real ninja techniques that are effective enough to smash up his home. It's only after this point that they stop to question whether ninjas are cool. After all, the Ice King is not cool, pun unintended, but he likes them too. Of course, it's because the Ice King tries to hide all his ninja stuff that he is considered uncool, in spite of the fact that ninjas are theoretically not supposed to go around announcing they're ninjas and leaving evidence they've been to a location behind. The Ice King is a much better ninja than Finn and Jake, not just because he actually had magic that worked, but because he kept his mouth shut about it. But in the end, it's not about how much of a weeaboo you are, but how much of a weeaboo you act like. Ninjas aren't cool because they're super secret, they're cool because of all of the stuff we know about them. A secretive sect is just bad branding, and this is fantasy after all. Her parents. Lady Rainicorn is nervous because her parents, Bob and Ethel, are about to meet with her and Jake for lunch. So to assuage her fears, Jake decides to write to her parents and come over an hour early so they can get to know each other beforehand, and that he doesn't have a pet turtle. But when Finn asks why her parents may not like him, Jake recalls the Rainicorn dog wars of recent history that could lead to some prejudice. Then he starts to worry. So Jake disguises himself as a Rainicorn by stretching out to be shaped like one and covering himself in condiments, which he almost immediately realizes is a bad idea. But her parents show up, too blind to tell the ruse, and they proceed to play several traditional Rainicorn games, most of which involve injuring Finn in some way. Jake tries to assure Finn that things are fine because homies help homies, but when it's time for lunch and Jake says Finn would make them a good meal, they misinterpret this to mean that he is offering to let them eat the guy. Jake stops them from actually eating Finn and admits that he is a dog, which Bob and Ethel are excited about because they love dogs after one saved Bob's life during the war. Lady Rainicorn arrives and her parents apologize for trying to eat Finn. They were just excited because they thought humans were extinct, and they all dig into a meal of soy people. A very old sitcom plot in the books is a guy lying to his significant other's family in order to leave a better first impression on them, then getting into wacky hijinks as a result of this lie growing larger and larger. Adventure Time is a show that's no stranger to escalation or hijinks, so a plot like this fits in very well with what you would expect out of it by now. In fact, it fits almost a bit too well, as such an overused plot winds up covering a few details that normally would have passed with no suspicion had the audience not been paying enough attention. Adventure Time has, to undersell the idea, a unique setting. The very first few frames of the opening show a floor littered with debris and unexploded bombs. So many of the characters are fantastical, and the physiology of the more humanoid denizens is off, to say the least. Princess Bubblegum looks human, but her hair is made of bubblegum. Jake is explained as being a dog, but he can shapeshift into bizarre forms without this being remarked upon. So for the Rainicorns to say they thought humans were extinct seems at first like it's going to be this setup to a gag about the soy food at the end of the episode, but it informs the audience of so much more. Something is going on with the Earth in the show. A later episode even shows a massive chunk of it missing, and the fact that it's considered normal for such a thing to occur implies that it was long enough ago in the past to be as unknown history. The Pods. Finn and Jake are training for the ice cream marathon when Finn sees a frog gnome knight in the distance. This knight says he is looking for a successor to his quest, guarding 3 beans, 2 of which are good and 1 of which is evil. Finn agrees to guard the beans, but Jake thinks the magic beans are a waste of time that could be spent on ice cream. So he convinces Finn to plant the beans so they can simply kill the evil plant when it grows, then let the good ones live. They fall asleep while waiting for the beans to grow, and a huge stalk appears. But it only spews a bunch of baby piglets who are too baby to answer any of Finn's questionnaires about evil. The next stalk grows and spews a bunch of magic wands, which Finn and Jake also agree aren't evil. While waiting on the final stalk, they create a tiny village for the piglets and give them the wands, then fall asleep while waiting. The third stalk is revealed to be a massive pod full of infinite ice cream, which Jake starts eating, agreeing that it can't be evil either. They then hear screaming from the nearby village as the piglets have taken their wands to attack the mushroom people. Remembering the evil questionnaire from earlier having a question about allergies, Finn uses the infinite ice cream pod to attack the piglets as they force Jake to dance. He sprays the village, saving the mushroom people, and Jake eats the village clean. Finn and Jake are tasked with guarding a group of beans to prevent them from ever being planted, something Finn attempts to do with constant vigilance while Jake just wants to get it over with, basically assuming that the infinite duration of the task makes completing it unachievable, or at least something that can't be done in a day. On top of this, they know that 2 of the beans are good, so there's actually some pretty solid logic to planting the beans and just letting them grow. Not planting all 3 means that 2 good things are not happening, and that offsets the evil from the evil bean. But people tend to be loss-averse, so they're unlikely to let one good thing happen if there's an equal chance that something bad will happen as well. This is why, for example, the insurance industry exists. And of course, Finn and Jake are heroes. They're convinced, rightly so, they can defeat whatever evil they do unleash. Otherwise, with the inevitability of the task failing, the next person to plant the beans might not be so lucky. The Silent King. Finn and Jake defeat Zergiok, the tyrant king of the goblins, known for relentless spankings, and they liberate the Goblin Kingdom from his rule. The goblins try to crown Finn king, but when he turns down the role, this leaves them with no leader, and the goblins immediately resort to rioting. So Finn accepts the crown of the Goblin King so they won't destroy themselves, and Jake becomes the Goblin Queen. After being sworn in, Finn has read the royal rules, though he falls asleep before he can listen to them. The next day, he finds himself unable to do anything without the goblins trembling in fear, as he's broken a rule and the goblins think they'll be punished for it. Finn can't brush his teeth, chew his food, or even chase after thieves, as the goblins must do everything for the king as per the rules. But then Zergiok returns with an army of earclopses to attack the kingdom. Finn cannot fight them off himself, as it's against the rules, so he puts the mute Whisper Dan in charge with a disguise, as he dresses up in Jake armor to fight off Zergiok himself by clapping loudly and deafening the Earclops army. Finn plans on revealing his ruse to the goblins so they'll accept a more active king, but seeing that the goblins are following the rules by doing everything a king ought to do on behalf of Whisper Dan, he and Jake decide to leave the goblins to themselves. With no king, the Goblin Kingdom dissolves into chaos and disorder. But with the king, the Goblin Kingdom turns into a despotic realm with no freedom. It's clear that whoever wrote the rules the king must follow was lazy, but he was lazy to the point of actually running a pretty optimal kingdom. There's an old concept in rulership that the ideal emperor was one who did nothing, not because he refuses to rule, but because there was no need for him to do so. Good leadership is not about doing government to people, but about empowering them to lead themselves and protecting them from bad actors who would wish to inflict harm that could stop that. So a state without a state is one where the worst of the citizens are able to exploit those who aren't as well off enough to defend themselves, while an ideal state is one that leaves people alone, only punishing those who do harm. Or even better, a good government is one that disincentivizes this harm by creating means that stop the crimes before they happen, identifying the root causes of criminal activity or anything else antisocial, and then to introduce means of reducing the likelihood that these bad actions occur, whether it is by eliminating the desperation that causes crime sprees, increasing the level of education of the country, building up communities, or in the case of the Goblin Kingdom, bringing fear of spankings to people who don't, more or less, run the country properly on their own. The real you. Finn is trying to impress Princess Bubblegum at her science barbecue with a spit sculpture, only for it to be destroyed when she sneezes on it. He's still able to impress her by putting out a fire caused by Peppermint Butler and Chet, distracting her from watching the grill, and Finn is invited to speak on a scientific subject later in the evening. But unable to come up with anything scientific, Finn and Jake head to the library to study, only to be kicked out for being too noisy. They disguise themselves as worms to go to Worm College, but end up in a fight when they don't know any of the material. Finally, Finn asks Choose Goose for magic that will make him smarter, obtaining the glasses of Nerdicon that increases intellect to the point of inventing a 4-dimensional bubble blower. He blows a bubble that produces a black hole, which threatens to destroy the whole science barbecue, and rather than fixing the problem, he merely talks about the potential for knowledge that could result from everyone being destroyed. Princess Bubblegum asks him to take off the glasses to go back to being the real Finn, and when the real Finn returns, he puts his sword through the bubble blower, making a 4-dimensional sword that he stabs the black hole with. Finn's sword flies away in the explosion, but everyone is unharmed, with PB giving Finn the kiss he wanted from the start, as the bulletin list he made while smart reveals this was his plan all along. A common plot in TV shows is for some outside force to act on a character that changes them, ostensibly for the better, only to reveal that this change has made them less likable, or it's changed their circumstances to make them unrelatable to their own friends. This change is then undone, not only bringing back the status quo, but also returning the character to the old version of themselves, giving their loved ones and the audience a greater appreciation for the version they had all along. This seems to be the plot that we see Finn engage with during this episode, becoming so intelligent he is a fundamentally different person. He then changes so much that he starts to cause problems, and then Princess Bubblegum wants the real Finn back, appreciating that he would give up his intellect enough to reward him with a kiss. At the very end of the episode, we see that Genius Finn was planning to give up his glasses all along, and that manipulating the plot in such a way was his original plan. It shows how self-aware not only the show is, but the characters within the show too. Finn is able to play with genre conventions in such a way as to use the language of a stock sitcom plot to get his way. The common language of storytelling that has developed over the last few decades being something that people are familiar enough with, we can basically finish the plot ourselves as soon as it starts. We know Finn won't stay a genius forever, in fact we expect it, So it is a matter of how well he pulls off the return to form that communicates his actual desires. Guardians of Sunshine. Finn and Jake are playing a game on BMO, Guardians of Sunshine, where they must protect the sun from creatures in a cave who are trying to get out. Finn nearly beats the game, but fails at the last combo, eager to try again when he hears from BMO that they can make the game real with the push of a button. So Finn and Jake manipulate BMO into pressing that button, transporting the duo into Guardians of Sunshine. But the game world follows different rules than the real one, and all the traps and enemies are far more dangerous than they appear to be on the small screen. They quickly go through most of their extra lives as they run past the enemies who are too big to fight, before encountering Sleepy Sam, the frog Finn has never beaten. They simply run away as they can't figure out how to select the Bomba without a controller, though they're trapped by the world border. Jake tries to forcefully remove the Bomba from the UI, which causes them to be torn out of the game and thrown into the real world. The game's enemies follow them to the real world, about to finish the job when they feel the sun on their skin. Since the game is over and the bad guys won, the monsters leave Finn and Jake to their business, content instead to simply get BMO for trapping them in a video game. But Finn remembers the combo move he struggled with before and finally performs it, banishing the game enemies and saving BMO, who then uses the combo move on Finn for ignoring their warnings. Finn and Jake spend a lot of time studying the theory of how to win at the game and only get a bit of experience and practice at doing this task. But when it comes time to actually play in real life, they find all their practice is worthless because the job is far more than pressing buttons on a controller. So the only thing they can use is theory, something worthless without hands-on experience. The best way to improve at something is to do it. Reading about how to do it all the time won't matter much otherwise. That isn't to say that theory doesn't have its place in a journey of self-improvement, though. In fact, it's pure theory that winds up saving Finn and Jake at the end of the episode, as the combo that Finn struggled with was easier to do without a controller in his hand. It's both theory and practice that makes perfect, as just having practice means making the same mistakes over and over, like wasting the Bomba before the final boss, and only having theory means lacking the ability to execute what you learned, assuming that what you learned is practical at all. Death in Bloom. Princess Bubblegum is headed to a technology conference and she asks Finn and Jake to watch her princess plant while she's gone. They agree, though not knowing how to raise a plant, they wind up killing it. So they decide to go to the underworld to retrieve the plant's soul, with the Peppermint Butler offering to take them there. Once in the underworld, Finn and Jake run past the Guardian and meet several skeletons who are obsessed with their flesh to the point of trying to rip it off to keep it for themselves. The duo hides for a while, with Finn assuming they've got plenty of time as PB said she would return on the morrow, though Jake points out that the morrow is a bird and she'll be back any minute. They start running, finding a river that a skeleton uses reverse psychology to convince Jake to drink from, which causes him to forget everything. Finn drags Jake onward where they finally meet with Death, who offers to compete against Finn in a musical contest. As Jake was the more musical of the duo, Finn winds up losing this contest, and is about to be put down when he mentions that Peppermint Butler said hi. Hearing Pep's name, Death agrees to give them what they want, returning Jake's memories and giving Finn the flower's soul just in time for Princess Bubblegum to return, and then eat the flower. Just as Orpheus and Eurydice attempted to escape from Hades, Finn and Jake attempt to escape from their underworld, but instead of faltering at the last second and being trapped forever, their mistake is not knowing these tropes well enough to subvert them as they need to. Finn knows he won't be able to cure the princess plant on his own or find a replacement, so his mind immediately jumps to a dangerous expedition to the underworld because dangerous expeditions to places are what he's best at. Jake's tempted to drink from the River Lee, only to be warned that the spooky, scary skeleton telling him to drink from it cannot be trusted. A bit of reverse psychology of being told not to drink from the river is enough to convince him not to trust the advice and do it anyway. Finn is still self-aware enough to know that he'll lose against Death in a musical contest without Jake, but his plan to simply lie about the winner via Jake is at least some plan towards getting what he wants. In the end, it's a lack of genre savviness about what Peppermint Butler wanted, their flesh, that really catches up to the duo. They ought to have suspected that someone who can open a portal to the underworld and is on a first-name basis with Death ought to demand a harsh bargain. Susan Strong. Princess Bubblegum has Finn and Jake working on removing several taffy tree stumps to distract him from thinking about how he's the only human on Ooo. But as they're tearing up these stumps, they find that one is actually a hatch to an underground area. This area is inhabited by several human-like creatures who Finn assumes are his people. He finds one woman who calls herself Susan, though she's just mispronouncing son, to the surface, and he tries to ease her into the surface world in spite of her being afraid of everything up there. After a day and a song, Finn learns that she loves eating candy, so he takes her to the Candy Kingdom. Susan tries to eat Peppermint Butler, but Finn says he is off limits, though everything else is fair game. Hearing this, Susan decides to eat everyone but Peppermint Butler, and runs off to get the rest of her people to join in the feast. Realizing he may have doomed them all, Finn works with Princess Bubblegum to make the candy people scary enough not to eat, though they're too cute to pull this off. He tries to use shadows to scare the others, but Susan's taught them how to learn, and they're not afraid anymore. When a group of marshmallow men run out to attack and are lit on fire, the tribe's clothing starts to burn and they tear off their hats, revealing animalistic features. Finn realizes that they weren't humans after all, though Jake cheers him up by saying that everyone's a brother. Introduced this season is the idea that Finn is the only human in all of Ooo, though this was a concept that was sort of brought up before and one that really gets developed later on. In Season 1's episode Ocean of Fear, Finn's fear of the ocean was introduced, meant to be expanded upon by claiming the fear stemmed from being abandoned as a baby due to harsh waves pushing him away from his loved ones. But this was more so about Finn's lack of a family and later adoption by Jake's. There were plenty of humans in the first season, although the fact that they were never explicitly stated to be humans is what is called back to here. All of them are now goblins or human-esque entities, similar to Finn but not a human like he is, just humanoid. So Finn seeks out people who are like himself, if only to ensure he's not the last of a dead breed. When he finds Susan Strong and the rest of the folks living in Buttopia, not yet given that name, he's excited not just because he has found some friends, but a tribe. It means that when he dies, humanity doesn't die too. Of course, by the end of the episode, he loses a bit of hope as he realizes that, like so many times before, the other humans were just humanoids, not like him. As with most things early season, it's hard to tell if by the end of the episode Susan's real identity was planned or not. The fact that her headwear is never removed means that something was intended for her, but we never get confirmation till far later. Not that it matters. Jake tells Finn in the end that species does not matter as much as friendship. As far separated from his kin as Finn is, he still has a family, just not a blood family. Mystery Train. It's Finn's birthday, and Jake is taking the duo by train to see his present. As Finn is boarding the train, he's creeped out by the weird conductor who keeps calling him a friend. Once aboard, they overhear Mr. Candy Cane apologizing for accidentally hitting Colonel Candy Corn every time the train hits a bump, and after the Colonel threatens him and the train enters a tunnel, Mr. Candy Cane becomes a skeleton. Finn realizes there's a murder mystery afoot and starts investigating, eliminating the Colonel as a suspect because it's never the first guy you suspect, then eliminating the conductor because he's way too obvious for being so creepy. Finn's proven right when the Colonel becomes a skeleton in the next tunnel, and Finn begins interrogating others aboard the train, each one disappearing after the accusation. After a montage of gathering random evidence, Finn gets everyone in the caboose of the train to walk through his logic. And then everyone but Finn the conductor becomes a skeleton. He chases after the guy with his sword, working up to the front of the train before cornering the murderer, who reveals himself as Jake. The entire thing was an elaborate ruse, as Finn's real birthday present was a murder mystery to solve. Because of the damage caused by Finn's sword, though, the train barrels off a cliff, landing on a mountain of gelatin, which was not part of the plan. Finn is a heroic archetype, and as a heroic type he loves to do things that heroes are supposed to do, like solving mysteries. So it makes sense that his birthday present would be a mystery, and the fact that he's so eager to solve it mixes with a few other things that show more enthusiasm than he had naturally stumbled across one. Finn explicitly calls out a few common media tropes when trying to solve the mystery, proving that people are innocent because the evidence is too great against them and they must be a red herring, reducing suspicion of the actual perpetrator just because he looks too suspicious. What Finn wanted out of the murder mystery was twofold. He wanted something nice and convoluted, and then he wanted an epic chase to climax the whole scenario. He got both of these with a montage and a chase sequence, making it a great gift that was partially of his own creation, as had Finn taken a rational approach and swept through the car thoroughly, he certainly would have seen Jake's foot just off-screen, controlling the conductor. Go with me. Jake is headed to couples movie night, and he invites Finn. As long as Finn can find a +1, he's okay with smooching. Finn immediately thinks of Princess Bubblegum, though she turns him down as she is practicing for the Whistling Choir Deathmatch Championship. Undeterred, Finn asks Jake for advice on how to convince PB to go to the movies with him, and suggests making her jealous by calling up Marceline. They laugh loudly outside of Princess Bubblegum's castle, but she only asks them to be quiet. Jake leaves to prepare a loot suit for part 2 of his plan, while Marceline convinces Finn to take dating advice from an actual girl. Her advice is to prove that he is fun by doing something he finds fun, like wrestling. So Finn combines Jake and Marcy's plans by attacking Princess Bubblegum in a loot suit, which gets him kicked out of the castle. Marceline suggests that Finn do something to get her heart racing, and so they find and tame a pack of wolves to release into PB's bedroom, which gets him banned from the Candy Kingdom. While lamenting that he's never going to find a date to the movies, he realizes that Marceline would be a good option and tries to woo her. She turns him down until realizing that Finn wasn't trying to date her, he just wanted to go see a movie as friends. The two arrive only to be grossed out by the romantic movie and from seeing all the other couples making out, so they bring back their pack of wolves to crash the showing. For most of the early seasons of Adventure Time, Finn has had a somewhat unrequited crush on Princess Bubblegum. Some episodes he's scheming to get a kiss from her with an elaborate plan involving danger, others he's terrified of anything approaching romance as he literally runs away in fear when the subject gets brought up. Sure, it's common for adolescents to have mixed feelings on romance, and Finn's no exception, but here he's forced to confront potential feelings of rejection from PB, and consider where his emotions lie if she's unavailable. Finn and Princess Bubblegum have been the main couple of Adventure Time since the pilot, but without any real confirmation of the two dating, this aspect of their characters remains in limbo indefinitely, which is very common in television shows, especially those that run for a long time. His attention turns towards Marceline, who he actually has far more in common with. For example, his suggestion on things that are fun to do is wrestle, which Princess Bubblegum hates enough to banish him from her castle, but is something that Marceline does in response to him asking her out. PB hates that her bedroom was filled with wolves, but Finn and Marcy had a great time gathering them up to move him over. And sure, romantic partners don't need to have everything in common with you, but Finn was never looking for one, just someone to see a movie with. Belly of the Beast. Finn and Jake are woken up by a rampaging beast who shoots fireworks from his mouth. But when they hear somebody from inside its stomach shouting for help, they decide to allow the beast to eat them so they can figure out who is trapped in there. It turns out to be a small bear who only wanted help putting up streamers for a party, and that the beast's stomach has been converted to a massive dance floor for other bears. Finn tries to warn these bears about the fact that they'll soon be digested, but none of them wants to listen. So he and Jake head to the chief bear, Party Pat. Party Pat refuses to listen to them until they party with him, so they eat pancakes, drink energy honey, and dance with the other bears until Party Pat hears them out. But the bears refuse to listen anyway, celebrating the fact that they're in a monster stomach. Finn and Jake lament that they can't save the partying bears, but admit that it's not so bad as long as the monster doesn't drink lava or anything. And then the monster runs to a volcano. So they return to the party, planning to evacuate the bears by bumming them out with a sad song about how food is dead. This depresses the bears enough to listen to reason, just as a wave of lava rushes towards them. They have to escape through the other exit, and after treating the injured, Finn's able to convince Party Pat to renegotiate with the monster to party in its stomach without launching off fireworks, as long as the monster agrees to eat less dangerous stuff. The bears inside the belly of the beast are happy, and sometimes happy people are content enough to ignore incoming dangers, like digestion. There's a reason for the phrase, bread and circuses. People overlook anything in the future if they're having a good time right now. So when the bears are warned that they're about to be digested by the beast who consumed them before, they're uninclined to believe Finn and Jake, because if things are so bad, how come they're having a good time? At a certain point, they have to give up on saving the bears from their fate simply because the bears have no interest in being saved. They're far too focused on the immediate setting than the facts of the future. It's not until the danger is escalated that Finn and Jake are finally able to save them, not by showing the danger, they still would have partied while being melted by lava, but by bumming them out enough that they could finally learn that things could get worse. This is a state of mind they're only receptive towards after seeing things get moderately worse in a short period, a reminder that all good times are temporary. But by the end of the episode, once they lose their partying place, the bears are able to get it back, not by rushing haphazardly into a bad situation once more, but by using a bit of logic to earn the good times again. Because while good times and partying are always temporary, bad times and lava are temporary too. The limit. Finn and Jake are talking about the ancient psychic tandem war elephant they want when they see a distress beacon sent by the Hot Dog Princess's Hot Dog Knights. They're trapped in a labyrinth and need the duo to help them out, so Jake ties his legs to a stump so he can easily find his way back. Finn and Jake are able to track them down almost immediately, but instead of asking to be rescued, the Knights request that they be taken further inside, as the center of the maze is a place where people can get their wishes granted. Excited for their ancient psychic tandem war elephant, Finn and Jake press onward, with Jake stretching himself thinner and thinner, wrapping around monsters, plugging up traps, and solving various puzzles. But by the time they're very near the end, Finn has realized that Jake has pushed himself too hard and can barely move. He tries to encourage Jake to stop helping them and to allow him to solve the last few traps himself, but with a bit of peer pressure from the Hot Dog Knights, Jake keeps on going. They reach the end of the maze, where a Quandrius offers them wishes. Finn asks Jake to wish for their ancient psychic tandem war elephant, while he wishes for Jake to be rescued. But Jake is too hungry and he wishes for a sandwich instead. So Finn wishes for the ancient psychic tandem war elephant, as it was both their dreams. Then he lets the elephant tame itself to telepathically communicate that he wants Jake saved. The ancient psychic tandem war elephant wishes to free Jake, and they fly off into the sunset. This is an episode all about peer pressure, the peer pressure that Jake feels to keep pushing himself well beyond the point where it stops making sense for him to go on. At first, Jake stretching himself out is a good idea. It stops them from getting lost like Theseus and his ball of yarn. As they go on, the idea starts to get a bit worse, though Jake is content to power through it, as he is just as eager to get the wishes at the end of the maze as everyone else. But Finn starts to realize he'll have to use his wish to save Jake, making half of their journey completely pointless. Sure enough, by the end of the trip, Jake is stretched far too thin to make any sense, wasting his wish on a sandwich instead of something more logical, though this is an understandable mistake as he is under a lot of stress, both literally and figuratively. But this episode is not content to make such an obvious moral as to have them lose everything because Jake gave in to peer pressure. Instead, their final puzzle is solved not by doing the right thing, but by making Jake give in to peer pressure even more. Then rather than saving Jake, Finn uses his final wish to get the ancient psychic tandem war elephant he wanted from the start. The elephant then becomes a deus ex machina that saves everyone, ensuring that Finn and Jake learn nothing, and that Finn didn't have to sacrifice his wish to save his friend, nor did peer pressuring Jake into pushing himself too hard actually cost anything. A Quandrius, the snake meant to teach them a lesson by putting them into a quandary of morals, even calls them out for this, as if he were a commonplace narrative device, upset at the status quo and the fact that he didn't get to deceive anyone. Video makers. Finn and Jake are hosting a pre-Mushroom War movie night, with all their friends over, only to be stopped when they see the pre-movie warning about copyright. Respecting the law, Finn decides to cancel movie night until his friends ask if they'll still gather next week, to which Finn decides that he and Jake are going to make their own movie, which they can show freely. They attach a camera to BMO and have them run around recording random things they see around Ooh, but realizing that this won't make for a good film, they decide to direct things that will happen nearby. Finn wants the movie to be an action-adventure, while Jake was hoping to shoot a romantic comedy, and both of them dislike the scenes the other one is describing as great. They ask BMO to edit all their footage, arguing over which scenes were better and asking BMO only to include the best footage so they can decide who was right between Finn and Jake. Rather than answering this question, BMO shuts off, so they have to wait until the next movie night to know for sure. The event arrives, with Finn and Jake still arguing and making things awkward for their guests, until BMO starts to show the end result, a montage of all the time Finn and Jake spent together, with the soundtrack urging them to stop fighting. They realize their argument was silly and make up, as Vimo says the movie's catchphrase, "Check please." Finn and Jake disagree on the direction their movie ought to take, with Jake trying to create something more personality-driven involving romance and humor, as Finn wants something with more exploration and action, two things that best reflect their respective motivations, as Finn constantly seeks out quests and adventure, while Jake is just in it to be with his closest friends. So they argue over how to best represent the land of Ooo, as neither of them can agree on what the best parts of it are. At least, at first. Because when they started making the movie, they both had the same idea about what to film. Random people doing whatever. The best part of the land of Ooo is the people in it, regardless of whether they're doing something romantic or action-packed or whatever. This is what Vimo's able to recognize by the end of the episode, that Finn and Jake ought not to argue over what's better, because the best part of the world is already right in front of them, and all around them in that room on movie night. Mortal Folly. Princess Bubblegum introduces Finn and Jake to the Lich, who has been sealed within amber since Billy fought him so many years before. She gives them tiaras like hers, and explains that the gems inside will protect against the Lich's magical suggestion. But then the snail from Finn's bag pokes its head out, getting lured over to the Lich and freeing him from his prison. Princess Bubblegum urges Finn and Jake to go after the Lich, giving them the gauntlet of the hero Billy as a weapon capable of fighting him off, only to be interrupted by the Ice King asking for Finn and Jake's blessing to marry PB. They blow him off and rush over to track down this Lich, though the Ice King keeps stopping them in their search, forcing Finn to use the gauntlet to blast his way past. Infuriated, the Ice King kidnaps PB, claiming he was forced to by Finn's refusal to talk, and then flies over to catch up. Finn and Jake catch up to the Lich, but are stopped from shooting by the Ice King dangling PB in the way, and the Lich makes it to his lair where he begins an incantation. Finn is ready to strike the Lich with the gauntlet, but the Lich merely shatters it, knocking Finn over and breaking its protective crystal. Finn's called over to dive into the Lich's pool, only for the sweater Princess Bubblegum gave him to give him the power to resist suggestion. Realizing that the power of liking someone a lot can fend off the Lich's magic, Finn wraps the sweater around the Lich's head and destroys it. The Ice King, celebrating with the other, decides to let Princess Bubblegum go, only to accidentally drop her into the Lich's well. Mortal Recoil. The doctors of the Candy Kingdom do everything they can to reassemble Princess Bubblegum after falling into the Lich's well. As it was the Ice King's fault that she fell in the first place, they kick him out to allow the doctors to work. The princess appears to make a full recovery, though she is still sluggish and unresponsive, so Finn and Jake stay behind to cheer her up with flowers and magic tricks, which gets PB out of bed enough to ask Finn for a few things. But Jake starts to grow confused when PB starts acting up, wilting all the flowers, then later igniting her bedroom before Finn returns with a bunch of flammable materials as per her request. They see her using these items to create a concoction that she consumes to grow massive and angry, catching the Ice King snooping on her when Finn and Jake are launched through a wall. Finn tries to use the sweater from before to rescue her, but she simply punches him away, forcing the duo to rely on the Ice King's help to stop her. The Ice King freezes PB, which temporarily saves the day until the frozen giant tips over, shattering into pieces. Once again, the doctors try to save her life, but as there's not enough bubblegum to save her, she winds up de-aged to 13. The Ice King gives up on trying to marry her because of this, but Finn realizes they're now the same age. The Candy Kingdom celebrates her return, all except the snail, now possessed by the Lich. Had this episode of Adventure Time been pitched during the first season, it would have come across as an insane thing to say. Nothing about the show's tone implied there were evil liches lurking about, and the fact that a major character can be implied to have died at the end is a departure from the lighthearted silliness of the show's original premise. And yet, for all the changes that occurred over the 2 years the show had been on the air up to this point, this two-parter doesn't come across as jarring in the least, largely because the plot relies on so much that has already been referenced. It isn't just some random lich that had been sealed away in the past. We already heard the legend and met Billy, the hero who sealed him away in the first place. Finn and Jake chase after the lich by going beyond a series of past set pieces. They aren't just rushing over to save the world from some generic apocalyptic event, they're saving Ooo, a kingdom we've come to know as a character in itself, from destruction at the hands of a known quantity. The stakes can only be high when what's being threatened is something that the characters care about, something that's almost explicitly conveyed as the thing that saves Finn from being controlled by the Lich is the power of love from the sweater he got from PB. The fact that people care about the world, setting, characters, and so on is what gives the episode its stakes, but it's also the thing that saves it. Because it's silly to destroy a planet that you've just spent 2 seasons selling the audience and caring about, and not silly in the usual way Adventure Time's known for. The Ice King is especially frustrating in this episode as his constant attempts to marry Princess Bubblegum get in the way of the far more serious plotline. It's fitting that the antagonist from the pilot episode, with the same scheme he's had since the pilot episode, is back to interrupt an episode where the stakes of the series escalate in such a transformative way, as if to compare how much the show has changed in these 2 seasons, and then to shove the guy out of the way at the end of the episode when he realizes that PB is now physically 13 years old, and thus too young for the Ice King to chase after. But who can chase after PB now is Finn, who has always been held at arm's length from Princess Bubblegum due to the age difference between the two. At least, now that's the reason he's rejected. So with Princess Bubblegum now closer to Finn's age and further from the Ice Kings, there's a new direction for the show to take, one that is less totally random than before, as the characters of the show can actually develop and the setting can be used to a greater extent. Sure, this episode wraps up Season 2 in a way that could be shocking to viewers, but what is more surprising is the fact that it's not that much of a shock at all. The truth behind the Land of Oo has been alluded to subtly, that by the time we start seeing the stakes escalate as well, it feels like it was just a matter of time before it happened, instead of coming out of nowhere. The Lich does not belong in the first season of Adventure Time, but he fits in fine now. Heat Signature. Finn and Jake head to Marceline's house to watch the movie Heat Signature, where they meet some of her ghost friends. While complaining about how uncomfortable Marcy's couch is, they notice that she can just float and ask if they can become vampires like her. Marceline doesn't actually want to turn them, so she decides to prank the duo by pretending to bite them. She then unleashes Finn and Jake on the world, convincing them they are unlocking vampire powers like invisibility, which they believe they're using to scare LSP while she's living in the woods. Marcy's friends then start kicking Finn and Jake as their next power, which Marcy thinks is a step too far, taken to an extreme when they raise the duo to a peak to teach them to fly. Marceline rescues them from their fall, but Finn and Jake believe they are actually flying and excited to go to a ghost party later, in spite of Marceline's warnings that the ghosts are just going to eat their organs. Finn and Jake arrive at this party and are immediately attacked, finally realizing they never had powers in the first place. Marceline arrives not to save them because vampires can't beat ghosts, but to apologize. While lamenting that they're going to die just because they wanted to be comfortable watching Heat Signature, the ghosts stop eating them as they're excited to watch the movie as well. The episode ends with Finn and Jake sitting uncomfortably on Marceline's couch, while the rest of the undead are enthralled by the film. The difference between a peer and a friend is knowing where someone's limits are. Finn is okay with the series of pranks involving pretending to be invisible and being kicked by ghosts, and Marceline finds them funny as well. It's not like the narrative of this episode is even condemning the actions of pranksters. The first thing that Finn and Jake do when they think they're invisible is run over to scare the now homeless lumpy space princess. The difference between Finn and Marceline versus Finn and the ghosts isn't whether a group is willing to play pranks on another one, but the intention of these pranks. A good prank is one where, once the prank is over and revealed, everybody involved is laughing, not just the perpetrators. So Marceline tricking Finn into thinking he's a vampire is harmless because it's a bit of ketchup on his neck. But tricking him into thinking he can fly by tossing him off of a cliff is dangerous because the ghosts didn't actually care enough about Finn and Jake to let them be in on the joke. This is why Marceline can bully her friends a bit and still come across as though she cares about them. She isn't bullying them for her own entertainment, but for the entertainment of the group, the sort of thing where everyone gets to look back on the situation and laugh. Conquest of Cuteness. Jake is excited to eat an everything burrito he's created when he and Finn hear noises from outside. These noises are the Cute King and some of his minions, who demand that Finn and Jake surrender or die. Finn and Jake think that the Cute King and his army are too adorable to fight and don't think of them as a threat. so the cute king threatens Jake's unattended everything burrito. Too nervous that it's been tampered with, Jake buries the food instead of eating it, staying up at night because he's paranoid about the cute army. These suspicions are confirmed when they see cute soldiers scampering about their house, making threats of invasion. The next morning, this cute army arrives and charges at Finn and Jake's treehouse, though they wind up routing themselves with various shenanigans. They see the cute king crying because his army can't win any battles, so Finn and Jake decide to give them the win they want by inviting their friends over to fake a defeat by covering themselves in ketchup and surrendering. But the cute king sees through this ruse, lamenting that he's even more of a failure and that cuteness won't get you anything. But Finn cheers him up by teaching him how to use his powers to manipulate others, starting with the Ice King. Not everybody is cut out to do everything, at least not in every way. The cute king and his soldiers desperately want to be conquerors, but their combat abilities are severely lacking. Any attempts they make at fighting are repelled without the target having to do anything. Finn and Jake even struggle to fake that they lost a fight to the group. They're that bad at fighting. But conquest doesn't have to be done by the end of a sword. The cute king and his minions were more than capable of scaring Jake into burying his burrito by manipulating him into thinking they'd actually done something to it. His ability to manipulate was far greater than his ability to fight. So had the king simply used the strategies best suited to his appearance, he could have achieved the end goal he wanted, even though he was unable to do it in the intended way. By the end of the episode, the cute king does finally manage to make some headway in his conquest, not by fighting the Ice King directly, but by doing what he does best, being unassuming. Morituri te salutamos. Finn and Jake come across a cursed arena calling to them, recognizing that it's a trap that will force them to fight gladiator ghosts in order to leave. Thinking that this sounds cool, they go inside, and are predictably trapped and forced by the Fight King to fight gladiator ghosts who constantly apologize to their companions. But instead of being allowed to leave afterwards, they're buried in a cave underground to await their next challenger. Finn comes up with a plan to fight his way out by going along with what the Fight King says until he can escape, while Jake gets distracted and tries digging for lava so he can make a forge, so he can make a hula hoop, so he can become a hula dancer, to improve fighter morale. Finn makes a fake Jake out of clay and ascends, fighting more and more of the ghosts as he starts to be affected by the Fight King's blessings, soon becoming bloodthirsty and craving more fight. Jake continues searching for lava while singing about tropical islands before emerging to the surface, where the Fight King orders Finn and Jake to fight to the death. Jake doesn't want to fight, but Finn keeps chasing him down, eventually demanding a larger sword so he can reach his companion. The Fight King obliges and gives his sword to Finn, who destroys it, freeing all the trapped ghost gladiators. Finn reveals this was his plan all along, and that he told a fake plan to Jake because he knew Jake struggled to stick to plans. The real thing that defines Finn and Jake's relationship is how well they work together without consciously needing to coordinate. Both of them see a cursed arena, identify it as such, and then agree to run inside without having to say their plan. Both are content that whatever happens inside, they'll be able to escape together, and both are correct. Finn's acting likely would have confused Jake if he had been above ground for the duration of the plan, but rather than deriding the guy for always messing things up, Finn instead figures out a way to work his brother's behavior into the strategy. True friendships aren't about forcing the other person to be more like you, or changing yourself to be more like them, but about acknowledging their strengths as well as their weaknesses and working around those together. Memory of a memory. Finn and Jake are told by Marceline's spirit wizard that she's in danger because she hit herself with a sleep spell and can't wake up. They're told they need to go into her memories to retrieve the moment where she cast the spell on herself so they can erase it and she'll be awake. Finn's given a magic mark to let him know which memory is the right one, and they get sent inside her mind. There, they see Marceline as a child in a rundown shack fixing a teddy bear. They see Marceline's father eating her fries, and they watch her move into their treehouse with the wizard named Ash. They finally close in on the memory, just beyond one where Marceline breaks up with Ash for selling her childhood teddy bear to buy a magic wand. Finn and Jake leave, giving the memory to the wizard, who reveals himself as Ash, Marceline's current boyfriend, because Finn removed the memory of the two breaking up. Ash and Marceline leave, with Jake following them with his nose, where they come up with a plan to give Marceline her memory back. Using Jake as a distraction, Finn sneaks into Ash's house and uses some of the leftover magic they used to enter Marcy's mind to go into Finn's. After seeing Finn singing the Buff Baby song, Marceline is shown Finn's memory of Marceline's memory of Ash selling the teddy bear. They leave Finn's mind, where Marceline greets Ash on his way back from Jake's distraction, where she immediately attacks him. This episode dives a bit into Marceline's past, ostensibly to explain a previously unheard-of relationship which she had with Ash, though he is far less important than the real glimpse we see of Ooh in her earliest memories. The setting itself seems to be a character, just one who's mostly had its development in the past, as we see that long ago, the world had far more shattered glass and moss-covered vehicles. Marceline holds little attachment to so much in the world due to having seen it all destroyed before, her childhood, or what could be considered a childhood, being one of very little material resources. Suddenly, the angst of her father eating her fries holds a lot more weight, considering they were eaten in a destroyed diner. A few more looks at her memory are given, like her moving into Finn and Jake's treehouse before they were there, and the fact that she once had a relationship with a man who she never mentions. Of course, she has good reason for not mentioning him, as he also hurt her by giving away a teddy bear, specifically because it had sentimental value. So the two most traumatic events we've seen from her thus far involve her personal affects being taken away, though there's still a little bit we can infer, such as the fact that she owns a couch that's too hard to sit on because she floats. A few of the items she has are just things for the sake of having things. Because she grew up with so little, she compensates by being the type to never throw anything out, even if it is functionally useless to her, like fries that don't even have red color, and furniture she never uses. They're hers, and that's far more important than what they can do. Hitman. The Ice King is trying to kidnap the Breakfast Princess with a love potion he mixed into honey, so she calls Finn and Jake to take care of him, which they do by grounding the Ice King. Upset that Finn and Jake grounded him, the Ice King hires a hitman to hit the duo, thinking that this is a literal statement. This hitman, the Scorcher, arrives and signs a contract with the Ice King, and then proceeds to try to burn down Finn and Jake's treehouse. The Ice King puts out the fire but is caught by Finn and Jake, who are too busy being horrified by considering the implications of eating Meat Man. When the Scorcher tries consuming the duo in black smoke, only for the Ice King to blow it all away, the Ice King realizes that he hired an assassin, and tries to bribe the Scorcher not to finish the job. This doesn't work, so he hires a hitman, though the Scorcher dispatches him as well. The Ice King distracts the Scorcher by claiming someone was hit in the boingloings, before freezing him and flying over to warn Finn and Jake. They're skeptical of the Ice King's ranting until the Scorcher arrives, chasing them away where the Ice King protects them inside of an igloo. He offers to lower their heart rate with ice to make it appear as though they are dead, so the Scorcher will stop chasing them, then does it anyway when Finn and Jake don't agree. At the end of the previous season, the Ice King was effectively replaced as the primary antagonist of the show, not so much because the Lich took that position, but because the Lich made the position far more respectable, to the point where the Ice King didn't really live up to that title any longer. He was never especially threatening, but the show didn't need a threatening bad guy. It needed someone who played off the main characters well and who fits the tone of the setting. Now there's a deeper undercurrent of a far greater horror beneath the surface, so it's hard to take the Ice King seriously anymore because we now have perspective of what should be taken seriously. The Scorcher is an antagonist who should be taken seriously, but the Ice King doesn't know this. To him, Adventure Time is still in its first season, and he's the big bad guy getting stopped by the heroes. When he hires a hitman, it's to hit man, because that's the sort of scheme he would come up with. It's all kidnapping princesses, but never murder. Through this episode, the Ice King isn't fighting against a hitman or against Finn and Jake, he is fighting continued irrelevance in the face of a changing show, as he becomes less and less necessary to the new dynamic that has formed since the pilot. Too young. Finn is on a date with Princess Bubblegum where he tries out a bathing agent that mostly burns his mouth. Then, the Earl of Lemongrab enters the castle, calling the state of the kingdom unacceptable, and declaring he is now in charge because Princess Bubblegum is too young to rule. PB explains that Lemongrab was one of her first failed experiments and that he is technically correct in taking over until she comes of age. But Finn's convinced that the duo can prank him into submission. These pranks mostly result in Lemongrab sending random people to the dungeon, but Finn's undeterred, ready to pour some of the spicy potion into Lemongrab's food. Lemongrab falls out of a window and eats some dirt, but ultimately recovers and sends everybody in the kingdom to the dungeon. Once there, Princess Bubblegum laments that she'll have to re-age herself to an adult so she can take back her kingdom, as once she does so, she won't be able to spend time being a kid with Finn. Each of the candy citizens in the dungeons offers a bit of themselves to PB, who then attaches the candy to her with the warmth of a hug from Finn. Once an adult, she fires Lemongrab and things return to normal, including the fact that she and Finn are too far apart in age to date. Princess Bubblegum used to be a title, just something to call a character to make her better fit into the setting. Adventure Time was about adventurers, and adventurers rescue princesses, not just random women. But now the title actually means something, as Princess Bubblegum has a kingdom to rule over and responsibilities beyond the very childish roles of having a good time. As the show matures, so too must the characters. So the princess doesn't get to stay as a little girl forever, and she has to move on from kids like Finn, and move on from acting like a kid in addition to being one. This isn't to imply that this changes for the worse, though. When the show started out and characters existed for individual bit roles, it was more acceptable to have them be one note. The princesses have the role of being kidnapped so they can be rescued. They had no characterization beyond objects to be won at the end of a plot. But as these characters return, they become more developed, and with these new developments comes an idea that they ought to get rid of those earlier objectifications. No longer does Princess Bubblegum exist so Finn can make the claim that he saved a princess. She's now a member of royalty, with the additional responsibilities of that role. Adventure Time is a show that matures along with its audience, so the characters have to move on from the very simple archetypes they began as, while the people watching these characters grow additional capacity to understand the changes. The Monster. Finn and Jake are given a message from Lumpy Space Princess's parents, saying they want their daughter to come home. They're given a basket of sandwiches to take to the princess, and they head into the woods where she's been living since last season. But before they can find LSP, Finn and Jake are stopped by the fat villagers, who are scared and hungry because of a monster that's been eating their food. Finn and Jake agree to help them out, only to enter the windmill where the monster's been sleeping, where they find LSP. She explains that after her parents tried to get her to move back in with them, she ran away where she was found by a pack of wolves. These wolves raised her as one of their own until she began to gossip about them, eventually being chased away where she came upon the village. Due to her disheveled state, the villagers accused her of being a monster, and she never corrected them as she could use the monster rumor to take their food. Finn and Jake ask her to apologize to the fat village, but LSP merely insults them and argues she did a favor by stealing their food. But when she realizes that the villagers have children of their own to feed, she agrees to give up her sandwiches and return home. LSP began the show as an entitled brat who feuded with everybody, something very typical of everyone living in Lumpy Space. After her introduction episode, the follow-ups all saw her living in the woods as though she were homeless, and here we get to see why. She moved out there intentionally rather than dealing with her parents any longer. While this seems like it's a sign that she's detached from reality and living in squalor as a result, it is important to remember that Finn himself lives with a dog in a treehouse. It's not unrealistic in the land of Ooh for children to survive on their own. It's only LSP who seems to be struggling with this. But maybe her faults are just because she is far from home. LSP is able to fit in just fine when she's around people who already accept her, but around strangers she's far less capable of adapting. The wolves only accepted her for as long as she stayed silent, but once she was comfortable enough to go back to her usual habits, they turn on her and chase her out. The fat village lives in fear of her until seeing the truth, content to chase her out with pitchforks instead of accepting an apology that, while sarcastic and full of her pausing to eat in front of starving people, is still far more than what we usually see out of the lumpy people. It's her parents acting out of character by sending an apology and some food while being a bit more heartfelt that finally grounds her not in lumpy culture but ooh culture, where she now has context for her actions being out of whack. Still. Finn and Jake wake up one morning to realize neither of them can move. The Ice King comes into their house and reveals he sprayed freezing potion on them while they slept, and that he intends to befriend them while they're frozen. He also brings along Gunter, who keeps trying to smash the bottles and gets kept on a leash. With his senses dulled from the potion, Finn tries to use his enhanced mind sense to project himself into the astral plane to summon an astral beast. So Jake is stuck trying to negotiate with Gunter to bring over the unfreezing potion bottle. The Ice King tries playing games with them, like dressing up as each other, showing off his collection of penguin photos, and having late-night gab sessions. The next morning, Finn manages to make contact with his astral beast, which is a swarm of butterflies. He gives up on escaping, but Jake uses his mind powers to make the butterflies form a giant hand, which gives them the idea to use their newfound astral powers to force the Ice King to unfreeze them, bringing over a bottle and slapping him around a bit. But it turns out they brought over the freezing potion bottle and all three are frozen, as Gunter breaks the unfreezing potion. A bottle episode is an episode of a show that takes place entirely within a single location, done to save on set changes, costume changes, and to make filming take less time in the interest of saving money. At least, usually. While the bottle episode began that way, they are now frequently done as a challenge for the writers, or because staff finds a sort of plot device interesting enough to do it, without saving money, but because it makes a narratively interesting episode. Case in point, it's done in an episode of an animated series where it can't possibly save much more time than using existing backgrounds. This episode is a bottle episode in spirit, if not in practice. Finn and Jake are frozen, so they can't move around much or leave the house, giving them a reason to spend time around the Ice King because they can't help it. The limited scope of the plot is maintained, and whatever the writers couldn't normally do, like make mortal enemies spend time amicably together, is done. So interestingly, this is a bottle episode that actually takes advantage of the limitations to do more, instead of doing less, while still keeping the focus on characterization. And, astral butterflies. Wizard Battle. Finn and Jake are excited to watch the annual Wizard Battle, rooting against the Ice King as he plans on cheating to win the contest. But the prize for this year is revealed, a kiss from Princess Bubblegum, and Finn worries that the wrong wizard will win and take the kiss. So he disguises himself as a wizard and enters the contest, seeking out the least offensive wizard to help win. He discovers Alec Daniel, a wimpy wizard who's expecting to die, and decides to help this man out. Once many of the other wizards take each other out, Finn uses Jake's powers to stop many of the obstacles before eventually taking out the Ice King by turning his weapon into a butterfly, then turning it back over his head. Finn forfeits the match and gets turned into a kitten, but when it's time for Alec Daniel to claim his prize, his newfound confidence turns him into a jerk, and Finn starts to worry he picked wrong. So by sheer willpower, Finn untransforms and screams at Alec Daniel so hard he dies. Finn gets shamed for using a power shriek, but since he has technically won the contest, he gets the kiss anyway. But Finn trips on his way to collect his prize, revealing the costume. Princess Bubblegum gives him a kiss anyway, but also slaps him for harming the sanctity of Wizard Battle. Finn is an archetypal warrior who does the archetypal warrior things, and so on and so on. I've started a few episode reviews this way already, so it's not new information. But I bring it up again because one of the things that the traditional idea of a hero is supposed to do is to protect fair maidens, and that's like medieval spelling fair or whatever. And Finn's target of affection is Princess Bubblegum, whose hand and lips he vows to guard against the wiles of the Ice King or some other random wizard. The issue is that this is an idea that originates from tales hundreds of years old, using ideas of chivalry that are also hundreds of years old. While being respectful is ageless, the coddling sort of manipulation Finn attempts here is not the sort of behavior that's looked well upon by modern audiences and writers alike. Basically, Princess Bubblegum knew what she was doing and had a right to do it. And in Finn's attempts to control her life, he wound up embarrassing himself with a shameful power shriek and ruined the wizard battle. It's not like this sort of action is all bad per se. In fact, Princess Bubblegum's able to recognize the intention behind it not as sinister, but because Finn cared too much. This is why she slapped him, but also gave him a kiss in the end. Also, when the wizards are told that the prize for winning will be a kiss from PB, the Huntress Wizard is among those celebrating. Fiona and Cake. Fiona is helping Prince Bubblegum prepare for the Gumball Ball, and he invites Fiona to go with them as pals. The Ice Queen breaks in and attacks the duo, freezing the prince in slush before Fiona is able to save him. Prince Gumball is grateful for being rescued and offers to go out with Fiona later that day. Fiona talks to Cake about this date, saying that it's just friends hanging out and it doesn't mean anything. But when she arrives at the gardens, Neil Patrick Harris, Prince Bubblegum, gives Cake some catnip and gives Fiona a sword. They then fly around on their mounts, with the prince giving gifts to Fiona before the two are left alone on a hill where they talk all evening. Prince Bubblegum formally asks Fiona on a date to the Gumball Ball, and she accepts, showing up in a dress and everything. But as soon as she arrives, the prince takes her up to his bedroom, where Fiona notices the prince frozen to the ceiling, and the prince that she spent the day with was actually the Ice Queen in disguise. The two fight each other for a bit, with Cake hearing the commotion and getting the wrong idea. After Fiona is able to kick off the Ice King's crown, she's defeated. In celebration, Prince Bubblegum offers to date her, but Fiona turns him down, saying her real love is the Ice King, something Cake agrees with. It's revealed the whole story was actually fanfiction written by the Ice King that he's been forcing Finn and Jake to listen to. Fiona and Cake began as a few comics the character designer made based off of 4chan's Rule 63 thread for gender-swapped versions of characters. This isn't the first time fan content has appeared in Adventure Time, and it's far from the last. Entire characters and episodes are based off of sketches fans will do, and the way the show moves forward is driven as much by the creatives in charge as it is the fans of their work. That's to say, the two groups overlap enough that a reasonable take is that the biggest Adventure Time fans are the ones who work on the show. So the fact that the entire Fiona and Cake story in this episode is revealed to be fanfiction written by the Ice King is a fitting ending, as basically every episode of the show up to that point has been fanfiction of the series, which is basically just canonized as they invent it. A staple of fanfiction is taking minor details and fixating on them, which is basically just how plots are built upon already. Another is to ship characters incessantly, ignoring or rewriting details that make that weird, like aging up Fiona to be the same age as Prince Bubblegum so it doesn't come across as awkward. And of course, there's the self-insert character, which, as far as it's obvious, thus far really only consists of fill. Nowadays, Fiona and Cake is its own series, so anything I'd go into more detail about would appear in a separate video to be uploaded when it's done. What was missing? While Finn is admiring his secret wad of Princess Bubblegum's hair, a mysterious Door Lord appears out of a door from nowhere and steals it from him. He runs around stealing various other cherished items from Jake, Princess Bubblegum, and BMO before appearing in Marceline's house where they all catch up to him in a valley, only to be locked away from the last door. An inscription on this door claims that only a song from a genuine band can open it, so they get out various instruments to perform a version of Marceline's I'm Just Your Problem, about how PB dislikes her for not being perfect enough. This nearly works until she starts to sing about wanting to bury Bubblegum, and the door shuts again. They try to figure out what's wrong with their music, with PB and Marcy blaming each other and storming off, as does Jake because he's pretending to be the band's jerk. As Finn watches them walk away, he begins to sing about how he doesn't want his friends to leave, and this begins to open up the door, as what it wanted was a genuine song from a band. Everyone else joins in with the door, revealing the Door Lord on the other side who, through grunting, explains that he took their cherished items because he wanted them to learn the real treasure was friendship. They beat him up and get their stuff back, finding out that Princess Bubblegum's item was a shirt Marceline gave her long ago, and that Marceline didn't have an item, she just wanted to spend time with her friends. As with the previous episode, this episode 2 shows how much of the show is influenced by its fans and their interpretations of events. Prior to this episode, the only real interaction we saw between Marceline and Princess Bubblegum was a minor acknowledgement, as if they lived in separate spheres and never interacted much. This episode recontextualizes that relationship into one where they don't interact much because they don't get along. For them to not get along, there has to be some interaction between them in the past, and so an entire relationship is created through implication during this episode, that the fan community then decided meant that they used to date, as Marcy's song sounded like something someone may sing after a breakup. In the episode itself, the Door Lord steals several precious objects to the people of Oo, and while his intended lesson is that objects are just things and friendship is more important, the gang beats him up anyway to take their stuff back, because representations of things have value as well. Jake had a childhood blanket, Princess Bubblegum had a t-shirt from an old love, and Finn had a lock of hair from last season's episode to cut a woman's hair, which honestly was a little bit too Ice King for comfort. Marceline had nothing stolen, yet she still went after the Door Lord when he ran by with the others, the implication being that her real, precious object was Princess Bubblegum, who was stolen when her shirt was taken. Apple Thief. Jake cooks a Korean-style meal, but Finn wants apple pie instead. So they go to Tree Trunks' house only to see it's been ransacked, and her apples are all missing. As they're looking for clues that will lead them to the culprit, they see Raggedy Princess in a ditch, claiming she was pushed over by some ne'er-do-wells. Remembering his old hangout from his criminal past, Jake takes them to the Candy Tavern, where they make a mess of themselves to look like they belong, before asking around about apples. The barman takes them to an alleyway where a few apple sales are being negotiated. But instead of talking, the men rough them up while mentioning a rival gang's leader. Following a hint imprinted on Finn's face, they go to this gang's headquarters and lie their way inside, where Wormo leads them to an apple stash, only to reveal he was talking about diamonds, called apples as a street name. This scene erupts into gang violence, so Finn, Jake, and Tree Trunks sneak out and return home alongside Mr. Pig, who had been forced to eat rival criminals by the gang. Mr. Pig hears a stash of apples inside Tree Trunks' house, and it's revealed the apples were in her locked cabinet all along. Tree Trunks calls the banana guards on herself, but as she's being led away, one of the guards comments that her house could use a scarecrow. This causes Finn to remember the details needed to solve the mystery. He climbs onto the roof and discovers a nest of magpies, who have been taking the apples and dropping them into a hole. This convinces everyone of Tree Trunks' innocence. The last time Tree Trunks was on an adventure, she was woefully unprepared and held back the rest of the group as she got them into more trouble than the mission was worth. This time she is on a completely different type of adventure, one of a criminal underworld rather than fantasy overworld. She's not given major billing though, with a lot of the revelations instead coming regarding Jake, who apparently used to steal bikes and snatch purses for fun because he didn't know these were wrong. It's not really clear how intentional all of these gags are, however, as for a person with a long criminal history, Jake is hardly any more well adapted to the criminal underworld of the Candy Kingdom than Tree Trunks herself. Not that any of this matters, though. The real culprit of these apple thefts was a family of birds living on the roof of Tree Trunks' house, which wraps up the episode nicely, so long as you don't ask who smashed up the windows in the first place, or who knocked over the Raggedy Princess to stop her from being the scarecrow on the premises. The fact that these apples have been getting misplaced for some time means that the hole in the roof has the same origins as the holes in her windows. Tree Trunks' house is in a state of disrepair, and she's hardly cognizant enough to maintain it herself, even trying to get herself arrested because she thinks she stole her own apples without realizing. Tree Trunks is a little bit senile, and no one ever really brings it up. The Creeps. Finn and Jake are on their way to a party they were invited to by a mystery host, where they're given masks and fake identities to don. Upon meeting the other partygoers, Princess Bubblegum, Cinnamon Bun, Lumpy Space Princess, and Beemo, they learn that the host is a ghost, who plans on possessing one of the partygoers and murdering the rest. Cinnamon Bun is the first to go, though Jake is convinced that his turning into a skeleton is just Finn's way of getting back at him for the events of Mystery Train. But Finn confirms it isn't a prank, and everyone starts to grow suspicious of one another, splitting up to find lights so they'll be safe the next time the lights go out. Jake and Beemo head to the basement where Beemo is grabbed by something, and Jake's screaming alerts the rest of the group to regroup in the foyer. Once there, they head together to the dining room and start quizzing each other on things only the real version of themselves would know. A ghost comes through the ceiling and melts Princess Bubblegum, and then Finn finds the bodies of Cinnamon Bun and Beemo in the closet, panicking before seeing LSP get absorbed by a painting. Finn and Jake make a run for it, only for Jake to get dragged away when Finn can't hold his gloves. Finn takes shelter in a room where a ghostly being pops out and surrounds him, escaping by smashing a hole in the wall. He runs up to the observatory where Jake pops out, riding on the back of Lady Rainicorn, laughing because he was able to counter-prank Finn's prank of luring them to the house for the murder mystery. Finn laughs it off, though when he asks about the mysterious ghost who was melting the walls, Jake says that was never part of his scheme, and Finn decides to store that memory in the vault. An episode that intentionally parallels Mystery Train, at first bringing up the episode as a way to remove suspicion that the whole thing could be a prank, only to pull a double reverse and reveal that it was a prank of a prank. If last season's mystery episode was able to play with the narrative tropes to come to the conclusion, this episode is able to use meta-narrative tropes to do the same thing. So instead of making accusations based on what it seems like an author would try to write, accusations are deflected by pointing out that this plot has already been done, and that's the real twist. They made this same episode 2 times. Mystery Train ends with Finn and Jake landing the train in a pile of gelatin, something not planned for that could have been real danger, to contrast the fake danger Finn believed he was in at the start. This episode also mirrors that by revealing the ghost Finn saw was a real ghost and not part of Jake's plan. This ghost becomes important later, much later, but for now it's just placed in the vault, where it doesn't get brought up again, Finn's way of repressing memories that might traumatize him. From bad to worse. While studying the zombie tissue left over from Slumber Party Panic, Princess Bubblegum turns her back for a moment and the flesh is consumed by Cinnamon Bun, who goes mad and starts infecting the rest of Oo. Finn, Jake, Lady Rainicorn, Lumpy Space Princess, and Princess Bubblegum barricade themselves in the castle, prepared to synthesize a new antidote using PB's notes from the last time this happened. But Princess Bubblegum is bit by zombies and pulled into the crowd before she can begin working, telling the others to just let science do all the work before she turns. They all flee to the laboratory, where they learn they cannot understand Princess Bubblegum's notes, so each of the survivors comes up with their own version of the antidote, briefly entertained by PB's dancing lab rat. Their antidotes don't work, giving the zombies wings, super strength, and sexy lips. And worse, LSP rushes outside to retain some of the lip potion while Jake gets bit, running away from the infection by stretching before the virus catches up to him and he turns Lady Rainicorn too. Soon it's just Finn left, who tries translating PB's notes only to get cornered and then barricades himself in the emergency shower. And then he notices that the candy corn rat's name is Science. So he lets the rat out of the cage, and Science proceeds to synthesize a cure, which Finn covers himself in before allowing the zombies to bite him. After a royal day of apologizing, Princess Bubblegum awards an honor to the hero who stopped the outbreak, her pet rat Science. A common way that Adventure Time builds on its characters and settings is by creating episodes that are direct sequels to other ones, not just an expansion of ideas, but explicitly following up on the previous plot. While in the first seasons we learn that Princess Bubblegum does weird experiments on the Candy Kingdom with disastrous side effects, here we see that she continues the experiments without learning anything. Before, it was just a silly side effect of a serum she made that caused the outbreak, and it was dispatched with a slumber party and a game of playing with pretend piñatas. This episode takes the outbreak far more seriously, with more named characters getting turned, which is of course merely the result of the fact that we now have more named characters. The consequences of an action in a TV show are always proportional to the screen time of the characters affected by it. This is why we're less inclined to treat nameless candy denizens becoming zombies as a tragedy, but when Jake and Lady Rainicorn unite in zombiehood, it's something with far more weight to it. So it's a similar episode, but instead of the moral being about trusting your friends enough not to tell them your secrets, it's about the fact that maybe Princess Bubblegum should stop naming her pets after nouns. Butopia. Susan Strong returns, asking Finn and Jake for their help. Jake's convinced that Susan is crazy and can't be believed, but Finn offers his assistance anyway, as Susan wants his hero's heart, and his red flower, which is fire. They return down the hatch where Susan and the other humans originally came from, where she explains that they once lived in Butopia, but had to move to the sewers when they were kicked out by Lubglubs. She tries to get Finn to swim over there, but after holding him underwater, she learns that he doesn't have gills like the rest of the human tribe. so they take a boat instead. Along the way, she recoils in fear from a pool toy she calls a love glove, confirming Jake's belief she's just crazy, which does not help their faith when she charges through a few traps laid by the love gloves. They soon arrive in Buttopia, and Susan points out a large tower, saying they must bring the flower there. More pool toys float by, with Jake trying to pop one to prove they are harmless, only for the crowd to transform into shadowy creatures. Finn and Susan fight these creatures off while Jake stretches out to bring the fire up to the tower, tossing it in and lighting up the whole town, which scares off these shadow creatures. After the rest of the human tribe returns to Buttopia, Susan Strong tries to convince Finn to stay with her, allowing him to feel under her hat where he does not touch gills. In spite of this, Finn still returns with Jake. The last time Susan Strong appeared in an episode, she left Finn and the others at the end, returning to be with their own kind in the human tribe. This time it's Finn who leaves to be with his own kind, in spite of the fact that he's discovered he and Susan are similar in both being regular humans. Because while Susan was a human like Finn, she was still raised underground among the fish people, and thus she gets along far better with those types. When she's on the surface, she's afraid of everything just like her friends are, so Finn could have moved in with the other humans to be with Susan, but he never would have authentically fit in because of where he came from. Finn has more in common with Jake, even though he's a dog, than he has in common with a woman who barely speaks the same language he does. But it's not like they're totally different. After all the experience on the surface that Susan Strong got in her first appearance, she's developed a braver personality than the others in her tribe. The very reason she seeks out Finn is because he's as brave as she wants to be, and the fact that she's made a few trips to Buttopia to take it back from the love gloves in the past means that this isn't a decision she is making lightly. She tried and failed and realized what was missing from her attempts. And just because two people are raised differently doesn't mean they'll never get along. So there's still some hope of Finn reconnecting to his past through Susan in the future, just not in the moment. No one can hear you. Finn and Jake are trying to fight a deer who keeps licking the people of the Candy Kingdom when the deer breaks Finn's leg and knocks him out. Finn wakes up in the hospital with nobody else around, hopping into a wheelchair and carting around the empty city. He eventually finds Jake, who is rummaging around in the garbage with a bandage on his head, and Jake tells him to stay quiet, as it's his birthday and he is waiting on a surprise party to be revealed. He asks Finn to gather some firewood for his hobo fire when Finn hears some whispering coming from a sewer drain. Jake stops him from investigating this noise, claiming he just has to keep waiting for the surprise party like he's been doing for the last 6 months. Finn tries to go anyway, but gets stopped by Jake, who ties him to the tent. Finn pretends to be interested in Jake's puppet show birthday celebration in order to be untied, then he closes the tent over Jake's head, rushing over as Jake chases him, destroying his wheelchair and Finn's cast in the chase. Finn dives into the sewer where he discovers all of the Candy Kingdom citizens glued to the ceiling. Jake realizes what he's done to everyone else and goes crazy, though Finn punches the crazy out of him and he helps get everyone down in time to learn that it wasn't Jake who captured people, but the deer from before. This deer stands up and takes off its hooves, ready to fight Finn, but Jake drops his weights onto the deer's head, and they push the unconscious body into the sewer. Sometimes weirdness can be used for humor, which is basically the premise of the show, and sometimes weirdness can be used for horror, which is basically the premise of this episode. Finn wakes up in a totally abandoned Candy Kingdom, only to discover Jake acting oddly, and not the usual sort of oddness Jake is typically known for. Remember, this was a guy whose reaction to being trapped in an arena was to forge a hula hoop. Characters acting bizarre and out of character can be considered unnerving, but what's more unnerving is when they act bizarre and in character. So when it's implied that Jake did something to the rest of the Candy Kingdom, this could just be a part of a scheme of his that doesn't make any sense, combined with the brain damage he suffered, making him less predictable. Most of the cast of Adventure Time has the ability to be pretty horrifying, they simply never use their abilities this way. A deer taking off its hooves and wiggling its fingers around menacingly is not out of place in the show, and characters made of candy being stuck to stuff isn't abnormal either. But by shifting the tone of the episode to more closely mimic popular movie scenes, these standard Adventure Time gags can become something else entirely. Finn waking up in the hospital is like the start of 28 Days Later. Finn breaking his casts is reminiscent of Forrest Gump. The episode title and ending with people stuck to the ceiling is a reference to Alien. If Adventure Time was just being Adventure Time, this would have been a silly episode. But by trying to be something else, it succeeds and makes the audience reconsider what Adventure Time really is, without the detachment of childlike whimsy. Jake versus Meow. Finn and Jake are visiting the Wildberry Princess to eat her pies, and because she heard there was an assassin planning to kill her. She and Finn go outside to discuss safety, while Jake stays behind to eat the last pie, only to discover a tiny cat hiding inside of it. The cat, named Meow, reveals she's the assassin, as, since her cover was blown, she's going to force Jake to murder the princess for her. She does this by climbing inside of his head and threatening to poison him if he does not kill her, or if he tries to communicate what's happening. After failing a fake assassination with a stack of meat, Jake asks Finn to play him their mother's lullaby on a music box, stuffing sausages into his ears so he won't fall asleep, but everyone else will. Once they're all out, Jake tries writing that there's a cat in his nose, but Finn reads cat noise and meows loudly. Jake throws him out the window and tries to pick his nose, but wakes up Meow in the process, getting stabbed with the remainder of the poison for doing so. So Jake decides to assassinate the Wildberry Princess by pushing her off of a cliff while Finn has his back turned. But before he can do this, a bird flies by and sees the sausages in Jake's ears, diving towards him and knocking Meow out. Finn sees the tiny cat and begins to battle her, but Meow simply smashes the antidote bottle, bragging about having poisoned Jake enough to kill a dog 50 times over. So Jake shapeshifts his liver to be 51 times the normal size and is able to neutralize the poison. Meow dives for the princess with a knife, but she explodes and the cat misses, falling off a cliff. In the end, Wildberry Princess says that she needs to be taken to the hospital, and everyone agrees about them all needing to be taken to the hospital. Meow is a character designed by a young fan of the show, the episode's title card being the original drawing of this character, given a pass by the designers in order to make her more animation-friendly. As I've said before, that Adventure Time is a show that is as shaped by the fans as it is by the creators, and this is the most literal interpretation of that idea possible. A fan-made character being ascended to an actual villain. Again, this isn't the first time this has happened, just the first time it's been so overt. Anyway, Jake tries to communicate that he's being threatened by a tiny cat inside his head but can't get the information across to Finn, meaning that he nearly has to kill the Wildberry Princess before he can explain what's going on. What's funny is that he was fully prepared to go through with this assassination until overhearing Meow talking in her sleep about double-crossing Jake and poisoning him anyway. Not really a heroic action, but Jake's never been that heroic on his own. It's always been his relationship to Finn that keeps him good and just, which is why it was harder for Jake when he realized he couldn't manage to get Finn in on it. Jake versus Meow is a lot tougher of a matchup when he does not have his brother on his side. Thank you. The episode follows a snow golem waking up and eating his breakfast of a pear and some acorns. As he's run out of pears, he heads to the border of the Fire and Ice Kingdoms, passing by Finn and Jake, who are struggling against the Ice King's invincible ice armor. But a pack of fire wolves attacks him, with the golem fighting them off before grabbing his cart and leaving. But a small fire puppy follows him home, with the golem trying to stop the puppy from staying in his house by leaving him outside. But unwilling to let the animal be exposed to the elements, he lets the puppy inside where it spends the night. He struggles with trying to feed and entertain the hound, eventually planning to return it to its home when he hears the other wolves howling overnight. The next morning, the snow golem takes the fire puppy back, passing by Finn and Jake, who have started hacking away at the Ice King's armor. He crosses the fiery plains of the Fire Kingdom, melting more and more as he tries to reunite the wolf pack. A small amount of the golem is finally able to bring about this reunion, only to be scared off by growling. The ice golem, or what's left of him, passes by the finale of Finn and Jake's fight with the Ice King, eating the sandwiches he took while watching the snow golem, as the fire wolves return and allow the puppy to play with him just a bit longer. The hedgehog's dilemma is a metaphor in which two freezing hedgehogs, or sometimes porcupines, are cold and have to share body heat, though they cannot do this without the risk of skewering each other with their spines. So even though they both have an interest in intimacy, they cannot get close to one another without mutual harm. To be close to someone is to be open with them, to be open with someone is to be vulnerable, and to be vulnerable with someone is to invite harm. But sometimes that isn't so bad. Even if getting hurt is an inevitability, spending your life totally alone is usually far worse than if you were to spend your life with someone who could hurt you. And sure, some relationships aren't worth maintaining, but to discount every social interaction you could have for a few bad ones is far worse than the risk. The snow golem in this episode is living in isolation, getting the opportunity for some companionship by taking in the firewolf as a pet. But doing this means his house burning and parts of his body coming off. So he tries to leave it outside, but this means not just more isolation, but the knowledge that he could have had something better and was just afraid to accept it. So the golem lets the wolf inside and predictably gets hurt, but who's also hurt is the firewolf, who cannot live with the snow golem for long as he lacks a consistent food source and is at risk of freezing. Not to mention, he's far from his family and his other loved ones. So the snow golem treks through treacherous lands to find a place where the wolf belonged, really belonged, a place where he wouldn't be hurt just for existing. But when all is said and done, the snow golem and firewolf reunite, hurting each other, but doing it happily, since being apart is far more painful. The New Frontier. Jake has a dream where he is floating in a void with a banana man, a rocket, and the Earth. He runs out of oxygen and then gets visited by the cosmic owl. Upon waking up, Jake realizes that he had a croak dream, meaning he now knows how he's going to croak. Finn worries about this, but Jake says there's no need to, because rocket ships haven't been reinvented yet, and he doesn't know any banana men. Then the house is visited by a banana man. Finn tries to follow this man to his house to delay Jake's death however he can, attempting to scare him off by shooting flaming arrows into his home. But Finn misses, twice, and when he goes into the woods to retrieve the arrow he shot, he finds just behind the banana man's house a rocket ship, meaning that Jake's croak dream is closer to coming true than they thought. Jake is eager to embrace his death and climbs aboard, lighting the fuse and preparing for launch. The banana man comes out to investigate the noises and sees what's going on, warning them there isn't enough fuel before the rocket crashes through a hole in the ground. All three of them fall into an underwater lake, where Jake wakes up in a black void with a banana man, a rocket, and a model of Earth, as well as Finn. Remembering that Finn wasn't there in his croak dream, he swims to the surface to rescue his friend, who vows to never again leave Jake's side. Jake is more afraid of the unknown than he is of death, this fear coming from the fact that he doesn't know how he's going to die, rather than that he may. But once he has a prophetic dream, something he knows is valid due to the presence of the cosmic owl, Jake is far less afraid of death as it no longer can sneak up on him. He learns the circumstances of his death, then manages to relax as the fear of the unknown is now mitigated. He likewise is able to calm himself down with his belief in Glob. Jake will eventually become one with everything, and thus, there's nothing to be afraid of, as he's not losing his life but gaining a higher form of sentience. But that higher form means very little to Finn, as while Jake might be one with everything and aware of his brother, Finn will still be missing him. Jake isn't afraid because he has knowledge of his croak date, but Finn doesn't, and that's the real threat. It's one that Jake recognizes as well, as he stops looking forward to dying when he realizes it will leave Finn behind, alone and afraid. This episode also subtly drops references to Glob as more than just a replacement curse for characters to say to keep the show safe for kids. It shows that there's a genuine belief in a higher power from certain characters, establishing a silly planet as one with gods and kings. Holly Jolly Secrets. Finn and Jake are digging for some treasure that Jake buried a while back, discovering a suitcase full of VHS tapes. Finn recognizes these tapes from a time he saw the Ice King trying to dispose of evidence, and connects that they must have evil secrets on them. So they put up a series of posters warning people not to attend their secret screening of the tapes, then settle down with BMO to see what the Ice King is plotting. But these tapes are mostly diary entries of the Ice King, retelling various exploits about princesses he's kidnapped that Finn and Jake rescued, while occasionally lamenting that he keeps doing the same thing over and over without any changes. Also a bunch of stuff they skip over about bathing in milk and being chased by squirrels. Assuming that the Ice King has been hiding evil messages in code, the duo calls Princess Bubblegum to help them to decode the messages, but the Ice King intercepts the call after he found from the flyers that there was a screening of his tapes. When he sees their screening without him, he blows icy wind over the field as the episode ends. And then the next episode opens on the Ice King using his powers to see what these tapes are, learning that they're his and that Finn and Jake are learning his secrets. So he builds an army of snowmen to raid Finn and Jake's house while they're bundled up from the snowstorm he caused. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake are trying to have BMO read into any hidden messages he might be speaking through his sobbing, but they're unable to find anything meaningful, just faux interviews with the princesses he's kidnapped. The Ice King breaks in through their chimney and has the snowmen search through the house, eventually discovering the three of them hiding under the bed. After a brief scuffle, BMO starts to play the final tape, one where a pre-war scientist named Simon Petrikov discusses an artifact he found, the Ice King's crown. He mentions how he tried the crown on and began to mutter incomprehensibly, scaring off his fiancée Betty before jumping ahead to where Simon's skin has started to turn blue while the snow outside his house is falling more heavily. As Simon starts to lose his mind while discussing the things the crown lets him see, he apologizes for any future actions he takes that could hurt other people, lamenting how much he wants Betty, his princess, back into his life. Seeing this, Finn and Jake give the Ice King his tapes back, and then decide to celebrate once a year by inviting people to their house to watch movies and exchange gifts by the fire, in memory of the time they felt a little sorry for the Ice King. At the end of last season, Adventure Time introduced the Lich, an event that escalated the stakes of the show to a point where earlier plot lines were now far less serious. This is essentially an inevitability with the direction the show's been headed in. When you develop the show by almost exclusively building off of the early seasons, you'll end up making characters more developed over time. Backstories are elaborated upon, and each member of the main cast winds up with more depth to them because, unless you're retconning an earlier story beat, that's just how linear time works. So with the show building on itself and characters like the Ice King getting left behind in the shift, it would make sense that he would steadily have to be rewritten or written out. If the audience can't take him seriously as a threat, why bother making him into a threat? Some aspects of this character shift have already been made present. For example, the Ice King has spent a few episodes already treating Finn and Jake as though they were now friends, acting like all the harms in the past, although the duo does not see it the same way. Here, the only reason the Ice King even bothers to attack is because he thinks that he's been robbed when he learns that they have his tapes. Before that, it was just a curiosity and a lack of control over his decision-making skills, something we've seen before. Last season, the Ice King managed to nearly kill Princess Bubblegum by dropping her into the Lich's well. He's foiled plans, both his own and those of other people, through sheer ineptitude, more often than not. His antics have been riding the line between silly and stupid for a while, and as Adventure Time has moved further from capital S silliness, they'd come across as less believable, even for a crazy old man. And so they made him into a crazy old man. The Ice King was not always the Ice King, he became that later on. Deep down inside, he's a different person, one you can sympathize with, even if you can't justify his actions. The Ice King might not be relatable or even a nice character, but the show's not asking you to relate to or like the guy. It's asking you to relate to Simon Petrikov, or anyone who's ever known a Simon Petrikov. He's stealing princesses to replace a princess he lost, and he lacks the wherewithal to realize there's a distinction between her and everyone else now. So as Adventure Time moves into its later seasons, the show takes on a new tone, and anything that doesn't fit is either quietly forgotten about or changed to adapt. The Ice King is no longer a villain you can root against, so why not make him a tragic character who you can root for? Marceline's Closet. Marceline has invited Finn and Jake over for a jam session, but when they get to her house, she's away, with a sign warning them not to enter. While waiting for her to return, Finn and Jake play a variant of hide-and-seek, but while looking for a place to hide, Jake goes inside her home. Finn enters as well when trying to get Jake out of there, but then Marceline returns. They hide in her closet, hoping not to get caught, as Marceline starts recording diary entries and picking her nose. They plan to escape by throwing a paper airplane with the letter on it, but it falls into a trash can just after it prepared some eggs. Jake tries tunneling out of the closet, but finds a spider in the wall, which leaps out of the closet and breaks a lamp, causing Marceline to get her broom from the closet to sweep it up. When she floats into her bathroom to clean off afterwards, Finn and Jake use this chance to leave, but Finn stumbles into her bathroom while she's undressing and panics, entering the closet again. Finally, Marceline falls asleep and they use this as a chance to leave, avoiding screaming when a spider bites Jake before Finn whispers loudly enough to wake her up. Their disguises don't work, because Jake shapeshifted into Finn, and Marceline demands to know what they're doing. Finn and Jake apologize for entering her house while she was gone, but Marceline's okay with it, as she creeps in their house all the time. In the end, Finn lies in bed, now self-conscious about scratching himself. Marceline has been shown to hang out inside of Finn and Jake's house without them knowing before, not just in Evicted when she was first introduced as having lived there, but in episodes like Go With Me as well. So the fact that she was never really upset with the duo for being in her closet for the whole episode is, in hindsight, pretty obvious, only really made ambiguous because of how worried Finn and Jake were about getting caught. They got into their own heads about how important it was that they followed a sign on her front door that was also half shopping list. Jake even nonchalantly goes inside during a game and doesn't think anything of it until Finn starts to yell. It goes to show that if one of them had stayed calm and not let the other guys panic infect them, they could have just explained things logically to Marceline. She is their friend after all, and what kind of friend would keep their boundaries so rigid as to not let other friends into their house? Sure, boundaries are important for a person to have, but the point of relationships is that you make a second set of boundaries for the other people. If two strangers had walked into Marceline's front door, they probably would have gotten into far more trouble. The fact that Finn and Jake looked at least a little bit apologetic about breaking and entering likely helped too, as it shows that they understood the boundary, even if they didn't respect it. Paper Pete. Jake is in the Turtle Princess's library, reading a large tome on the history and culture of rainicorns so he can better understand his future children. But Finn is bored, so he wanders around the library looking for adventure, but mostly he is shushed by the turtles around him. Finn soon finds some damaged books and uncovers the Pagelings, who ask him for assistance in a battle against the Moldos, threatening to attack the whole library. Finn tries to recruit Jake to assist in the battle, but Jake tunes him out so he can focus on reading. After blowing away some of the Moldos during a skirmish, Finn follows the fleeing mold into their lair where he gets an idea, faking as though he's going to double-cross the Pagelings so he can grab a bunch of Moldos and take them to Jake. He dumps the creatures on Jake's head, causing him to writhe in agony at the stinging sensation of their bites. He tries swatting the creatures off of Jake with a book, then notices two of the creatures eating his shirt. Realizing that Moldos prefer the taste of cloth to the taste of books and people, Finn offers his shirt to them in exchange for peace with the Pagelings. The two walk home as Jake admits he didn't actually learn anything about rainicorns because he couldn't get past the first paragraph, vowing to simply fake understanding in the future. Jake accuses Finn of going out of his way to find problems in this episode, trying to read a book in peace while Finn keeps agitating the other patrons of the Turtle Princess's library because he cannot sit still for very long. And Jake is somewhat right, as Finn spends far more time trying to prove to Jake that there are adventures out there that he doesn't stop to consider whether it's worthwhile to actually share them. He sides with the Pagelings against the Moldos, then proceeds to wipe out a group of Moldos by yawning too loud. It wasn't a very exciting adventure, nor was it especially difficult to complete, and yet Finn agitated the conflict by spending more of his effort on showing off he found an adventure than it would have taken to just stomp on a few mold spores. If his desire to adventure was really about saving the day and doing capital G good, then Finn would have very easily solved the problem of the Pagelings versus Moldos, but Finn's original goal was to pass the time because he was bored. He acts fairly convincingly like someone with an attention regulatory disorder. Finn needs something to be occupying him at all times, and if it isn't interesting, he can't focus. It's not to say that Finn never focuses, just that he has very little ability to maintain it on certain things. Large projects go uncompleted, but a bunch of little ones are far easier, like scheming to get Jake to see the tiny men living in the library, rather than just yawning them all away. Another way. Finn and Jake are stuck at home with a bunch of clown nurses that Jake hired to cure the toes they broke jumping off of birds. But Finn doesn't want to take the nurse's prescribed treatment of toe kisses, and he reads in the Enchiridion that there's a way to cure any malady with the tears of a cyclops. So Finn sets out to heal himself his own way, first encountering a split in the path where a talking stump makes him choose between a path that makes his hair fall out and one that will make him smell weird forever. Finn chooses his own way and shuffles through a bunch of thorn bushes, coming across a bush that warns him there's no way to cross an acidic river full of electric eels. But Finn chooses his own way and smacks the water away with the bush. He then comes across a man named Pan who needs help fixing his cart so he can give his wife a watermelon. But thinking this is another test, he throws the cart and crushes Pan's wife. He then realizes he went too far in going his own way and sings on top of a mountain, but the mountain turns out to be the Cyclops in disguise, and he proudly declares he will never cry for Finn, no matter how sad Finn's story is. Finn pretends not to care to lure the Cyclops closer, then punches him in the eye. Now cured, he lops off the Cyclops' head and carries it home, making the monster cry on all the people he wronged along the way before making it back. But Jake refuses the Cyclops' tears, preferring to do things his way, surrounded by clowns. Part of the reason that Finn sets out on a long journey while injured is because he values his own autonomy more than he values common sense. The other, of course, being that he is creeped out by clowns. As he goes on his journey, Finn is confronted by decisions he needs to make, continuously eschewing whatever binary he's given and taking a third, far worse option. When given an impossible decision, he goes on anyway, even though his methods are lacking. Finn even doubles down when crossing the river after he realizes that he made the first mistake, because it's not about the destination for him, it's hardly even about the journey, it's about the fact that he made a choice, and he wants the choice to be honored and acknowledged by the world around him. Was it a good choice? No. But that's not what matters. Finn eventually ends up hurting people this way, assuming that being nice was a choice and then choosing the opposite out of principle once again. His mistake was that, although he liked having things go his way, eventually doing whatever you want is going to stop other people from doing whatever they want. So it's selfish to keep making your own decisions on principle. The right way to live life is to make decisions that help the most people, yourself included. At the end of the episode, Finn is able to justify his selfish actions by turning them around, doing whatever he wants in the interest of curing everyone he hurt on his way to the Cyclops. Ghost Princess. Jake is disgusted by the softy cheese Finn is putting on their camping trip hot dogs when they hear wailing from the Ghost Princess, who says she cannot ascend to the afterlife until she learns how she died, though she has no memories of this. So Finn and Jake accompany her to the Graveyard Kingdom to investigate, where Ghost Princess meets Clarence, a gentleman ghost who defends her and shares his cheese poofs. While Clarence and the princess see a concert together, Finn and Jake go around the graveyard playing good cop, bad cop with the dead bodies, though they only find half a sword and some other junk. The princess returns from her date, saying she no longer cares about ascending, as she and Clarence are in love. Finn and Jake leave the graveyard as Jake shows off all the stuff he looted, and then Finn notices the half-sword has the phrase, "Rents" on it. They go back to Ghost Princess's grave and find the other half of the sword, containing the phrase, "Claw" on it. Finn and Jake warn Ghost Princess that it was Clarence who killed her, and she has a flashback of an ancient battle where the two lovers in life were on opposite sides of a war. Ghost Princess ascends, but Clarence is left alone on Ooo, complaining that his life is like a farce. Sorry, like a fart. Remembering this phrase, Jake has a flashback of watching a depressed Clarence eat himself to death on softy cheese, the reason he doesn't like it. And now, knowing how he died, Clarence is able to ascend with his lover. Back at the campsite, Jake agrees to try some softy cheese to get over his aversion. The Ghost Princess's goal was to rest in peace, something she assumed she would only be able to do after discovering her cause of death and making peace with that. But as Finn and Jake investigate, instead of unrooting her death, they found something for her to live for. Well, not live, but close enough. Clarence is a partner whose love found her across realms, even able to overcome whatever tragedy made them fight in the first place. When she was reconnected with him, the Ghost Princess stopped caring about her death because she had better things to do with her second life than worry. She found a way to rest in peace, it just wasn't by getting exactly what she thought she wanted. And then, she did get what she wanted. The irony is that Ghost Princess stopped caring about how she died right before finally learning, and that's what separated her from Clarence yet again. But just as they were able to find themselves in undeath, death is what brought them together a third time. Clarence, having a pathetic, albeit memorable death, is what allowed Jake to remember it, meaning that he could remind the ghost of how and why he died, letting him visit the Ghost Princess in the afterlife. Dad's Dungeon. Joshua, Finn and Jake's father, appears as a bunch of sparkles, leading the duo to a recording of him discussing how he has just died and left their inheritance, a sword made of demon's blood, inside of a dungeon he built for the two of them. But he also asks Jake specifically to go into the dungeon with the intention of having Finn do most of the work, because the whole thing is a means of toughening him up. The two find the dungeon nearby and go inside, with Finn convincing Jake not to fall for a trap involving food golems before making it to their next recording, where Joshua asks Jake to insult Finn and call him a baby. They make it to a room with an obvious fruit trap, where Jake does as his father asked, insulting Finn until Finn's depressed enough to eat the fruit on purpose. But Jake snaps him out of it, dragging him to the final room where they find another recording of Joshua talking about a monster he's going to have them fight, only to get grabbed by the monster mid-recording. So Finn and Jake rush into the room where they find this monster while it starts beating up Finn. Jake finds some of the unfinished recordings of their father where he admits the truth, and then Jake remixes them into a song, encouraging Finn to fight off the monster and claim his sword. The demon who made the sword briefly appears to ask for his blood back, but they banish him using a recording of Joshua banishing it before. Joshua is holding Finn and Jake as he's explaining to them the purpose of his dungeons, the two being tiny babies who cry a ton as babies do. In his mind, his son is still the baby he found him as, so his life's work of creating something that will toughen him up is something that winds up being a waste of time, as he ought to have spent the effort on his son in the immediate time that he had with him. Finn's dad spent so much time worrying about how his son would be in the future, he ignored how he was in the present. But Jake understands that Finn has matured significantly since they were kids, no longer singing buff baby songs, okay, maybe not that far, but certainly more capable of handling things in a rational way. Like when he encounters the ugly monster, and instead of trying to slay it, he just asks the guy to take a bath if he wants people to take his path. So all the toughening up that Joshua wants his son to do is toughening up he's already done. This means that the part where he orders Jake to insult him as a means of tearing him down is useless because he doesn't need to do that. The end result is that Finn is made to feel as though his maturity was wrong, and he falls into a depressive funk because all of the effort was for nothing rather than having a proper revelation. When you assume you know people better than they know themselves, you usually end up hurting them by being wrong, which says more about you than it does about them. Incendium. Finn acts weird around Princess Bubblegum as she is showing off her water-based pyrotechnics, then lies on the floor of his house, lamenting his one-sided crush with a song. So Jake decides to cheer up Finn by finding him a new woman to obsess over, heading out when he hears girlish screaming. These turn out to be from Flambeau, who, after being rescued, hears of Jake's journey and offers to take him to the Flame Kingdom because there's a princess there about Finn's age. He casts a fireproofing spell on Jake that turns him blue, and then they enter the Fire King's palace, where Flambeau tells Jake he has to act more royal, and then offer the king gifts. So Jake tries to produce something, throwing a water bottle at the jester and killing him, then performing Finn's song from earlier but with the lyrics tweaked to be about the Flame Princess. Finally, Jake shapeshifts into Finn, offering the Flame King a koala bear, but none of these plans work. In his confusion, Finn starts attacking Jake, and the Flame King is so impressed by the violence he agrees to let Finn date his evil daughter. Jake tries to back out of the arrangement because he didn't know the Flame Princess was evil, and him running away causes her to become enraged. The Flame Princess, assuming she is chasing Finn, chases Jake back to the treehouse where the Flame Princess's fire has spread inside and destroyed Finn's picture of Princess Bubblegum. But when it lights the water-based pyrotechnics from before, the fire is extinguished and the exhausted princess falls over. Finn saves her, where she tries to yell at him for what Jake said about her, only for Finn to say that he actually likes her. For this perceived flip-flopping, the Flame Princess slaps Finn, and he develops a crush. Princess Bubblegum began the show as a princess who needed to be rescued, whether from the Ice King or the results of her own experiments. But as Adventure Time has gone on, she has developed more of a personality beyond that, and this new personality is one that Finn doesn't mesh well with romantically. It's easy to project a relationship onto a blank slate, not so much a despotic candy scientist. And one of the last people to figure out this change in the dynamic is Finn himself, who's still in love with the Season 1 version of Princess Bubblegum. He hangs on to a piece of PB's hair because he's able to imprint whatever personality he wants to on it, but when they hang out in person, he winds up weirding her out with any direct romantic approach. So Finn is in love more so with the idea of Princess Bubblegum than with the woman herself, which is why the relationship is doomed even though he doesn't know it. Jake's attempts to find a new girlfriend for Finn end disastrously in this episode for the same reasons. He tries to fake a Finn to impress the Fire King, assigning traits that aren't there in an attempt to woo others. Even if his strategy had worked, it was still a doomed relationship because the Flame Princess would not be falling in love with Finn, but a lump of flesh attached to Jake. Interestingly though, the fact that a fake Finn has a bad relationship with the Flame Princess means the real Finn has a far better chance, like two opposites canceling each other out. Their relationship will develop more in later seasons of the show, but Season 3 wraps up with the two still in this initial shockwave of ambiguity. Hot to the touch. Picking up immediately where the last episode left off, Finn declares his crush for the Flame Princess, saying she's not evil, as her father says, but simply misunderstood. So he and Jake follow the trail of fire she's left to a forest where Finn declares that he likes her to her face. This causes her flames to grow more intense, though when Finn tries to put them out, she cries in pain and runs off. Finn chases her down, freaking the princess out as she declares she is going to start her own flame kingdom on the site of the Goblin Kingdom. Unable to get close without getting burned, Finn and Jake prepare to make fireproof suits with the help of Nepter, who's been hiding as part of a game of hide-and-seek for the last few seasons. Finn takes his Nepter suit out to talk to the Flame Princess and talk her out of destroying the Goblin Kingdom, but Jake and Nepter's attempts to put out some of the flames only hurt her. This makes the Flame Princess go into a frenzy that Finn's unable to stop. He begins to cry over the fact that his romantic endeavors have hurt so many people, but the tears that extinguish Flame Princess's fires make her deduce that Finn is a water elemental, and that he isn't hurting her on purpose. She hugs him, which burns, and the two are separated once more. Finn wants to confess his new crush to the Flame Princess in spite of the fact that all he's done is be hurt by her thus far, but it's not as though this is especially unusual behavior from him. He is currently in the middle of recovering from the heartbreak of having realized his relationship with Princess Bubblegum will never go anywhere, so it's not as though a little bit of emotional pain is something that will make a relationship fail, that's just the cost of being close to another person. Finn tries to convey this idea to the Flame Princess, but mostly he ends up hurting her when he tries to extinguish the fire she started throughout Ooh. His attempts to get closer only result in pain, and this is something that the Flame Princess treats as a negative, as to her, there's no positive association thus far. This is the initial difference between the two. Finn is willing to put up with a little bit of pain to get something nicer, while the Flame Princess only sees the pain without the feeling of love that comes towards the end. It isn't until seeing the source of this pain, Finn's tears, that she starts to realize that it isn't something he is consciously inflicting on her. Because it's one thing to hurt another person on purpose, but another to do so accidentally or because you can't help it. Seeing that Finn is crying means he's hurt just as much as she is when his tears extinguish her flames. And so the fact that he kept getting closer to her in spite of the pain rather than because of the pain is what caused her to feel that first bit of empathy, which is what gets her to realize the feelings, everyone's feelings, are mutual. Five short Graybles. A being named Cuber introduces 5 Graybles with a central theme to all of them. The first story follows Bimo as they bid farewell to Finn and Jake before pulling up a stool to the mirror. There, they talk to the reflection named Football and explain what it's like to be a real boy by mimicking various acts in front of the sink. Finn and Jake see this, confirming that Bimo does weird stuff when they're not around, and to celebrate learning this, they high-five. This high-five is weak, though, so they begin a stronger high-five, escalating into further and further wind-ups before launching themselves through opposite catapults. Princess Bubblegum is in her lab putting a cow through a centrifuge to make cheese, chemically altering a head of lettuce, cursing a loaf of bread, and so on to produce the most perfect sandwich, which she gives to Cinnamon Bun. He shoves it into his stomach without tasting it before belching the remains of the sandwich into her face. The blue guy smells something weird in his lair, blaming Gunter and banishing him for the stench. But when the smell persists, he realizes it was his own armpits and orders his other Gunters to wash him. He then settles in with the returned Gunter, who starts farting on his armpits once more. The other thing is excited to show off her song, These Lumps, for a talent show. But another group performs this song before she can get to, and when Lumpy Space Princess takes the stage, she's booed for being a ripoff. In frustration, she throws a basketball into the audience, which bounces off someone's face and into the basket. Repeating this trick rewards LSP with a victory until Finn and Jake's high five finally connects, and they win the talent show instead. Cuber then finishes the stories, asking the audience to pause their televisions to guess as to what the connecting theme of all the stories was. After a pause, he declares it was the 5 senses. BMO saw their reflection, Finn and Jake touched each other's hands, PB tasted a sandwich, the Ice King smelled his own armpits, and LSP tried to sing a song. Web Weirdos. Finn and Jake accidentally stunt their way into a giant spider's web, hoping to wait for Finn's fingernails to grow long enough to cut their way out. But before this happens, the spider couple responsible for the web comes by, Ed and Barb, and the two fight over the fact that Ed makes all the webs because he finds it gross when Barb spins anything. Their argument results in Barb running off, so Finn fake eats a bug to earn Ed's trust so he can give him some advice on how to win her back. Ed finds a flaming sword in the woods as a gift for Barb, but when he offers her this sword, she views it as a selfish gift that he bought for himself. They fight again, with Ed passive-aggressively freeing Finn and Jake from the web, though Barb starts to assault Ed, so Finn turns around to make things right. He is overpowered by the she-spider, but the fight stops when she grunts in pain and then gives birth to thousands of tiny spiders. Jake is confident that their relationship will survive now that they're parents, while Finn is freaked out by being covered in spiders. Ed's issues with Barb are mostly caused by his own doing. He complains that he's the only person working to get them any food, and yet, when she offers to lay a web to trap food herself, he complains that she does so in a gross way. He has the same gross method of laying webs, but he considers it alright, cause he's doing it. Later on, he tries to find a gift for her to start mending their relationship, but is unable to come up with any examples of things she likes, ultimately finding a flaming sword he thinks she would enjoy. And while his explanation was that they could use it together, the fact that she didn't see it that way means it was a bad gift because it was not a thoughtful one. But Barb's not blameless here either. She insists on being given a chance to catch some food, but comes up short in being able to either wrap up a meal or spin a web of her own. And of course she could have accepted the gift for the thought behind it, instead of its functionality. The purpose was to open a dialogue about their relationship, and then she refused to do this. A good relationship is not one where each person contributes an equal amount. A good relationship ideally should feel like both people are doing less than half, as they do the stuff that comes easily, while only sharing the burdens. It's when the person who cooks dinner does not have to wash the dishes afterwards. So at the end of the episode, when both spiders claim that their relationship is saved because they have kids together, Jake's take on the situation is far less accurate than Finn's. This swarm of spiders is not making things better. Dream of Love. Finn and Jake head to Tree Trunks' house to get an apple pie, where they see her and Mr. Pig in the garden as he never left after the events of Apple Thief. Their conversation turns to Mr. Pig's feelings for her, and at Finn and Jake's behest, the two start dating formally. But this results in the new couple making constant public displays of affection, which starts to distract and bother the people of the Candy Kingdom who have to watch it all. So Finn and Jake tell them to hide their love. Though they do this in so many different places, it only makes more people upset. They try to convince Mr. Pig and Tree Trunks to keep their PDAs in the privacy of their own home, but as they're against unmarried couples sharing a roof and don't want to rush into a marriage, Finn and Jake have to physically separate the two, taking Tree Trunks to her house to bake more pies as Mr. Pig goes back to the bar where he used to eat criminals. But the couple breaks into a song, titled Dream of Love, that convinces Finn and Jake to let them go back to each other. Their public displays of affection still gross people out, but Finn and Jake are okay with it now. Love, like all things, is something best done in moderation. Everybody loves love, but they tend to take exception to people who are expressing more overt feelings in public, as that lack of self-control comes across as a lack of care for other people's enjoyment. Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig are getting way too involved with each other during Princess Bubblegum's science music thing, to the point of stealing attention away from her and interrupting everyone else's day. This lack of accommodation for others' space winds up escalating as all of their attempts to move their love aren't actually motivated by taking other people's feelings into account, but by them trying to find a place where they don't bother anyone, or rather, aren't around anyone who would be. But if all things are best done in moderation, that means that the moderation ought to be moderated as well. Because while the couple may be making other people uncomfortable, it's not actually something they do because they're malicious. They just really love each other more than they care about decency. The song they sing that gives this episode its name is proof enough to Finn and Jake that they'll still feel strongly about each other no matter how distant they are, and it's finally agreed that there's more harm in separating the couple than there is in some people having to see them. Because if their love is so disgusting to some people, then that's not really Tree Trunks or Mr. Pig's problem. Some may have the opinion that it shouldn't be done in front of others, but not everything can be about them. Return to the Nightosphere. Finn and Jake wake up in a pile of bananas inside of a jail cell, trying to piece together the story of how they ended up there. Jake's phone dies before he can watch a video he took of them entering a portal, but a prison guard there tells them they're inside the Nightosphere, then lets them go because his shift is over and no one's taking over. Jake observes the hellscape as they search for the teller, who can take them to Hudson Abadir, Marceline's father, and the leader of the Nightosphere, so they can ask why they were in jail. But all they get is an extraordinarily long line that, after waiting 666 hours, only takes them to another long line. A flying cloud comes in, zapping anybody who claims to have a question for Hudson Abadir, until Finn and Jake decide to cut the lines to talk to him directly. He reacts by trying to zap them a few times, chasing Jake into a keyhole where he and Finn escape into another portal. As they're leaving, they hit Abadir on the head hard enough that Marceline pops out, declaring that they can never enter the Nightosphere again. Thinking their friend is in trouble, Finn and Jake vow to figure out what's going on. After taking a shower. Once clean, Jake looks through his charged phone for the full context, seeing that they were invited into the Nightosphere by Marceline for a jam session when her father came in, embarrassing her by offering her an amulet and the chance to take over his role as ruler of the Nightosphere. She rejected the offer, but when she puts on the amulet, it takes her over with dark energy, transforming her into the creature who they thought was Abadir last episode. They also learn the bananas they have been carrying around that keep warding off demons are basically a waste product. Finn and Jake don demon disguises so Marceline won't recognize them, and they enter the Nightosphere where they see her cursing the denizens. Unable to get closer due to the long line they can't cut in, Finn freestyles a political rap that causes the people to overthrow the government's rules and charge Marcy all at once. Finn uses this chance to take the amulet off of her, though they're still trapped as the demons are swarming Jake. So Finn dons the amulet to get evil powers he uses to free all his friends, though he transforms and starts to attack everything nearby. Hudson Abadir takes his amulet back, talking about how the stunt Finn pulled has earned his respect, before getting yelled at for tricking his daughter into transforming like that. Finn and Jake spend one episode of this two-parter trying not only to leave the Nightosphere, but learning the context of why they were there in the first place. They spend the second episode trying to get back into the Nightosphere while learning why they weren't allowed back in. This confusion is revealed to be a feature of the Nightosphere. It runs on chaos and ambiguity. The people have to wait in lines to wait in other lines, and this bureaucracy is so entrenched into the land that its people enforce rules that hurt themselves even when there's no one around forcing them to. This is one aspect of apathy, that people are unwilling to make any significant changes to the world, even if these changes could be for the better, and they're so unwilling to change that they'll actually loop around to being very much in favor of reinforcing this society they hate so much, arguing that those in charge have good ideas because those ideas are all they know. Finn does a political rap that's able to motivate people to actually change something about the system, and while the angry mob that wound up attacking him and Jake was certainly not part of his plan, the fact was that the change was the point, a roll of the dice on what the new Nightosphere will look like. But as one would expect from a ruler who thrives on this chaos, Hudson Abadir actually embraces Finn's methods of revolution, the end result of which was even more chaos. He's able to keep ruling because going from one mess to another doesn't affect him all that much. But what does have an effect on his life is his daughter, who he wants the best for. The problem is that he struggles to define what the best is when it comes to Marceline. He gives her an amulet that will possess her with evil, making her more like him, but Marcy openly states that she does not want to be more like him. This situation is further complicated by the fact that Abadir says that he's proud of her even though she isn't interested in taking over the family's torment business. He just didn't think she knew that he was proud anyway. Their relationship is surprisingly wholesome in a totally surface-level way, where the wholesomeness starts to fade away as soon as he realizes that Marceline's dad doesn't know nearly enough about his daughter for his feelings about her to matter all that much. The chaos of the Nightosphere takes visual inspiration from Hieronymus Bosch's works, including his most recognizable, The Garden of Earthly Delights. Adventure Time borrows heavily from art history and pop culture when making its setting, but it borrows from the real world when writing its characters. A soul-sucking demon in charge of the underworld is actually just a silly dad trying and failing to relate to his teenage daughter, while he pushes her towards the family business when all she wants is to pursue her musical career. In Your Footsteps. While post-parachute partying with the Candy Kingdom, Finn is approached by a bear who starts choking on a peanut. Finn slaps his back with the Enchiridion, saving him from choking, and the bear is so grateful for Finn's heroic actions that he starts following him around. Back at the tree fort, the bear is imitating Finn's actions, which causes Jake to grow suspicious, especially when he sees the bear wearing Finn's clothes and practicing Finn's actions in the mirror. Jake tries to warn him about this behavior, but Finn finds it flattering. Later, when the bear starts eating Finn's Finn cakes from the fridge, Jake catches him on video to prove it wasn't him. But Finn doesn't care about this video because he's more concerned with why Jake watched him eat the cakes instead of doing anything about it. But then the two realize that the bear is missing, having gone to a party he hosted himself, and Finn finally starts to worry the bear really is trying to take over his life. His suspicions confirmed when he sees the bear dancing with Princess Bubblegum. Finn rips off the bear's Finn mask and reveals that he is just a bear, but everyone already knew that. Finn catches up to this bear, pouting in the woods and saying he just wanted to be a hero too. So Finn gives the bear the Enchiridion, saying it will teach him all he has to know. And then the bear takes this book back to a cave, where the possessed snail containing the lich takes it from him. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery until it is not. It's one thing to mimic the actions and speech patterns and dress of another person, but another entirely to mimic the motivations and ideals of that person. Not that this was what was expected of the bear during this episode. As it's pointed out a few different times, he is just a bear trying to be more like a guy who smacked him with the book. There's no reason to look into it any deeper than that. But in this episode, they do look deeper than that. The bear is assumed to be trying to frame Jake for crimes or take over Finn's life by replacing him entirely. And for 90% of the episode, this is an exaggeration of events that causes the main characters to scare themselves, assigning intentions to actions that aren't there. Ironically, this mistrust would have served them better had it been directed in the right place. It wasn't Finn's life he was after, but the book on how to live that life that he wanted to take. And while it might seem as though a bit of extra paranoia would have saved the day, the truth is that paranoia is a pretty worthless thing to feel, since there's just as much a chance you end up wasting your time by mistrusting people improperly, accusing them of doing something they're not, instead of something they're actually guilty of. This makes a lose-lose situation where not only do you end up pushing away people you should have trusted, but you still get taken advantage of those who wish you harm. Hug Wolf. Finn and Jake are preparing to burn the Tree of Blight when a wolf with hearts for hands jumps out of the trees and begins to hug Finn. Jake finishes burning the tree, and the wolf gets burned by one of the cinders, fleeing into the woods. Finn then spends the next evening trying to hug everything, and the next morning he is approached by Cinnamon Bun, who says that Finn spent all night hugging him until it hurt. Finn tries dismissing this as another of CB's stories, but Jake looks up the symptoms and deduces that Finn has been hugged by a hug wolf. In spite of Jake's attempts to cool him off, Finn goes on a hugging spree the next night, and when he comes to the next morning, he voluntarily lets the Candy Kingdom arrest him, so he will hug no more. Jake leads the rest of the Candy people on a crusade to defeat the Alpha Hug Wolf, only to be joined by a shifted Finn who broke out of jail by offering Cinnamon Bun more hugs, and he begins to hug this wolf aggressively. The two hug each other out, exploding into a hug shroom cloud before waking up in their normal forms, Finn as a human and the other wolf as a lady. Jake asks the lady for a hug, and she transforms into the Tree of Blight. I could make a point in this episode about the way in which the hug wolf plague is spread in a similar way to an STD, and the fact that considering this makes censoring the word hug from this episode's audio track darkly funny as a result, but frankly that's probably reading too far into it. At least there's no need to look into werewolves and their derivative stories as any more than an allegory for what they were originally meant to be, with a bit of leeway for adaptation meant for children. That's what a werewolf story really is. The horror comes from the fact that you don't know who you can trust. And this isn't just a fear for the people who risk being victimized by a hug wolf or whatever, but the tragedy that the person transforming ought to feel as well. Finn spends a while in denial about him transforming into a hug wolf and attacking people overnight, assuming that he can get over it with a bit of help from his closest friends. But the real fear is that if you lose control over who you are for a time, will people still like the real you? Is the werewolf the real you at a certain point? This can serve as a metaphor for anything from a chronic illness, or a mental disorder, or even just a really stressful home life that sometimes causes you to snap at people nearby. Finn fears not just that he may end up hugging someone so intensely they get hurt, but that when he reverts to his human form, they'll still hold a grudge against him. So the human Finn volunteers to arrest himself for crimes another version of himself has committed. The tragedy of a werewolf story is that it doesn't matter whether the wolf in you is the bad guy or not, both of you end up suffering. Princess Monster Wife. Various princesses across the kingdom of Oo wake up to find that parts of them are missing, and this sight grosses out Finn and Jake, who agree to investigate the missing limbs. They start by interrogating Ice King, who insists he's innocent for a while before unveiling his new princess, Princess Monster Wife, who's made of all the missing bodies. The sight of her causes Finn and Jake to pass out in disgust, but Ice King insists they're just sleepy and begins living a normal domestic life with his new Princess Monster Wife. But Princess Monster Wife is concerned about her appearance, so Ice King gives her a cloak and puts on a fashion show for her that makes a Gunter vomit. Princess Monster Wife locks herself in her room, saying she's hideous, but Ice King reassures her that he loves her even without her monster parts. Finn and Jake arrive blindfolded, feeling around to beat up Ice King as Princess Monster Wife flies out the window, returning all the body parts to the princesses. Upon returning as a cloak and the idea of a wife, Ice King is furious that she gave away all his stuff. Ice King has spent so many episodes before trying to kidnap a princess while not being especially picky about who he actually ends up with. Here he tries to have not one princess, but all of them, and yet still not quite taking any individual one. Obviously, his logic is flawed, as Finn and Jake find taking pieces of a princess to be far more disturbing than having kidnapped a whole woman. But as Ice King is infatuated with his Princess Monster Wife, which is a fun thing to say, it's clear that his logic and actual logic don't really line up. One might then get the impression that while Ice King wants a princess, his actual desire is more about the idea of a princess than any particular woman, something backed up by previous seasons showing that he considers a lost love of his to be the princess that he seeks. And yet he ends the episode with a cloak and the idea of a princess. No tangible parts, but still able to communicate. And he hates it, clearly wanting his stuff over anything else. So it's not the idea of a princess that he wants, but the idea of ownership of a princess. He wants the control, and it doesn't really matter who or what it is. Goliad. Following her brush with death while fighting the Lich, Princess Bubblegum starts to fear for her mortality. So she creates an immortal successor to lead the Candy Kingdom should she be unable to rule, that she names Goliad. As Princess Bubblegum is too sleepy to teach Goliad how to be a leader, Finn and Jake agree to teach her about leadership by taking her to a local preschool for practice. But Jake yells at the preschoolers when they try to crawl inside his brain, and Goliad learns you can get your way by yelling, which she shows to Finn on an obstacle course. Finn says she ought to use her brain instead, which Goliad does by moving people with her mind. Finn and Jake try to warn Princess Bubblegum about the danger, so the princess asks them to distract Goliad while she creates a second Sphinx to stop the first one. Jake tries to stop Goliad, but she mind controls a bunch of candy creatures into his mouth to slow him down. She then tries to read Finn's mind to find out the plan, though Finn distracts her by imagining the Buff Baby song until Princess Bubblegum arrives with Stormo. Stormo engages in psychic combat with Goliad, and as the two are perfectly evenly matched, they end up in a permanent stalemate. Princess Bubblegum explains to Finn that she created Stormo using a hair from his head, and Finn tells his son happy birthday. Princess Bubblegum's always been shown to be the type to play with life and death, the very first proper episode even showing her reviving citizens of the Candy Kingdom. And yet, in spite of the fact that she too is made of candy, she concerns herself with mortality because she cannot yet undo death itself. And we know this is a valid concern because not only have we seen her nearly die before, but we've seen her struggle with immortality as well. So rather than trying to extend her life, she tries to extend her ideas, making a new ruler who can carry on the way she would have should the worst happen. But as with Lemongrab before, her attempts to make a better ruler have only created disaster, as she makes a leader who rules not as a disinterested third party, but one who takes a forceful role in demanding those around her to do as she says. So she makes a second Sphinx to rule the first Sphinx, the two locked in perfectly even psychic combat where they remain for the rest of the show, a literal fight serving as a metaphorical one. So long as a force for bad is balanced by a force for good, the Candy Kingdom continues functioning normally. And that force for good is someone who takes after Finn to the point of having it in his DNA. And while the force for evil is one who's modeled after Princess Bubblegum, Goliad never really acted evil until being corrupted by Jake's outburst. We know Jake's not a bad guy, and we don't blame him for getting mad at children literally crawling inside his head, but for a being like Goliad, with limited life experience, seeing a temporary burst of anger is all the universe was at that point. Beyond this earthly realm. Finn and Jake are spelunking in a mystery cave when Finn comes across a lamb idol he wants for his bathroom. But when he touches it, he disappears, with Finn's face appearing on the lamb. Jake takes this idol home to come up with a way to free Finn from it by playing his favorite songs and favorite games. But in truth, Finn is trapped in the spirit realm, where no one else can see, hear, or touch him, except for Ice King, who can see Finn with his wizard eyes. He promises to free Finn from the spirit realm if he first purges the Ice King's castle of all the spirits wandering about. Finn does this only to overhear the Ice King singing about the fact that he's the only one who can see Finn, and that Finn will have to be his friend now. Finn threatens to free all the gross spirits, so Ice King agrees to hold up his end of the bargain by breaking the lamb idol Finn's trapped inside of. But when he arrives at the tree fort to smash it, Jake fights him off, and the Ice King is so ashamed of his body, he trips and falls on the lamb, trapping both of them in the idol. But when the Ice King is freaking out over the spirits touching him, Finn notices he can influence TV static, and the two get the idea to combine their powers to subtly blow over the lamb, breaking it and freeing them both. Adventure Time is the type of show that can simultaneously have wacky, lighthearted humor like Jake embarrassing Finn by unknowingly showing all the weird spirits a kid song he thinks Finn still likes, while also having those weird spirits exist. These are far from the character designs one would normally expect to see in anything less horrifying than a Renaissance artist's depiction of hell, and yet they can be played off as an elaborate series of sight gags as long as the episode still tonally remains consistent. And this isn't a huge leap for the setting to take either. We've seen the Ice King's wizard eyes in seasons past, and it was played as a joke there too. You can introduce just about anything to a setting as long as you pull off the first impressions correctly. Then, the series can evolve the concept naturally from there. Gotcha. Lumpy Space Princess, still living in the woods, is bragging to Turtle Princess about all the various woodland creatures who are flirting with her, and Turtle Princess asks if she can write a book about showing off lumps to guys that will help with her romantic struggles. LSP goes to Finn and Jake's tree fort to start researching for her book by pretending she's going to be their adventuring secretary, until she actually has to go on an adventure where she chases after her garbage clothes and gets trapped inside of a cursed mirror. She hallucinates several cursed Finns until the real Finn breaks her out of the mirror prison, explaining that it shows weird things to anyone who looks inside. She says she had to look inside at herself because she looked good, but when Finn says that she looks good on the inside, LSP starts to doubt herself, eventually writing in her book about how great Finn is and a person's inner lumps. She delivers this book to Turtle Princess, who loves it, and then Jake tells off Lumpy Space Princess for wearing garbage before she dramatically flies out the window. LSP learns a generic lesson about inner beauty explained to her as inner lumps that is already known to everyone else but her. When the Turtle Princess learns about this, she is not shocked or disappointed as LSP thought she would be, but has gotten exactly what she was looking for. Finn is even able to explain this concept to her as an offhand comment, not even realizing it's a lesson or anything. It's common that TV shows for the same demographics told over the same time period over and over would eventually run out of lessons to teach, and the umpteenth time that a character waxes philosophical about inner beauty or whatever in a specific media landscape, even the kids watching at home are going to roll their eyes and wonder why these guys haven't gotten the memo yet. So instead, the moral of this episode is a given that we as an audience can find humor in. The fact that Lumpy Space Princess seems to be the only one who doesn't already know what we do is the joke, amplified by how loudly and repeatedly she claims that she is the expert in the field. Princess Cookie. The Candy Kingdom is in a hostage situation as a cookie named Snaps is demanding Princess Bubblegum's crown in exchange for the hostages he's taken. Princess Bubblegum is not planning on giving up her crown, so she sends Finn and Jake in to deal with the cookie. Jake at first saying he wants to disguise as a mailman to sneak in, before PB says he would be better off as a milkman. Finn disguises as Jake's shadow, and the two enter, with Finn taking out Snap's chocolate chips as Jake keeps him busy with conversation. While talking to him, Jake learns that Snap used to be an orphan before Princess Bubblegum inspired him to be anything he wanted to be, and he chose a princess, which PB shot down. Jake then decides that he's going to work with Snaps to help him live out his dream of becoming a princess, because he wanted to be a mailman himself, and the two work out a deal to get Snaps a horse to leave on, so he can begin his own kingdom. But the horse she provides is a banana guard inside the suit from the eyes, and Jake realizes that PB plans on throwing Snaps, Princess Cookie, into the dungeon. So Jake carries him away, tossing off Finn when Finn sides with PB over the duo before they come to a dead end. Princess Cookie asks Jake to surrender, throwing himself off a cliff to evade capture, but surviving because he's a cookie. Later, in a hospital/mental ward, Jake the mailman delivers a crown from the Grass Kingdom to Princess Cookie, and the other patients bow to him. It's common to tell people that they can be anything they want to in the future, but this isn't an especially accurate lesson to teach. For one, baby Snaps is told this and decides to become a princess like his hero Princess Bubblegum. This is impossible, as there can only be one princess of the Candy Kingdom at a time, and there's an entire line of succession that has to be considered, not to mention the last time PB tried to find a replacement that ended in a psychic battle, still visible in the background. So there are a few logistical reasons why Snaps couldn't become a princess. I don't know that Ginger factors into it in the setting, because princess as a title certainly appears to have a totally different connotation than to our world. And this is why his dream will never come true. Of course, that's assuming that Snaps actually wanted to be a princess in the first place. It's more likely that his actual dream was just to be more like Princess Bubblegum, and the title was merely something associated with that. The dream of wearing a crown had far to do with the connotation than it did the crown itself. This is why Princess Cookie turned down an escape attempt with Jake as they were running from the banana guards. That isn't the type of thing that Princess Bubblegum would do. Or was it? Because they were running due to her threats of throwing him in a dungeon, not consistent with the behavior he wished to mimic in the first place. It isn't until the end of the episode, where he sees Jake as a mailman, he remembers both of their dreams. Then and only then is he able to accept the princess's crown, because only then did he remember why he wanted to be a princess. Card Wars. Jake is moping about a card game named Card Wars he doesn't have anybody to play with, as he keeps beating Princess Rainicorn, and Bimo refuses to play with him anymore. So Finn sits through an hours-long explanation of the rules to begin a game where the loser must drink from a dweeb cup full of random stuff. Jake immediately sets up a large combo involving corn warriors, but Finn dismantles it by summoning a pig to eat his fields, causing Jake to start losing once Finn has the hang of things. Jake starts destroying his own field and summoning stronger monsters as he demands Finn finish the game, and as Jake gets angrier and angrier, Finn decides to take a bathroom break. He sees Bimo, who explains why they don't play with Jake anymore. Jake is a sore loser who will refuse to talk to Finn if he wins. So Finn pivots his strategy to losing on purpose without making it look like he's throwing the game, eventually losing when his pig refuses to leave Jake's mud fields. Jake wins the game and makes Finn drink from the dweeb cup, which Finn pretends actually tastes good, to trick Jake into drinking out of it too. The point of a game is to have fun, and sometimes having fun means taking things very seriously. After all, if not everyone is trying to win, then the point of the competition is moot, as both players are trying to accomplish different goals. Of course, the same thing can be said of a person who's trying desperately to win while the others are playing casually, focusing more on figuring out cool strategies than viable ones. So it's important to keep things balanced in a game, not only mechanically, but in how each player approaches it. Are they there to win, or have a good time? Can it only be a good time if they win? Jake pushes people away by throwing tantrums every time he loses, which causes people to stop wanting to play with him. And sure, getting upset at a loss just means the person was motivated to try to win, but there's a pretty decent line between keeping things interesting and making the other person's victory condition change from trying to win to trying not to anger the other player. Competition is good, but competitiveness is only fine in the context of the game. It ought to stop after the handshake. Sons of Mars. Magic Man is being pursued by Grob Gob Glob Grod, who wants to bring him to justice, when Magic Man sees Jake nearby and uses the last of his magic to swap places with him to trick the beings coming for him. G-Man, it's easier to say, takes Jake to Mars for a trial, and Finn demands that Magic Man transport him there to save his friend. But as Magic Man has limited magic left, he instead shows Finn a Martian teleportation device powered by thinking really hard about someone you care about. Finn winds up on Mars when Jake is currently on trial for a series of crudely depicted crimes that Magic Man did, which is why they originally banished him to Ooo to learn a lesson about caring for others. Abraham Lincoln, the King of Mars, forces Jake to choose between death or being turned into space dust, and he struggles to pick an option as he knows Finn would miss him either way. This revelation, that someone would miss Magic Man, comes too late, as Finn trying to stop the execution results in Jake being killed anyway. Abraham Lincoln, realizing that he made a mistake, meets with death to save Jake's life, giving away his immortality in exchange and turning into a statue. G-Man decides not to return to Ooo as he's already lost one close friend today, and Finn and Jake return together. They punch Magic Man in the face before freeing his trapped tiny manticore, who shamefully refuses to thank them. Adventure Time is a show capable of introducing practically any lore it wants to simply by having the audacity to claim it's already the case. Because the early seasons relied so heavily on randomness for its humor, the more insane concepts are already out there, like, of course Abraham Lincoln is on Mars, we already knew that from the pilot. Magic Man has some otherworldly being trying to capture him, but sure, he's a jerk who has it coming, we don't question that. Because the show already has this wacky reputation, it can add new elements to the setting and have the developments be less insane than what was there before. So Abe's on Mars, but did you know he's also its king? Did you know Magic Man was sent to Ooo to learn compassion? And there are even hints here and there as to what exactly caused him to go so insane in the first place, between the title card depicting a woman falling off a cliff and the same woman being depicted on a photo that he mourns. While it's almost a certainty that at this point things like Margles hadn't been conceptualized, the fact that the character has been developed leaves the showrunners room to add crazier concepts, like a defense system named after a woman, to show because the audience is already so used to the escalation that we almost expect it. Burning low. Finn finishes building a house for Flame Princess, her fire now hurting him far less than it used to, while him jumping into water to put out her flames doesn't hurt her as much either. Finn and Jake return home where they see Princess Bubblegum collecting taxes, but when she learns that Finn and Flame Princess have been dating for a while, she panics and runs back to her diary. The next day, she goes to the tree fort to explain some math to Jake, as Finn slips out to hang with Flame Princess some more. She asks Jake to explain what she explained to Finn, and he agrees, though Jake assumes what PB was actually explaining was that she was jealous of them. PB later sees Finn writing love letters to the Flame Princess, and Finn finally confesses that he had a crush on PB for years that she never reciprocated. But as she explains to Jake later, she wasn't trying to stop Finn from spending time with Flame Princess out of jealousy, but because the princess is unstable, which is why she was imprisoned in the first place, and if she is kissed, she'll melt into the core of the planet. PB and Jake rush over to stop them from smooching but are too late, and Flame Princess begins burning into the planet's core. Finn dives in after her, with Jake plugging the melted hole with his body, and PB tells him to hold that position because it will cause the flames to burn out all the oxygen, suffocating her and Finn. Though Finn's able to resuscitate Flame Princess with another kiss long enough for them both to survive being lifted out of the pit, where the two decide to kiss indirectly with a rock instead. It is easy at first to make the same mistake that Finn and Jake made in regards to Princess Bubblegum's intentions during this episode, seeing her reaction to Finn dating Flame Princess as jealousy that she missed out on an opportunity. Her attempts to stop them from going past the first tier being far more personal than simply trying to stop a planet from melting. But some of the foreshadowed history between her and Marceline that gets confirmed later makes any feelings beyond pragmatism more apparent. Yes, the read on PB being jealous of Finn was correct, but not because she was jealous of the Flame Princess, but of Finn himself. She's messed up a relationship before by being unable to support her girlfriend in a time where she needed her, and here she sees Finn in a very similar position where he can't be close to Flame Princess without literally hurting himself. And then he burns himself anyway, allowing his love of her to overcome the obstacle that reminds PB of an obstacle she once ran from. But intentions aside, what Princess Bubblegum really did to Finn was break his heart, though she never tried to. It's possible for a romantic situation such as this to have no bad guys. PB always viewed Finn as a younger brother due to the age difference between them, and this even contributes to her actions here, seeing someone she cares about hurting themselves in a relationship doomed to future harm, and then knowing it will end badly because of her personal experience. It might be satisfying to see Jake yell at her on a first watch through, but looking back, you wish he had understood the point in more ways than one. BMO Noir. Finn cannot find his sock and he asks Jake to help him look for it, but Jake is no help. After they leave, BMO decides to investigate the case of Finn's missing sock themselves by first grabbing a mouse named Ronnie who is nearby. By bringing up the name Lorraine, BMO's able to get a lead to check the pantry, where they become trapped, only to be rescued by Officer Davis, a cat, who says to stay out of the investigation. BMO goes to Lorraine and asks about the sock, with Lorraine accidentally revealing more knowledge of the case than she ought to know before directing BMO to Bebe, a remote control. BMO interrogates the remote for a while, but when they leave to clean up, they find that the remote is dead, and BMO stumbles down the Treefort's ladder. They're woken up by Nepter, who reveals that a sock's worth of treasure is missing, and BMO realizes Ronnie used the sock to carry the loot away. But the police have already found Ronnie dead, saying that he killed Bebe for the money. BMO's not so sure the case is solved, and finds Lorraine sailing away with the goods, claiming the sock is hidden in their old, secret, grown-up kissing spot, Finn's pillow. Finn and Jake return home where BMO proudly shows off the missing sock, as Jake learns that their chicken was named Lorraine. BMO has a rich inner life consisting of playing imagination with the various creatures around the tree fort that even Finn and Jake don't see much excitement in. And while from a certain perspective this could be considered sad, like a dog with no toys playing with garbage, it takes on a lighter tone given the context of the show it's a part of. Adventure Time's a very imaginative show. Had it been more down-to-earth, then perhaps one could take a negative reading of BMO's actions here, but the more positive outlook of the characters is infectious to the audience, so a noir adventure to locate a missing sock borrows none of the connotations of the genre it's a pastiche of, and instead is exactly what it appears to the cast themselves, a silly adventure with a lot of imagination driving the narrative. Because ordinarily, noir narratives are meant to be dark, not just literally, but in their tone as well. We expect certain tropes to appear when a detective starts following the trail of a mystery while depicted in black and white. And these are narrative tropes that we expect even when the audience isn't directly familiar with film noir in the first place. Certain aspects of these tales have managed to seep through the cultural consciousness to the point that we recognize them by piecing together bits of these aspects through parody and deconstruction, like recognizing the shape of something after having only seen its shadow. So BMO can do a faux noir pastiche that comes across as wholesome as the rest of the show, and this doesn't get questioned by the audience because nothing else about Adventure Time has really been totally inconsistent before. King Worm. Finn has dreams about being the king of the Candy Kingdom and going on dates with the Flame Princess. But he also hallucinates a worm and Peppermint Butler telling him to kill this worm, making Finn realize he's somehow trapped. Finn sees Jake struggling to follow instructions on how to wrap a present from an English-speaking Lady Rainicorn, and the two realize their dreams are connected. Jake teaches Finn that he can control himself in his dreams to have reality-bending powers, and the two go after the worm. They're chased by a Gunter monster after the Ice King, before coming across their father, Joshua, who crochets a giant worm they pursue with big legs and birds. Finn corners the worm on top of a mountain and smashes it, waking back up in the tree fort, although there are still a few things off about the universe. Realizing this is still a dream, Finn remembers Jake's advice from before about bad thoughts warding off dreams, and he begins to focus on all of his fears: the ocean, the Lich, Princess Bubblegum telling him he's too young, and clowns. The king worm finally dries out from the negative energy, and Finn wakes up for real as the king worm leaves their treehouse. Devoid of context, this episode is bizarre, but with the context of the rest of the show and future episodes of this season, the plot's easier to follow. Not so much because the plot becomes clear, but the intention behind the episode is what the audience gets to understand. The most immediate connection is going to be the fact that this episode is a direct sequel to Evicted, where Finn and Jake finally return to their home after meeting Marceline, where they get brainwashed by a big worm. Then, to break out of this mind control, Finn has to face several of his greatest fears, all things we've seen before. This ranges from the ocean from Ocean of Fear, to the Lich from Mortal Folly, to PB's rejection from What Was Missing in several other episodes, to Shoko's early appearance being locked in the vault from The Creeps, and an appearance by the concept of clowns, which Finn announced he disliked back in Another Way. Once a viewer realizes how many throwbacks this episode has, they'll also understand how these fears get linked to later episodes from this season. Reign of Gunters in a few episodes first gets foreshadowed here, with Ice King running from them, and the Lich makes an appearance, as well as Farm Finn, who shows up at the season's very end. Normally, fear is considered a negative emotion, but it winds up being the connecting thread through this whole episode, and the fact that it's Finn's various phobias that wind up saving the day shows us that just because we're afraid of something doesn't mean we ought to avoid it. Lady and Peebles. Princess Bubblegum meets with Lady Rainicorn outside of a black ice cave where Finn and Jake have been held for weeks after fighting the Ice King. Lady expresses concerns over their rescue mission and the fact that the last conversation she had with Jake was complaining his noodles were too tough, but PB reassures her it will be fine as they have science on their side. They fly through this cave, navigating through rooms of creeping hands, giant tongues, and a bunch of eyeball lasers that steal PB's science stuff and knock Lady unconscious. Princess Bubblegum eventually finds Finn and Jake having been poisoned by Xanoids, and she meets the only other person who knows so much about these, Ricardio. Ricardio has built a body for himself out of muscles from Ice King's body, claiming that he's a man now, and PB ought to fall in love with him. Ricardio asks to marry her, and she agrees, on the condition that he beat her in hand-to-hand combat first. PB is able to win by using her knowledge of how to assemble and disassemble a body, kicking Ricardio with his own legs, before dragging Lady and the others back to the Candy Kingdom. As they're recovering in a hospital, Lady's happy to see Jake again, so she can confess that she's pregnant. It's a clever bit of dual foreshadowing in this episode that Princess Bubblegum's heartbeat detector gets used, not only suddenly revealing the multiple heartbeats following them as Lady's unborn children, but the fact that the real antagonist of the episode was not Ice King as they assumed, but a walking heartbeat Ricardio. It's mentioned early in this episode that Ice King is not so much of a threat anymore, serving as what's basically a background villain or red herring suspect, and so a real, more horrifying villain ought to take his place. This is done by recontextualizing a villain from the first season, Ricardio, whose antics were, at first, just something that Finn was jealous of, but now more horrifying by exploring the actual ramification of the first appearance. He is a walking, talking heart, and he was literally removed from the Ice King's chest and replaced later. Grotesque limbs are merely an escalation of his first appearance's motivations. I always keep coming back to the point that Adventure Time is a series that grew up alongside the audience, and this episode is an example of how it does that. Steadily introduce more mature concepts like Jake and Lady's relationship actually leading to fatherhood for the man, then take the earlier childish concepts and re-examine what those really meant. not so much by explaining what the initial interpretation was wrong, merely that it never went far enough, for example showing how a sentient heart who wants to repurpose people's organs is actually a pretty terrifying concept. You made me. Finn and Jake are leaving the Candy Kingdom after helping to test Princess Bubblegum's aura visualizer when they see two banana guards watching security footage. These guards point out that the Earl of Lemongrab has been watching various members of the Candy Kingdom while they sleep, so PB confronts him, where Lemongrab runs away screaming because PB made him the way he is. She reluctantly decides to send some citizens of the Candy Kingdom, the Pup Gang, 3 delinquent children, volunteering in exchange for amnesty. But upon arriving at the castle of Lemongrab, the Earl of Lemongrab considers the pups as unacceptable, and he blasts them with his sound sword before taking them to a reconditioning chamber where they become electrocuted. The next night, the Earl of Lemongrab continues stalking around the Candy Kingdom, so PB tries to recondition him by teaching him how to be gentle with the candy people. He refuses and runs off with Finn, Jake, and PB following him. But Finn and Jake are trapped inside the reconditioning chamber to watch as Lemongrab threatens PB with his sound sword. Finn breaks the chamber and takes the sound blast for her before Princess Bubblegum's able to reveal she made a clone of the Earl of Lemongrab so they can rule each other. After mellowing out, the two Lemongrabs bid the others goodbye. Finn and Jake spend this episode trying to convince Princess Bubblegum to just get rid of Lemongrab through use of force, but PB rejects these violent attempts at eliminating the problem because to her, she is looking at a reflection and a challenge of her own philosophy towards leadership. Lemongrab is a bad earl and a bad guy who stalks her kingdom's people, and yet she was the one who established the security systems in place that allowed her to discover this. Had PB used his creepy behavior as justification for just smashing the guy's face or something, then she would have also had to examine her own behavior because it's no different. We see this reflected later in the way in which she tries to recondition the Earl of Lemongrab, not by putting him in a tiny room and electrocuting him, his method, but by taking him to the garden to learn to care for candy people in a peaceful, kind way. But this kindness does not work, making it appear as though her only option left is the violent methods others have been calling for from the beginning. But PB does not accept this as an answer because it would once again be an admission of failure, to say that she messed up in his creation and didn't try to improve things before giving up on them. The Earl of Lemongrab did the same thing with the Pup Gang, trying to electrocute them into compliance and giving up when that didn't work to keep stalking people. The point of this episode is that Princess Bubblegum is supposed to be the better person. Stooping to the same methods as the bad guy, bad as in incompetent, will not accomplish this. Who would win? Finn and Jake are having some bro time together gliding over a cliff when they see the farm, a giant barn with human limbs, fighting against the marauders and winning. A being named the Train tries to fight it after the rest are defeated, only to be crushed, dragging himself away to get new legs. Finn and Jake realize that if they defeat the farm, they'll become bro legends, or brojans, but they're not powerful enough to win yet. So the two of them begin to train together, only for Jake to spend more time maintaining his ranking in Compy's castle than practicing with Finn. So Finn takes the console and smashes it, which causes Jake to begin fighting him more seriously. Their fight devolves into biting and pantsing before they race back to the farm to fight him so the other one can't. But both of them are smashed and have animals dumped on them. Finn and Jake share a dream where the Dream Warrior teaches them about cheap cars, sweatpants, and golden apples before waking them up with the water hose. Now reinvigorated, Finn and Jake fight the farm together using cheap tricks like throwing mud in his eyes, pulling down his pants, and biting his butt. For their victory, Finn and Jake are celebrated by the Marauders and given Brogend medals. Finn and Jake take down the farm by using dirty fighting techniques and yet are rewarded by the Marauders anyway. This is because all fighting is dirty fighting, and since you're going to be fighting dirty anyway, you might as well commit to the techniques. But the only way that Finn and Jake learn to fight dirty in this episode is by arguing with one another. They start their training by trying out actual fighting styles, or what we have to assume are considered proper, and only when Finn breaks Jake's game console does the fighting become dirty, or rather, fighting because they actually want to hurt the other guy. It's discovering this reason to fight that's more important than how you're fighting. The two even begin the episode with this in mind as they train together so they can fight together. It's not until they forget this and then relearn it that the importance of the lesson becomes clear. Finn and Jake did not want to defeat the farm. They wanted to defeat the farm together. The whole purpose of their training was to fight him more effectively, and ironically, it wasn't until they stopped fighting for each other and started fighting against each other they actually began to properly prepare. The Dream Warrior teaches both of them lessons on fighting by showing them that they knew how to fight dirty all along, and in doing so, reminds them that they knew how to fight for each other all along. Because all fighting is dirty unless it's for a good reason, and getting closer to your bros is a great reason. Ignition point. While playing with smells, Flame Princess starts lamenting that her scented candles were left behind in the Flame Kingdom and she cannot retrieve them without seeing her father again. So Finn and Jake volunteer to get the candles for her, though they overhear two conspirators discussing an assassination plot while in her bedroom. Finn and Jake sneak around the Flame Kingdom to find these conspirators, identifiable by their accent and untied shoe, only to get chased around by the chef when they mess up his blueberries. They disguise themselves as actors to evade him when Jake gets the very original idea to reenact the conspirators' plot on stage and to check the audience for guilty expressions. They begin discussing extinguishing the Flame King with ice when the Flame King accuses them of disguising treason as a play. He orders his executioners to execute them when Finn sees one of their shoes is untied and the other has a distinctive accent. He then calls attention to this to the Flame King, who unmasks them to see they are his nephew seeking revenge for the assassination of their father. Hearing that the Flame King became king with fratricide, Finn asks if all the people are evil in the Flame Kingdom, and if it's possible to turn an evil princess from evil to good with love. Finn and Jake return the scented candles, where the Flame King peeks out of the fires and begins whispering evil to his daughter. If you're familiar with the plot of Hamlet, then you'll understand Jake's plan during this episode as being derivative of that play. If you're familiar with the mechanics of tabletop role-playing games, then you'll understand Finn's concerns during this episode as being derivative of the implementation of morality in certain popular systems. Adventure Time is the sort of show where the Globe Theater and a table in some guy's basement can find common ground culturally, calling upon both aspects of society at once while not treating one as higher or lower than the other. The stories told on the grandest of stages are just as important to the audience as the things made up on the fly by a friend on a weekend night. No story is more or less important than anything else, at least not intrinsically. The only thing that matters is how much that story means to the person who's hearing it. So Flame Princess's grandma candles probably don't mean much to the average person, but they're valuable to her, and Finn's attempts to save the Flame King from an assassination attempt have only saved a person who's self-confessedly evil. But that's not important because he stopped someone from being killed painfully. Sitting there and moralizing over whether it was the right thing to do is pointless because it felt like the right thing to do. Flame Princess is supposedly evil, but that doesn't mean Finn is going to let her dad die. And being supposedly evil won't prevent a good guy like Finn from trying to find the goodness in her. The hard easy. Finn and Jake are approached by a river scamp from the Wooby-Woo village who tells them of a mega frog who's been harassing them. The Wooby-Woo elder gives them a bag of lollipops as a gift for agreeing to defeat this frog, and Jake uses the candy to leave a trail so they don't get lost following the frog's footprints. But they run out of candy quickly and become lost, setting up a campfire by having Jake get struck by lightning. But when they see the frog in the distance, they put out the fire to attack, only to get beaten up by falling logs from a giant fake frog. Before they can come up with a plan to lure out the mega frog, it appears behind them by grabbing Finn. Jake fights it off and they retreat to a cave where the mega frog contorts to continue the pursuit. Finn is knocked out and Jake gets his face grabbed and bit, but then Finn remembers a few details of the mega frog, and he deduces it's a frog prince. Finn leaps off of Jake's head and kisses the mega frog, who undergoes a dramatic transformation sequence to become Prince Huge. Prince Huge thanks Finn for doing that, and then flies out of the cave. The Princess and the Frog is one of those Western fairy tales that most people are already familiar with, so this episode gives it that Adventure Time style by turning the frog into a monster and having it terrorize a bunch of fish dudes with semi-improvisational dialogue. The Frog Prince also has a series of traps and obstacles that Finn and Jake are unsure if he set up on purpose or by coincidence, and they spend most of the episode just trying to get through the bizarre parts of the world to find him at all. And yet, in spite of these obstacles being things that Finn and Jake have certainly overcome in the past, their eventual meeting with this giant frog sees Jake nearly getting eaten, at least until Finn starts piecing together random sentences with no correlation aside from the answer. It's pretty lazy if not outright nonsensical foreshadowing for the eventual twist, but it's foreshadowing Adventure Time style, like all the rest of the plot beats thus far. This is why Finn is able to solve the mystery in the end to recognize this story for the fairy tale that it was, because he is used to this sort of, for lack of a better term, nonsense, and he can navigate random plots with ease. Reign of Gunters. Ice King is searching for his demonic wishing eye, while Gunter is desperate for attention, with Ice King grounding him to the corner while he flies to Wizard City to get a new one. While in Wizard City, Ice King starts to talk with the Huntress Wizard about how esoteric everything there is before he enters a magic item store where he overhears part of a secret wizard conversation, and then the secret wizards attack him. Meanwhile, Gunter has taken the demonic wishing eye and the kitten from Chamber of Frozen Blades out from a hiding spot, creating hundreds of clones of himself and attacking Finn and Jake's tree fort. They soon learn that nearly all of Oo has fallen to the Gunter invasion, and they head to the Candy Kingdom next. Finn tries to help out Princess Bubblegum with a plan, though he does not tell her this plan at the advice of a self-help book Jake keeps around as a joke. The Gunters defeat the Banana Guard before storming the walls of the Candy Kingdom, where Finn does his plan, giving them every glass bottle they want to smash. But Gunter smashes every one of these bottles, so Princess Bubblegum offers to have them reassemble them to be smashed again forever. Unsatisfied with this offer, the Gunters threaten to smash the Gumball Guardians before Ice King returns from his wizard battle to defeat Gunter with a spray bottle. He's about to tell them how he survived the battle before remembering it's wizards only, fools. Gunter is acting up throughout this episode, with Ice King being the only person capable of controlling him, ironic given that Ice King is depicted through the rest of the episode as being the least capable of doing anything else. He spends the episode complaining about all the other wizards keeping secrets from him while getting ignored or spoken down to, and then he arrives at the very end of the episode, unable to explain how he survived the encounter, but able to effortlessly dispose of a threat that felled the greatest minds and armies of the Candy Kingdom. It's reasonable at this point to assume this was something done as a gag, that Finn and Jake and Princess Bubblegum struggled against the silly penguin who follows around a joke villain, as he was actually the most evil creature on the planet, something Hudson Abadir, probably another contender for this role, has hinted at before. The name Orgalorg has probably not been considered at the moment this episode was made, as Adventure Time is a show that benefits from being spontaneous, both in the episode-by-episode plots and the grand scheme of things. So using Occam's razor to determine just how serious we are supposed to take these character moments is the best option currently available. Also, I'm not really sure if it's Gunter or Gunther or Gunther. The characters seem to alternate between them pretty arbitrarily. I Remember You. Ice King is performing Marceline's Fry song to Gunter when he concludes that a cool ballad about a sad backstory will make him more popular with women. So he flies to Marceline's house to ask her for advice on how to write better lyrics, bringing over some instruments and some random scraps of paper he's brainstormed on. Finn and Jake come over to try to fight off the Ice King, but Marceline says she's okay with them staying, and she sends the two away so IK and Marcy can have a jam session. Ice King begins blasting her ceiling with ice while singing about how he wishes he were more likable before getting into a scuffle with Marceline. He hides atop the fridge while Marceline begins her version of the songs about how she doesn't hate the Ice King and just wishes he remembered the way she did about their past. Marceline takes some of the scraps he's used as lyric sheets to show him a bit about his history, using his own lyrics about the way that he loves Marceline and wants to protect her, but the crown he's wearing is making him lose his mind, eventually apologizing for whoever he is about to become. Ice King sings these old lyrics despite not remembering that he was the one who wrote them, as Finn and Jake watch on in confusion. The episode ends on a shot following the Mushroom Wars, where a crying Marceline is given her stuffed animal Hambo by a pre-transformation Simon. Ice King's crown is frequently served as a metaphor for dementia, where an older mind begins to degrade without the person it belongs to realizing it. Ice King forgets faces or their significance, and he forgets about those closest to him as they start to become strangers once more. But the people he's forgetting don't forget about him, leaving them with memories of a person who's not quite dead, but might as well be. The fact that Ice King is still around means that Simon doesn't get to rest in peace, so all of those who knew him before have to see what he's become, rather than remembering him at his best. It's less like Simon Petrikov is alive and more like Simon's body is alive while his mind is not. The exact details of precisely how his crown works and what it really does to him don't get revealed until later in the show, but the logistics matter in this plotline far less than the impact it has on those closest to him. An actually explanation given to Marceline will not make her songs any different. This season began with a story of unrequited love, and it's ending the same way. Finn and Flame Princess have a tragic history of a princess locked away by her father for her own safety that ends with the two finding a comfortable spot for their love. Marceline and Simon have a tragic past of losing everything and then finding each other, giving each person the strength to keep surviving. One story is about a tragic past but an optimistic future, one about kindness in the past but no optimism for where it will go from here. The Lich. Finn has a nightmare featuring the cosmic owl, the bear from In Your Footsteps, and the lich-possessed snail killing Billy that concerns him enough to investigate if Billy is okay. He and Jake enter Billy's crack and ask him about the dream, to which Billy responds by recruiting the two and gathering crystals from each of the crowns of the princesses across U. After gathering these, they place the jewels inside of the Enchiridion, where it glows and a man with a book on his head explains time portals, an explanation Billy skips over to say he's gonna push the Lich into a wormhole. The final jewel they need is from Princess Bubblegum, the theft of which results in a scuffle where Finn's cheek is cut by PB's scissors. As they're about to activate the Enchiridion and give it to Billy, PB warns them that Billy is the Lich, and the book starts transforming as the Lich beckons Finn closer. Finn tries to smash the book to prevent it from falling into the Lich's hands, but this causes a portal to open, with the Lich climbing inside. Jake grabs onto him with Finn helping him to be anchored, but they fall through anyway. The episode ends on a boy who resembles Finn next to a regular dog who resembles Jake as he practices the flute before his mother calls him inside for something urgent. This episode is less of a season finale and more of an arc finale, wrapping up concepts introduced between season 1 and now. It's not merely about finishing off the Lich and the consequences of his appearance, but about wrapping up some of Finn's story arc as well. In the first season, Finn looked up to Billy as he wanted to be a great hero the same way his idol was. The fact that the Lich possessed Billy and that Finn had to overcome him in this disguise is more than just the Lich trying to get revenge against an old adversary, but Finn having to overcome a new one as he has surpassed his old hero not so much in deed, but in mentality. He is tricked into helping the Lich out by piecing together a series of jewels from crowns that exist to weaken his power. The last time Finn fought him directly, he needed a jeweled headband to defend himself. And between this and the fact that Finn was stealing crown jewels from the princesses who he's been saving for so many seasons, rather than simply asking for them all at once, means that in a way, Finn failed to maintain that heroic attitude he had always wanted. He was so focused on saving the world, he forgot to save the people in it. Finn the Human. Finn and Jake follow the Lich into the portal where he enters the Time Room. They follow him only to find it empty save for Prismo, who says he just granted the Lich a wish to exterminate all life. But Finn and Jake get a wish of their own, and hoping to prevent the Lich from undoing their wish to undo his wish, they wish that the Lich never existed. Farmworld Finn is asked by his mother to sell the family mule in town to raise the money they need to pay off the Destiny Gang. While tracking down the mule, Finn comes across a hole with a frozen missile on top of a skeleton. An old woman explains that the skeleton belonged to Simon Petrikov, who used the Crown's ice magic to stop the destruction of the world and the rise of a fabled terror known as the Lich. Finn ignores her warnings and takes the crown to Junktown to sell, and the old woman, revealed to be Marceline, is told by the skeleton to get the crown back. Finn arrives at the market where the Destiny Gang steals both the crown and the mule before retreating to their palace. After fighting one of the goons and encouraging the others to fight with him, Finn receives a bladed arm from Chu's Bruce and rushes the palace himself, only for the leader, Big Destiny, to give him the crown back, pointing to the Junktown, which is now on fire, and saying they're coming for his house next. Finn rescues Marceline and rushes back to his home, where he sees his family burning. Remembering what Marceline said about the crown's magical powers, he puts it on his head. Jake the Dog. With his newly granted ice powers, Finn is able to save his family, though the Crown starts telling him to freeze everything, and his magic ends up detonating the bomb. He sends his family away before rescuing the Destiny Gang to serve as his minions, though they flee from him as well. Finn sees Jake inside of a pit of goo, where the bones of Marceline tell him off for using the Crown's power. Jake begins to go rabid, biting at Finn's arm before shifting into the Lich as Finn blasts him with ice and the feed gets cut. Jake has been hanging out with Prismo and the Cosmic Owl, eating sandwiches with pickles and freestyling in the hot tub as Jake ignores most of the events on screen. But when the Cosmic Owl unmutes a scene of Farm World Finn mourning Jake's death, he begins to wonder what he needs to do to prevent that from happening. Prismo warns him that every wish he grants comes with a downside and that he ought to consider his wish very carefully, eventually going as far as to tell Jake exactly what to ask for, that the Lich's wish was for Finn and Jake to return home. They return to the Candy Kingdom just after the Lich vanished, where Jake is excited as each of the jewels returns home, the only thing left of their journey being a jar of Prismo's pickles and a note. In an alternate universe where the Lich never existed, there has to have been a reason for him to exist in the first place that was simply stopped. Here, it's revealed that the inciting incident to create the branch of the universe Finn and Jake live in was Simon Petrikov sacrificing himself to avoid disaster, meaning that Marceline never grew up alongside him, and he never became the Ice King, and that Finn and Jake never became the sort of heroes to stand up to guys like the Destiny Gang. But it doesn't mean that the world is devoid of villains, as there will always be someone out there to pick on those who can't defend themselves. While the Lich may have never existed, there are still folks out there with his same dedication to wanton destruction. But wherever there are villains, there are bound to be heroes too, if only because there are villains in the first place. Farm Finn and Regular Dog are living a humble life, their reaction to seeing their father get bullied for money to figure out a way to raise that money, while the Finn of Ooh we recognize would have fought them regardless of if it was a good idea. It's not until arriving at Junktown and having these goods stolen from him that Finn starts to fight back. It's because that became the path of least resistance. Before, the easiest way to live life was for Finn to keep to himself, drawing no extra attention and doing what he can to satiate the greed of those around him. But when that becomes impossible to do, he just fights. The peaceful solution was the best solution until it wasn't, and then the violent solution became the only solution, so it was inevitable. So all of this implies that the Finn and Jake that we know are adventurers not because adventuring is all they know, but because adventuring is all they can know. The first part of this three-parter was the culmination of Finn meeting his hero Billy and trying to be as much like him as possible. The story then ends with a tale of what would happen without a Billy for Finn to look up to. No Lich means no one to slay the Lich, which means no heroes to aspire to. No heroes to aspire to means Finn and Jake live normal lives with parents who are still around. But no heroes means villains, and villains mean heroes. And the entire cycle of good guys and bad guys with capital letters and everything resets as though the two groups were predator and prey in the wild, whose populations wavered, but eventually reach equilibrium. This then implies an aspect of nominative determinism, which is a fancy way of saying that things are not only named after what they are, but tend to become what they're named after. The Candy Kingdom is full of candy people who are sweet because that's all they can know. Lumpy Space Princess is lumpy because the space around her is lumpy, even though that space is named after her. And Finn and Jake are heroes because they call themselves heroes, other people call them heroes, and to a certain extent, they act like heroes too. Five more short Graybles. Cuber hosts 5 more short Graybles like the episode title, once again asking viewers to guess the theme between them. First is Finn and Jake reading a fairy tale about little Jack Horner sticking his thumb into a pie and saying, "Oh, what a good boy am I." They decide to recreate this tale by sticking their thumbs into as many things as possible, starting with the plum and moving on to more and more absurd objects. Next is Marceline, seeking out Wizard Bill's guitar shop to play the most savory licks imaginable. She finds the rock giant and asks him for directions, but because his extended pointer finger is so long, she simply hitches a ride on his hand and asks him to point out the way again, before arriving for a bass solo. While strolling the Candy Kingdom, Tree Trunks sees a giant who beckons to her before making a rude hand gesture. She tries reporting this to the Banana Guard, but they take too long to do the paperwork. So she takes justice into her own hands, recruiting some vigilantes, before returning to the scene of the crime where she sees it was merely a statue with a raised fist, with Shelby reading in the middle. Ice King announces that he's going to have a new woman around the house, and then lifts his robe to show that he has drawn a lady's face on his foot. He proposes, his foot says yes, and the penguins drink his tears of joy as he takes a set of rings and places one on his toe and another on his ring finger. Ice King then sits on his porch, watching Finn and Jake put their thumbs into stuff before noticing the lady's face he drew on his other foot. Finally, BMO is teaching their reflection football on how to behave in high society by holding out one's pinky finger while drinking a cup of bitter tea. But football keeps messing this up, and the duo pours more and more tea onto their circuitry before Finn and Jake come home to put their thumbs into something good, the buttons on a controller. Cuber finally reveals that the theme for all 5 Greybles was the 5 senses. Finn and Jake had a sweet plum, Marceline's guitar was savory, Tree Trunk saw a sour expression, Ice King cried salty tears, and BMO drank bitter tea. He also says that the theme had nothing to do with the 5 fingers because no one's had 5 fingers on their hand in centuries. Up a tree. Finn and Jake are having a picnic with Lady when they find a throwing and catching disc, as Finn prepares to make the perfect throw. But his perfect throw arcs the disc on top of a big tree. Finn rejects Jake's assistance as he wants to get the disc himself, though a porcupine offers to assist him by boosting Finn up with his spikes. This only hurts Finn's butt, but he's able to use the quills left behind to begin the climb upward. A squirrel then offers to assist him by giving Finn an apple that will replenish his energy, and although Finn rejects this at first, the squirrel forces it into his mouth. It turns out to be a cursed apple that shrinks Finn, but he continues to climb anyway. He sees the squirrel from before tying a kite, and also overhears the rest of the tree's animals plotting to sabotage Finn's climb up, saying anything in the tree is part of the tree. Finn is knocked out and arrested, but the squirrel is guarding him while lamenting that he can't fly like he wants to. Finn offers to break out with him, and they grab the throwing and catching disc before running onto a long branch. He tosses the disc, but it flies away, so he jumps onto the flying squirrel's back, and they fly to freedom. Except the flying squirrel is just a regular squirrel, and they begin to plummet, until the disc returns having been the perfect throw, allowing the duo to soar through the sky. A solo adventure that Finn insists on doing without the help of Jake, where almost every complication along the way is caused by someone else trying to help him anyway. He rejects the porcupine's suggestion to use cartoon physics to boost him up to the top of the tree, but still uses 2 quills to climb up, despite that being equally unrealistic. He rejects an offer to eat an apple to replenish his energy, only to have it replenished when he grows tiny anyway. It wasn't that he didn't want the boost, he just didn't want other people to offer it to him. These feelings are almost vindicated near the middle of the episode when it's revealed everyone in the tree was actually part of a big conspiracy to prevent him from taking something that belonged to the tree. But it's then given a logical conclusion with Finn not accepting someone else's help, but offering to help another person to escape as well. Although, that's probably reading too far into it. This episode was more than likely meant to be a what if the cute forest creatures were actually dangerous, sort of bait and switch, to better fit in with the rest of Adventure Time's general vibe. All the Little People. Finn and Jake are sitting on a cliff discussing relationship advice when Magic Man appears from a hole in the ground, placing a bag in Finn's pants while whispering he isn't coming back. Finn discovers that this tiny bag is full of miniature versions of him and his friends, and a few C-listers, and he dumps them out on the table to start playing with them. This play mostly consists of pushing 2 random people together and watching what happens, usually resulting in weird couplings like Jake jamming with Ice King or Turtle Princess spanking Zergiok. Jake's weirded out by this and leaves to spend some time with Lady Rainicorn, leaving Finn behind to read books by J.T. Dogzone while playing pretend with All the Little People, where he tries hooking up Princess Bubblegum and Flame Princess with himself, only for them to fight. When Jake returns, he sees that the tree fort is a mess and all the little people have had their lives ruined by Finn's intervention. Jake suggests shaking the little people so he can speak to them on their wavelength, as they can't perceive him otherwise, and Finn is able to appear as a face in the clouds to his little self. He apologizes for causing everything, saying he's not coming back, then moving on to the other little people before throwing a dance party where all is forgiven. Jake's assertion at the beginning of the episode about not playing in people's love lives due to how unconventional love can be holds true for his character through the end of the episode, but Finn still attempts to test this assertion by playing Glob with all the tiny people he found. Finn pushes some people together based on what he believes ought to happen, and pushes others apart because to him, they don't belong together. His belief in these people not being good partners comes from a biased point of view due to what he knows about them in his universe, whereas the little people seem to be blank slates who keep a few traits of their origins without any of the emotional baggage that comes from knowing one another beforehand. The real Ice King and the real Jake don't get along because they fought so many times before, but in the Little People verse, they're just fellow musicians playing songs together for the first time. What Finn spends this episode doing is akin to shipping, a hobby that fans of some works obsess over to the same extent as our protagonist. And in shipping, the pairings that occur make about as much sense as some of the relationships in Finn's Little People playset. Ice King and Beemo? Why not? Finn and Lady? Sure. It's when the real-world equivalent of Jake sees what Finn has been up to that he starts to chide Finn for forcing random relationships just to see what will happen, with no regard for the long-term effects. The way to fix it is not so much for Finn to apologize and tell everyone these flings were meaningless because he forced them, but because he made a huge dance party at the end, not really caring about whether things make sense and just letting stuff happen, rather than forcing something nonsensical for no reason. Jake the Dad. Finn and Beemo come over to see Jake's newborn children, though when Jake sees how rough Uncle Finn is playing with the kids, he asks them to leave so he can focus on taking care of them. He follows the advice of a series of hollow messages from his mother on things like how to make breakfast and how to perform CPR if the kids stop moving. He tries reading a book about a baby-eating fox to the kids, but when the hollow message says the subject matter is too dark, he throws it out the window, where it's discovered by Mr. Fox and the others. These foxes decide to take the book's advice as they head out to find some babies to eat, around the time where Jake is taking the kids out for fresh air. But as Jake is exhausted from having stayed up all night protecting the kids, he's too tired to realize they've gotten loose and are having fun in the forest. Jake scoops them up and takes them home, only to fall asleep just outside his house. And then the foxes come, dragging Jake back to the forest as they think he might be a baby. Lady lets the kids go save him, which they do by transforming and fighting off all the foxes while calling the hollow messages stupid. This causes Jake to remember that he thought the same thing about these messages when he was a kid, and Jake resolves to let the children learn their own lessons. In the end, he returns to the tree fort with Finn as rainicorns grow up fast, and because that's where all his stuff was. Jake wants to be a good father to his children, so he decides to raise his kids by using the example that his mother set for him. After all, his mother raised him, so he knows that she must be competent at being a mom. His mistake, though, is that he was trying so hard to emulate the type of mother that his mother was trying to be, instead of the mother she really was. Margaret was trying to be a good mom according to what her instructional holomessages said, but the fond childhood memories Jake had were about all the times where she ignored the messages to do something more instinctive. And sure, the instinctive actions likely put her children in danger, but a life free of danger and risk is a life free of lessons to learn. It's nearly impossible to drill a lesson into a person's mind without any sort of real-world experience, and no child will get real-world experience if their parents are going out of their way to prevent that from happening. A lot of parents wind up hurting their kids in this way, but as we see from Jake, this isn't something that makes one a bad parent. It's perfectly natural to want to protect your family from harm, and doing so is not a bad thing. In fact, it's actually a difficult position for parents to accept that their kids ought to make mistakes when your job is to protect them from that. Parenting is less about teaching lessons and more about teaching your kids to teach themselves, so they only need to mess up once to learn from the mistake, instead of having you fix all of their problems and learning nothing. There's a reason Jake goes back to the tree fort at the end of the episode, and it isn't just because the show wants to maintain the status quo. Davy. After slaying a dragon and freeing all of the candy people inside its stomach, Finn is swarmed by a mob of candy people who all want to have dinner with him and hang out and stuff. Finn flees the scene to stay inside, where a game of cops and robbers with Beemo gives Finn the idea to shave his head and put on a fake mustache while telling everyone his name is Davy. This disguise works, and Finn begins walking around the Candy Kingdom unbothered, doing normal things and working normal jobs, eventually building a normal house next to the tree fort. Realizing that Finn is taking the Davy thing too far, Jake takes BMO's robber disguise and pretends to rob Davy and his new friend, though Davy simply calls the banana guards over and Jake is arrested. This causes Davy to grow concerned about his new name and identity, so Finn dons the Davy disguise one last time. He sneaks into the Candy Kingdom prisons to find Jake, smuggling him out with some swept keys and placing his mustache on a horse to lure the banana guard away while hiding Jake in his pocket. Sometimes you just want to get away from it all, but sometimes it all is you, and it's hard to get away from yourself. So Finn adopts an alter ego who's nothing like Finn, and Davy takes over to do the opposite of what Finn used to do. Not only the things Finn disliked doing before, but fully committing to the bit as he begins to find enjoyment in the little things, normally forbidden to him because of his status. Finn becomes an NPC, and he's practically invisible as a result. Once he's socially invisible, he starts to become invisible in other ways, neglecting the random quests and adventures he used to go on for more common-sense solutions to his problem, like just calling the police when there's a threat instead of taking it on himself. This is why Jake struggles to free his friend from his new lifestyle. Finn was enjoying having other people take charge of his life for a bit. Let somebody else save the day, and let someone else live in the crazy house, and let somebody else get mobbed by people who want to invite him on even more crazy adventures. But one thing that Davy lacks that Finn gets to do is spend time with his friend. Normal guys like Davy don't have shape-shifting dogs for brothers, so to rescue Jake he has to lose the disguise, but not before using it one last time to prove that the thing he was lacking in the first place is something he couldn't just do anyway. By proving that Davy can still do adventures, Finn is able to know for sure that that wasn't the thing he didn't want in his life and it really was the fame getting to him, not his brother and not his real identity. Mystery Dungeon. Shelby, Tree Trunks, Lemon Grab, Nepter, and Ice King wake up inside of a dungeon with a riddle telling them to go to the room in its center. The walls begin to close in on them, and they flee to the next room where they can't find an exit door and begin to worry about what they'll do for food. But Tree Trunks makes them a pie that attracts a giant rat who also shows them the way out. The next room has a steamy pool that nullifies Ice King's powers that they can't cross without distracting a sea monster. They use Tree Trunks as bait to pull the monster out of the water before she cuts her way out, and they enter the next room where Lemon Grab's essence subdues the next monster. They finally come across a room with a complex algorithm blocking it when Ice King realizes that he grabbed Nepter instead of BMO for their hacker, revealing that their presence in the dungeon was his doing to access the central room. Nepter throws a pie at the door and shorts it out, and the group is able to access the ancient sleeping magi of life-giving, who can bring things to life. Ice King chooses to throw his Fiona and Cake fanfics inside, only for the magi to bring the book itself to life, where it repeatedly farts in Ice King's face. Everyone leaves through a hole in the ground where Finn and Jake meet with Shelby as they watch Ice King and Nepter role-playing in disgust. Nepter is technically Ice King's son, though in his introductory episode I wrote about the way that one's parentage has more to do with who you take after than any sort of biology. Here, we see that Nepter still craves Ice King's attention, despite not getting it no matter the actions he performs. Ice King chooses Tree Trunks as the party's designated pie maker, despite one member being a pie-making robot. He rewards Tree Trunks and Lemon Grabs for catching the sea monster, despite Nepter being the first to help him pull. Nepter's even the one capable of shutting down the final obstacle, despite Ice King assuming he can't, because he thought he had the wrong robot. So Nepter seeks out the approval of a person he cannot get approval from, because he's not looking to approve of anyone at the moment. Ice King's ultimate reward is to bring things to life, though instead of the actual prize of his ideas being given life, it's the book itself. His whole quest resembles that of a TTRPG module, where the DM has designed a dungeon after a specific party composition, or vice versa. This is a callback to Adventure Time's origins, where it took inspiration from friendly campaigns, not only in the aesthetics of its world, but in the personality of the creatures there. The whole thing feels very crafted around being navigable like a video game, and that comes down to problems made to be solved with the tools or characters already available. All your fault. Princess Bubblegum receives a letter from the Earls of Lemon Grab regarding the fact that his kingdom has run out of candy to eat. So PB sends Finn and Jake with a bag full of valuable candy seeds so they can regrow more candy to end the famine. The duo walks through the castle, meeting Lemon John, a giant wall, who guides them deeper and deeper past several rooms full of giant organs before they find Lemongrab and Lemongrab inside of a cell. Jake breaks down the door, but the Lemongrabs are terrified because they locked themselves in there to keep the starving people out after they used PB's formula for candy life to turn all of their food sentient. Finn gives the Lemongrabs the seeds, but they immediately use them to make more life. So Finn suggests that they see Princess Bubblegum, and the Lemongrabs agree, only to declare they're going to have Lemon John invade the Candy Kingdom, growing giant and walking the entire castle over. Because Lemon John is too big to fight directly, Finn and Jake go back inside the castle to find his heart, punching it with Jake's fists and causing it to start beating. Now having a working heart, Lemon John feels the moral ambiguity between letting the lemon people starve or eating the candy people, and he solves the conundrum by exploding into lemon drops for all to eat. Princess Bubblegum scrubs the knowledge of the formula for candy life from the Lemongrabs, but doesn't erase their evil nature, as they're just like that. At first, it seems unfair for the Earls of Lemongrab to accuse Finn or Princess Bubblegum of their problems because it was their own ineptitude that caused their famine. But earlier episodes have established that PB views her creations as an extension of herself. To reject Lemongrab entirely is to reject her own methods and mistakes. If she just eliminates people she doesn't like, she's no better than he is. So she sends aid to a kingdom run by screaming despots because they are her screaming despots. To ignore the call for help is to ignore the responsibilities of having made life. But not all of the blame has to be placed on PB or Finn or whoever, as one of the characteristics of really living means some degree of free will. At a certain point, Princess Bubblegum cannot be expected to babysit them all the time. Finn and Jake literally give a beating heart to the earldom itself, which gave it self-awareness to view its actions in the context of the world beyond itself. No more can Lemongrab simply say it's Princess Bubblegum's fault for giving him life, as that's long enough in the past he needs to learn to make his own mistakes. Lemon John understands that the role of a leader is to make the best overall decisions for his people, even if that decision is difficult. So he makes the ultimate sacrifice to end a famine and becomes Lemon Candies, a combination of the roots of the Earl of Lemongrab and his modern incarnation as a sour lemon. Little Dude. Finn and Jake are swimming near the Candy Kingdom when Finn's hat touches a flower belonging to the ancient sleeping magi of life-giving, and it becomes sentient. They return home with their new hat friend, who they name Little Dude, where it begins trying to climb onto Bemo's head. That night, the Magi breaks into their house and is captured by Finn and Jake, only for the wizard to warn them that everything he brings to life becomes evil, and that Little Dude is on his way to the Candy Kingdom. Here, the hat climbs onto the head of a random man who gains relative hat strength before terrorizing the kingdom by throwing horses. Finn and Jake ask the Magi to turn it good, but he can't, as his powers only work in evil ways, because he cannot stop thinking about how much he disappointed his father. But when the hat climbs on top of one of the Gumball Guardians, Jake asks the Magi to think about his mom, who was much more understanding, and he's able to cast good magic. The ancient sleeping magi of life-giving brings a bunch of other things to life, and they all start trying to hug everything, ordered to hug their brother Little Dude into submission. They capture the hat and return their life energy to the Magi, though Finn feels bad about taking his life away and asks for it back, giving Little Dude to his father and then leaving to make a new hat. This episode seems like a jokey follow-up to something like Mystery Dungeon, where the MacGuffin character from that storyline appears again to instigate another plot. But it actually introduces a pretty interesting theory about the magic system in the Land of Oo. Specifically, it posits that magic is an inherently neutral force, and that the personality of the caster determines whether the spell has a villainous or heroic effect. ASMLG, thinking about disappointing his father, causes everything he touches to come to life and turn evil, but thinking about the love his mother showed him makes all his magical children obsessed with hugs and loving one another. Expanding this idea and applying it to the other magic users we've seen thus far adds new context to the deeds they perform. Ice King is considered a capital E evil wizard because he thinks evil thoughts, more so than because he does evil things. A good wizard is a person who casts magic while thinking good things, while trying to help people. We've seen before that Finn's actions and deeds in things such as his attempts to save the unambiguously evil Fire King are still considered good actions, not out of some attempt to quantify whether the end result is positive or negative, but because Finn was trying to be good while he did this. Bad Little Boy. Ice King is reading his latest Fiona and Cake fanfic to a few captive princesses who complain about how bad the story is. Marceline appears to free the princesses and criticize Ice King's story, deciding to write her own version of it with more romance. Fiona is eating cream puffs with Prince Gumball when they hear a bump on the roof, discovering Marshall Lee playing his guitar up there. He invites her to a party of lumpy space princes, where he invites her on stage to sing a song about how she's a good girl hanging out with a bad boy. The two play fight a bit before Cake tries to break it up, though Marshall ends up pushing the cat over and Fiona runs over to help her. But Marshall, to prove he's evil, kidnaps Cake and takes her to a graveyard where he raises the dead to fight off Fiona while singing about how evil he is. But in the scuffle, he is stabbed by a spear and falls down, trying to flirt with Fiona on his deathbed before telling her it was just a joke when she reacts poorly. The princesses love Marceline's romance story, but Ice King hates it, kicking them all out before going downstairs to his Fiona and Cake shrine. Thus far, the Fiona and Cake shorts are all fanfiction about the characters of Ooh written by the characters of Ooh. This means that their self-inserts are just extensions of real perceptions of each other's personalities. An obvious example of this is the Ice King, appearing as himself, who's fawned over by everyone in universe. Obviously, this is not how the actual Ice King is treated, but it's how the Ice King wishes he were treated by everyone else. The same can be said for the characters in Marceline's story. They're an idealized version of the people that she knows. Marshall Lee is what Marceline thinks of herself, though the guy himself is depicted through the lens of the main character Fiona, so it's really how Marceline thinks Finn thinks of her. Marshall Lee is a cool guy who people are attracted to because he is considered a villain. He acts bad, and people love him for that, though this too has less to do with the appeal of the bad boy attitude, and more to do with Fiona being sick of Prince Gumball, because he's too boring, and his tasks no longer feel like adventures. This creates an awkward narrative where the story is about what Marceline thinks Finn would think about what Marceline thinks about Princess Bubblegum, where her feelings influence his opinions. It's just as self-serving as Ice King's, but then again, almost every story written is semi-biographical, so the only difference is that it's more subtle about it. Vault of Bones. The Flame King appears underneath Jake's tea kettle and starts whispering evil in Flame Princess's ears, which starts to make her think she'll become evil. So Finn offers to take her to a dungeon to help her clear her head. They walk randomly through the woods before Flame Princess uses her heat sense to find a fake tree leading to an entrance. They enter this dungeon where Finn teaches her things like how to sneak around and intimidate monsters into giving up their loot. After wandering back and forth, looking for keys to various chests, Flame Princess starts to get a little bored. She tells Finn she's not having fun anymore, and Finn realizes he's been telling her what to do the whole time. So they start to do things the Flame Princess way, burning down doors and incinerating every monster they come across. But a chainsaw skeleton comes out and kidnaps Finn, and Flame Princess can't simply destroy it with fire because she might burn Finn instead. So she charges the skeleton and demands that it do the splits, just like Finn taught her. They celebrate a dungeon well explored by planning their next excursion when Flame Princess opens their chest to find a butt monster. Sometimes the best thing to do to alleviate stress is to ignore it. Obviously, you'll eventually address whatever it is that's stressing you out, but in the short term, simply declining to let something bother you can usually solve a lot of problems. For example, Flame Princess was worried she might become evil, so Finn offered to take her to explore a dungeon, not because it would prove anything, but because it would prevent her from worrying about it long enough she can start acting on the information after it's settled. Because the most likely time you might do something stupid when you're stressed is immediately after the stress sets in, so giving yourself an hour or so to calm down helps you make a level-headed decision. Flame Princess forgets about her whole evil streak for long enough that she starts to really get into the whole dungeon diving thing, blasting away enemies and destroying obstacles without a care in the world for whether she's living her life in an evil way. And we've seen in earlier episodes that there's no such thing as a good or bad action, just intentions behind these actions. So sure, Flame Princess is fighting through the dungeon the way an evil person might, but actually making a judgment of a person based on how they kill their free time is ill-informed at best. The Great Birdman. While Princess Bubblegum investigates beached mermaids, Finn and Jake are sent to the Badlands to learn more about the Great Birdman and the surrounding rumors. They collapse from exhaustion and wake up being fed water in a cave by a now-blind Zergiok. Zergiok explains that after he was banished from the Goblin Kingdom, his eyes were stolen by a wizard, and he did some soul-searching, ending up in a valley in the desert where he cares for several birds. Finn and Jake are unsure of his real intentions, though, so they snoop around his cave where they find receipts for a bunch of donations, as well as accidentally injuring one of his birds. Zergiok uses his newly discovered magic to transfer the bird's injury to himself, which convinces Finn and Jake that he's become a changed man. So they tell him that his eyes were actually in his beard all along. He takes to the skies to see the sunset again, but instead of dropping off Finn and Jake at their house, he takes them to the Goblin Kingdom, where he begins to plot to steal Jake's leg and take over the kingdom again. But his birds don't want to fight and they abandon him, with Zergiok once more hitting rock bottom. He removes his eyes and Finn places them where he'll never find them again, and Zergiok walks into the water, where he finds a mermaid girlfriend. When Finn and Jake first met Zergiok, he was a tyrant obsessed with spanking goblin butts who had to be driven out due to his abhorrent behavior. But this time around, he's completely changed who he is because he changed where he is and what he can do. While surrounded by defenseless goblins, he becomes unable to control himself and turns into a bad guy because he's surrounded by people who enable and reward his bad behavior. But get rid of that temptation, and another personality comes out. One where the most rewarding thing he can do is to raise birds, taking care of their defenseless young and curing their wounds. Sometimes a person is just a product of their current environment, and sometimes a person's current environment is a product of who they are. Creating or destroying these feedback loops is merely a matter of putting the right person in the right place at the right time. And of course, the opposite can be true as well. Making a feedback loop of negativity can just be a matter of enabling a person's worst aspects in a way that encourages these habits to return. Zergiok wants to take over the Goblin Kingdom again and starts using even stronger powers to invade, only to fail because his new family, the birds, do not want destruction and chaos of the sort he wanted to make. They abandon him after seeing this part of his nature come out, though Zergiok was eventually able to find happiness again because he once more lost his ability to be a tyrant. Simon and Marcy. Finn and Jake wonder why Marceline invited Ice King to play basketball with them, so she explains why she likes him so much. About 1,000 years before, she and Simon were traveling near the woods when they heard a rustling. Simon put on his crown to protect her, freezing the source of the noise, a deer, but growing more beard and nose in the process. They eat this deer, solving their food problems for a while, but while trying to keep Marcy entertained by reenacting bits from the show Cheers, Simon sees that she has a cough and a fever, seeking out a source of soup from the nearby city's ruins to cure her. They enter the soupery, but find it ransacked, save for a slime monster shambling around that Ice King fights off without using the crown. They then flee to a nearby food truck where Simon hopes to find something for her, but it's full of dead clams and the noise of investigating causes more oozers to swarm their location, with Simon carrying Marcy through a bunch of bubblegum to get to safety. They end up cornered though, and Simon is forced to use the crown to defend her, singing the opening to Cheers to try and remain sane while blasting away the oozers. The bubblegum drops a can of soup and a can opener near Simon, who rushes over to feed Marcy, where he calls her Gunther. Back in the present, Ice King seems to not understand that the story was about him, while Finn and Jake have a greater appreciation for his antics. Marceline and Ice King's relationship has been established by past episodes, but never in such concrete terms as they were here. We know that Simon was still aware of himself. He intended to apologize to Marcy for what was about to happen to him. But we don't know exactly why he was so concerned that he needed to leave a message while the senility was still a ways off. This episode provides extra context for why their relationship is the way it is, and why Marceline is willing to hold on to something that happened almost a millennium ago. Guilt. Marceline was a child and unable to protect herself, so Simon had to do a lot of things for her. This not only included physical protection from the monster that lurked the land, but from the psychological impact seeing all of those things might have had. He even went so far as to try to make games out of curing Marcy's fever, or to carry her so she wouldn't have to feel as though she was being a burden. So the very reason that Simon became crazy was because he had to. It was either that, or let Marcy starve or get eaten or something. So he wrote the songs for her knowing he would be unable to protect her without the crown forever, trying to protect her even after he was gone. But while Simon might be gone, Ice King is not, and the songs that he wrote are still around, as is the most important part of his legacy, Marceline the Vampire Queen. A glitch is a glitch. In this 3D computer-animated episode of Adventure Time, Finn and Jake check an email Ice King has sent them, where they watch a gross video of a woman eating her hair that infects their PC and everything around it with a computer virus. They rush over to the Candy Kingdom to warn Princess Bubblegum, where they find out the Ice King's plan. He wants to delete the entire world except for PB and himself, as she said she would only date him if he were the last person on the planet. This plan doesn't work as PB herself is still on the planet, and she makes out with her own hand instead of the Ice King. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake are trying to stop the glitch by talking to it, when Finn finds a hole that he uses to access the universal source code. Once inside of here, they witness a giant virus that consumes aspects of reality, causing them to cease existing. Jake's arm is erased by the virus, and Finn loses his whole body but his head, so they combine to rush it down, though this doesn't work. Remembering the gross video Ice King sent them, Finn and Jake start to eat Finn's hair, which grosses out the virus enough that it vomits out the source code, returning the world to normal. Finn and Jake reunite with Princess Bubblegum, where her hand makes out with Jake's missing arm, and Ice King is trapped inside of a house that clipped into him as the universe reformed. Once again, Ice King tries to get closer to somebody by wiping out all life except for that person. Technically before he tried to keep Finn trapped in the spirit realm, but same concept. And once again he's foiled by people just not wanting to be around him. This is done immediately following an episode where Ice King's backstory as Simon Petrikov is elaborated upon, and Finn and Jake are ostensibly meant to be more sympathetic towards his history. Adventure Time has always had a bit of tonal whiplash with the way that characters behave and speak, changing depending on who is storyboarding the episode, anywhere from simplistic absurdism to high-effort, high-concept lore dumps. But this is actually a strength of the show in spite of how jarring it can be. This episode's plot is really more of a series of callbacks as the actual appeal comes from the visual aesthetic of the storyboarding and the 3D animation. Normally, the fact that the plot and character dynamics are ignored in favor of something that looks cool would be a criticism of the show, but the fact that it has hopped around so wildly since the beginning means it's able to develop storylines not purely by building up the characters, but by building them out. The visual style can expand further and further from the crude initial pilot sketches, and this comes across as a logical place to go. The audience can appreciate Adventure Time not for what it does, but for what it's trying to do. Puhoi. Finn is moping around during a knife storm because Flame Princess didn't laugh at one of his jokes, and he's unsure if their relationship will last any longer. Jake tries cheering Finn up by throwing out his favorite mug, but when this doesn't work, Finn decides to go into a pillow fort to fester a bit on his future. While festering, he encounters a series of long tunnels that eventually drop him off near a pillow village, with the door disappearing behind him. He sees villagers running from a blanket dragon, which he slays with his demon sword, earning the praise of the people, including the mayor Quilton. Quilton throws a party for Finn where he meets the mayor's daughter, Rosalind, and the two hit it off together in spite of Finn thinking about his life back home. Back home, Jake has retrieved his favorite mug and is playing a bit with Bimo while lamenting that his children don't really need a father. In the pillow world, Finn has gotten married to Rosalind and had 2 kids when Quilton shows up with news about the door Finn was seeking before. He takes his family up to a mountain where he speaks to Wallace Shawn, who speaks in riddles that eventually convince Finn not to go back to Jake because he barely remembers his old life. Years later, Finn is on his deathbed, where he passes into the afterlife, bouncing off an entity's tongue and popping out of the pillow fort back in the tree fort. He's about to tell Jake about his crazy dream when he gets a call from Flame Princess, who finally got his joke, forgetting the details of the dream shortly after. Finn begins worrying about his long-term relationship prospects in this episode, and yet when he gets transported to a place where this relationship doesn't exist, he only wants to go home to Flame Princess and Jake, even after having spent many years among his new family. But because Finn has spent so much time thinking about Flame Princess during his later years, he starts missing out on what's in front of him, even taking his family out on a dangerous trek to the mountains instead of spending more quality time with them. As an old man on his deathbed, he even forgets things about his family, and his old life as well. Because he was focusing on one thing, he ignored the other, and this lesson gets carried over back into the real world as Finn realizes that he has to stop thinking about hypothetical futures and focus on the people in the present who care about him. Jake tries to get Finn to stop worrying about things in the past or the future and to focus on the present, the very lesson he ends up learning by the end of the episode, and yet he goes through an opposite story arc as Finn. He throws his favorite mug out the window to prove a point, and then when Finn is not around, he retrieves the mug and keeps it with him for the rest of the episode. Jake wants to imagine himself as too relaxed to care about the tangible things that aren't immediately surrounding him, something that fits his character well. But as he ponders this lesson more and more, he starts to realize he's not actually correct. He has a family and children, and yet they don't really need him. And while this is all in the past, it doesn't mean that the loss doesn't still affect him.
BMO lost.
While watching some breakdancing bug, BMO is grabbed by a bird and fed to its babies. After a while, they manage to sneak away from the birds, only to tumble down a mountain far away from home. BMO sulks for a while, waiting for a carnivore to eat them, when a bubble comes by and asks to sulk too. But BMO figures that Finn and Jake would be able to find Bubble's home, and so the two set out to reach the tree fort on foot. Along the way, they find a baby with a flat hand who BMO names Ricky, and they begin to drag this lost baby with them. The baby crawls off a bridge and BMO jumps after it, rushing over to a waterfall that Bubble's able to stop them from going over by enacting a Rube Goldberg machine of falling objects. BMO passes out while drying their batteries for a night, and the next morning, after the baby puts the batteries back in, they continue on their journey. But Ricky, the baby, starts crying, which attracts something in the bushes, revealed as the baby's mother, calling him Sparkle and carrying him off. BMO spends a while pouting that their baby is gone, but Bubble tries to cheer them up by saying that Sparkle's safe now, and that he found some bugs nearby. BMO recognizes these bugs as the breakdancers from before, and the two set out with new energy, coming to the door of the tree fort where they wait for Jake to come downstairs to let them inside. While waiting, Bubble confesses to BMO that he wants to get married, but when Jake opens the door, he sees the bubble and pops it. At the end of the episode, the bubble realizes that he was not a bubble, but was the air trapped inside of the bubble. Having spent so long inside of there, he forgot there was ever a time when he was outside. BMO seldom goes on adventures with Finn and Jake, typically staying in the tree fort and imagining different goings-on in their head. Because of this, they wind up breaking down emotionally when taken out for an adventure of their own. BMO sees how difficult it will be to make it home and gives up immediately, only vowing to continue when they see Bubble in the same situation, not wanting him to end up the same way. BMO doesn't consider themselves to be a hero, but is more than willing to find another hero to help out, unaware that doing even this much is considered heroic. By the end of the episode, BMO and Bubble have realized that they're far more capable than they believe themselves to be, each one going on a perilous journey, not for themselves, but for another person. But this isn't really that unusual. Most heroic deeds are done out of selflessness because if they were personal goals, they'd just be basic survival, or even a bit narcissistic. Heroism is not when you do great things for the sake of greatness, but for the sake of someone else. BMO and Bubble are able to become heroes by the end of the episode after taking care of a baby together and finding their way to safety. And so when Bubble confesses he's feeling much better at the end of the journey, it's because he learned something about himself. He isn't trapped inside the bubble. He is the bubble. So when he's freed at the end, it was only a physical manifestation of this internal lesson. BMO and Bubble are together forever because they learned from one another.
Princess Potluck.
Finn and Jake are going to the Princess Potluck, though Finn is missing his sock and has a nasty callus forming while claiming that Jake's makeup makes him look like a target. They arrive, where PB informs them of a raffle being held at the end of the evening for the contents of an ice chest before placing Finn's food, a single warm can of soda, into the ice nearby. Ice King feels someone disturbing his ice and investigates, seeing everyone else at the party and complaining he didn't get an invite. So Ice King tries several schemes to ruin this party, like placing lemons on cats and feeding lasagna to rabbits. These predictably fail, so he sends Gunther in a princess disguise to ruin the party, though the other princesses are happy to see the penguin and encourage him to dance. Ice King, furious he was betrayed again, calls the banana guards on the party, citing noise ordinances, though the banana guards end up invited to the party too. So Ice King resorts to using his magic to ruin the party, raining hail on everyone and forcing Finn to fight him, something he does by taking off his shoe and placing it over the Ice King's nose. Ice King surrenders and claims he was only crashing the party because he wasn't invited, only to learn he was. Finn makes a sock out of some tortillas, and PB announces the results of the raffle, that Finn has won a sea lard. Before they can leave, Jake is hit in the head with an arrow fired by the red squirrel who hates him. A companion episode to Beemo Noir explaining what Finn and Jake got up to while Beemo was investigating Finn's missing sock, although it's more accurate to say that this is an episode about Ice King that Finn and Jake happen to be in, as most of the inciting incidents are done by him, the rest of the plot just explaining a few random tidbits of information gleaned from the 20 seconds Finn and Jake were in the other episode. Like how Finn had a sock at the end of the episode, and instead of having it be remembered as an animation error, he is instead shown making one out of some of Ice King's snack foods. Or the arrow sticking out of Jake's head, not being caused by the fact that he has a target on his face, but because the squirrel from the Duke is trying to get him still. And of course, Finn is carrying some blob object over his head, introduced as their sea lard, and then added to the collection. Adventure Time has had sequel episodes before, like King Worm to Evicted, but those often have heavier implications for the plot, as the creators want to revisit something from a more lighthearted season with a new, not-so-lighthearted tone. But this time it's more about answering questions nobody asked, but the audience wished that they had. In an 11-minute episode, there's not enough time to show everything going on, so why not turn an unseen B-plot into a seen A-plot? James Baxter, the horse. Beemo drops an egg they were pretending was a baby and begins to cry over their dead child. Finn and Jake see Beemo crying and try to cheer them up, but these attempts fail. Then a horse named James Baxter comes by, shouting his own name while riding on a beach ball, and Beemo's happy again. Inspired by this, Finn and Jake go around trying to cheer other people up by shouting their name in a horse voice, though the funeral they attend, as well as everyone else who sees this shouting, is only horrified. So they decide not to simply imitate James Baxter, but to refine their formula, coming up with the most cheerful noise to make with the help of Beemo. They eventually get a decent sound, but they refine it further at the Institute of So Und, where they use more advanced equipment to isolate the perfect sound, as well as concluding they need a visual element too. Soon they have the perfect cheer-up routine, and they begin to bring joy to the people they previously freaked out. But when they cheer up mourners at a funeral, the casket starts to shake, and a ghost comes out to attack them. Finn and Jake are punched into a hole, and the ghost is about to finish them off when James Baxter returns to dance on his ball some more, cheering up the ghost enough that he stops fighting before the horse rides off into the sunset. James Baxter's were voiced by James Baxter, and his other James Baxterisms were animated by James Baxter. James Baxter is best recognized for his work on Who Framed Roger Rabbit or The Lion King, basically as a guy who can make animals move realistically, something considered difficult to do in animation due to the number of limbs involved and the tendency for animation professors to prioritize learning about humans. His involvement in this episode was inspired by a guest lecture he gave at CalArts while Pendleton Ward was a student there, in which it was requested that he draw a horse balancing on a beach ball. A task that was difficult in the sense that balancing on a beach ball requires a lot of keyframe movement, making it difficult in the first place, horses are difficult to draw in motion, and finally, the movements involved in making the horse dance on the beach ball require different joints and so on to move in ways unfamiliar to most artists. The plot of this episode is a bit esoteric, but can be explained as Finn and Jake working tirelessly to find the exact right combination of sights and sounds needed to make people happy, which has to be a metaphor for the process of animation itself. Their first attempts to be entertaining are things they think would be nice to do, but they're wrong about this. It takes a serious look at the minutiae of comedy to really nail what audiences want in a way that points out how seriously one has to take being silly if they're to be successful. But in a less esoteric interpretation, this is an episode about a talking horse on a ball, which makes the audience smile, regardless of how much effort and expertise it took to create such a thing. Shh! Finn and Jake have a bet to see who can go the longest without talking, communicating only with a limited number of signs. BMO tries to tell them that they invited over a group of bikini babes to dance to their favorite song, but as Finn and Jake don't have any signs to acknowledge this, BMO starts to worry about the silent guys in the tree fort, deducing they've been replaced by shapeshifters and hiding inside the fort's walls. Jake shrinks down to go after BMO, encountering the various things living inside the walls before meeting up with BMO only to get chased out. The bikini babes show up to the tree fort, hearing music but not being able to get inside, so they fly onto the roof to dance anyway. Finn and Jake try more elaborate ways to lure BMO out, but soon give up and start just smashing the walls down with axes. This causes the roof to cave in, with the bikini babes raining down from above before BMO rushes in to warn them about shapeshifters. Finn and Jake try to wordlessly defend themselves against the attacking babes, but are soon overpowered, with Jake crying out in pain. With the bet off, Finn begins to explain what was going on to BMO, who doesn't care. They start partying, and the party god crashes through the remains of their roof. Adventure Time's visual storytelling has always been influenced heavily by the writing style it uses, that again being one of having no writers and getting storyboarding teams to write each episode. Because of this, the written and visual elements are closely tied together, meaning that an episode where the two main characters never communicate verbally works well because the emotion is decided upon at the same time as the dialogue. Ironically, the characters communicating with signs makes them far less expressive than usual because they have to hold still to make the sign readable to the audience. So the typical expressiveness of their bodies is subdued to make the episode's plot easier to follow, and this is why it makes sense for BMO to assume they've been possessed. While Adventure Time's art style is very simple when not moving, the real identity of the show comes from how the characters move from shot to shot, and how they look episode to episode. Because storyboard artists are writers, writers are also storyboard artists. And the thing about writers is that they're not always great at drawing stuff on model. For a show like Adventure Time, this isn't much of a problem, as showing Jake as being completely off-model fits with the fact that he's a shapeshifter, and the more off-kilter interpretations of the characters usually fits the gags the writer's going for. Ironically, BMO is afraid of shapeshifters because Finn and Jake aren't shapeshifting enough. The Suitor. Peppermint Butler is interrupted while trying to summon Ogduad by a Gumball Guardian who says Princess Bubblegum is overworked and needs to date one of her many suitors. So Pep-Butt looks through these suitors to find Brocco, who inherited his spot in line from his father, and he is selected to woo the princess. PB takes him on a short date in the interest of research, but unsatisfied with this, Brocco looks through his ancestors' possessions for a copy of J.T. Dogzone's book on seduction, but none of the advice there works either. Later, he overhears Finn and Jake being given a quest to find a soul stone from the Vapor Swamps, and he asks them to let him do the quest instead to impress PB. He returns from this quest horribly burned, only to find out Princess Bubblegum no longer needs the stone because she made an artificial one. A Gumball Guardian then grabs Brocco and brings him back to Peppermint Butler, saying that his promise to assist in wooing the princess has failed. So Pep-Butt makes a deal with Ogduad to free him in exchange for turning Brocco into a love magnet. This transformation turns him into a three-legged monster who rushes back to Princess Bubblegum's lab, only to find a second PB named Peabot, who was built to date Brocco, as PB can't possibly show more love to one citizen of the Candy Kingdom than anyone else. Brocco and Peabot run away together as Peppermint Butler slaps the princess because he wanted to date the love magnet instead. Once again, we get an appearance from J.T. Dogzone, and once again we get a character struggling and ultimately failing to woo another one. The reasons for this are pretty obvious from the beginning. Princess Bubblegum is far too busy with science stuff to make time for a relationship with anyone else. It's not that she has zero interest, just higher priorities. The fact that so many try to flamingo around her, or spend hundreds of years waiting instead of figuring out what, if anything, she wants out of a relationship, is why so many have failed. The issue is that these suitors will create imaginary versions of Princess Bubblegum in their heads instead of getting to know the real person, and then act disappointed that their attempts to woo this imaginary version of her have failed. Princess Bubblegum says as much during the episode, only agreeing to go out with Brocco because of an academic curiosity and why men like him pursued something they invented in their heads instead of seeking more genuine connection. And while she manages to get results, Brocco himself only becomes disfigured and jacked up as he is chasing something impossible to obtain due to the fact that he's chasing someone who doesn't exist, until PB creates a version of her that conforms to his ideals. The party is over, Isla de Señorita. Ice King is trying to kidnap Princess Bubblegum again, but is caught in the act with PB calling the banana guards to throw him out. Ice King is upset because he views this as PB being emotionally immature and refusing to acknowledge their relationship, so he makes an ice boat and sails off. But a storm crashes this boat and he washes up on an island where he hears singing in the distance. Investigating this singing reveals that the island itself is a giant woman, and she begins talking to Ice King about their respective relationships, revealing she's dating the party god, though he spends more time partying with others than with her. Ice King builds a house on her stomach and the two become closer and closer, with Ice King eventually convincing Isla de Señorita to break up with Party God, though she second-guesses herself and can't actually go through with it. So Ice King follows the Party God to tell him off in person, the two fighting it out for a while before Ice King crushes his head with a frozen cloud, Party God plummeting into the ocean below. Ice King retrieves the body and puppeteers it back to the island, where he pretends to talk to her about their relationship, finally giving her the courage to break up formally. Ice King flings the wolf head into space and returns to Oo, where he barges into PB's lab to break up with her for all the things Party God has done. Ice King and the island gossip about their respective relationships, though as with all gossips, the conversations are steered towards giving only one side of the relationship struggles. This is most obviously shown in the fact that Ice King is talking about Princess Bubblegum as though they had been dating for a long time, something that Island Lady takes at face value without really questioning it. She's being truthful about the way the party god is treating her, so what would Ice King have to gain by lying? The answer is of course that his opinions will be validated by a person who only has the parts of the story that he thinks are worth telling, because they make him look good. No mention is made of the fact that the interaction he had with Princess Bubblegum prior to leaving for the ocean started off with him trying to duct tape her mouth shut. So any opinion formed after hearing half of a story is at best a half-baked opinion. Any opinion formed after hearing one person express it is a half-baked opinion so long as it's something that another person could form an idea of themselves. Sometimes you only hear half a story and that half is the right one, such as Island Lady talking about Party God and the audience learning that everything she said about him was completely true. Sometimes it's Ice King telling his version of events that we know is false from the start, but unlike Island Lady, we're able to confidently call this idea out because we know better. One last job. Jake gets a tape in the mail depicting his daughter Jake Jr. having been kidnapped, with a voiceover telling him that he must reassemble his old criminal gang to steal the Baker's Shard from the Royal Candy Vault. So Jake reaches out to Garrett, able to seduce any woman with his eyes, the Flying Lettuce Brothers, able to mimic voices, and Tiffany, to perform one last job. They get together to plot their heist, entering the vault disguised as a milk delivery, and taking out the captain of the guard before taking over, and having the Flying Lettuce Brothers mimic his voice to order all the guards away from their position. The guards go into the courtyard where they are told to shout, shouting loud enough to cover the sound of Tiffany blowing off the door to the vault. Jake shapeshifts inside and navigates himself through the traps, finally grabbing the Baker's Shard. He's told to pass it out of the vault and to the voice that took his daughter, only to reveal that this was one of the Flying Lettuce Brothers, having mimicked the voices, and his old gang has betrayed him. Jake chases after the milk truck, catching up to it, where he finds Jake Jr. herself in the vehicle, saying that she was the one who orchestrated the entire thing. Jake takes her away from the rest, sitting her down to talk about why she did this, as she had heard about Jake's criminal past and wanted to be more like him. Jake tells her he's proud of her, but also not to do it again, only to be even more proud when she starts planning another long con. A few seasons back when Jake first began to hint at his criminal history, that was just a gag based on his voice actor also playing Bender from Futurama, as well as a little bit of on-the-spot explanation for why Finn and Tree Trunks knew where to go next. When Tiffany was first introduced, he was a gag character designed to make the audience think that Jake was trying to find a girl to make Lady jealous, only to be revealed as a human boy. This was also at a point where the idea of Finn being the only human on Oo wasn't really solidified. Garrett and the Flying Lettuce Brothers were also just names from a list of silly-sounding names that existed as a one-off gag. Jake's original character sheet was not written with an elaborate criminal history considered. and yet because these aspects of his character were written and built upon one another, it feels completely natural that Jake would have an old gang, because he's mentioned an old gang before. That the characters in this old gang were actually names that had been listed before too was more happenstance than planning. This is one of the difficulties in writing a retrospective about Adventure Time. When reviewing an episode that gets referenced later, there's a temptation to spoil the future importance of these characters and events as soon as they are mentioned. Except the episodes themselves were not written with these developments in mind, so for the purposes of retrospective, it's better to write about the episode in the context of someone watching through these episodes as they air. This allows the later twists to be more impactful when they happen, and since this is how the show was written, it works best to think about it in these terms as well. Another 5 more short Greyballs. Cuber works on a birdhouse, struggling to remember where the place where the door hole goes, so he plays more Greyballs because the answer will be in one of them. The first Greyball sees Jake Jr. worrying about the future, so Jake and Finn offer to build her a time machine out of couch cushions. But Jake Jr. claims she's too old to play pretend because she's like 30. Also like 30 is Cinnamon Bun, who is told by Princess Bubblegum that he can't have a nightlight anymore. After struggling with finding soft light for his room, he burns his house down and runs away screaming the same name as the brand of canned something that Ice King throws out from his fridge. Once his chores are done, he sits down to watch a movie with the Gunters, who want to watch a kids musical, while Ice King wants to watch a police procedural. He bargains with them to accept his movie choice in exchange for doing them a favor, dancing like a ballerina while the movie plays. Cinnamon Bun has run to the Earl of Lemongrab, where the Earls of Lemongrab throw things at him before returning to their business of playing with their son, Lemon Sweets. They fight over whether Lemon Sweets wants to dance or go to sleep, and after Lemongrab tries to get a sleeping hat for his son, he turns around to see Lemongrab making their son dance while saying, "We hate you." Lemongrab fights Lemongrab and they drop their son, who shatters. Lemongrab then grabs Lemongrab and starts to swallow him as he screams about the end. Mr. Fox is admiring his end table as well as the rest of his furniture, like his radiator almost shooting his both eyes, his bugs selling each other houses, and his bed that contains a depression that he sees himself sleeping in. His sleeping self starts to draw a map that will lead the two to treasure when Cinnamon Bun breaks in, waking him up and breaking all the lights before leaving through a new hole in the wall. Finn and Jake jerk their time machine to turn it on, and the whole tree fort begins to flash several bright colors with alarms blaring. Cuber pauses the Greyballs, pointing to a birdhouse on the wall and saying that he has solved his mystery, though he agrees to play it through to the end so the audience can see how the story finishes. Jake Jr. turns off BMO's alarm and chides Cinnamon Bun for breaking in to steal Jake's stuff. She then gives him a Jake-shaped nightlight, and Cinnamon Bun runs away. BMO apologizes for interrupting their time travel with the alarm, though before she can say she's too old for make-believe, Jake holds up tomorrow's newspaper, which he did not make himself. Candy Streets. While Finn and Jake are playing with cats, Lumpy Space Princess bursts into Princess Bubblegum's lab, crying about something being stolen from her. Princess Bubblegum sedates her, though too effectively, and LSP is only able to mumble about Pete something. Finn and Jake leave to investigate the crime, heading to a hotel room based on a key she was holding. They find this room a mess, and begin to search for clues, finding a bloodstain they have BMO begin to analyze. But Finn suspects the culprit who left the blood behind may have gone to a local pharmacy for a band-aid, and from there, they're directed to a train station, where they pursue the suspect further, chasing him down in a Jake car before they catch the man, Pete Sassafras, and throw him in jail. As they're wondering whether to become full-time detectives, BMO returns with the blood sample, saying it was actually pizza sauce and that LSP was saying pizza before. They go to Pizza Sassy's, where Finn and Jake search for the delivery boy who might have robbed LSP before, returning to the scene of the crime, where they find Lumpy Space Princess refusing to let him leave. As it turns out, the precious thing was her heart, and she was just being obsessive again. Finn and Jake are playing detective in this episode. Well, Jake's doing it more compulsively, and as detectives, they need crimes to solve and criminals to arrest. Because they need a criminal to hunt down, they start looking for a criminal, never stopping to consider whether perhaps there was no criminal in the case they were investigating. The harder you search for something, the more likely it is you end up finding it, even if the thing you were looking for was never there in the first place. A healthy dose of skepticism would have led the duo to ask themselves who it was they were getting their information from, Lumpy Space Princess, and how reliable of a source she was, not at all. When trying to play detective, the most important thing to search for is the truth, not to come up with a theory and then try to find facts or to make proof to confirm that theory. So Finn and Jake threw an innocent man in jail because they jumped to a conclusion and kept going instead of using common sense to determine if a crime had even happened in the first place. You always have to second guess yourself, not because you lack faith in your own decision-making abilities, but because you always benefit from being more sure of things, especially ideas you build off of later. It's alright to double-check things and probably even find it triple-check the important things, because you can ask a question like, am I doing the right thing, and then answer it with yes, and that will make whatever it is you're doing even more righteous for having second-guessed yourself than had you not. Wizards only, fools. Starchy is sick and refuses medical treatment as he only wants magical cures rather than scientific ones. So Princess Bubblegum recruits the help of Finn and Jake to infiltrate Wizard City by disguising themselves as wizards and using a recording of PB torturing Ice King for the password to get inside. Once there, Finn and Jake marvel at some of the magic around them, though PB insists it's just applied science. They watch a non-wizard get destroyed outside of Ron James's Spell Palace, a store they enter to buy a cold spell. But when Princess Bubblegum refuses to buy the potion unless he explains how it works, the shopkeep calls them fakes and alerts the guards, so they simply grab the potion and run away. They run into Abracadaniel and convince him to hide them in an underground room where some wizards from before are planning to sacrifice him. But when the wizard police burst into this secret society for harboring a criminal, Princess Bubblegum reveals herself, demanding an audience with the Grand Master Wizard. He agrees to let them go if Princess Bubblegum says wizards rule, but she refuses and they're all thrown in jail. While in prison, Abracadaniel starts harassing PB and challenges her to an honorable wizard stabbing to death. PB wins, though when she refuses to take his life, the other wizards threaten the entire group. Then Finn realizes the cold spell Jake has been carrying all along is actually a cold spell, not a cold spell. They freeze the courtyard and escape, having Abracadaniel distract Starchy with magic before PB just injects him with the antidote from the beginning of the episode. Any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic, a rule of fantasy world building that allows the same TTRPG systems that determine roles in sci-fi settings to apply to fantasy as well. But to Princess Bubblegum, all magic is science, just performed by people who don't know what they're doing. It's probably worth considering that the world of Ooh operates on different rules than the world we live in, so what appears to be magic to us is something understandable that can be measured. Because that's really all that science is, a series of systems used to measure the natural world. If we called electricity magic and called batteries magic wands, and engineers were wizards, which most engineers I know would be really into, then an alien observing us would still be able to follow the rules and mechanics of our electrical magic system. So magic in Adventure Time is science because magic exists and has measurable functions. If you can measure something, then you can understand something, and if you can understand something, it stops being magical and starts being consistent. That underlies the real conflict in this episode, where Princess Bubblegum doesn't so much take exception to the fact that magic and wizards exist, but the fact that people use the phrase magic as an excuse not to understand what's going on. Rather than having a curiosity about how a potion works, they call it magic and turn off their imagination, rather than showing wonder at what's really going on. The real difference between magic and science isn't metrics, but curiosity. Jake Suit. Finn is walking around the tree fort in the Jake suit, letting Bimo pummel him before jumping off the roof and landing on Jake's doggy bags. The next day, Jake is extremely sore from Finn's roughhousing, but when he asks Finn to go easier on him next time, Finn says that pain's not a big deal. So the two have a bet, where Jake will take over Finn's body to make him experience pain until Finn gives up. But Jake struggles to control Finn's body easily and can't punch himself hard enough, deciding to inflict other kinds of pain on Finn instead. He starts by making Finn read a boring book, though Jake falls asleep and Finn enjoys it. He tries to bake Finn's favorite food and eat it in front of him, but Finn doesn't mind this either. Then he takes Finn to a dinner at Flame Princess's house, where he strips him down to his underwear and sings the Buff Baby song in front of them all, though Flame Princess sees a tiny Jake in Finn's mouth and learns what's going on, wishing Finn good luck. Jake asks Lady for advice on how to make Finn lose when TV suggests jumping into a volcano. Jake's about to lower both of them into the lava, but Finn is still intent on taking the lava pain, and Jake gives up. But Finn's not satisfied, and he jumps into the Jake suit to dive into the lava anyway. The two wake up in the Candy Kingdom Hospital in full body casts, where the clown nurses enter the room as Finn screams. Most of fear is the fear of fear, the rest is the actual risk of danger one anticipates. A majority of what hurts us is internal pain from worrying about something in the future, even the very near future, and so we end up suffering twice, once before it happens, and once when it happens. Finn is unique in the fact that he doesn't fear either the anticipation nor the payoff for that anticipation. He has no immediate sense of danger due to the fact that he actively welcomes pain and injury, as he considers them kisses from the universe. This is opposed to something like, say, a kiss from a clown, or a kiss from the ocean. It really is just the risk of injury that he likes, which tracks for his character as we saw him initially fall for Flame Princess after she slapped him. Finn's a bit of a masochist, but maybe he's just a character from a series that borrows a lot from video games and other RPGs. In a video game, your character can be on the verge of death without slowing down, and Finn mentally operates the same way. Why be afraid of something that hasn't killed you yet? Be more. BMO is entertaining themselves by deleting random files from their hard drive before carelessly deleting their core system files and becoming very sick. Finn and Jake offer to use BMO's emergency maintenance routines to return to the Mo factory in the Badlands, where they disguise themselves as various Mo's to get a tour. The factory is largely in ruins, though they do manage to jump off Demo's tour tram, where they find drive reports for various Mo's, though they only see C-Mo, D-Mo, and so on. So Finn, Jake, and BMO disguise themselves as security guards, S-Mo, to get close enough to another guard to get his schematics, where they find that BMO's drivers are held deep beneath the factory. The trio is chased further and further down by D-Mo and the S-Mos before landing in an open room where BMO finally reveals themselves. Everybody stops what they're doing as a human-ish figure is carried over, introducing himself as Mo, the creator of the Mo line of computers. He created BMO as a companion to raise his son, but never had children of his own, releasing BMO into the wilderness to hopefully raise someone else's son. BMO is repaired, hugging their father as Mo opens a hatch in the floor to show off a city full of millions of Mobots, BMO's family. BMO getting a factory reset also means that BMO is getting a return to their roots and an opportunity to meet BMO's family, or at least whatever's close enough to be considered family. This is a consistent theme of Adventure Time that starts to come up in the later seasons, that of family and the impact they have on the characters, knowingly or not. BMO began the show as nothing more than a game console that Finn and Jake sometimes played on, with no more than 1 or 2 lines per episode, but is now a recurring character purely because they have a level of proximity to Finn and Jake. When a character gets 1 to 2 lines at the start of each episode that starts in the same place where most episodes begin, they'll eventually have some sort of personality development, and then that development has to be steered in the right direction by the writers such that it makes sense to have gone from point A-Mo to point B-Mo. So what better way to establish a robot taking after people it spends time around than to have it be its literal purpose? BMO was released into the world to learn about it, while also helping to take care of someone. So it makes sense that the BMO we see does both of these, serving as a consistent place to come back to time and time again, while also steadily mimicking the personality of those closest to them. You wouldn't expect a Season 1 BMO to have gone on half of the adventures Season 5 BMO does, but it's not jarring because we watched the change happen very slowly. Sky Witch. During a failed showcase of the Gumball Guardians' sleeping gas, Marceline enters the Candy Kingdom to ask Princess Bubblegum for help tracking down the witch, Maja. She doesn't get much time to consider this before being volunteered. They arrive at the undergrowth of a group of trees that can only be bypassed by relaxing, something PB shows Marceline how to do, and they end up in a clearing where they meet with Maja's familiar Crow Rabbit before seeing the real reason Marceline wanted Princess Bubblegum's help. Maja is the witch Ash sold Hambo to, and she wants PB's help in getting Hambo back. PB reluctantly agrees to continue with their journey, and they track the Crabbit to a pond obscuring Maja's mansion. PB analyzes various potential routes to find secret hallways and the like, while Marceline just fights the familiar in the hallways. PB snoops around an attic where she finds the receipt for Hambo among Maja's private things. But as it was a legitimately performed deal, she can't simply refuse to acknowledge the transfer. Princess Bubblegum re-enters the main hall, where Marceline has beaten the Crabbit, tossing Hambo to Marceline before flying away. In the end, it's revealed that Maja traded Hambo for something with greater sentimental value, Princess Bubblegum's rock t-shirt, and Maja says she plans to do something big with it. Maja was the witch mentioned in memory of a memory that Ash sold Hambo to due to the object having so much sentimental value. At the first mention of the stuffed animal, that sentimental value was something implied due to what it was and what the audience could assume about it. But by this point in the show, we no longer have to assume why Marceline was so attached to the doll. We saw her get it. We saw who gave it to her. We know how much has happened since then, and so what was once an implied obsession is now a confirmed one. Marceline has to get back Hambo not only because it has sentimental value to her, but because it now has sentimental value to the audience. But to trade for it, Princess Bubblegum has to give up something of equal sentimental value, giving up the shirt she got from Marceline so long ago that was even considered her most prized possession back in What Was Missing. So this raises the question of why these two objects can both be considered of equal value if PB's willing to part with one, while Marcy doesn't want to stay apart from the other. And the answer lies in the above explanation, that Marceline's Hambo was given to her by Simon Petrikov, a character who no longer exists due to becoming the Ice King, whereas Princess Bubblegum's prized possession was given to her by Marceline, a character who still exists, and a character with whom she can still form new memories in the future. Frost and Fire. Ice King makes fun of Flame Princess for hugging a log, so she flies up to fight him, lighting his underwear on fire. That night, Finn has a dream where his underwear is on fire, and he hears a voice mumbling something. He tells Jake about the dream and then decides to recreate the fight between Flame Princess and Ice King by baiting him with a picnic in his kingdom. But Flame Princess loses this fight when one of Ice King's golem hits her from behind, and the next night Finn dreams that his underwear is being frozen, while the voice from before, revealed as the Cosmic Owl, starts laughing at him. Realizing it was a prophetic dream, Finn decides to create another fight between Flame Princess and Ice King by writing nasty letters about each of them. But when the two meet to fight, they end up creating a massive explosion, and a cloud of steam causes Finn to pass out. He dreams about the Cosmic Owl again, who says he blew it before waking up. Realizing he went too far, Finn tries to rescue Ice King, only for Flame Princess to almost burn him with fire. Finn admits the whole thing was orchestrated by him and apologizes, but Flame Princess doesn't forgive him as she walks away, and Ice King tells Finn he blew it. The Cosmic Owl has heralded prophetic dreams before, though this time it's really more of an excuse for Finn to start recreating fight scenes than it is about actually determining what it was being predicted. Because the first time Finn tried to start a fight between his girlfriend and Ice King, it had nothing to do with the Cosmic Owl. He was just interested in seeing a big explosion or something. Finn's personality has been shown before to be one where he loves the idea of conflict and pain, where dating Flame Princess is less about FP herself and more about the inherent danger that comes with being in proximity to her. So Finn's attempts to exploit this danger for personal gain here represents the relationship as a whole. If Flame Princess really does mellow out the way that she's been doing for the last season and a half, then would Finn even want to keep dating her? Because when they first got together, she was more violent and prone to blowing stuff up, but as they've spent more and more time with one another, she's become better at controlling her violent urges. But if these violent urges are why Finn liked her so much in the first place and they're starting to change, then it's completely possible that Finn likes the idea of Flame Princess more than the girl herself if the real woman underneath all the trauma is not as wild as he imagines. Flame Princess is becoming a better person, and Finn is trying to prevent that. But in a good relationship, one ought to cheer for the self-improvement of the other person. Too old. Princess Bubblegum goes to a diplomatic dinner at the Earldom of Lemongrab with Finn, who lied to PB and Jake to get some alone time with the princess. They arrive to see that the Earldom has become more sophisticated in the last few months, though one of the Earls is now obese, while the other has several bite marks and no lower body. Finn and PB are weirded out by the constant abuse of the various members of the Earldom by the larger twin, and slip away where they hear a harp being played from a cell. This harp is played by Lemon Hope, a young boy with a sweet personality, though after PB introduces herself to him, the Earls burst in and smash the harp while scolding him for playing it. Princess Bubblegum wants to rescue Lemon Hope, and Finn comes up with a plan to prank the Earl like they did in the good old days. This prank only gets the three thrown in the dungeon, but Lemon Hope plays Finn's flute badly, attracting the Lemongrabs to the cell, where the smaller one frees the prisoners. They try to escape, but the doors are sealed shut, and the Lemon people are electrocuted into fighting Finn. But the smaller Lemongrab, partially eaten for freeing them, comes out of his twin's mouth to encourage Lemon Hope to be a better person, before freeing everyone as PB and Finn escape to give Lemon Hope a better life in the Candy Kingdom. This episode is a callback to Too Young, when Finn and a younger Princess Bubblegum attempted to win a prank war against Lemongrab in order to win back the kingdom they lost. But the parallels diverge in this episode when their motives are less pure. PB was originally trying to win back her kingdom in a childish way because she was a child, but it was also considered the right thing to do because they were the ones who lost their land. Here, PB and Finn are the guests of the Earldom of Lemongrab, and while it's true that their motives in trying to rescue Lemon Hope are pure, they're still the ones trying to change someone else's legacy, and thus there's a greater need for justification to doing so. And sure, Princess Bubblegum may have been up to justify kidnapping Lemon Hope, as it was clear that something was going wrong with the Earldom surrounding him that would have stifled his creativity and greatness. But these are only the justifications of PB. Finn doesn't care so much about Lemon Hope as he does about trying to make Flame Princess jealous by playing around with another girl and trying to recreate old times. So the callback of this episode is not just something that exists outside of the universe, but in-universe as well, as Finn desperately wants to go back to how things used to be, before he blew it. Earth and Water. Finn is bummed out about his breakup with Flame Princess, so he, Jake, and Ice King, still homeless from Frost and Fire, go out for a girls' night, boy style. Meanwhile, Princess Bubblegum is monitoring Flame Princess to try to learn more about her emotions so she can nullify them to prevent a future disaster like we saw in Burning Low. Though after she prepares a series of tests to find this data, she gets a call from Jake as Gunter's attempts to rebuild the Ice Kingdom have made evil Snowa constrictors. When she leaves to save the day, Cinnamon Bun, now in charge of testing, frees Flame Princess, and the two start talking while bonding over how much they dislike lying in secrets. Cinnamon Bun reveals to Flame Princess that the reason she was locked up as a child was because Princess Bubblegum caught her as a baby burning down a forest, and demanded that the Flame King figure out something to stop that from happening again. Princess Bubblegum learns that Flame Princess was freed by Cinnamon Bun, and she tracks the duo to the Flame Kingdom, where the guards refuse to let them inside the castle until they notice a few citizens being honest about their intentions. After saying honestly why they want to enter, they're allowed by, learning that honesty is the new law of the land in the Flame Kingdom now that Flame Princess has usurped the throne and imprisoned her father. She tells Finn that they're no longer dating, but can still be friends if he agrees to be completely honest in the future. Frost and Fire, Too Old, and Earth and Water form a sort of mini-trilogy of episodes revolving around Finn and Flame Princess's relationship ending. This was a relationship that began shortly after Flame Princess first left a lantern in the Fire Kingdom for the first time, having spent her whole life locked away for the safety of the Flame King, as well as the world at large. There's a bit of a misunderstanding behind why all of this occurred, that Princess Bubblegum said she would take care of it herself if Flame King did not, But here we see that this meant doing science on her to allow her to control herself better. It was the Flame King who had the idea to keep the princess locked away when his other plan to release her into the wild to die of exposure didn't work. This plan itself was something done out of self-preservation. The story of the Flame Kingdom has borrowed from classics like Shakespeare in the past, so it's not a stretch to go back a bit further in the Western canon to Oedipus Rex. So Flame Princess began her life locked away due to a misunderstanding. She then began dating Finn while having little experience with the way the world worked outside of the limited interactions she had had with her father, who was unlikely to admit he locked up his daughter out of fear of being dethroned because it would make him look weak. So she ends up learning of this and developing a strong sense of honesty that she starts to enforce, and because both of the original reasons she was locked up have come to pass, lacking the emotional instability of dealing with liars and the overthrow of the Flame King, there's no longer any reason to stick to her old life, whether that's through the ideals or the people involved. Time Sandwich. Finn and Bimo are playing blindfolded finger spread when Jake comes in with sandwich ingredients, getting into the zone so he can make the perfect sandwich. Combining Prismo's pickles, his own tears, the soul of a lobster, and a few other valuable items, he makes the best sandwich ever. And then Magic Man appears and steals it. Jake tries to fight him for it, but gets overpowered, so Magic Man leaves him with a riddle before jumping out the side of the house, then slowing down time to savor the moment. Finn and Jake try to get the sandwich back, but are slowed too much when they try to get near him, asking others for assistance to retrieve it. Bimo offers to retrieve the sandwich, but instead makes them set up a cool skateboard video. Princess Bubblegum fires an anti-molasses missile that only makes Bimo's skateboard trick look cooler. Marceline shows up to do a demon elbow drop, but only gets frozen as well. Jake gives up on getting his sandwich back or making a new one, and he starts to mourn the old sandwich, only to accidentally walk into the time sphere without slowing down. He realizes that his sadness stops him from being affected and imagines his own funeral to get closer, punching out Magic Man and destroying the time bubble. Marceline elbow drops Magic Man and Bimo hits him with their skateboard before Jake finally gets to take a bite of his perfect sandwich. Magic Man gives Jake the riddle: when your face shows 720, when green leaves turn brown, the only way forward is down. Then you'll see, the wetter the better, which, while being wordplay at best, still winds up being mostly true by the end of the episode. The connection between 720 looking like a sad face was a bit tenuous, but green leaves turning brown could refer to his failed second attempt at a sandwich, while the only way forward, being down, refers to his imaginary funeral as his body is lowered to the ground. The wetter the better is mentioned in the episode as his tears letting him move forward faster, so Magic Man's riddle really did come true. Or maybe these were all pretty arbitrary connections, with one or two coming true and the rest being stretches of the imagination. In the same sense as that, Bimo claims that Jake will get his sandwich back before their skateboard hits the ground, which also technically comes true as Bimo was trapped above Magic Man. Though this would also imply that Marceline's elbow drop should have done more than just brutalizing him after he was already knocked out by Jake's fist, even if it was satisfying to see happen. The Vault. Finn keeps sleepwalking and smashing up the house due to something in his vault, so Jake gives him a game called Regression Simulator that will hypnotize him to see his past lives. Here, he sees himself as a blue comet, a butterfly, and some goo, before seeing a woman named Shoko riding a tiger to the mansion from The Creeps, where she meets with the Bath Boy gang who tell her to steal an amulet from a neighboring gang. This neighboring gang is the Candy Kingdom, still under construction, and Shoko infiltrates it by pretending she was attacked to be let inside. Princess Bubblegum helps Shoko out, sounding horrified at her backstory, like how her parents sold her arm for a computer, before offering her a job. Shoko works well at this new job until she's taken underneath the Candy Kingdom, where Princess Bubblegum was working on the Gumball Guardians, and she has Shoko help in building them before activating the new Guardians with the amulet Shoko was sent to steal. As a reward for assisting, Shoko's given a mechanical arm by PB, which causes her to second-guess her loyalty. But that night, Shoko steals the amulet anyway, running away with it before being chased by the Gumball Guardians into a radioactive river. PB calls off the chase, but Shoko survived, crawling her mutated body to a tree on a hill where she presses her reset button. This tree becomes the tree fort, where the flashback ends. Finn calls PB over for Reckoning, where he smashes up the floor a bit before seeing Shoko under there, taking the amulet from her and returning it to Princess Bubblegum. Finn's vault was at first just a thing he did to avoid his emotions, but now the emotions are coming out, not only due to things like nightmares and sleepwalking, but because the show itself has taken on a more mature tone over the last several years. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Adventure Time is a show that matured with its audience, and the vault, the concept, not the episode, is the sort of thing that facilitates that idea. Finn being in a cycle of reincarnation and having lived a past life as a mercenary stealing for gains before dying in pain is a kind of story that wouldn't have fit into Season 3, but now we're in the second half of Season 5, so the audience is old enough to start dealing with more complex plots that incorporate a bit of darkness over the less ambiguous good and evil that the early seasons contained in more straightforward plots. Finn seals concepts in the vault, not only because he's not ready to deal with them, but because the audience isn't either. A few major reveals are made during this episode. For one, that Princess Bubblegum is far older than she told everyone she was, and that Finn is far older than he has also been telling everyone he was, having reincarnated several times over his life, something Shoko even alludes to when she collapses on the ground at the site of the tree fort. And while the episode focuses on Shoko, we're already primed to believe that the other flashbacks are important too, when realizing that the butterfly he once was lines up with his spirit animals from Still when he had to astral project to defeat the Ice King. Love games. Finn is podcasting with Jake about how he's moved on from dating princesses to saving them, and then Slime Princess enters, asking Finn to marry her. She needs to be wed as her sister Blargatha has found a love lately with the evil Guillermo, and they plan on ruling as tyrants. So Finn agrees to an in-name-only wedding, only for Blargatha to refuse to acknowledge this, challenging them to the Slime Kingdom tradition of the Trials of Glarb, games to see which couple is the most in love, refereed by Elder Plops. The first trial is crooning, something Finn is able to succeed in by channeling his feelings for Flame Princess into song. The second is spooning, something Finn refuses to do with Slime Princess, giving the point to Blargatha and Guillermo. The final challenge is kissing, but when Finn throws up before a rehearsal kiss, he decides to simply beat up Guillermo to get him to leave. He enters Blargatha's chambers, where he sees rows and rows of tanks prepped for a takeover. But Finn jumps in after the couple and punches out Guillermo, revealed to be a blob with olives for eyes. This disqualifies Blargatha from competing, and Slime Princess remains in charge, but she throws up before her celebratory kiss with Finn. You know Finn's feelings are in the dumps because he started a podcast about how much he doesn't care about not dating anymore. He then tries to test this theory by pretending to be in a relationship with Slime Princess, if only to prove he can fake a relationship and not feel anything by it, and then he fails. When you're trying to avoid something completely to claim you're done with it, you haven't actually proven that you're over it at all. Finn says he's cool with not being in a relationship anymore, yet he has to actively avoid romantic feelings of any kind. Were he really done, he'd be able to fake a relationship with Slime Princess, and he'd still be completely emotionally detached from the situation. But it's probably for the best that he wasn't. Constantly being reminded of romantic things like swan boats and so on caused Finn to succeed in the first challenge by channeling that heartbreak into song. And while the Trials of Glarb never reached their conclusion, the fact that he still has the ability to make something positive from the whole experience means he's able to at least remember the good moments instead of shutting off positive feelings in the vault or something. Dungeon Train. Finn is spaced out and mumbling to himself while searching for a dungeon when he and Jake come across a train going in a spiral. They attempt to pass through this train, but a man charges them that Finn beats up, obtaining train loot from the encounter. So Finn and Jake decide to go deeper into this train, fighting through random encounters and getting more and more powerful before fighting a boss monster who's decked out in even more loot. Jake is at first excited to see that Finn has stopped moping around, but after going through the dungeon for a while longer, he becomes tired and bored. But Finn keeps encouraging him to go on. Jake attempts to leave Finn alone, citing a future crystal that shows Finn in the train dungeon as an old man. But Finn ignores him to do just a few more cars. Jake returns after some time away, only to find out that Finn has become one of the powerful boss encounters with all his new loot, warning Finn that he needs to leave or he might not be able to. Finn looks into the future crystal again and sees Jake as an old man, still following him around, and he realizes he can't actually stay forever. So he makes up his mind to leave for sure this time, and the future crystal shows the two back at the tree fort. The last time Finn went on a therapy dungeon dive, he took Flame Princess along with him. That was an episode all about the value of escapism, to do something positive for your mental health so you aren't making life decisions in a bad mood. This episode follows up on that idea. Finn encounters the dungeon train and starts swinging his sword around like old times, fighting bad guys and collecting adventurers' loot. After a little bit of this, he's back to his old self, smiling and laughing again while he makes puns about the enemies he's fighting with the same energy he had before the breakup. But while getting back into the swing of things is nice, what is not so nice is staying in the swing of things. Finn wants to stay on the dungeon train forever, telling himself he's just gonna fight through one or more boss monsters or just a few more cars because he's unable to cope with what he has to return to afterwards. Escapism is fine as long as you understand it's supposed to be temporary. It is meant to help you deal with your problems, but not replace them outright. At a certain point, it will be time to face the real world again, something Finn's only able to understand when he sees something else that's supportive of his instincts to a fault, Jake. Jake is prepared to follow Finn until they're old and gray, even though he has nothing to run from. Well, technically he does. When Jake takes a step outside the train to watch the stars, he thinks about where his kids are, and if they're doing okay, thinking about the real world instead of the fantasy one he just left. Box prints. After a storm, Finn sees a box with a face on it blowing by and heads out to investigate, where he learns it's a cat inside of a box, meowing as Finn wonders if it's lost and needs to be taken home. Finn asks Jake if he wants to help, but Jake doesn't like cats, so he stays in the tree fort playing video games before he gets a nacho stuck in his teeth. Jake refuses to stretch to get the nacho piece out, saying that's taking the easy way out. So he tries several things to remove it before giving up and allowing it to be a minor inconvenience to remind him of that lesson. Meanwhile, Finn has arrived at the Box Kingdom, made of cardboard boxes and populated by cats, where he learns the box prince he's been following has been usurped. They retrieve the missing cardboard crown and reveal the prince to the people, though they seem uninterested until the usurper prince challenges the box prince to a joust. This joust turns violent as the watching cats all start fighting each other, only broken up when Finn gets out an emergency spray bottle and calls them bad cats. But in the commotion, the boxes were knocked off of the cats, and Finn realizes both princes were identical underneath. He tries identifying one that licked him before, but when they both do this, as do all the other cats, Finn starts to question whether the entire box story wasn't just a bunch of cats playing with boxes, and he read too far into the thing. Finn goes on an epic journey to save the Box Kingdom by placing its rightful owner back on the throne and preventing its usurper from stealing from its people. Or maybe Finn spends the entire episode playing with a bunch of cats and reading way into every tiny action they perform. These cats never do much more than meow and play in boxes and eat some fish, yet Finn still assumes there has to be some sort of adventurous narrative hidden behind the actions that are otherwise totally normal to do. So instead of just playing with a bunch of cats the whole time, Finn played with cats the whole time. The episode opened with Finn waiting out a storm while super anxious, so perhaps pretending he was on an adventure is how Finn plays from the outset, and he only really grew upset once he realized the cats weren't playing along convincingly enough. Jake, meanwhile, has a similar B-plot in the sense that he refuses to simply stretch his way out of his problems, despite BMO recalling that he stretched his way out of problems plenty of times before. It's an instance of Jake being too lazy to be lazy, and trying to justify why he doesn't simply fix his short-term problems right away, trying to assign some meaning to meaningless actions and decisions. Red starved. Jake is in the Sand City, complaining of a stomach ache from the candy and Finn's pack he ate, while Marceline is retrieving the spoon of prosperity for Princess Bubblegum. But when Jake falls into some quicksand and violently drills himself out, the city begins to collapse, and their escape route is blocked. Marceline realizes the candies Jake ate were actually the red objects she kept as food, and she begins to go mad with hunger. So Finn leaves to find something red for her, while Jake stays behind with Marceline, tying her to a beam to stop her from eating his insides. Finn heads through the remains of the Sand City, where he finds a beam of red light that turns things into sand. Following the trail of light past a dead priest, where he sees a turtle creature that creates it. Finn talks to this creature, and explains that the priest over there died a while ago, and the demon sulks off, letting Finn have the gem he was shining his light through. Finn drags this massive gem up to where Jake and Marcy were before, only to see that Jake has surrounded Marceline with lava as they both want to eat each other. But Jake points out the gem Finn brought up is actually an emerald, and Finn is red-green colorblind. They also learn that the rabid Marceline has escaped, though Princess Bubblegum winds up rescuing them in a piloted sandworm after detecting seismic activity. Marceline drains the pink from PB, though she uses the spoon of prosperity to regenerate afterwards, and they return to the surface. Once again, Princess Bubblegum is working on something to give herself immortality, this time sending the rest of her friends underground for a forbidden object. Although the danger they face has far less to do with the sand-cursed city than it does with themselves. Finn's journeys through this city result in a massive number of casualties sealed away to guard against an evil priest and his demonic minion. But Finn just explains that that's sort of a lame idea, and the minion leaves of his own volition to be made fun of by his peers. The actual threat comes from Jake eating all of Marceline's food, leaving them both with nothing to eat but each other, as Finn, unaware until now he's colorblind, is the one set out to find something red for Marcy to eat before she kills Jake. Jake is also supposed to be the one staying behind with Marceline as she is transforming into a monstrous form, and yet Jake is the one who's afraid of vampires, as seen back in the first season. And Marceline, who eats colors, is sent into an underground cavern where the low light conditions mean colors never really shine through. In an otherwise straightforward task, each person was given the job they would struggle with the most, and so everything ended up disastrous until Princess Bubblegum was able to save the day easily. We fixed a truck. While on a walk, Finn finds a broken down truck that he names Hot Daniel, and he asks Jake and BMO if they want to fix it. As neither of them knows much about mechanics, they ask Banana Man to help them fix it. Banana Man's able to explain the basic mechanics of what they need to do, a conversation that mostly goes over Finn and Jake's head, but over the next day, they work together to fix it up. BMO spends the night working further, listening to Starchy's late-night talk show, with Banana Man joining in later because he can't sleep, and the next day they finally manage to fix Hot Daniel. Banana Man is given the keys to take it for a test drive where he sees a beautiful banana guard, and Jake encourages her to talk to him later. They drive through the streets of the Candy Kingdom where they see an angry mob chasing PB, believing her to be a shape-shifting lizard, as per Starchy's talk show. But when they rescue the princess, they find out she really was a lizard, who grows giant and begins to destroy the Candy Kingdom. So Finn throws Banana Man's peel in front of the truck, and they begin flying through the air, crashing into the lizard and destroying it. The real Princess Bubblegum comes out of the sewers as the banana guardswoman comes back for Banana Man to arrest him for indecent exposure. Finn and Jake fix up the truck for fun, but Weird Al fixes it up for friendship, his motivations being less about the truck itself than who it is he's building this truck for. He thinks that if he can impress the others with his mechanical knowledge, then they'll like him more and want to hang out. And unlike what one would have expected from a series that would push a moral, Banana Man's plan works. Jake helps him out by flirting with the guardswoman, Finn allows Banana Man to help save the day, and BMO gets him involved in some conspiracy theory stuff. In the end, Banana Man's arrested for indecent exposure, though this is a minor charge and far less concerning than what he wanted and then got. Some bro times. Playdate. Finn and Jake are tired of Ice King living in their house, so they try to convince him to leave and check into a hotel, though Ice King refuses, saying he'd just be lonely. So to give them some peace and quiet, they invite Abracadaniel as a playmate for the Ice King. When Ice King destroys one of Abracadaniel's flower spells, the other wizard starts to fawn over how cool Ice King is, and soon they're the best of friends. After getting invited to Abracadaniel's interpretive dance show, Finn and Jake decide to leave the two alone, and the wizards pretend to be too afraid of the dark to leave. They stay up all night as Ice King shows off Finn and Jake's treasure collection to his new friend, eventually bringing the tour over to the demon sword. Ice King reads off the demon language on the hilt, and Keoth is summoned, quickly overpowering the two wizards. Finn and Jake come down to banish the demon, but he threatens Ice King and Abracadaniel's lives unless they destroy the sword and give him his blood back. Finn breaks the sword, and Keoth becomes more powerful, kidnapping Jake, who he believes is Joshua, as Ice King and Abracadaniel return to the Ice Kingdom, because it's been rebuilt for weeks. The Pit. Jake is taken to the broke-up dimension where Keoth was originally from, tossed into a pit in the demon's yoga room where his blood is drained, preventing Jake from using his powers. Finn wants to rescue Jake but doesn't know how, inviting Lady Rainicorn over for help in researching Joshua's old videotapes. Most of his videotapes on Keoth were taped over by Jake making sexy videos, or Bimo and Shelby recording a sequel to Heat Signature. But Finn is still able to piece together enough information on how the sword was made and where the portal to his dimension was found to track down Joshua's old cave systems. Meanwhile, Jake is refusing to fight Keoth, staying in his pit to talk to Little Buddy until he's destroyed by the booby-trapped essentials. Keoth tosses a dog woman named Samantha into the pit, telling them to destroy each other, though Jake also refuses to fight her because he's confident Finn will arrive soon. Finn and Lady do arrive soon, after they track down the original tablets Joshua used to enter the broke-up dimension. Finn pulls out a new demon sword to fight Keoth, but Keoth simply consumes the blood from this sword, only for Finn to reveal it was not blood, but frozen grape juice blessed by Shelby in their movie's priest costume. Keoth explodes and Jake gets his blood back, breaking the dimension's glass to return home. Samantha says she's no longer interested in destroying Jake, and they all come in for a group hug. Finn's blood sword is destroyed, and the demon he inherited from his father returns to the mortal realm seeking vengeance against the man who imprisoned him. But that man is dead, and he gets Jake instead, who doesn't give Keoth the fight he had been waiting years for. He tries to get Jake to fight someone, but he continues to refuse. Finally, Finn shows up with a new sword, ready to fight, and Keoth is slain by this sword because he was too eager to fight to consider if the second copy of the original sword could have been trapped in some way. The first time Finn and Jake tried to banish Keoth, they were stopped from doing so because he threatened the lives of Abracadaniel and Ice King, two people who have been antagonistic in the past, but that aren't especially evil guys, just thoroughly misguided. Abracadaniel's first appearance had Finn and Jake give him a confidence boost, only for this confidence boost to turn him into a jerk that Finn defeated with the Power Screech. This time around, there's no one for him to be cooler than, just Ice King. The two guys both equally lame, to the point of sort of canceling one another out. This is why a demon actually threatening one of the villains' gallery of Adventure Time works as a strategy, because they're not really villains any longer. It is interesting to see just how nonchalant Jake was during his entire imprisonment in the pit, never really coming up with an escape plan as he was confident that Finn would save him. And he was right too. It mirrors the season opener when Finn was transported into an alternate reality with his only remaining friend transforming into a monster because he was being corrupted by the crown, and then Jake pulled him out of that hopeless situation. Jake gets put into an alternate dimension and stripped of his powers, but the duo's beaten greater odds before, so there's not a reason to worry. Jake's greater concern than being trapped by a demon out for vengeance he can never get is the fact that this woman he was supposed to be fighting looks like she's hugging him instead, and he's wondering how to explain that to his girlfriend.
James.
The episode opens on a funeral service with Finn and Jake barely able to hold it together as they put on happy faces for a ceremony held by Princess Bubblegum. It then flashes back to Finn, Jake, Princess Bubblegum, and a candy citizen named James as they explore a pit in the Desert of Wonder. Jake is unsure why James was brought along, as he doesn't seem to be taking the mission very seriously, cracking jokes and doing impressions the whole time. But while grabbing a sample from the ground, some oozers come out of the floor and begin chasing the group, smashing their vehicle and preventing their escape. James offers to use his lucky coin to fix the radio, claiming to have fixed it, only for the machine to be all smashed up. They have no emergency flares, and their attempts to distract the swarm of oozers don't work after someone shoots the missing flare anyway to bring their attention back. So Finn volunteers to serve as bait for the mob, only for PB to knock him unconscious. As Finn and Jake are being dragged away, they see James being chased by the mob before they overtake him. Finn wakes up on the surface, once they're back to safety, where he asks Princess Bubblegum what happened, and she explains she was the one to sabotage their escape attempts as she calculated they would not work. The episode then cuts back to the present, where Princess Bubblegum's ceremony unveils a new James, synthesized from a chunk of the original. A red shirt is a character in a fictional story who appears alongside the main cast for a short amount of time, only to be killed off unceremoniously, to the surprise of no one. Of course, the one guy the audience doesn't recognize is going to be the one who's killed off, if anyone, because he would impact the overall story the least were he not present. So when Finn says he'll be the one to distract the oozers so the others can get away, we know it's just a bluff. Not by Finn, but the writers, because of course the new guy we just met is going to be the one not returning from this trip. He probably wasn't going to be in the next episode anyway. It would have felt like a betrayal of what James's sacrifice meant when Princess Bubblegum brought him back to life from a small chunk of the original, but this would have only been the case if we as an audience were not already primed to think very little of his life in the first place. It's only a betrayal if something of value was lost. The real setup for what this episode means is the fact that James survived the events of the episode, just in the form of one of the slime monsters we saw, who happened to be the same slime monsters we saw Simon Petrikov and Marceline fighting against before. James will be more memorable to the audience not because of who he was, but of what he became. Root Beer Guy. Root Beer Guy watches Finn and Jake rescuing a bunch of candy people from the ogre before returning to his boring life as a telemarketer. Here he's yelled at by his boss before returning home to his wife, who he ignores to focus on his amateur detective novels. But while letting the cat out, he hears Princess Bubblegum scream, though when he tries to tell his wife about this, she doesn't believe him. He tries to confront Finn and Jake about this, but they intimidate him into silence, so he turns to the banana guards, though they don't believe him after Jake does a PB impression. Root Beer Guy goes through the CCTV tapes of the previous night to find evidence of Princess Bubblegum's kidnapping, and soon finds the tape, which he attempts to show to his wife, though she only calls Finn and Jake over because she thinks he's obsessed. He continues the pursuit, looking at their purchase history and tracking them to a lake where they're about to dump the body. Unable to stop them, Root Beer Guy calls the banana guards and claims he's the kidnapper, and also that he's taking a boat out past 8 p.m. The guards rush out to arrest him, Finn, and Jake before Princess Bubblegum comes out of the Butterscotch Lake to congratulate the guards on their detective work in a test of their abilities, only to learn it was Root Beer Guy who saved the day. Later on, Root Beer Guy has been elevated to captain of the guard, and he rekindles his relationship with his wife as he throws out his typewriter. Root Beer Guy had the wrong kind of life. He worked a dead-end job and dreamed of greater things, living his life through a series of fantasies about detective work, in spite of the many good things still in front of him. His job was boring, but he still had a home of his own. His wife loved him even if she didn't play along with what she assumed were flights of fancy. And while Root Beer Guy himself might have believed that he was destined to write novels, he really just wanted the excitement, not recognition. This is why he was willing to turn himself in order to save the princess from Finn and Jake. It wasn't about the glory, but about living for something. But that's not the really interesting part about this episode. Because each citizen of the Candy Kingdom was made by Princess Bubblegum for a specific purpose. The banana guards are made to guard. Starchy was made to tend the graveyard, so the fact that someone could be tailor-made to the wrong role means it's possible anyone might be in the wrong role. The Candy Kingdom is far less of a political entity and far more of an extended laboratory for its ruler, Princess Bubblegum, and the show will lean more into the actual structure and flaws of that structure later on. Apple Wedding. Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig are finally getting married, with their family and friends all in attendance. Princess Bubblegum assigns Finn to keep LSP away from the wedding, while Bimo is stuck talking to Tree Trunks' ex-husband Wyatt. But when it's time for the ceremony, Princess Bubblegum learns that TT has decided she doesn't recognize her authority, as she wants the King of Ooh to officiate the wedding instead. Finn fails to keep the wedding dress-clad LSP from crashing the wedding, and Jake gets swarmed by the kiddos. Princess Bubblegum is furious that the fraudster is in attendance, and so she enters the king's blimp to look for evidence, eventually crashing into the wedding itself before vows can be exchanged, to show that his officiant license is expired. Though when he shows off his renewed forms, Princess Bubblegum simply throws him, and the entire wedding party, into her dungeon. While imprisoned, Tree Trunks sees her mother making out with her ex-husband and begins to dig her own grave. But Mr. Pig reminds her that their family and friends are all still in attendance. But the King of Ooh flees out the window, saying they can officiate their own wedding, which gives Tree Trunks the idea to do just that. She exchanges vows with Mr. Pig, and Princess Bubblegum, watching the whole thing from the surveillance room, is so moved by the act that she frees all of the prisoners. All of the prisoners. Tree Trunks began the show as a gag on what happens when somebody misses your TTRPG group's Session 0 and makes a character wildly dissimilar to the rest of the table. Yet somehow, through perhaps sheer stubbornness, Tree Trunks now fits in more properly to the Adventure Time setting than many other characters. Adventure Time used to be a different show, the episodic adventures being largely disconnected from one another. But now the plot has picked up and everybody it makes sense to bring back gets to stay. So Tree Trunks, originally a wildly inappropriate adult character in a childlike adventure setting, perhaps has not changed to better fit the show, but rather, the show's labeling has expanded to better suit her, as well as anyone else who didn't previously fit under that umbrella. It's not like anything has changed, but the scale, as Adventure Time can now include a sassy talking elephant with multiple ex-husbands, because it can fit just about anyone without question. Blade of Grass. Finn and Jake are fighting on slides, though Jake is doing most of the work because Finn is still wielding the broken demon blood sword from the pit. So they go to the market to buy a new one, turning down Choose Goose after remembering the armor of Zeldron he sold them, and going to a grass shack where a grass wizard sells them a grass sword. Finn takes this sword home, chopping through several things including an apple at Tree Trunks's, which makes her claim that the sword is cursed. That night, Finn has a nightmare that the sword fuses with him, turning him into grass before he blows away. The next morning, Finn notices the sword sticking to him, so he throws it into a river before returning home, where the sword is waiting for him. Finn and Jake try to return the sword the next day, but the grass shack is missing, and Choose Goose chides them for not trusting him. The merchant tells them where the grass wizard lives so they can confront him themselves, though as the duo approaches the house, the wizard begins summoning grass creatures to fight them. Finn cuts them down with ease before making it to the top of the hill, though when the wizard refuses to undo the curse, Finn realizes he has more control over the sword now and begins to accept it. Finn at first refused to get rid of his old heirloom sword despite it being broken due to the emotional attachments he had. But when he gets his new sword, he is at first attracted to the sense of power he gets from it, as it has the ability to cut really, really well, in ways he had never used a sword before. The novelty of this new sword is nice for a while, but then it starts to fuse with his arm, meaning he can never get rid of the sword. This is where the problems start as he tries to run away from the sword, only to constantly see this weapon appearing again and again. In his attempt to return it, Finn and Jake see a candle store being robbed, and, unable to fight without the grass sword, Finn unsheathes it and saves the day, getting to be the hero. This is when the sword finishes fusing with his arm, meaning he can never put it away, but it's also the start of when he begins to accept the sword, not for its creepy demeanor, but for what it represents. The sword is a tool used by a hero. Finn considers himself a hero. So whether he wants to or not, Finn is going to have to be armed in some way. Very funny wording, this will be important later. The fact that his sword is bound to his arm barely changes anything as long as he looks at it pragmatically. The only thing that has changed so far about his sword arm is the fact that it's a bit easier to carry around now. Rattleballs. Finn realizes he's been slacking on his duties to defend Princess Bubblegum, so he starts hanging around her all the time to the point of annoyance. PB orders him to take a break, which Finn does by going to a junkyard and practicing with his new grass sword. But while he's here, he is saved from a falling car by a robot named Rattleballs, who insults Finn's swordsmanship before returning to meditation. But Finn hears him coughing due to a gumball lodged in his body and offers to use his sword to remove it, and Rattleballs agrees to train Finn with the sword. This process mostly consists of Finn getting eggs thrown at him while burning himself, but because he passes this training, Rattleballs agrees to teach Finn his secret technique and his backstory. He was part of an elite guard made by Princess Bubblegum in the early days of the Candy Kingdom to replace the comically inept Banana Guards. But these gumball guards were too violent, fighting each other when there was no one else to fight. So Princess Bubblegum ordered all of the guards to be smashed into cubes, though Rattleballs resisted his programming to escape, where he spent the next 100 years in hiding. Finn, having sworn allegiance to Princess Bubblegum, immediately tells her about this, and she takes the banana guard to the junkyard to subdue him. Rattleballs fights off all the guards non-lethally, but offers his sword to PB because he still feels loyal to her. Princess Bubblegum unloads a new cube to the rest of the banana guard, claiming she's destroyed Rattleballs. But in secret, she knights him before allowing the robot to defend the Candy Kingdom in the shadows. At first, Rattleballs feels like another mistake of Princess Bubblegum in the vein of Lemon Grab, one of her experiments that went too far in the interest of safety or security that she wishes to undo. But considering that Rattleballs is over 100 years old and was a member of the Candy Kingdom from back when it was still under construction, the same state we saw it in during the Vault, gives an idea of why Princess Bubblegum would have built a robot army for defense. The world back then used to be a lot more dangerous, so there was a need for tougher security guards. But once things stabilized, Princess Bubblegum had to get rid of the guards as they were so stir-crazy they began attacking everything and anything. In the current season, the Candy Kingdom is defended by the Banana Guards, the comically inept guys who the Gumball Guards were meant to replace. Princess Bubblegum could bring back the comic relief after the tension let up a bit. But then this calls attention to the fact that she recommissioned Rattleballs to protect the Candy Kingdom in secret. She doesn't want to worry the other citizens and Banana Guard by making it look as though something dangerous is on the way, though she still recognizes that something big is coming up. The Red Throne. The Flame King's minion, Don John, enters the Flame Princess's throne room to take over, hypnotizing all the guards and ordering them to free the Flame King, who's tired of Flame Princess ruling too kindly. Cinnamon Bun grabs FP and they ride away on his flying firewolf, Jake 2, trying to come up with a person who can help them take back the kingdom. They turn to Finn, who thinks this means he's getting back together with his ex, though Cinnamon Bun tries to keep Finn's mind in the game. Finn ends up charging the throne room, only to be told not to hurt the guards as they're being manipulated, and, without the ability to fight, Flame Princess and Finn are captured. But Cinnamon Bun is not, having duked out the guards to grab a key. Also duking it out are Don John and Flame King as they argue over the fact that Flame Princess refuses to marry the king's minion. This serves as a distraction for Cinnamon Bun to free Finn and Flame Princess, though when he re-enters the main hall, the half-baked pastry is blasted by fire. Now fully baked, Cinnamon Bun is able to give a rousing speech to the Flame People, whose hypnosis is weakened by Flame King's fight, and he encourages them to overthrow the duo, who are then imprisoned. Afterwards, he announces his lifelong dedication and love to Flame Princess, as Finn realizes he was just shown up by Cinnamon Bun. Finn used to date the Flame Princess because he was in love with her violent, destructive tendencies, which lined up with his love of danger and adventure. But as Flame Princess matured, Finn did not, and she has since left him behind emotionally. So while Flame Princess is pragmatic in her reunion with Finn, Finn is more emotionally driven, trying to reignite, pun intended, his relationship with her by acting the way he always has, barging in and slaying the bad guys. But having obtained the relevant experience needed to rule, Flame Princess knows that violence won't solve issues like manipulation, so she requires a more elegant touch than Finn's capable of doing. This means that, as Finn was trying to get back together with Flame Princess, he was also learning why that wasn't possible. The two of them have drifted too far apart. Who is capable of being the man Flame Princess needs, however, is Cinnamon Bun. His half-baked simple-mindedness makes him an ideal knight because, unlike Finn, he's not after Flame Princess romantically, but because they have similar ideals. CB was too simple to be mean or manipulative, and Flame Princess hates those who lie and manipulate. It's especially fitting that this conflict was against Don John, who literally had the powers to manipulate people. Finn was not trying to save the day, he was trying to win over a princess who basically no longer existed. Betty. The secret wizards from before are attempting to summon Bella Noche, as Ice King watches in secret. Their attempt succeeds in spite of the Grand Master Wizard trying to stop the ceremony, and Bella Noche is summoned, being an anti-magical being who cancels the magic powers of everyone who comes near. With the Ice King's crown now powerless, Simon returns to his normal form, and he punches out Ash to steal his magic carpet, returning home to his research where he remembers Marceline and calls her over. She arrives with Hambo in hand, the sentimental value of the object being the key to open a portal to the past. Simon uses this portal to talk to Betty, his princess from 1,000 years ago, and forgives her for abandoning him when his ice powers took over. But instead of letting Simon go, Betty jumps through the portal to the present, where she learns that Simon is dying as the crown's magic was the thing keeping him alive all this time. She takes Simon to Wizard City, where Bella Noche's influence is growing, the duo pursued by Death, who bargains with Simon between death and remaining as Ice King. But Betty refuses to let him go, jumping into the city and punching out the anti-magic being, where she collapses and all the magic is saved. Ice King returns to his old, new-ish, crazy self, telling the kidnapped Muscle Princess about how he met the love of his life while passed out, as Betty, in disguise, flies away. Betty originally began as what is often referred to as a fridge character, pun not intended. This is when a female character is introduced specifically to leave a male character, often by dying, so that they can have some implied tragic backstory the audience themselves won't really appreciate due to never getting a sense of what this woman's life was like, or what the man was like before becoming bitter from losing her. This episode revisits the idea of Betty to make her more fleshed out and effectively to unkill the character so she can become less of a plot device to make the audience feel like they're supposed to feel bad, so that the tragedy itself can become more overt rather than implied. I don't think it was intentional to make Betty into a non-character in her first appearance, but it was an Ice King-centric episode, so that was one of those inevitabilities of focusing on one thing for the episode only. There's only 11 minutes per episode, so some things just don't get the same consideration as others. Also not getting a lot of consideration is Betty herself, who was just transported 1,000 years into the future into a post-Mushroom War world, and immediately sets out to punch the center of an anti-magic field, rather than taking some time to adapt to the insanity. Though later on this becomes less of a rushed plotline and more of a subtle character moment, where we see the extreme lengths Betty is willing to go to for those that she loves. Punching out Bella Noche, a decidedly non-magical method of defeating her, is the least of what she'll do. Bad timing. Princess Bubblegum is showing off her newly invented time travel sphere, able to send anything recorded by the sphere back in time. Lumpy Space Princess overhears this showcase and bursts in, demanding that PB take her back in time to when her ex-boyfriend Brad still loved her. PB insists that time travel doesn't work that way, so LSP gets furious and runs off to a candy bar where she meets up with Johnny, an old friend from her school days. He's in town to present a business deal to Princess Bubblegum, though he's nervous about this. LSP gives him a bit of advice on how to be more confident, and the two hit it off, with LSP eventually invited to spend the night at his place. The next day, Johnny has his meeting, and it's a success due to the good vibes Lumpy Space Princess sent his way. But when she learns that Johnny was invited back to a dinner to arrange the details of this business deal, and that the dinner is just Princess Bubblegum and him, she grows resentful and decides to crash this dinner by throwing lit bottles inside and crashing a truck through the front door. LSP then enters the burning room with Princess Bubblegum's time travel orb to send Johnny back to when they first reunited at the bar. But when LSP arrives there, she doesn't find Johnny as he was never recorded by the time travel orb. Lumpy Space Princess leaves the bar depressed as Johnny appears outside the frame among all the demons. During this episode, Lumpy Space Princess shows her usual brand of desperation, the sort of thing that got an innocent man jailed back in Candy Streets, and has been an aspect of her character since her first appearance, where she was more interested in partying and gossip than curing Jake's lumps. Yet despite her usual behavior appearing yet again in this episode, the tone behind it all is different. LSP has a self-aware monologue about how she doesn't have what it takes to show the sort of restraint one needs to have when in love, just before trying to immolate Princess Bubblegum. That she wanted to go back in time twice to undo her earlier mistakes in life shows that she knows she's doing things wrong, very wrong, and so the audience is able to sympathize with her. We wouldn't go quite as far as she ever has, but everyone's done something dumb in the heat of passion. But the thing about this episode is that it very briefly shows Lumpy Space Princess as more than she is. For a moment, she has a normal romantic relationship, at least as normal as things can get in OO. She finally found the love she's been fruitlessly chasing for the entire show, and then because of who she is as a person, threw it all away over nothing. LSP is doomed to fail at her attempts to be happy. She knows it's her fault, she keeps dooming herself, and there's practically nothing she can do about it. A once obnoxious character is now tragic, something Adventure Time's done before.
Lemon Hope.
Lemon Hope is plagued by nightmares while sleeping through a class on the propaganda sent out by Fat Lemon Grab about how the lemon people are happier without Lemon Hope. Princess Bubblegum tries to give Lemon Hope a more hands-on lesson about why his role as the savior of the lemon people is important, showing him their oppression firsthand. But Lemon Hope refuses this task, running away to be free as he wants to be, playing his flute and harp for the animals. He sees a city on fire with the crew of pirates sailing away, following this ship and climbing aboard, where he sleeps below deck with a blanket of rats. But this ship crashes, marooned in the desert, and Lemon Hope spends several weeks with more nightmares about Princess Bubblegum telling him he's unacceptable. He wakes up to find he's juiced the last of his limes wandering into the desert before passing out on fire. Lemon Hope wakes up to a shower of water from a nearby cloud piloted by Flannel Boxing Day, who takes Lemon Hope in as they fly about. The two take out a flying greed lord, which crashes and drops tiny lemon people as Lemon Hope demands that he stop to help them. But these lemon people are actually pieces of gold, Flannel's source of income. After several more nightmares about Fat Lemon Grab and the people he's eaten, Lemon Hope asks Flannel to take him back to the Earldom of Lemon Grab, so he can finally fulfill his duties to save the people there. He climbs the walls where he's confronted by the Fat Lemon Grab, who's plugged his ears to prevent the harp from affecting him. But the other Lemon Grab unplugs these ears, and Lemon Hope plays a song that encourages the rest of the lemon people to hold him down before the Fat Earl explodes. Lemon Hope then has another dream, this one not a nightmare, before waking up to see Princess Bubblegum sewing the thin Lemon Grab back together as she asks him to stay and be the champion of the lemons. But Lemon Hope refuses this honor, roaming the world freely for the next 1,000 years, watching the world grow and fall before returning to the empty earldom and returning to his bed. Lemon Hope spent the first part of his life locked away in the earldom, never experiencing any freedom of his own until he was saved by Finn and Princess Bubblegum. After experiencing freedom for the first time, he becomes obsessed with it to a dangerous point, where he refuses to go back to save the people who sacrificed so much to give him that freedom. Lemon Hope has a point. To truly appreciate freedom, one must be allowed to exercise that freedom to any extent. Obviously, it's wrong to deny others their own liberties, as Fat Lemon Grab was doing, but what's less obvious is the fact that you can deny people these liberties by not preserving them as well. The cost of freedom is constant vigilance, as those who don't fight for freedom rarely get to express it for long. Lemon Hope embodies political apathy, despite so many others doing so much for him, that it isn't until he learns to appreciate the sacrifice of others that he finally understands the value of this sacrifice. But before learning this lesson, he fails in his life repeatedly, because he doesn't seem to understand that there's a lesson to be learned at all. He goes from living his life locked in the Lemon Grab bathroom and having his instruments smashed, to living his life covered in rats while starving in the desert. To him, an improvement. There was a brief moment where he lived in the Candy Kingdom, but he still wasn't free. He was restricted by the expectations others placed on him. Realistic expectations, but expectations nonetheless. Joining with the pirates and getting stranded are technically expressions of freedom, even if they aren't very good ones. Freedom means the freedom to do the wrong thing as much as it means to do the right one. And as much as one can do the right or wrong thing, one can also choose to do these for the right or wrong reasons. Lemon Hope does eventually return to the Candy Kingdom, not because he wants to repay a debt or do the right thing, but because he wants to stop having nightmares about the fact that he didn't. It is a selfish thing to do, even if it does have a positive consequence in the end, and perhaps it's better if systems are in place to encourage selfishness if it does wind up in the public interest. People naturally care about themselves more than others, but if the fate of one person is tied to the fate of a group of people, then the selfish thing to do is to make the world a better place. Lemon Hope follows the hero's journey story archetype, where he begins by receiving a call to action from Princess Bubblegum that he rejects, escaping into the wilderness when he gets mentorship from Flannel Boxing Day, before returning, facing off against a supreme antagonist, and then finally returning home to see things are too different to accept staying, wandering into the sunset to continue living the ideals he has now both lived and fought for. Billy's Bucket List. Finn is rapping against Rap Bear, winning and causing the bear to grow depressed until Finn says Rap Bear is his hero now that Billy is dead. But as he's walking away from the stage, he's confronted by Canyon, Billy's ex-girlfriend, and she gives Finn Billy's old loincloth. The two go back to Billy's crack, where they chase out some fairies before pondering the last few years of Billy's life, like how Canyon broke up with him because he had gotten lazy and complicit in his heroism. They then discover Billy's bucket list, with the tasks to tell Finn that thing and to take Canyon on one last ride. Finn and Canyon ride around, chased by monsters before destroying the motorcycle and parting ways. Finn then discovers one final task, to float in the ocean on his back. Finn tries to check this last item off, but the Fear Feaster returns, taunting him for being unable to conquer his fear of the ocean. As before, Finn knocks himself out and falls into the water, dreaming of underwater cities and giant whales before waking up terrified. The Fear Feaster laughs at him a bit more before Finn's grass sword manifests itself and slices through the thing, ridding Finn of his fear of the ocean for good. After lying on his back and finally relaxing, Finn sees Billy appear in the stars as he thanks Finn for checking everything off his bucket list. He then tells Finn that thing. He must go to the Citadel, because that's where his father is, not Joshua, his human father. The second half of Season 5 of Adventure Time has been defined by Finn's relationship with the Flame Princess, despite Flame Princess no longer feeling the same way about him. His actions are those of someone investing more effort into pretending things are fine than to actually trying to be fine. Finn is stuck living in the past, but winds up finding a cure to this by living even further in the past, beyond this season, and back to when he still looked up to Billy. Finn spends some time living the life of a man he used to model his behavior after, and ends up able to clear his head for the first time in a while, at least clear his head in a healthy way. He remembers what it was that he originally wanted to do with his life, and finally achieves the change he wanted by going backwards. Sometimes if you hit a dead end, you need to back up before you can go forward again. Also returning to form is Finn confronting the ocean again. His fear of the ocean is due to the fact that he was separated from his family at a very young age by tall waves. This was something planned about his character from the beginning of the show that never really got that much development, as the details of Finn being the only human around were decided upon. One might even consider this idea as a retcon, just one that makes the show more interesting and thus gets away with it. It's fitting that Finn is given a hint about his family when he finally gets over his fear of the thing that separated him from his family in the first place. Wake up. Jake is partying with Prismo and his friends in the Time Room, not worrying about the Lich, who's docile without the ability to inflict Matt's death. He returns home to see Finn, still thinking about the reveal from last episode, about his father being alive. The two debate whether it's worthwhile to visit Finn's father at the Citadel, and ultimately agree out of curiosity more than anything else. Finn and Jake visit Prismo and tell him they want to visit the Citadel, but Prismo warns them that the Citadel is a prison for people who have committed cosmic crimes, and he can't wish them there. He offers another way to get there, to retrieve an old man nearby, and to bring him to the time room without waking him up. Finn and Jake head out to find this old man, entering his tiny home and carefully removing him, fighting off several night terrors that escape him with pin lights that Prismo gave him. They bring the old man to the time room, and Prismo reveals he is a figment of that old man's dream, and waking him up will cause him to stop existing for 1,000 years, until the man falls asleep again. But before Finn and Jake can wake up the man, the Lich grabs him and turns him to dust with a stare, getting grabbed by hands from a portal that frees him and take him to the Citadel. Escape from the Citadel. Finn and Jake ride the Lich's crystal to the Citadel, where they look for Finn's father. They find him frozen in a crystal, revealing he is a cosmic criminal, which worries Finn. But a weird gray slime drips from the Lich's crystal that causes all the other prison cells to begin to thaw, including Finn's father, Martin, who Jake frees. Finn tries to introduce himself to his father, but the man doesn't pay attention as he jumps into a body of water above them. Finn follows him through. The Citadel starts falling apart, with random portals opening up around them as one of the Guardians melts Martin's leg off. But he doesn't worry, as the Guardian's blood can regrow bodies, as that was what was used to keep them in stasis. While Finn works on fixing Martin's leg, his father avoids answering questions on why he abandoned his son. The Lich starts to melt his prison and escape, and Martin flees, leaving Finn and Jake to fight the Lich without him. The Lich makes Finn fall, then monologues about how he and his corrupted prisoners will soon destroy all life. But Finn is weakly able to splash some Guardian blood on the Lich, causing him to regrow skin and revert to his old form, weakening his spells. Finn rushes over to stop Martin and his allies from escaping through a portal, with Martin encouraging the others to work faster so his son can't catch up. Finn tries holding them back with his grass sword taking over his arm and granting him additional strength, but it's too much, and they escape, with Finn's arm being destroyed in the process. A small amount of Guardian's blood touches his stump and causes a flower to grow in its spot. Finn asks Jake about the Lich, and Jake reveals that the Lich is now a giant, harmless baby. Starchy, whose train fell through one of the portals, offers to take them home, and they drop this big baby off at Tree Trunks' house, saving her marriage. Finn finally gets to meet his father, and all it costs him is an arm and a friend in Prismo. He's gone his entire life without knowing the man and has done well for himself in spite of this, so when Finn and Jake try to meet Martin out of curiosity, it really is just an interest in seeing what Finn will be like as an old man. Because Finn's dad was Joshua, the man who left him dungeons behind and gave him an heirloom sword, and gave him a love of adventuring and introduced him to his best bro in the world, Jake. All Martin did was give Finn some DNA and abandonment issues, and even that's not quite as valuable, considering Finn's arm is something he earned as the grass sword, instead of what he was born with. A big aspect of heroism and goodness in Adventure Time has far less to do with people being assigned good or evil roles, and more to do with the decisions people make to achieve that goal. Finn is a hero, and everything we see from Martin tells us he is not. Not only did he abandon his son, but he wound up inside of a cosmic prison. Then, once he reunites with the kid, he does everything in his power to abandon him a second time. Finn wants to stay and fight the Lich to save the world. Martin just wants to get out of there. So it was a waste of time and effort to bother visiting Finn's father in the first place, though there was still one thing gained, and that was closure. Finn did not know his father growing up and would always have to wonder what kind of guy he was. Mourning is not just something you do when a person died, but it's something that can happen in reaction to smaller losses, like mourning the potential relationship you would have had with a person, or losing out on a dream where you imagined the world is better. Finn had to satiate his curiosity, because not knowing something was painful after realizing that that knowledge was out there after all, but he mourns the fact that knowledge can be just as bad as ignorance. Finn losing his arm is something that's been foreshadowed so heavily it barely comes across as surprising. from his meditations and mortal folly to later in that episode when the gauntlet of Billy the Hero is destroyed. Farm World Finn only having a single flesh arm, his old man memories from his life in the Pillow World, Shoko's parents selling her arm for a computer, and the future Crystal's visions from Dungeon Train. His arm winds up being about as interesting as his various swords later on, representing the sacrifices one has to make in the interest of being a hero, as well as all the things you can gain in the same way. Sure, it would be nice to have his original arm and his original sword, and to know who his father was, but a new arm, new sword, and a new family can be fine as well.
James 2.
James apparently sacrifices his life again to save Princess Bubblegum again. Though when talking to Finn and Jake about James's reckless behavior, PB decides not to reward him with resurrections any longer and asks them to retrieve James's things from his house. But when Finn and Jake arrive, they find 25 James hanging out there, revealed to have been faking his own death to have more copies of himself to hang out with, and because he won a medal every time. Finn and Jake decide not to tell PB, but to sit this one out, watching Princess Bubblegum explain Vigintiquintuplets and cloning to the Banana Guards before getting invited to watch the pursuit play out from above. But then the Oozers, led by the original James, arrive at the Candy Kingdom to attack. The Banana Guards flee the fight, and Finn and Jake are too busy protecting Candy Orphans, so James 1 attacks PB, only for James, and 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 James to dive in the way, mutating into a monstrous form as a single James again. Princess Bubblegum gives the James their medals back and promises to send more if he runs into the desert and never comes back. James comes back to the Candy Kingdom, having exploited the reward for his last appearance's heroism to get extra clones of himself to hang out. His heroism wasn't originally something he really earned, though, more so volunteered for the position to sacrifice himself at the orders of Princess Bubblegum. Heroism is not just the deeds you perform, but the reasoning behind those deeds, so when PB tries to capture him and bring him to justice, it's a difficult situation not only because the guy is technically worthy of more, but because it's her fault in the first place. That, and the Banana Guard, also copies of one another, are confused about who they're even going after. The entire situation is absurd, and at first, it's only Finn and Jake who really recognize this fact for what it is, eventually convincing Princess Bubblegum to stop so relentless a pursuit to instead sit atop the wall and enjoy the chaos with them. Once she stops taking the situation so seriously, she's finally able to enjoy it, recognizing the inherent silliness in a man faking his own death for medals, and when he makes another bizarre sacrifice at the end of the episode, she gives him as many worthless medals as he wants to cut all that stuff out.
The Tower.
Finn is struggling to do basic tasks with his new candy arm, making a mess of spaghetti before giving up on the meal and all the other arms princesses have donated to him. Jake leaves to get new spaghetti and tells Finn to listen to his melon heart about what it really wants. While pondering this, Finn grows a telekinetic spirit prosthetic arm that begins to stack rocks, and this gives him the idea to build a giant tower to space so he can meet his father and rip off his arm. This tower is built out of random blocks of material from around Oo, including a few inhabited ones, and when Princess Bubblegum detects the energy coming from this prosthetic arm, she begins to invent a device to stop Finn from hurting himself. But Jake tells her to mind her own business and to let Finn work things out on his own. While climbing, Finn's tower enters the house of a cloud woman who face blasts him before flying away, though she returns later, introducing herself as Carol and saying she used to be water that hated swimmers before evaporating, but she still holds on to her hatred of swimmers and took that out on Finn. Finn finally reaches space where he runs out of air before seeing a bright light and passing out. He awakens inside of a spaceship where he sees Martin watching TV, and then knocks him out, trying to rip off his favorite arm before regretting this decision and moping. Martin's revealed to be PB in a suit, trying to help Finn get over his anger before sending him home. Once there, he and Jake knock over Finn's tower, which hits the Candy Kingdom and breaks Princess Bubblegum's arm. Finn isn't frustrated over losing his arm, rather he is frustrated because of the circumstances behind losing his arm, involving the discovery of his awful personality of his father. So his attempts to get a new arm have more to do with seeking revenge than with actually getting the limb back, and as he climbs and gets closer to this revenge, he starts to believe that he'll get closer to the resolution of the real issue. But this is not a physical problem, but an emotional one, an issue of revenge that won't be settled just because he got that revenge. Carol explains this to him after attacking Finn on her cloud, how she hated people swimming through her all the time and finally escaped the situation. And yet, despite being away from it all, she still carries that resentment towards the swimmers with her, even though they can never harm her up on her cloud. In the same vein, Finn would not have been satisfied with just ripping off his father's arm. He would still resent the man enough to spend his whole life angry at him, even while his father is, presumably, away indefinitely. This is where most of Finn's frustrations stem from, because it's perfectly normal to get angry at an abuser, to want to act to get away from that awful person. But once you do get away from a guy like that, you can't let them continue to hurt you without actually doing anything. Finn needed to learn to let go, even if he really didn't want to. Even though it feels like the bad guy won and there's nothing he can do about it but move on with his life and act as though it's okay. But by this point, not dropping the situation is only hurting himself, so, unfair as it is, Finn has to accept his losses.
Sad face.
Bimo and Nepter are watching Finn and Jake sleep, waiting for something that happens once a month. Jake's tail stretching out and leaving the house with a sack and a hat. Jake's tail, stage name Blue Nose, goes to the circus to do an artsy clown routine where he dances with a bee puppet before getting booed by the ants in attendance. The next act is a captive chipmunk named Goralina, who breaks out of her bonds and starts to eat the ants. So Blueface comes back and entrances the chipmunk with his routine to calm her down, saving the day. The ringmaster thanks Blueface for this, talking about how if Blueface can do a more crowd-pleasing and profitable routine, he might let the chipmunk go free. So Blueface goes out to the second show with a slapstick routine that people love, only for the ringmaster to bring out Goralina anyway, saying he wants the profit from both acts. Blueface steals the ringmaster's whip and begins chasing him around the circus, freeing Goralina and running away with her. But the other circus employees grab Blueface and pull him back, roughing him up a little bit before the sun comes out and he unstretches his way home to the tree fort. Jake's tail wakes him up as the dog wonders why there's paint on his butt. The ringmaster yells at Blueface for the exact thing this episode does, putting on an artsy performance instead of something more crowd-pleasing with like a fart joke and slapstick and action-packed fights against a giant chipmunk. He prefers something avant-garde, like making an episode where neither of the main characters speaks, starring a silent protagonist that can only sort of shake its tail a bit. Adventure Time's middle seasons start to get experimental for a kids' cartoon, as it begins to avoid the simplistic, detached episodes of the early era to do more high-concept, stylized stuff. Sad Face is far from the first, and certainly won't be the last, and criticisms from characters like the Ringmaster are preemptive responses to those who would be upset they're not receiving more of the same, rather than being fascinated by where the series will go from here, the way Bimo and Nepter are.
Breezy.
The flower on Finn's arm is beginning to wilt, and Dr. Princess orders Finn to relax and have some fun to keep it healthy. But Finn is struggling to feel good, or feel anything else for that matter, and while moping in the woods, a bee named Breezy sees this flower and falls in love with it. Breezy follows Finn to Crab Princess's party, where she plays wingman by figuring out what the princess likes so Finn can make out with her. Breezy then helps Finn kiss the Lizard Princess, the Mussel Princess, and later go on a date with the Frozen Yogurt Princess, who Jake thinks looks like a cross between Princess Bubblegum and Flame Princess. Finn and Breezy are walking through the woods later, where Breezy explains she is a virgin queen bee, and will soon have to eat the royal jelly and return to her responsibilities. But while playing near a river, another bee sees the two and tells off Breezy for playing with a human's flower. When Finn tries to defend her, these bees attack Finn, and Breezy's forced to drink royal jelly to defend him, transforming into a humanoid form to protect him. But despite becoming a queen for Finn, Finn wants to keep their relationship casual, leaving to go make out with Lumpy Space Princess, who makes him spend the night. Finn then sees a bunch of fireflies gathering around the shadow of Breezy, who he sees as Princess Bubblegum, bestowing him with a new sword, before his arm grows into a massive tree. Peeling this tree's bark away reveals a new arm with a thorn in it, with the old flower floating towards Breezy. Finn's flower is meant to represent his mental state, the flower wilting because he's feeling wrong emotionally. Not bad, not good either. He claims he's feeling nothing. This is essentially what depression is. Finn thought that he had found meaning in his relationship with Flame Princess or by rescuing other princesses while playing the hero. But then he met his father and learned he's not descended from heroes, and his relationships with others aren't failing but aren't resulting in what he wanted either. So Finn tries to move on from rescuing princesses like an old school hero and on to making out with them, not staying in a single relationship lest it end up like his romance with Flame Princess, but also not keeping it as distant as he used to. He goes around the kingdom helping out various princesses alongside his new wingman Breezy, who isn't helping Finn out of the kindness of her heart, but because she wants to spend more time with this flower. But this flower doesn't stop wilting just because Finn is making out with princesses. In fact, it's the opposite. As it turns out, having no meaning to your life is not a problem that can be solved by a series of meaningless relationships. Ironically, it was Breezy's one-sided feelings towards Finn that finally broke him out of his slump. Seeing her sacrifice her own feelings on freedom to commit to Finn, even though he didn't feel the same way, is what made him realize he needed to mature. He could not keep drifting through his life, going back to the same habits again and again, as he would only hurt the people who took these sort of commitments seriously.
Food chain. After an opening title with characters' faces being swapped around, the episode begins with Finn and Jake watching a bunch of children playing on a slide meant to teach them about the digestive system of birds. Finn thinks it must be gross for birds to eat caterpillars, while hearing an explanation from Princess Bubblegum about the food chain. Magic Man overhears this conversation and changes Finn and Jake into birds, who fly through the desert before coming across a bunch of caterpillars, which they eat. But while sitting around stuffed, a big bird flies in and starts chasing after them, and then Finn transforms into this bigger bird. He tries to convince Jake to let him eat him, but Jake flies off and Finn gets tired and hungry, collapsing to the ground in the desert. Finn then becomes thousands of bacteria who chow down on the dead bird, much to Jake's disgust, and he soon finds himself as a plant in an oasis. Caterpillars start to eat Finn, and he cannot defend himself until some birds eat the caterpillars and save him. Finn and Jake are then caterpillars in the desert, looking for food, water, and shade when they meet Erin, a female caterpillar, and they all head to the oasis together. While eating a plant, Finn falls in love with Erin, and they get married, only for the wedding to be crashed by the Finn and Jake bird before cutting back to the museum, where Finn throws up a bunch of caterpillars. Now understanding the food chain, Finn sings a song about it, though the kids are uninterested and they play on the slides instead. As a bit of a personal note, two of my three favorite anime of all time are Tatami Galaxy and Ping Pong the Animation, both of which were directed by the guest director for this episode, Masaaki Yuasa. His directing style is best known for never depicting something the audience already knows the appearance and movement of, if he can help it. While Finn and Jake are talking about caterpillars, the shot hangs on a group of kids playing on a slide or watching Princess Bubblegum explain something else. The only reason to show two characters in a walk cycle is if something unexpected happens, like the duo turning into birds. Action sequences are characterized twofold. First, by never actually showing the point of impact for any scene involving movement, but also spending a lot of time on the wind up to the impact. Secondly, by montages consisting of a series of rapidly evolving shots that don't give the viewer quite enough time to hang on any one scene, but copying the composition from shot to shot, so if you miss one moment, you can get the gist of it from the reaction shot. Consistency is also skewed, as the line between an imagination sequence and an exaggerated version of reality is swapped between without ever clarifying which is which, or if that even matters. The episode itself is considered non-canon, though the plot is about Finn learning there's no such thing as the top of the food chain, or a being who can exist in a vacuum. The birds never win, they get eaten eventually, and to eat is to be eaten, as to live is to die and live again. Furniture and meat. While Bimo and Nepter are playing Robin Hood, they hit the side of the tree fort, causing a shower of dosh and ancient psychic tandem war elephants to pour out. Finn and Jake realize they have too much money, so at the advice of Nepter, they go to the Wildberry Kingdom to waste all of it, tossing it into the fountain and bribing the guard to allow them to live in that fountain. They then head around the Wildberry Kingdom, paying people to bring them meat and furniture, to dance for them, and to guard their hoard of dosh while they break into people's houses and force them to do weird stuff like eating money. Finn starts to worry that Jake is abusing the power that comes with this amount of cash, but Jake justifies it by saying it's just the free market. Finn attempts to get rid of all the money by giving it to the guys on Skid Row, but ends up punching them when they try too hard to take it, explaining to Jake what he's trying to do when Jake suggests spending all the money in the ultimate way, going into the castle and paying Wildberry Princess to let Jake sit on her head. But Wildberry Princess refuses to allow this, arresting Finn and Jake and taking their money. They're set to be ironically punished by having molten gold poured on their heads, when an arrow knocks the chute onto the guard that they kept bribing, Bimo, still playing Robin Hood, having saved the duo. They return home to an empty hoard, where Finn starts a new collection. Jake argues that his abuse of the Wildberry citizens is fine as they aren't being pressured into doing anything they don't want to do just because he's throwing large amounts of money at them. But anyone who's worked for a living can tell you that people will absolutely do things they don't want to do if there's a promise of money in it for them later on. A fact that backs up that Jake is exploiting the limits of freedom is obvious when he starts to bribe guards to look the other way, while he and Finn set up homes inside of the public fountain. Skirting the law in this way means skirting the very systems put in place to prevent this sort of exploitation by those with more power due to having more wealth. But what is wealth inequality in the face of an even more exploitative system, monarchy? Wildberry Princess simply takes the money Finn and Jake have been flaunting all episode after they try using it to humiliate her in a wasteful way. After spending the entire episode pressuring people into doing their bidding by, well, outbidding their dignity, Finn and Jake wind up on the receiving end of their own exploitative methods. It's Robin Hood, played by Bimo, who saves the day when they steal from the rich and give to the needy, in this case, rescuing Finn and Jake once they have no more money to their name and are once more of the class of people they were previously exploiting. The Prince Who Wanted Everything. Ice King wakes up in Lumpy Space Princess's camp, tied to a tree and forced to read LSP's Fiona and Cake fanfiction, The Prince Who Wanted Everything. This story is about Lumpy Space Prince, who's being forced to act like a monster by his parents when he just wants to give away gold-plated sandwiches to the peasants. Lumpy Space Prince runs away from his family and kingdom, winding up in Ah, the alternative to Oo, where he demands that the forest animals treat him like a prince, kidnapping several subjects before Fiona and Cake enter the forest to free them. But instead of being upset at this, Lumpy Space Prince is infatuated by Fiona's disheveled appearance as he follows her and her cat home to learn to be more normal like them. After eating a regular sandwich that isn't served on the back of a baby, he sings a song about only needing the bare essentials before being interrupted by his parents, now a giant monster, who demand he be more like them. Lumpy Space Prince tries to fight them but is overpowered, but when he hears how nonchalant Fiona is about the fight, he realizes the way to fight off his parents is by not caring what they think, and after repeatedly telling them he doesn't care, they explode. They then fly into the sunset to enter the land of Oo, where Lumpy Space Prince will find his one true love, only for LSP and Ice King to instead get attacked by a rabid possum. Fiona and Cake, in the context of Adventure Time, are a series of stories told by the characters in-universe that reveal their perceptions of what the world is and ought to be. It's a counterpoint to the death of the author argument, except the author is a fictional character that makes these interpretations worth looking into. Death of the author, of course, is when the reading of a fictional work is done without considering the author's history, upbringing, or intent when analyzing their work. Here, the actual analysis of The Prince Who Wanted Everything has no inherent worth beyond the context it creates for Lumpy Space Princess and how she views events that we've seen more objective versions of in our world. LSP lives in the woods because of a disagreement with her parents, something apparently too great for her to ever return, even after previous episodes have seen them reunited. To LSP, there are expectations on her to be something she can never be, and yet the expectations she believes are there are actually the things she's far more likely to end up as. Lumpy Space Princess doesn't even realize she is being abrasive. All of her personality traits are those of a person who genuinely believes she is looked up to and better than she is. And yet in a way she is still aware of the fact that others look up to someone decidedly un-lumpy like Finn/Fiona. Or maybe this is just a yaoi boy about to date a self-insert. Something big. Maja the Sky Witch has used her sentimental shirt from Princess Bubblegum to invoke Darren the Ancient Sleeper, a giant who dreams of war, and she orders him to help destroy the Candy Kingdom as it has high levels of caring about stuff. Off-screen, they arrive at the kingdom and begin the attack, with Root Beer Guy sacrificing himself to get Gridface Princess's barrier up to stop Darren's attack. Maja summons monsters from the Legion of Cadmus to help her break free of the barrier, so Colonel Candy Corn stops asking Peppermint Butler for relationship advice to lead the Candy Soldiers in firing themselves at the monsters after running out of ammo. Princess Bubblegum tries to ask Finn and Jake for assistance, but they're nowhere to be found, so she leads the charge herself on her swan, dodging lasers but being blown away. But when all hope seems lost, Finn and Jake return atop the ancient psychic tandem War Elephant, who blasts away one of Maja's blasts, knocking her unconscious when she hits a tree. Darren and the APTWE are evenly matched, so Finn leaps into the air to attack Darren's brain seed, destroying the giant, who thanks him before crumbling and bringing the incinerated candy people back to life, except for Root Beer Guy. After the battle, Finn is preparing the guac for the celebration party, when the ancient psychic tandem War Elephant asks for a new command, and Finn orders him to discover himself. He wanders around, reading minds before asking the sun for advice, and leaving to retrieve Maja's body. After the 5th season, there was a planned TV movie in the works for Adventure Time, something that had been foreshadowed for a while that ended up culminating in this episode instead. The title is a direct quote from Maja as she planned out her invasion of the Candy Kingdom. The ancient psychic tandem War Elephant was brought back 2 episodes ago after a long absence, and characters like Root Beer Guy have had their positions and passions explained, then justified in the narrative, all building up to this big conflict that wound up being underwhelming due to the fact that it was an 11-minute finale to a plotline instead of the much larger planned showcase. So Something Big ends up being an episode more about the ancient psychic tandem War Elephant than about Maja or Princess Bubblegum, or even Finn and Jake, who mostly exist in the episode as a vehicle for a callback character to go on a self-reflection journey. APTWE, I think I got the acronym right, started out as a joke about how in early tabletop systems you could create high-level loot just by slapping a bunch of adjectives on a noun to level it up, and that late-game gear could sound ridiculous, and now he's having conversations with the sun and rescuing comatose witches, and actually, not a lot has changed beyond taking silly ideas to their logical conclusion as always. Little Brother. While trying to show off parkour moves, Shelby falls and has his bottom severed, which then comes to life as his little brother, who he names Kent. At Jake's advice, Shelby gives his brother a sword and tells him to go off on an adventure to fight bad guys, or girls, and Kent grows arms and legs and enters the cracks in the tree fort. Ken finds a rat with a crown and attempts to fight it, but gets overpowered by multiple sets of eyes. He wakes up in a bed near the roots of the tree, where Leafbeard gives him some healing dew to recover, while explaining that the Rat King cannot be slain with his old sword, and he must gather ingredients for the blacksmith to form a new one. Kent rejects the Mouse Wizard's offer of emeralds to obtain the unbreakable bottle cap. He rejects the Swordman Mouse's offer of his daughters to obtain Mystic Earth, and he rejects the Ninja Mouse's offer of immortality to get a Firefly, the Sacred Flame. Kent brings these ingredients back to the blacksmith, who forges a sword Kent names Punch Party. He then begins to fight the Rat King, made up of dozens of rats, and is offered the powers of a king, but Kent rejects this offer and chops off the teeth of the Rat King. Meanwhile, Shelby has been missing his younger brother, singing a song about his return when Kent returns. But because Kent drank the dew from underground, he has to return to the underworld. Without the Rat King's curse, the tree fort is able to bloom.
Shelby does not want the responsibility of raising a little brother and tries to ask Jake for advice not on how to be a good friend, but on how to keep the guy busy so he doesn't have to be. But Jake gives him advice on how to raise a good person, remembering his lessons about how Finn turned out, and when Shelby applies this advice, he turns his brother into someone worthy of epic quests in the same way Finn is. Kent grows arms to carry a sword, and legs to leave Shelby behind, making Shelby a bit jealous of his brother as he's able to do things Shelby never could because he never wanted to. This worthiness manifests as a purity of soul based on Kent's lack of experience in being alive and thus not having the sort of soul capable of being corrupted. All of the things offered to Kent by the various adjective mouses of the tree fort are things that the butt of a worm has no need for. Shelby doesn't give Kent a reason to go on his quest other than the thrill of having done the quest in the first place. The instructions are bizarrely vague because the real intention was just to get the kid away. But Kent was also too young and pure of heart to internalize that his brother wouldn't want him around, so when Shelby finally accepted that he had a sibling to be responsible for, Kent returned in time for them to share that moral, instead of applying something more negative. Ocarina. After showing up late to his children's birthday party, Jake's told by his son, Kim Kil-wan, that he recently bought the deed to the tree fort from Marceline, and he will soon reassess his father's living situation. Kim Kil-wan arrives at the tree fort to look at their treasure collection, only to learn that Finn and Jake spent it all during furniture and meat, so he instead allows them to live on their ladder while subdividing the rest of the house into multiple units. While Finn is trying to wash a footprint and a butt print off of his face in his former bathroom, the police are called on the duo for trespassing. While jailed in the Candy Kingdom, Jake explains how the big guys of the world tend to take over, then rewrite the rules to make their bullying legal. Kim Kil-wan pays their bail, but also bills them for it, so Jake decides to dig up some of his old buried treasure, only to learn his son owns that too. Distraught, Finn suggests that they take Kim Kil-wan's advice and get real jobs, but Jake assumes there's gotta be another reason behind his son's behavior. So they follow him to his fancy house in the forest, where Jake offers his son something priceless, fatherly love and a handmade ocarina. Kim Kil-wan accepts this unusable instrument in exchange for the deed to the tree fort. Then he returns to his wife where he explains that he wanted his father to stop acting so childish, but has since changed his mind. Over the years, Finn and Jake have remained pretty consistent in what they want and how they set out to get what they want, while the world of Adventure Time has changed, at least more than they have. Jake is an example of a static character, in that he never really learns or grows as a person, and a lot of his development is done in the form of his history and what he used to be like. Even having a bunch of children hasn't really affected Jake all that much, as he quickly returned to the tree fort because the kids grew up without him. But that's the catch. His kids grew up, he did not. So one of his kids takes it upon himself to teach Jake to be more adult, to mature alongside the world around him. But Jake continuously resists any attempts at growth because he's doing fine. It's hard to convince a happy person that they need to change anything about themselves. It is, however, possible to convince an unhappy person that they need to change, and ideally you don't even need to be that persuasive. Jake gives his son a non-functioning ocarina he made himself and is able to buy his house back for it. Not because it had equivalent value, but because the gift itself represents Jake's mental state and the fact that he doesn't need to change. Jake never lets the harsh reality of a rich jerk dividing up his house to sit on it forever get him down. He doesn't accept that the world is an awful place, and the only way to cope with it is to play along with the awfulness and to let the worst people continue to write the rules. He refuses to play into that system and thrives under whatever conditions he can find, if only to prove it's possible. Even if the world is an awful place full of terrible people, it doesn't mean you have to be. Thanks for the crab apples, Giuseppe. Abracadaniel, Ice King, and several other of the reject wizards of Wizard City are on a bro trip together to form a new school of magic atop Big Butt Rock. They pick up the water nymphs from in front of Finn and Jake's house before starting their road trip and promptly break down in the middle of a cow pasture. Undeterred, Abracadaniel suggests that they all write down some runes on toilet paper to prepare their spell, but they're chased away by the farmer before they can read them. Ice King propels them with his ice magic for a while before letting Abracadaniel take over, but when they see a crabapple tree and ask Giuseppe, a random old man they picked up, to hop out and grab a few, Abracadaniel's lack of control makes it impossible for him to stop, and Giuseppe is left behind, throwing the crabapples to the wizards. The wizards read some of their runes, like Giuseppe's poem about his daughter and Little Jude's rap lyrics, before seeing Big Butt Rock on the horizon. Ice King prepares their magic by tossing the spells into a cauldron, but it produces a sleeping spell that knocks everyone out. They wake up panicking with the bus taking on water. The water nymphs try to dislodge the bus, but fail and swim away. Life-giving Magus tries to bring the bus to life, but it only panics too, as Ron James swaps heads with tree trunks. In the end, it's Giuseppe who uses powerful magic to raise the bus out of the water before disappearing into sparkles of light. The wizards of the Crabapple Road Trip then form a secret wizard society together. So many wizards are in some sort of secret coven in the world of Ooh that those who don't have a coven basically don't have a friend group either. So all of the misfits of the wizarding world get together to make their own from scratch, even convinced that they're going to make a new school of magic in the interest of keeping it a secret from those who would do the same. Adventure Time already has several episodes in the past where magic as a field has no inherent goodness or evil to it, and that it's the intention behind this magic that determines if it's wholesome or not. And the fact that it's so wholesome an intention as not wanting to be lonely was what these wizards set out with, is what makes the end result of their journey as rewarding as it was. They make a new school of magic that isn't based around secrecy in the interest of keeping other people out, but in the interest of letting other people in, even picking up Giuseppe, a total stranger, who winds up saving the day with this magic. Because it wasn't an old man serving as a deus ex machina, but a friend helping his friends. Princess Day. It's Princess Day, hosted by the Breakfast Princess, where all the princesses of Ooh have gathered to discuss the maintenance of their kingdoms, trade agreements, and the like. LSP is bored of these conversations and has an outburst, to which Breakfast Princess reminds her she's not a princess because she lives in a box and wasn't actually invited. Marceline sees LSP leaving and decides to follow her to see where she goes, observing this princess cutting up the walls of the Breakfast Castle, then asking if she wants to do any more. They knock out a syrup guard and enter the princess's room, where LSP eats a bunch of clothing while Marceline steals an album, but they blind a second guard and leave when he comes over to investigate the noise. After pushing that guard out of a hole in the wall, they rush over to steal a car, only to run over the Breakfast Princess when she tries to stop them. Marceline puts her into the trunk and they drive into the desert, where she's told to build a sandcastle, as LSP and Marcy drive away. As they're leaving, LSP asks Marceline if they're bad people, though Marceline thinks there's no such thing and that good people sometimes do bad things. Then they accidentally drive off of a cliff before remembering they can both fly. Marceline and LSP wonder to each other if there's a such thing as a bad person, concluding that there isn't because what is considered a bad person is just a person who has sometimes done bad things. In this same sense, they cannot be bad people because they're just doing things sort of arbitrarily that can be justified in some manner. LSP lashed out against Breakfast Princess because she felt as though she had been humiliated by the woman from a string of insults. But these insults only came as a result of LSP crashing Princess Day, which she only had to do because she wasn't invited because she had a fight with her parents, and so on. Most people don't consider themselves the bad guy when they do bad things, so it follows that everyone should feel the same way, as their actions can also be justified. But to say that there are no bad people in the world also assumes the inverse, that there are no good people in the world, and just neutral folks who sometimes do good things. This means there are no heroes or villains, but considering the history of Marceline and her family, as well as some of the decisions made by LSP, it makes sense why they would want to believe this. Both characters wish not to end up like their parents, and yet they consistently feel as though they're repressing parts of themselves by not doing so. Marceline's father is evil through his actions, and she doesn't want to imagine herself ending up like that. LSP also resents her parents, who are responsible rulers, and she winds up entering a meeting of princesses to discuss trade deals and the like, even though she does end up failing at that. Nemesis. Princess Bubblegum is secretly watching the Veritas Brigade as they discuss mysterious goings-on around the kingdom. But a member of this group named Peacemaster talks about the real danger to the Candy Kingdom before taking out one of these cameras and directly addressing the princess. PB declares a red alert, then asks Colonel Candy Corn why the Banana Guard aren't properly reacting to the situation, before calling Finn and Jake, who don't hear the call as they're holding their breath with rattleballs. Meanwhile, Peppermint Butler has decided to take matters into his own hands, chanting a mantra that takes him to another dimension, where he creates a sword and charges down Peacemaster. But the man stops him with a talisman that detected him coming, and is able to trap Pep-Butt inside of his hat, only freed when one of the other Veritas Brigade members frees him as he recognizes one of Princess Bubblegum's assistants. Pep-Butt challenges Peacemaster to a fight at the Wizard Arena, only to show up with Peacemaster's 3 children at his side. He turns 2 of his kids into monsters, while threatening the last one if Peacemaster doesn't throw away his charms and then humiliate himself to save them. Peacemaster slinks away as Peppermint Butler returns to the Candy Kingdom, knowing Princess Bubblegum is safe. Peppermint Butler is pretty much evil, from being on a first-name basis with Det to summoning Ogduad to possess members of the Candy Kingdom. The running joke of a piece of candy meant to serve Princess Bubblegum actually being a creature of pure evil reaches an apex in this episode, as someone who dedicates his life to hunting evil winds up accusing him accurately of horrible things, though without the context of the end result of these actions. Sure, Pep-Butt might pal around with the embodiment of death, but he uses this connection to save Finn and Jake's life at one point. And here, his evil actions, like embarrassing a man in front of his family after converting them into horrible monsters, wind up saving Princess Bubblegum, as the accusations he made towards her could have ended up far more serious if he hadn't been dispatched when he was. The danger of these accusations come from the people they're being told to, a group of conspiracy theorists led by Starchy, who pride themselves on truth to the point of naming their group after it, only to then spread wild theories among themselves while jumping to crazy conclusions about them. What starts off as a harmless speculation may end up with one guy who's actually crazy acting on that speculatory nonsense, and soon you've got a self-proclaimed demon hunter attacking the princess for things like his own infant son spitting up on him during a car trip. Men like Peacemaster are dangerous, but only if their ramblings are taken seriously, so Pep-Butt was right to embarrass him in the interest of making sure that his words are never taken seriously. Joshua and Margaret Investigations. It's Jake's birthday, and after eating an entire birthday cake, is asked by Finn and Bimo to tell a birthday story about his parents. The episode flashes back to Joshua and a very pregnant Margaret, who are running an investigation agency, though Joshua only wants to take on easy cases due to his wife's pregnancy. They investigate Tree Trunks' missing pies, only to very quickly find out it was just Wyatt with fake shoes. But Tree Trunks insists there's a real monster in the woods, so Joshua and Margaret head deeper into the forest to check, where they see a shape-shifting cat who starts chasing after them. Margaret gets stuck in a tree and Joshua gets bit while trying to protect her, waking up back at their house while he's committed to dying of the wound. But Margaret wants to synthesize a cure to this monster bite, so she leaves Joshua at home to rest while she hunts the monster. After a while, she finds it, where she attacks it with her crossbow, only to learn the monster is a baby. Margaret punches the baby and takes some of its venom before leaving, while the monster opens up a portal then hops inside. She returns home to see Joshua in agony as a bump on his head begins to grow, with Jake popping out of it and doing a little jig. Shortly afterwards, Margaret gives birth to Jermaine, and the couple agrees to raise the children as brothers, never telling them the truth. Back in the present, Jake talks about how they never told him any of this, though he's unsure what they never told him, because they never told him. As it turns out, Jake is not related to Margaret and was effectively adopted just like Finn was, his parentage being a lie as they led him to believe he was their biological son. And as with the other daddy issues in this season, it doesn't really matter when all's said and done. Last season, Jake felt a compulsion to play detective in the episode Candy Streets. Here, his parents are shown to have run a detective agency. Joshua was an explorer who left behind dungeons and swords and spells to banish demons. Finn and Jake are both explorers just like he was. Jake even raised his children according to lessons Margaret passed down to him, and she's not even half related. But none of that matters. Jake got his shape-shifting powers because his dad was impregnated by an alien, and beyond that the details of his birth are irrelevant, as parentage only involves DNA in very specific medical contexts. War and ampersand doesn't become important until much later, and this will remain as one of those questions of opportunity versus planning. But for now, the best way to think about the situation is that Jake's parents are Joshua and Margaret, and his brother is Finn the human. Some things are exactly as they seem, and learning history is often irrelevant when faced with the present. Ghost Fly. Finn, Jake, and Bimo are stuck inside due to a knife storm, with Jake deciding to cook some soup to distract him from Bimo's loud karate, and Finn setting aside his comic book. But while cooking, a fly lands on the pot and starts to eat his soup, so Jake kills it. That night, while trying to sleep, Jake is haunted by an unsanitary ghost fly that he and Finn can't kill. After being chased out of their house by this fly, they decide to call someone with supernatural experience, Peppermint Butler. Pep-Butt arrives with a case full of equipment to deal with the fly, drawing protective circles around Finn and Jake before his case is stolen and he jumps out the window. With Finn and Jake trapped inside their circles, the ghost fly tries to lure Finn out of this barrier by opening his comic book to its next page. Finn tries expanding the circle a bit with the leftover chalk so he can remain safe, but accidentally contorts the circle into a lady, attacked and possessed by the ghost fly. Upset at his friend getting got, Jake asks Bimo to use their karate to stop his heart so he can become a ghost and fight the ghost fly on its own field, telling half a joke so that he'll have some unfinished business to return to. But Jake struggles to fight this grim fly, throwing various other ghosts at it before getting cornered in the kitchen, where the ghost of Jake's soup appears and the fly eats it. With its business finished, the fly begins to ascend to the afterlife, and then Jake kills it again. He wakes up in the hospital, thanking Bimo for bringing him back to life, even though it was Dr. Princess who did it. Sometimes Adventure Time can have high-concept philosophical episodes, and sometimes they spend the whole episode indoors trying to kill a fly. A bottle episode is an episode where the main cast spends the whole runtime in a single location, usually with something trapping them there, and actually I explained this concept back in Season 3 still. This episode is, once again, a bottle episode in context more than in execution, as is normal for anything animated. Also normal for animation is that the concept then goes off the rails, though this is even more typical for Adventure Time to do, to the point that it's actually a subversion of expectations that the bottle episode dynamic was even set up in the first place, rather than the actual narrative structure subversions. That said, this is still an episode where Jake tries so hard to smash a bug that it kills him. So this is another one of those retrospectives where I go a bit too deep into things. Everything's Jake. Magic Man flies into the tree fort and injects Jake with something that makes him tired and sleepy. Jake's face then melting into his stomach as he takes a nap. He wakes up in a world where everything is made of him. All of the animals and buildings and people are just Jake stretched out very tiny. While walking through Jake City, he meets Goose, who greets him like an old friend and invites him to a party. At this party, Jake is offered food, though he can't eat any of it due to the food being made of him, as well as the fact that every time he thinks about food, the entire world shakes. He's then taken to the mayor, who has several of the top minds working on a way to stop the Jake quakes, ignoring his theory on his stomach rumbling, as as Dr. Adamkinson claims that Jake is an extra-dimensional being and needs to be imprisoned, as allowing him to leave will cause their universe to collapse. Jake is thrown into a cell as Adamkinson offers to climb out of the hole in the sky to enter the glob world so he can retrieve food. But when he exits and sees Finn eating some noodles, he melts into a puddle of denial. As the Jake quakes get worse, Goose returns to Jake's cell, where he takes out the guards and breaks him out, saying it's okay if he eats something despite their universe ceasing to exist. Jake goes into the kitchen and eats some beans while crying. If it wasn't obvious from the earlier moments where I accidentally misspoke last paragraph, this episode was a mini reunion of sorts for several Futurama cast members to reprise their roles and dynamics in Adventure Time. Really, the misspeaking was actually written into the script. When Goose says it's been a year or two since he saw when he saw Jake, see, there it is again. That was because Futurama had been off the air for a bit over a year as of when the episode was written, about 2 as of when it aired. Farnsworth has a crackpot theory about the nature of the universe that, like his invention skills from Futurama, are accurate in spite of the absurdity of the premise, because scientific accuracy takes a backseat to humor except for the moments where it doesn't. Goose gets to call upon Fry and Bender's long history together to justify them having known one another for years, despite meeting for the first time in this episode, and the audience doesn't question it because we already know one couple of guys, so it's not a stretch to imagine Billy West in a similar position. Is that you? Finn and Jake are down to the last of Prismo's pickles, performing a pickle ceremony to help them remember him, before Jake eats the last one. They then go to sleep to dream of Prismo, and the next morning, Finn wakes up to see a thorn in his hand while Jake is in the yard miming the time he buried his everything burrito. When Finn talks to him, Jake explodes into Jake dust before reappearing elsewhere in the house, reenacting other iconic Jake moments. Meanwhile, Jake's mind is traveling through a series of rooms in a parallel dimension as Prismo watches him from the past. Jake eventually finds a bed perfectly made for him and decides to sleep in it, dreaming Prismo into existence. Back in reality, Finn notices that Jake explodes whenever he acts differently than he did in the flashback, so he waits for Jake to remember their pickle ceremony so he can recreate it, with a second Jake joined by Finn to recall entering Prismo's dimension. Prismo in the past is also reliving several of his memories, including one where he talks to an empty room about his Plan B, explaining to Finn that he needs to wake up Jake. Finn wakes up Jake and Prismo disappears, only for another Prismo memory to pull them aside before asking him to stop himself from waking up Jake. Finn stops Finn before he can finish reliving the memory of waking up Jake, causing Prismo to cease existing, and then the alternate dimension Finn explodes into the Finn sword as the eternally sleeping Jake transforms into Prismo's dream form. Prismo makes his return, or rather, Prismo made his return a while ago by setting events into motion before his death, such that he could be remembered in the future to exist within the present. The time room has always existed in a weird limbo, where the linear storytelling doesn't matter. So this episode can play with events that will have happened in the past, without it coming across as especially jarring, even if it really is. So Prismo planned on reincarnating and made a series of memories of him reincarnating, including memories where he explained the entire plan years before it happened. He then had Jake begin to dream about himself, as well as Finn watching these dreams and waking Jake up several times as he made time paradoxes. Jake then fell asleep because he set a trap for himself, only to both wake up and not wake up at the same time, as Prismo, or Jake, told him 2 sets of instructions to follow at once. Because Finn didn't stop Finn from waking up Jake, but he also stopped himself from waking up Jake, he turned into a time paradox and became a sword, having something to do with a thorn in his hand from earlier this season. If this sounds hard to follow, don't worry, you don't need to follow it. One of the difficulties in writing plots involving time travel and parallel universes is that you can never be sure if the audience is going to be able to follow along. If you explain things so thoroughly that they do, then you've spent more time writing explanations for the plot than the interesting parts of the plot. If you don't spend enough time explaining though, the audience will generally be okay, so long as the end results are explained. It's not to say the entire thing can be dismissed as irrelevant, as some fans will want a proper explanation, while others will just experience the episode and determine if it passes a vibe check over whether it seems like it could be followed. So making a complex plot make sense and making it look like it makes sense are 2 different things, and doing one does not assure you will do the other as well. Jake the Brick. Finn wanders around the kingdom to find Jake, who's shapeshifted into a brick, so he can live out his dream of being a brick in a shack when it falls down. Because Bimo is concerned, Finn leaves a walkie-talkie on the ground near Jake so they can stay in touch. Jake begins to narrate the struggles of a rabbit as it forages for carrots,
only for a deer to come by and steal its food. Jake's a bit upset that Finn was listening in on this story, so Finn promises to give him some time alone as Jake starts to describe the world around him as the sun sets and a rainstorm comes in. He describes a rabbit taking cover from the storm inside of a warren, only for the water level to begin to rise, threatening the rabbit. But a family of beavers comes by, shielding this rabbit from the rain as they start reinforcing the warren to resist the flood. Unbeknownst to Jake, Finn and Starchy have been broadcasting this narration to all of Ooh, with people listening in from their homes, interested in the story of this rabbit. Once the rain lets up, the deer returns, stomping the rabbit's house until it's completely destroyed. But this rabbit is undeterred, taking shelter in a fallen tree as Jake realizes there's more to life than watching shacks fall down. Jake turns himself into a brick. Funniest junk I've ever seen. And yet that's probably the least important part of this episode. It's the fact that he's a brick that forces him into a single location for a long stretch of time. Once immobile, he has nothing else to do except observe nature around him. No distractions means he has to make fun, and he succeeds in doing so by watching animals do random animal things. But it's not only Jake who finds this fascinating. All of Ooh listens in as he describes mundane features around him with a touch of artistry. The listeners all agree that there really must be something intricate and amazing in the world surrounding us all the time. These days there's a constant need for people to feel distracted from distraction by distraction, that some part of our brains must always be stimulated. And while hearing somebody mention this might lead you to think I'm about to go on some kind of a rant about disconnecting from it all, I think there's a good argument that disconnecting like this is impossible, not from your phone or whatever screen this video is on, but disconnecting from the world at large. Your brain will always find something to occupy itself with, whether that's the intricacies of nature around you, or the mechanics of some space you're occupying, or a video where some guy spends way too long talking about a kid's show. Because that kid's show and the space and nature are all fascinating subjects people can dedicate their lives to understanding. It's just a matter of deciding you want to satiate your curiosity about the world, and then understand it instead of just living in it. Dentist. Finn has a cavity and needs to go dentist, and begrudgingly accepts being stuffed in a well full of butter and snakes, Ooh's version of the dentist. He falls into a society of militaristic ants who recruit him as a new cadet in a mission to capture a crossroads and defend it against giant worms who are working with the flies, all in the interest of having their dental care. He's also told he will be working with Tiffany on this mission, though Tiffany repeatedly says he's going to betray Finn to steal his sword, as he wants Jake to be his partner in crime again, rather than working with Finn to do hero stuff. The day of their mission comes and Finn starts fighting the giant worms, saving Tiffany's life during the battle, as the two begin cooperating. But when Finn is about to fall into the giant worm's mouth, Tiffany is conflicted on whether or not to finish the betrayal, eventually choosing not to stab Finn, but just leave him to die. But the worm spits Finn out and he knocks Tiffany into the worm's mouth, where he chokes to death. Finn wakes up on an operating table where the ants have repaired his teeth before sending him back up to the surface. He tries telling his gathered loved ones about the ants, but they shush him, as the flies are still listening. Finn's mantra of, "my teeth hurt," through this episode is a truly honest depiction of his motivations during its events. His teeth hurt, and he wants them to stop hurting. He doesn't care about serving the ant military. He doesn't care about protecting Crossroads or fighting giant worms, or even getting Tiffany to stop being so antagonistic towards him. He doesn't even care about the supposed battle for Jake's soul that Tiffany claims will happen after his death. His teeth hurt and he wants them to stop hurting. Tiffany, on the other hand, is clear about his intentions to kill Finn and steal Jake, as he's still caught up not only on his previous defeat from My Two Favorite People, but the fact that he lost all his teeth from eating the baker's shard. Because he is so focused on these goals, he misses the fact that he and Finn are surprisingly effective partners in combat, able to take out the giant worms with ease. Had Tiffany not cared so much about undoing the past, he could have made a better future. The guy wanted to be a great thief again, but he was also a good hero, so he could have had greatness and his old friend if he was relaxed enough to change sides. Finn succeeded in his immediate short-term goal, while Tiffany made a massive plan that was so rigid he got eaten by a worm instead of getting his old friend back. The Cooler.
Flame Princess calls a meeting with her advisors regarding random bursts of cold that are threatening the Flame Kingdom. Her brother insists on attacking the Candy Kingdom to burn their sugar as fuel, while questioning whether they can trust Cinnamon Bun because he's from there. But FP instead requests aid from Princess Bubblegum to solve the issue of their cooling core. PB arrives for a tour of the core that ends up inside of a room full of fire giants who could be used to reignite it, though Flame Princess insists they only be used as a last resort. As she's explaining this, Princess Bubblegum begins stealing the energy cores from inside these giants, and when she's caught, FP attacks her with the fight taking out several of them. Princess Bubblegum says the giants are too dangerous and that she coordinated with Ice King to cool the kingdom so that she would be allowed in. Flame Princess tells Princess Bubblegum that she's a bad person for spying on everyone and never trusting anybody, and PB agrees, allowing her to keep one fire giant intact. She then returns to her kingdom where she unplugs various CCTV cameras to return privacy to the people of Oo. Princess Bubblegum didn't trust Flame Princess or anybody else in the Flame Kingdom with the ability to awaken the fire giants, as they're effectively weapons of mass destruction. Considering that her brother was insistent on invading the Candy Kingdom with the aid of the fire giants to solve their problem, PB was right to suspect that the safety of her people was at risk, as there were threats against them being made by someone so close to the throne, except these threats were only given any consideration due to the fact that there was an ongoing disaster, one caused by Princess Bubblegum. So the most danger the Fire Kingdom posed to the Candy Kingdom came from PB's own actions, essentially stoking the flames of resentment, pun intended, to justify her actions. And yet, in spite of her advisors telling her to invade, Flame Princess did not. Instead, she asked a potential enemy for help, even offering to allow Princess Bubblegum inside a normally forbidden area of the kingdom in the interest of saving her people. That FP had every reason to mistrust PB, only to trust her anyway, proves that she was worthy of being trusted in the first place. And Princess Bubblegum learns from this that the heavy hand with which she rules is perhaps unnecessary. If she simply allows problems to arise, then addresses them in the moment, there would be no need to stomp issues out so far in advance that you end up causing new ones. Trust has to go both ways, and Princess Bubblegum has finally learned not to continuously sabotage her own potential alliances. The Pajama War. Finn and PB are both called out during a slumber party game of musical chairs, and are sent to the closet together. While inside the closet, PB decides to sneak out so she and Finn can just hang out together, with Finn receiving a tour of some of the back rooms in the Candy Kingdom, sending pictures of their adventure to Jake, who's still at the party. This party has devolved into panic, as the Candy people don't hear the princess behind the door, and they begin trying various random things to get the two out, fearing the worst. Eventually they blow up the door and the closet as well, assuming PB was killed in the explosion if not earlier. So they choose a new leader, with a civil war breaking out between Colonel Candycorn and Manfred, one when Crunchy manipulates the Colonel into breaking one of his new laws. Seeing Jake's text about the party, Finn and PB decide to return in time to prevent the deposed leader being thrown into the crater from the explosion, and PB reads her subjects a bedtime story. Following the events of the Cooler, Princess Bubblegum has made more of a commitment to allowing people to make their own mistakes and rule themselves a bit more. This manifests in two ways. Firstly, by allowing the Candy people some autonomy at one of her slumber parties just to see what happens, and secondly, by going out with Finn, not romantically, just in general. Finn's also recently chilled out, no longer taking things like dating princesses so seriously, and allowing himself to have fun with a friend without reading so far into everything. He goes on virtual walks and plays with her cat, and doesn't even try seducing her or making things awkward with a romantic advance. In this way, Finn proves to Princess Bubblegum that it's okay not to hold him at arm's length because he won't try to get any closer to force a relationship they both know won't work. The Candy people, on the other hand, are not as deserving of this distance. As soon as they suspect there's something wrong with her, they break multiple doors and accidentally remove all the oxygen from the room she's in. And then they blow it up and immediately plot against each other as a violent civil war breaks out. But in keeping with what she has learned, Princess Bubblegum gives them another chance to straighten things out, and then they start trying to throw one another into pits as things get worse instead of better. Still, the fact that she tried and tried again shows a degree of character growth as well as justification for her previous behavior. Some people do need to be babysat all the time, and the real skill is determining who and when. Evergreen. In the distant past, Urgent's Evergreen has gathered the other elementals of Candy, Fire, and Slime to his tower to warn of the Catalyst Comet's impending collision with them. He's prepared a wish-granting crown that he can use to stop the comet, though the other elementals warn him not to use it as the risk of making a corrupted wish is too high. After freezing the others, Evergreen orders his assistant Gunter to follow him to retrieve the ruby eyes of the lava dog Magwood, scolding him the entire time and refusing to allow him to travel by ice, walking alongside him instead. He arrives at Magwood's volcano to fight for the rubies, with Gunter ignoring orders to assist him, which he does by accident by falling over and breaking all of his potion bottles. They return to Evergreen's tower, where he finishes making the crown, linking it to himself before Magwood, now solid, returns to wreck up the place. Evergreen is trapped, so he orders Gunter to wish the comet away, but Gunter instead wishes to be more like Evergreen, growing a large beard and shouting at himself over and over again as the comet arrives. Back in the present, Ice King wakes up from his nightmare to the sight of penguins panicking as another comet flies overhead. It's a common enough trope for a character to make a wish only to get exactly what they wished for and then to regret having made that wish in the first place. This sort of plot has the implication that the character didn't actually know what it is they wanted, or rather, they only wanted that thing because they aspired to something else, viewing it like a stepping stone or a replacement. Gunter wants to be more like Evergreen, but doesn't truly understand Evergreen. Though this isn't his fault, rather it's the fault of Evergreen himself, who's implied to have created his assistant/slave to fawn over him all the time for no reason. Because we see from the Ice Elemental's behavior that people would not respect him otherwise, regardless of the power and knowledge he has. The other elementals do not believe that the incoming comet is going to be a threat to the land and that they'll safely reincarnate after impact. He has to freeze them to get his way, despite his way being the thing that will save the world. Evergreen has good intentions, it's his methods that are lacking, and it's worth considering that the methods are sometimes all that matters. Somebody willing to go to extreme lengths to protect someone ought to consider whether they're really protecting anybody. Gunter was so traumatized by the guidance of Evergreen that he wound up insane instead of capable of stopping the impact of the catalyst. The crown was linked to someone so intent on being like a person who no one should strive to become more like. But Gunter had no way of ever knowing better. By so carefully controlling other people, you often end up hurting them, because you've convinced them that the best way to live life is by hurting themselves. Astral Plane. Finn and Jake are sleeping by a campfire as Finn ponders the comet from last episode, falling asleep and dissociating. He floats around Ooh, meeting Mr. Fox's dream self, watching Bounce House Princess in a standoff with the porcupine, seeing Ice King pretend to be his friend to win over people at a cloud party, and floating by Marceline as she sings a sad song. He eventually reaches space, where he's boosted to Mars with the aid of recently birthed space large, where he sees Grob Gob Glob Grod trying to shoot the Catalyst Comet out of the sky, wondering why it's arrived so early and headed for Mars instead of Earth. Finn talks to him about the meaning of life, and G4 decides to charge the comet head-on, diverting it towards Earth instead of Mars, as Finn floats back down into his body. The comet's revealed to really be Martin's spaceship, as Finn and Jake decide to go help out Bounce House Princess. Finn ponders creativity and its relevance to the meaning of life as he floats around Ooh during this episode, connecting what it takes to produce art to various lived experiences and trying to find some deeper meaning to it all. And then he fails at this. He first sees Mr. Fox, a character who has in the past represented depression. He has no real ambition or direction in life and lazes around in bed most of the time, having a very unfulfilling life. Then he meets Bounce House Princess, who panics in fear of a porcupine's spines, potentially deflating her. The porcupine, or sometimes hedgehog's dilemma, is one where people are afraid to open up to others for fear of getting hurt themselves. In this instance, though, the hedgehog is far likelier to actually hurt BHP, even if it doesn't realize what it's doing. He sees Ice King being a loser at a party, and then freezing everyone when things don't go his way, and this is something he's been doing for 6 seasons at this point. Finn hypothesizes that Simon acts this way on purpose, as if his suffering builds character. Then to back up this statement, he sees Marceline singing a sad song, something that a happy person might not be able to do. This journey ends with watching a space lord give birth, something he also considers to be the meaning of life, that is, existence itself. only to arrive on Mars and see Grob Gob Globgrod sacrifice himself to save his people, as though a good death is what we live for. People love to mythicize the concept of a heroic sacrifice, someone who rushes into danger to make a better life for the people they've left behind. But that's not the only way to make a life meaningful, as there are also several smaller sacrifices one can make. The person who gives up just a little bit of themselves every day to make a person's life marginally better. The meaning of life, if there is such a thing, has far less to do in the last 5 minutes or so of your existence, but how you spent the entire thing. It's about taking a few hours of your time to re-inflate a princess when she pops, or visiting a depressed fox who lives alone. Gold stars. Finn, Jake, and a bunch of banana guards accompany Sweet Pea to his first day of school, making sure he doesn't wake up any repressed evil along the way. But upon arriving there, some other kids make fun of him for being a baby man, and he doesn't go to class. The King of Ooh and his assistant Toronto find Sweet Pea and offer to teach him how to dance, bringing him to the Candy Kingdom to show off a dance where he shakes his stomach. But the King of Ooh is only using this dance as a distraction to rob onlookers while they're laughing, giving Sweet Pea gold stars not to tell his parents about what he's really learning. After being left home alone, Sweet Pea tries to get one last gold star, only to see the King of Ooh and Toronto discussing their actual plans, following Sweet Pea home and then threatening to burn their orchid down when they realize they've been caught. Sweet Pea then begins to channel his inner lich. He teaches the King of Ooh and Toronto about the monsters that roamed the earth before the two run away, dropping their treasures, which Sweet Pea gives to his parents. The next day, Sweet Pea returns to school, embracing the jokes about his size to make his bullies laugh too much to make it to class. Finn and Jake see Sweet Pea as a reincarnated version of the Lich and fear that he's ontologically evil, which is a term I've used before without defining. Essentially, there's an idea that the concept of an idea confirms the existence of it. That we can define the term evil means some embodiment of evil has to exist. As Sweet Pea may be this embodiment, Finn keeps a close watch on him. But seeing him freeing squirrels from jars and acting gentle with animals is enough to convince him that perhaps the Lich has changed, and that concepts only exist when we expect them to. It's fitting that the one who insisted that Finn not stop Sweet Pea from approaching the squirrel was Jake, as Jake has a criminal history that he's moved beyond and therefore knows the most about overcoming one's past. To back up this argument, we then see Sweet Pea get bullied in class, only to be taken in by two conmen who use him to commit a few robberies around the Candy Kingdom. After using him to commit crimes and threatening him into committing further criminal acts, Sweet Pea does what Finn feared he would do. He allows the Lich to awaken. But this is just temporary, and only done to stop other evildoers by reminding them that they're basically small time compared to what he is capable of. So maybe there's some inherent evil inside of Sweet Pea, or maybe there's just some incredible power, and it's the way this power is used that determines if it's evil or not. The Visitor. Finn has a dream about the comet overhead and wakes up after 2 days of sleepwalking next to a farming village with barren crops and a massive spaceship over it. His father's voice then shouts at him about a tree spirit, and Finn investigates to find Martin, who lies for a bit about missing his arm before confessing that he invented the tree spirit to convince the villagers there to salvage his crashed ship rather than tending to their fields. Finn tries to tell him off for making the villagers do dangerous jobs, and when Martin's excuses don't work on him, he instead tries to make it up by throwing them all a party, where they eat the last of their food stores. The next day, Martin tries to leave early before the ship explodes, and when Finn realizes the way to stop the ship from exploding was something he could have done all along, he launches his father into the sky before climbing inside the ship to fix it himself. Once the village is safe, Finn takes the villagers back home, as their fields are still barren. Despite the fact that almost every interaction Finn has had with his father was a negative one, he's still drawn towards the man almost out of compulsion. At first, this is attributed to his connection to the comet, but when he sees it's just Martin again, he tries to learn more about what the man's up to, which is little more than what he's been seeing from the guy already. The interaction begins with Martin having only one arm, as if trying to gain some sympathy from his son by making him feel bad for his father, though this is immediately revealed as the manipulation it always was. Yet while Finn isn't falling for his father's tricks, the villagers sort of are. After Finn discovers the ruse and asks them about it, they reveal they don't actually worship the tree spirit and are just trying to help out, doing the right thing because they saw a pathetic old man whose spaceship was stranded. Finn was also playing along, if not out of love for his family, then because he felt sorry for the guy. Not because Martin's scheme to elicit sympathy worked, but because the scheme didn't. The end of this episode saw Finn engaging in the opposite behavior that Martin was trying to facilitate through it. Martin took advantage of the kindness of strangers for his own purposes, taking from them without expecting to deliver anything in return. He did throw a party, but that was mostly for himself, as he insisted on consuming the last of their supplies, and then pressuring them into enabling his behavior by copying it. Finn, on the other hand, was saved by their water supplies, and ended the episode not only saving the entire village from an explosion, but also taking them in when their fields were barren, repaying kindness, not because he was expected to, but because it was the right thing to reward. The Mountain. Finn and Jake are watching the stars when Jake hears something in the distance. Finn looks around and sees Flame Princess dancing with Cinnamon Bun before his attention is directed to Lemon Crab, who recently freaked out over a broken mural and is headed for the Mountain of Matthew. Lemon Crab enters and Finn enters afterwards, but Jake is denied entry due to not having enough crazy business. Once inside, Lemon Crab is tempted with 3 mirrors, one depicting acceptance from Princess Bubblegum, one depicting Lemon Hope leading the people of the Earldom, and one depicting the 2 Lemon Crabs fighting over Lemon Sweets. He tries to rescue Lemon Sweets, only to enter his own mouth, where he hallucinates himself on his own nose, slipping before tasting his own grease and realizing he's all grease. Finn, meanwhile, is also being tempted with 3 different scenes, though he chooses a blue butterfly, which takes him to the tip of his own missing arm, where he runs deeper, until finding Lemon Crab standing by Matthew, a being made of cloud. Lemon Crab considers joining with the cloud, but opts instead to throw some of the Lemon John candies at him, which poisons Matthew, who then breaks up into a bunch of monks. Finn rescues Lemon Crab from these monks, and Jake drops him off at the Earldom, where Lemon Crab fixes the mural with a bit of spit. This episode's plot and its major conflicts are derived from Thelemic mysticism, the idea that an individual must first find their true will and achieve union with Nuit, a goddess representing the infinite expansion of the universe. This is done with invocations involving magic with the CK, derived from the English Kabbalah, which is a really good Scrabble word, because it's got a Q and no U. And if all of this sounds a bit esoteric and overly complicated, that's because it is, and it's a good thing that you think that way. Because finding meaning in life through choosing specific paths presented by mirrors and being allowed to join with the massive cloud people is far too complicated to be a capital G good way to live one's life. True heroism is pretty simple. Complex morality systems are for people who spend more time thinking about making the world a better place than actually making the world a better place. It's far better to live your life by a simple motto like, be excellent to each other, than something that requires multiple ranks and years of study to advance. Finn and even Lemon Crab know better than to fall for New Age mysticism, opting to instead call out cultish thinking and live their lives well. Lemon Crab determines that he's made of gross grease, but so's everything else. And this grease can be used constructively as much as it can be used as a force to take things down. There's no inherent meaning assigned to things, which is why Matthew was destroyed by pieces of candy made by a giant who sacrificed himself to better people's lives. Finn followed Lemon Crab because he had a bad feeling, and he saved him because it was right to do, and Lemon Crab found a happy ending without really changing anything. Dark Purple. Finn, Jake, Bimo, and Marceline wait around for the monthly drone delivery of Super Porp, a brand of soda that's been continuously in production since Marceline was a child. They briefly wonder where Super Porp comes from, but decide not to go on that adventure. Meanwhile, in Butopia, one of the Porp drones has stolen a baby human, so Susan and 2 of her allies ride these drones to chase it down. They arrive at the original Super Porp factory, inhabited by mutated purple creatures who speak in corporate catchphrases while they stir pure porp. Susan ends up covered in this porp during a fight against them, which causes the other workers at the factory to attack her. She fights her way deeper into the factory, where during another fight against a super porp dog, her hat gets ripped off, revealing human, not human, features and mechanical wiring. Susan and the other humans then enter the final room where the Super Porp mascot Cheryl is holding the baby, saying it will become the new Super Porp mascot. Susan punches out Cheryl and saves the baby, donning the mask and ordering the workers to dismantle the factory.
A month later, Jake tries a new can of Super Porp, but the flavor's all wrong. Super Porp remains as one of the last bastions of pre-Mushroom War culture that still exists, and the infrastructure to maintain this mindless dedication to keeping things the same is exactly that, mindless. The employees are little more than mutated blobs of people, willing to go along with whatever a figure in a mask says, even if that figure tells them their new job is to break their old one. This sort of obsessive clinging to old cultures is not a constructive way to live one's life, even if there is a literal construction going on. The people who work in the factory have stopped being people, and are no less drones than the delivery robots stealing babies. The reason for this culture is even obfuscated by the long amount of time that's passed since the Mushroom War, that purpose to us being a recognizable business transaction, but to the people of Ooh, it's more mysterious, and to people like Cheryl, totally unknown. The reason for all of the kidnapping and what is effectively slavery comes down to the fact that the Super Porp factory has always been like that, and no one's willing to change the status quo. It's not to say that traditions are bad by default, but it's worth revisiting the history of these traditions every so often to consider whether it's actually worth maintaining that societal norm, or if things aren't made better by gradual change. The Diary. To get TV out of the house, Jake sends his son away for an errand to the Candy Kingdom where he finds a diary in the moat. TV starts reading this diary from a teenage girl named BP, who writes about her anxieties, as well as a meeting with a boy named Justin Rock Candy at Love Tree Point. TV is obsessed with reading this diary and finding out more about who BP was by retracing her steps and trying to live her life. As Lady Rainicorn is concerned, Jake is sent to check up, where he finds his son convulsing in the moat, picking up the diary and understanding the mystery. They speculate on what BP's life might have been like, eventually heading to Love Tree Point, where they find a gift Justin stashed for BP, who never showed up. This gift was a music box, made by a merchant in the market village, who tells them, with precise detail, exactly who it was meant for and where to find her. Jake and TV enter BP's old cave, where they piece together the rest of the story. She was too nervous and ran away to the cave, where she read medical books all day, eventually returning to the Candy Kingdom as Nurse Betsy Poundcake. Seeing that the nurse is no longer the anxious girl who wrote the diary, they leave this mystery behind them. Jake's parents were detectives, and now Jake's child is picking up on the old tradition by finding a mystery and then trying to solve it. The key word here is finding. Because seeing a person's old diary with a few pages torn out and obsessing over it to the point of hallucinating that you were the one writing the entries is a bit overkill, even for a detective. The most immediately logical explanation is that whoever wrote it was nervous a lot, as per her own admission, and then she was asked to do something that made her nerves worse, so she panicked and did something stupid, like write negative entries in her diary and then move into a cave. But instead of assuming that a person's private business was meant to stay private because it was embarrassing and reflected a less mature version of who she was, TV, and later Jake, made up their own narrative about crab hands and lengthy hospitalizations. I mean, the crab hand part was eventually revealed as true, but still, there wasn't a mystery in the story until TV made one up. But there's more to it than just that, as the mystery was solved not by catching up with Justin Rock Candy or asking about why the missing pages were really torn out or so on, but by seeing that the disturbed individual who wrote them was now doing okay. Justin was never a character with much tragedy, but BP, Betsy Pound, was. And that she's turned out to be a successful nurse and isn't still living in a cave is all it takes to let Jake and TV rest their case. Walnuts and Rain. Finn and Jake are on their way back from an adventure when they both fall into holes in the ground. Finn wakes up in the Kingdom of Huge, where food boys are constantly feeding King Huge. Finn asks for a boost back up to the surface so he can reunite with his friend, but King Huge tells him that Jake is probably already on his way to save Finn, and he should stay put to be easier to find, passing the time by watching his cuckoo clock ring. Meanwhile, Jake woke up in a pit with a bear named Bill, though he thinks his name is Seven, who says that he's been falling slowly down the pit for an indeterminate amount of time, passing time by playing cards and surviving off of walnuts and rain. Jake tries climbing out of the hole, but as neither of them knows how far it is to the surface, Seven insists that Jake stay and play cards, as Finn will be around to rescue him soon. Finn, meanwhile, has been kidnapped for trying to leave, coming up with an elaborate escape plan that involves not escaping but breaking the cuckoo clock.
King Huge tries to stop him but is too out of shape from sitting all the time, and Finn pushes the clock into the giant stove, putting out the fires. These fires are revealed to have been causing the updraft that was keeping Seven and Jake's float in the air, and it tumbles into the Kingdom of Huge. Jake punches out the king and they leave, with Seven asking for a hot dog now that he's on the surface. Season 6 has had a lot of episodes about finding meaning in normal acts of heroism, usually coming to the conclusion that heroes are good people with the capital G, and that good people are the type to do good things without thinking, like it's out of instinct. Here, the major conflict of the episode isn't so much a conflict as it is a lack of action against it. Finn and Jake are trapped, but Finn could easily have punched out King Huge and climbed away, while Jake could have just stretched up the walls to escape or even gone down to do the same thing. But both of them opted instead to listen to people who were trapped either by circumstance or of their own accord. King Huge never moved because he had no reason to. He sat on a throne all day while being fed scraps of food by his food boys. He knew if he moved, things could get worse. Seven never moved because he was surrounded by darkness and risk. He knew if he moved, things might get worse. But Finn has a hero heart and knows that sitting around waiting to be rescued is about as useful as sitting around waiting for anything. Nothing will get better if you don't try to make it better, but things can get worse when you sit around even if it looks like they're not. Seven had every reason to believe he was getting further and further from the surface, while King Huge was becoming less and less capable of standing on his own power. Friends forever. Ice King invites the life-giving Magus over for a hangout, calling him his best friend, but his real intention was to trick the Magus into taking off his oven mitts and then pushing him into the lamp to bring it to life. The Magus feels betrayed by this, so Ice King freezes him, using his life-giving powers to turn the rest of his furniture, so he can have a lot of friends. But this furniture is too smart for him, using words Ice King doesn't understand, and eventually hosting parties that he has to crash. They start pointing out all of his flaws due to the fact that they've been in his house for so long, even voting him out of his own home if he can't get his act together. But Ice King simply smashes up the furniture before freezing them all, pushing the frozen furniture out of his house as the original lamp begs him not to be so destructive. In the end, Ice King and the life-giving Magus enjoy whiz-blizzes together, as they discuss if they're best friends, though Ice King claims that the sentient Fiona and Cake fanfic is his real best friend, because it's kind of stupid. I've said before that if you're the smartest person in a room, then you need to find a different room. And the opposite's true too. If you're the dumbest in a room, it's understandable to go find something more on your level, so the conversations aren't going over your head. You don't learn anything from being confused. Ice King, because of the crown's effect, has never been able to retain the knowledge that comes with his old age, while the furniture he has still does. So when they're brought to life, they're immediately more intelligent than he is, due to being able to retain information. When the furniture also represents is, as before, the mental state of the life-giving Magus when he brought these objects to life. The talking lamp is the closest to Ice King, trying to find the best in him no matter what, because she was brought to life when the Magus was feeling amicable to Ice King. The rest of the furniture was made after a betrayal, in a moment of frozen panic, and Ice King is constantly talked down to by furniture that considers themselves better than he is, as the last thing the Magus saw was the Ice King behaving pathetically. Germain. Jake has a simultaneous dream about his brother Germain and decides to visit him in the awake world for once. They arrive at the family's old house, surrounded by a salt barrier that keeps demons out, where Finn starts running around and breaking things like old times, only to be told off by Germain, who has responsibilities, like flipping a tape in a Boo Boo Sousa teddy bear that projects a force field around a demon named Bryce. Seeing how stressed their brother is, Jake offers to make him some fried rice to calm down, but because he used the salt from the barrier, some of the skinnier demons are able to slip through and take over the house to get their stuff back. Finn and Jake try silly methods to fight off these demons, and it's up to Germain alone to fix the problem, and he finally snaps and punches Jake for not only being their dad's favorite, but for never growing up and leaving him to watch over all the enchanted stuff. During the fight, a hand fire starts burning down the house, and when Jake and Germain make up, they decide to let the house burn, even freeing Bryce from Boo Boo Sousa as Germain and the demon walk away together. Finn and Jake have spent their lives on adventures and doing whatever they want to in the moment, claiming to be heroes because they do big spectacle battles against demons and save the day. But not all heroes are performing grand spectacles. Some of them are like Germain, who maintain the day after someone else has saved it. Joshua had a massive collection of valuable artifacts that had been taken from demons, and the demons want these items back, willing to do terrible things for them. These unattended magical artifacts are being gathered in one place, a hotbed for mischief and mayhem. And we know this is a fact because we've seen how many times some miscellaneous object around the tree fort caused havoc of some sort. But Jermaine does not enjoy the life of being an unsung hero, flipping teddy tapes and maintaining salt barriers his whole life. He resents his brother for having fun while his life is boring, and yet this isn't viewed as being Jake's fault because heroism is supposed to be a choice, not something done reluctantly. Jermaine maintaining his father's legacy is a chore, and a chore he doesn't really get anything out of. The fact that Bryce was freed and didn't actually eat him bottom to top is proof enough that he never really had to fight his father's battles in the first place and could have just left to pursue his own dreams at any moment. His father's legacy is as much his as he wants it to be, and if it's doing more harm than good, then the heroic thing to do might just be to take care of himself first. Chips and ice cream. BMO takes Finn and Jake to a puppet show featuring puppets named Chips and Ice Cream, who speak only in their own names. After the show, BMO is insistent on allowing the puppeteer, Morty Rogers, to have dinner at their house that night. There, he performs an incantation that causes Chips and Ice Cream to move onto Jake's head instead of his, before running away. Jake tries to roll with the punches while Finn attempts to ignore the bumps as they talk near constantly, saying Chips and Ice Cream, with BMO taking an interest in them and their songs. The next day at the farmer's market, Jake is buying chips and ice cream for Chips and Ice Cream when they see Morty also shopping, and he panics and runs away, not wanting chips or ice cream back on his head. But when he returns to his trailer, he starts obsessing over Chips and Ice Cream to the point of putting sock puppets on his head and pretending they're talking to him. Meanwhile, BMO's managed to decode the language Chips and Ice Cream are speaking in, figuring out how to free the two by luring Morty to the treehouse and interrupting the incantation. Chips and Ice Cream become ghosts, floating away freely, just like at the end of the play. Chips and Ice Cream drive Morty Rogers crazy enough to try various things to get them off his head, but by the time he succeeds in doing this, he realizes that they've been there long enough for him to miss their presence. Just because a person is annoying doesn't mean that silence is a better alternative. He doesn't figure this out until it's too late, and this desperation is enough to trick him into helping out for real. Chips and Ice Cream didn't want to be on his head, they just couldn't communicate their real intentions. It's a bit hard to really analyze an episode of a show where the two major characters speak entirely in their own names, and their names are also regular nouns, and actually my channel is called Video Game, so I can't really complain. Grable's 1000 Plus. Cuber is reminiscing on some fond childhood Grables when he sees a wedding nearby, moving the spaceship closer to watch. But when he accidentally launches the bride into space, the wedding guests attack him, and he abandons his ship by launching an escape pod to Oo, with only a handful of Grables for sustenance. The first Grable he watches is about Finn and Jake burying a wish-granting wand in their front yard. Jake tries to speed up the process by wishing the hole was deeper, but he only wishes for a sandwich instead. Cuber manages to find where Finn and Jake buried the wand, digging it up and wishing to escape his pursuers, creating a giant sandwich that shoots him into the sky. He lands in the water where his legs are broken, though he's able to fix it by watching a Grable about Ice King doing the same thing. He then heads to Marceline's old house, where he searches for another Grable to guide him. This one is about Princess Bubblegum monitoring all the citizens of the Candy Kingdom, while Starchy wanders outside the walls for a walk, loudly proclaiming his intentions before removing a tooth with a tracking device and then shoving it inside of a grass lard, causing Princess Bubblegum to believe he's died. Cuber finds the dead grass lard and removes the tooth, calling for help when a Gumball Guardian approaches, believing he's Starchy, and rescues him. He's pursued by a few of the wedding guests who enter the Gumball Guardian after him, and Cuber's down to his last Grable. This Grable is his childhood memory of being attacked by a monster while separated from his sister Tuber. She tosses him a rock for self-actualization, and he fights off the beast himself. Back in the present, or future, Cuber tosses a gacha ball at the groom, knocking him off his ship, which Cuber rides back to his nearly destroyed ship. Once on board again, he finds his sister reading in her room, apologizing for the mess. Hoots. The Cosmic Owl is in his motel room watching people's dreams and occasionally inserting a coin so he can enter one and make it prophetic. While observing one of Finn's dreams about Sweet Pea and Martin, the Cosmic Owl sees a beautiful bird woman stealing a disco ball, and he falls in love, telling Prismo all about her. Prismo encourages him to search for this bird woman again, and so the Cosmic Owl begins ignoring all his responsibilities to look through dreams until coming across her at a party dream. They chat for a while as the Cosmic Owl records her dream coordinates, meeting her again the next night where she's stranded on an iceberg. So the owl takes her back to his place to show her around, and she sees and is fascinated by the dream wall, asking to see Princess Bubblegum's dream. Once inside this dream, the bird woman uses dark magic to turn the dream into a nightmare about Princess Bubblegum's kingdom collapsing as she falls from the top of the central tower. The Cosmic Owl freaks out as his presence now means that was a prophetic dream, and he kicks the bird woman out of his motel room. Gunter wakes up from his dream as a bird woman, where Ice King offers him a bottle while the other penguins act out the events of the party. The Cosmic Owl began back in the first season's Prisoners of Love as a gag character to appear and call Ice King a sociopath, and then leave. The gag being the fact that there was all this mystical importance to the character, only to speak in a funny voice and make fun of the bad guy. But as the show went on, the Cosmic Owl began to have more importance to its appearances, showing up in prophetic dreams whenever something serious was about to happen. And now in the later seasons of the show, the Cosmic Owl has come back around to the original intention, a character with a bunch of mysticism around them that winds up being kind of a simp for a woman who turns out to be a penguin. The reason this still continues to work is the fact that instead of the Cosmic Owl's importance being implied by framing, it's something confirmed because we've seen the effects of its power. And so instead of being a simple fake-out gag, the Cosmic Owl is a much deeper gag, centered around the character itself, a being who exists outside of our universe who freaks out over a penguin lady. Water Park Prank. Finn forgets to pack his underwear to the water park and he takes a detour to head back home to repack. On his way back, he meets Princess Bubblegum, as well as Princess Bonangutan, who is covered in daddy sad heads that secrete a toxin that makes whoever they're attached to cry. Finn gets covered in these while trying to rescue her, but Princess Bubblegum fixes it with a visualization exercise where he imagines himself as a jester. Upon arriving at the water park, Finn and Jake plan to go down the water slide only to see Ice King on the way up, and they begin to plan a prank. This prank involves Jake stretching inside of the slide and bouncing Ice King back up, where he gets in trouble for not going down all the way. Suspecting something is going wrong, Ice King tries to freeze the whole park, but his hands are too pruny to do anything, and he gets banned for life. While he's being carried out of the water park, Ice King decides to try his own prank of throwing Bonangutan hair at their faces, which Finn tries to wash off in the same pond full of the daddy sad heads from before. This episode was guest written, directed, and animated by David Ferguson, a children's book author. It shows dramatically in the style, not only in how the episode looks, but how it sounds and how the story flows. It's called Water Park Prank, but the actual water park takes up relatively little of the episode itself, more of it being focused on Finn visualizing himself as a jester. As with any guest animated episode, it's important to highlight the differences in how the style is presented rather than viewing it in a vacuum, and it's these differences that show off the strengths of a typical episode. It's not unexpected for Adventure Time to vary wildly from episode to episode depending on who's writing it, even a guest star, and here we see an episode that looks like a children's picture book, a notably still medium. So gags like Finn dancing like a jester and Ice King bouncing out of the water slide don't work quite so well since a normally visually exciting medium is made stiff and rigid like the pages of a book rather than a cartoon. You forgot your floaties. Finn and Jake are searching for Glob's helmet as it falls to Ooh after he blew up, deflecting Finn's dad, only for Betty to take it first. They follow her to Magic Man's house, where he ambushes the two, turning them into an egg and a bowl of soup. He places them next to Tiny Manticore as he heads downstairs, where Betty has made a contraption to infuse her sweat into the helmet, allowing Magic Man to become the ruler of Mars, though she'll be able to see into Magic Man's head during the process. Inside his head, she sees a flashback to Magic Man's time on Mars, where he has created a Golb defense system that he named after his dead girlfriend, who was uncreated by him. But because this Margles was created from the memory of Margles in Magic Man's heart and not the real one, she takes the form of his nightmares. Meanwhile, Egg Finn has slid off the shelf and into a bowl of flour, getting baked into Bread Finn that then absorbs Soup Jake. He wanders over to Betty's contraption and breaks it, causing the memory to swap heads around until Betty is now Magic Man and Magic Man is Normal Man, who's unable to cast the magic to revert Finn to normal. So Finn encourages Tiny Manticore to free himself and carry them to Wizard City to turn back to normal, while Normal Man wonders what normal people do all day. Magic Man is a jerk. Magic Man was a jerk. But now Adventure Time has a unified theory of magic, madness, and sadness that all wizards have to adhere to in some way, meaning that he isn't a jerk for no reason like in his initial introduction, but because he's been exposed to some sort of great tragedy in his life. The issue with giving every character a tragic backstory is that sometimes moral ambiguity messes up the plots of earlier episodes. Not all the time. Simon Petrikov is still a beloved character because of his tragedy, but the second time you turn an insane wizard into a guy who's sad because a female character was written out of the show before her first appearance, it starts to make all of the other impactful moments feel a little less so. It also makes some of the sillier moments less so too, like Magic Man turning Finn into a foot as a thanks for helping him out in the first season. Trying to claim he did this because he was sad recontextualizes the earlier episodes he's been a part of, but sometimes that's a greater loss than it is a gain. Not everything's a question to be answered, and we don't need a backstory for every detail, even if this writing strategy has worked before. Another entity expanded upon a bit is Gulb, whose powers are given a terrifying implication as he does not simply kill people but causes them to stop existing forward and backwards, to the point that they can't even be wished back into existence. Magic Man has retained memories of Margles, but memories can change over time to the point where you produce a hyper-idealized version of a person in your head, and then they stopped existing all over again. Be sweet. Lumpy Space Princess is fighting a raccoon for a piece of chicken when she gets a call from the Pig Trunks household in need of a babysitter. She ignores the instructions on how to care for Sweet Pea and tosses a pizza into his bedroom before blocking the door. Once alone, LSP begins to eat the food from the fridge and relax while trying to ignore the raccoon, who tells her she doesn't belong in a nice house. She tries to prove this toilet raccoon that she's earned the position, only to realize that Sweet Pea has left the building through a hole in the wall and is now wandering around the Candy Kingdom, asking people to be sweet to him. LSP is eventually arrested for interrogating random people, and she sees Sweet Pea in jail as well, where she finally follows the instructions she was supposed to, and he falls asleep. Once back at the Pig Trunks house, the family returns to see the place trashed with a big hole in the wall. LSP offers to become a full-time nanny, but they kick her out, and she shares the piece of chicken with the raccoon. LSP spends this episode arguing with a trash raccoon about whether she deserves to live in proper society again after several seasons of living in the woods rather than in lumpy space. She's had opportunities to move back before, but rejected them, and when she's given a second chance to reintegrate with the babysitting job, she proves that she's still the same semi-wild slob as always. Not that this is any different than what we saw from her back in the first season. LSP has always been kind of a selfish garbage person who only succeeded on the backs of people who cared for her. But in the absence of anyone like this, she's the same as a raccoon eating garbage chicken. Her behavior is then compared to Sweet Pea, a character who has had a few focus episodes this half-season. Sweet Pea, in spite of his origins, is still a good character, as innocent as a baby, just with a few physical features that stand out. It's still worth judging a character not based on who they are, but where they come from as well. Sweet Pea is easy to root for because the audience knows the Lich, and knows that this big baby came from that. LSP is easy to root against because she came from royalty and caring parents and wound up as a garbage chicken raccoon. Orgalorg. The Gunters knock out ice skiing with a can of sleeping gas hidden inside of his cheesecake so they can throw a party. At this party, LSP dives into a walrus pit and Gunter dives in to save her, getting hit on the head in the process. This results in a piece of his brain sticking out, freaking out the other partygoers who all flee. Gunter then has visions of several other places and locations, including a catalyst comet, and he enters the secret room beneath Ice King's throne, where he starts to make wooden cutouts. After arranging these cutouts and doing some chanting, a beam of energy flies through the air to another planet, where the citizens begin freaking out over the return of Orgalorg. Orgalorg once ruled the solar system as the Breaker of Worlds, before trying to take over a catalyst comet when he was struck down by Grobgob Globgrod, falling to Oo, where the planet's gravity compressed him into a less harmful form. The people of this planet scream in terror, and the screams are transmitted back to Gunter/Orgalorg, who destroys the wooden figures while remembering his millennia of existence. He's then discovered by Ice King, who shoves the brains back into his head before giving him a bandage to hold it in. What started out as a one-off joke back in Season 2 has now become a major character reveal, keeping with the later season trend of recontextualizing everything. Gunter is actually one of the most evil creatures in existence, merely held back by a body too small to do any real harm, something basically any cat owner can find relatability in. Also keeping with the cat metaphor was Gunter's proclivity to shove objects off of desks and tables, revealed earlier this season as a reimagined failure of Evergreen's old assistant that has been impressed onto a new personality. Adventure Time started out as a silly show and has steadily become more and more serious, and the showrunners seem intent on reimagining the earlier character beats as secretly being tragic all along. And sure, this often adds to rewatchability, but on occasion it just feels like they're embarrassed about what Adventure Time used to be, when these early episodes are just as lovable as before we learn darker context to them. It's a mixed bag though. The show becoming more mature as seasons went on was certainly something done on an episode-by-episode basis too. It was just a matter of figuring out when to introduce an entirely new concept, or when to build on top of something else. The risk of the latter is that it hurts rewatchability, since now you have to look at Gunter not as the showrunners themselves intended while writing the early seasons, but as a literal breaker of worlds rather than a gag character. On the Lam. Martin is in a chain gang on an alien planet, plotting an escape attempt only to fail, but then get saved by a group of koala aliens, similar to the one he remains chained to. These aliens take him to their cave, where Martin sees them living in squalor while subsisting off of milk from a moth creature. So he vows to take the moth to the nearest city, where he'll attack the koala aliens' enemies and bring back riches. The koala he served with insists on following him, so Martin names him Martin 2 before flying off, only to immediately sell the giant moth to buy himself a drink. He is discovered to be a fugitive in this tavern, and the guards of the city chase him, with Martin hiding in a barrel. But once the guards threaten to burn down the whole market unless he gives himself up, Martin throws Martin 2 as a distraction as he runs away, only for the guards to try to arrest Martin 2, who Martin realizes was an old man the whole time. Martin then rushes up the grand staircase and steals the helmet from the city's leader before barricading himself inside of the treasury, where he steals the moth from before and as much gold as he can carry, flying off into the sky. Martin is the same as always, finding himself wandering to a new location only to try to manipulate the people there to his own benefit. We once more see this behavior from him, saying things purely to get others to endear themselves to him, and then leave once it gets too hard to keep taking advantage of the others, or when they begin to catch on. So an episode like this doesn't really teach us anything about Martin's character, so much as it teaches us about the character of the people and the aliens and the villagers and so on that he keeps finding himself in the midst of. In spite of the clear, shaky moral ground he uses, and the fact that people see through his guises more often than not, people still can't bring themselves not to help the guy. It isn't so much that Martin is a masterful manipulator, but that the people he keeps meeting are nice enough to give him what he wants. Ironically, Martin is a bad guy who only gets away with his actions because the people around him are nice, and if the world were a worse place to live in, he would face justice more often, instead of flying into the sky with a bunch of riches. Yet to seriously argue that people need to be less trusting of strangers who come into their town because you want Martin to suffer is a weird way to think, as people being welcoming and kind to strangers is what makes the world objectively good. Even if a few bad people take advantage of the situation, the net suffering caused by the heightened suspicion, where everyone's at each other's throats all the time, is far greater than a couple of bad dudes living good lives. Hot Diggity Doom. The King of Oo is campaigning in an almost legal election against Princess Bubblegum, who's too busy investigating the incoming Catalyst Comet to bother campaigning, putting trust in the intelligence of the Candy People. The Candy People choose the King of Oo, and Princess Bubblegum is kicked out, leaving alongside Peppermint Butler as she orders Finn and Jake to stay behind, due to their oaths being to the kingdom and not her.
Back in the Candy Kingdom, things start getting purple as the comet moves closer and closer, and the Candy people, still cleaning up after the inauguration party, see this comet coming closer and start to panic, with the King of Ooh more concerned with blaming Princess Bubblegum than fixing the problem. Finn and Jake, searching for real leadership, enter the basement of the Candy Castle where they see Mr. X, King of Ooh's benefactor, working on Princess Bubblegum's old spaceship. When they try to stop him, they discover it's Gunter, whose brain is larger than before. Meanwhile, Princess Bubblegum and Peppermint Butler have been working together on rebuilding her Uncle Gumball's old house when she sees a smoke cloud rising from her old kingdom. The Comet. Princess Bubblegum sees Finn and Jake riding her repurposed rocket ship into space, deciding it's too far away to reach before exiting the atmosphere, and allowing them to take care of it. On this ship, Finn and Jake climb up to meet Gunther, who has become Orgalorg in the zero-gravity environment, as they claim they're just going into space because the opportunity was there. Orgalorg shifts into their true form and prepares to absorb the comet, with Finn and Jake flying through space separated just like in Jake's Croak dream. But as he's floating, Finn tries to visualize that he's exactly where he needs to be, and soon, Martin and his moth fly by to rescue him. Martin can't control where the moth goes, so Finn leaps out of its mouth towards Orgalorg, who's in the process of absorbing the comet. Finn's grass sword grows free and chops up the Breaker of Worlds. Once freed, the Catalyst Comet offers Finn a chance at a new existence or return to his old one, and Finn decides he likes being a human too much to give it up. Martin thinks it sounds like a good idea though, and he and the comet blink out of existence. Jake and Banana Man come by to rescue Finn from floating in space, with Orgalorg grabbing onto the back of the ship as it crash lands in Lake Butterscotch, with a fish that splashed out of the water being the one to croak. Princess Bubblegum is too focused on preventing devastating destruction than she is with campaigning for a position that doesn't really require campaigning, then winds up losing her position to a person who spent their years talking about problems instead of solutions. It's fitting that his first reaction to seeing the panicking people watching the Catalyst Comet is to find a way to blame his predecessor, rather than working on an evacuation or a plan to prevent it, as PB was doing before. But once this stress is no longer placed on her shoulders, PB is able to take a more detached look at the events unfolding around the comet, nearly colliding, and then getting absorbed by Orgalorg. Just sitting on her porch by the lake and letting someone else deal with it. At a point, PB's even happy to focus on her own projects for a while, rather than taking care of other people's business. This fits in with a general theme through the season of allowing things to happen and considering yourself to be where you need to. As Finn is flying through space, he thinks he's lost his brother, and that an ancient evil is about to destroy the world and everything in it. And rather than giving in to despair, he accepts that if it happens, it happens. Jake's Croak dream in space predicted some of this, the cosmic owl appearing in dreams predicted other parts, and there's another part of this that's totally cyclical, if not inevitable. So to allow the world to be destroyed is not a moral or a personal failure, it's just something that happened. Of course, Finn doesn't actually accept the end of everything. He winds up rescued by Martin, who warns Finn there's no way to control his moth, and that they'll just drift aimlessly through space forever. And while Finn can't control the moth, he can still push off of it, to do something to make things a little better. Even if the odds of success are astronomically low, so long as they're not zero, it's worth trying. Because just as much as the world being destroyed is inevitable, the world being saved must be inevitable too. So Finn's not a hero because he considers himself inactive and helpless, but because he naturally defaults to doing whatever's possible to make the world a better place. If there is no such thing as free will, then Finn will do good things because he's good, but the episode does not end on a note like this. Instead, the Catalyst Comet asks him if he wishes to reincarnate or not, and Finn chooses not to, a decision that he makes of his own accord. Whether free will exists or not, we're all just floating aimlessly through space at the whims of prophecy, and that doesn't actually matter when you have the ability to do things because you wanted to. At the end of the day, this discussion has no inherent value, because we'll still live our lives according to what we believe in doing. Bonnie and Nettie. Finn and Jake have been knighted by Princess King of Ooh, and his first mission for the duo is to investigate a forbidden room he's too afraid to enter, so they can retrieve whatever treasure is inside. Finn and Jake pass a guardian, whose riddle was forgotten. Then they see a dragon drinking sap from the tree in the middle of the kingdom, producing the candy juice that flows through the whole city.
King of Oo plans to sell off this juice now that he's found the source of it, though he scares off this dragon and it flies away. Finn and Jake tell Princess Bonamel Bubblegum about this, and she says the dragon's her brother, Nettie. She and Nettie were both born from the mother gum, though Nettie was afraid of everything, only able to calm down in Bonabel's presence. Finn, and Jake track down Nettie, and Bonabel's able to retrieve him, explaining that the first thing she did once they were together was to make the candy people from the mother gum because she missed them, dismissing the differences in sociability between her and Nettie by saying it's more important to respect differences than to understand them. Princess Bubblegum has always loved the candy people as though they were family. She's just the type to use a different concept of family than most are familiar with. She began life as a drop from the mother gum alongside many other sentient beings, though not all of them had the same experience with the world she did. Her brother Nettie, for example, grew to be afraid of almost everything, unless he was back in touch with the rest of the hive, or at least his sister. So Bonnie made a bunch of descendants so Nettie would always be surrounded by loved ones, even if these loved ones didn't know they were being loved. This mother gum hive mind also recontextualizes a lot of her previous behavior towards her subjects. Both Bonabel and the King of Oo are similar in the fact that they're tyrants who rule over with extreme control. King of Oo uses his influence to enrich himself, making the lavish ceremonies and accumulation of wealth seem as though they're beneficial to everyone, because after all, if the king has lots of nice things, then the kingdom must see some of that wealth trickle down, right? Even if that wealth was originally theirs. In the same sense, Princess Bubblegum gave almost no liberty or privacy to her subjects, but after an indeterminate amount of time living as a part of the mother gum, that might just be her default. Varmints. Marceline wants to hang out with Princess Bubblegum only to find the King of Oo in her bed, having been living there for about 2 months. She finds Bonabel living in the outskirts of the kingdom, trying to start her own garden kingdom with pumpkins as citizens, except varmints keep attacking the pumpkin patch. Bonnie apologizes for not telling her friend she was deposed earlier, saying she still hasn't worked through her feelings on the matter. Marceline volunteers to help her hunt the varmints, and they soon chase after a few to an underground tunnel that leads to the rock candy mines they used to hang out in. After a fight against the mother varmint, the two are chased into a small tunnel where they're cornered next to the original tag Marcy encouraged Bonnie to make. With the only way out being to dig, Bonnie gives Marcy permission to destroy it and they return to the surface. Once safe, Bonnie decides to let herself fall asleep as Marceline watches over the pumpkins. The very reason Princess Bubblegum stopped being Princess Bubblegum and started to be Bonabel again is because she insisted on managing everything herself, then prioritized things that were important, like the Catalyst Comet, over things people thought were important, like the grievances that King of Oo brought up while campaigning. Because when power is as centralized as it was, you only have enough time and energy to handle the big stuff. But sometimes people don't care about the big stuff until it affects them, like how the people of the Candy Kingdom couldn't care less about the comet until it was above them, turning things purple and panicky. So Bonabel had to learn to relax and let things be, without trying to micromanage everything all the time. Even when she's sent to a farm to rebuild a cozy cabin, she continues to be neurotic enough that she stays up multiple nights, doing everything herself. And sure, she's experimented with giving the candy citizens more autonomy in the past to a failure, but they're not the only ones she's capable of depending on. She has friends like Finn and Marceline, who she never even thought to convince to campaign for her months ago, or do as little as take care of varmints. Ultimately, Marceline is able to convince Bonabel to stop taking her things so seriously since almost everything tangible is temporary, while the intangible things can last forever. She ends up allowing Marcy to destroy her old tag from years ago because it matters less what she wrote and more where and who she wrote it with. Cherry Cream Soda. Cherry Cream Soda has a nightmare about Captain Root Beer Guy's death, waking up to see her new husband, Starchy, and startling him yet again as she keeps imagining Root Beer Guy is still alive. He offers to bury the remains of her husband one last time for closure's sake, but after Starchy leaves for work, Cherry Cream Soda decides to do it herself beneath the ruins of the shop where the two first met. That night, a lightning strike brings Dirt Beer Guy to life, and he returns to his old home, terrifying Cherry Cream Soda, who had just gotten over his death. He enters and begins smashing things up with his zombie strength, before Starchy kicks him out of the house. With nowhere else to go, Dirt Beer Guy heads to the Candy Tavern where he meets Jake and Lady, who he vents his frustrations to, and they encourage him not to tell them, but to tell his ex-wife. Dirt Beer Guy returns home, but Starchy refuses to allow him in, fighting the guy back to the spot where he was buried. But Cherry Cream Soda stops them from killing each other, saying she's finally decided she doesn't know either of them as Starchy's a psychopath, but she is willing to get to know Dirt Beer Guy once again. Root Beer Guy was established before as a man who cared a lot about leading a more interesting life, to the point that culminating that life in a heroic sacrifice made sense for his character. But at the end of last season, there were a few points implied about the kind of people who make these huge sacrifices to save the day, versus those who maintain the day as saved by making tiny sacrifices again and again. These latter people are often the kind who need to get more recognition, since their job is not only more thankless, but can cause more damage if they fail. Root Beer Guy sacrificed himself, and despite doing the big thing to make the Candy Kingdom a better place, this still means he stopped doing the hundreds of tiny things to make life better for those closest to him. Cherry Cream Soda struggled to get over the loss of her husband, taking months to adjust to her new life, only for someone she had just finished grieving to appear again. Just as Margles was forgotten about by Magic Man, Root Beer Guy was forgotten about by Cherry Cream Soda, but unlike Normal Man, she had moved on from her trauma. So for Dirt Beer Guy to return is to dig up all those buried feelings in her subconscious to deal with once more. Though it's not as though the two didn't have some happy memories from before too, and it's typically worth the risk to face new traumas in order to create something better. When Dirt Beer Guy was told to leave, he did, and Cherry Cream Soda realized he was not a bad guy and likely worth getting to know all over again. Mama Said. The King of Ooh orders Finn and Jake to track down a flying mushroom he's recorded so he can look more majestic riding it. They head into the woods where Jake finds a few mushrooms that look alright, but then they overhear Canyon singing as she's calibrating her dowsing rod to search for her family's sacred spring. She asks if they want to help her, so Finn and Jake blow off their mushroom hunting responsibilities by making a fake floating mushroom to impress the coup. But this fake mushroom attracts the attention of an actual floating mushroom that's been attracting nearby mushrooms to grow larger, attacking the trio as it spouts mycology facts. Finn tries to reason with it but accidentally punches its eye, and it starts shooting mushroom beams all about. But as they're retreating, Canyon's dowsing rod goes off and she finds her family's spring underground, using the water from it to whip the mushroom in half. Finn and Jake return to the Candy Kingdom, unable to procure a mushroom, but they do offer a mushroom pizza instead. For this, the King of Ooh fires Finn and Jake before ordering the banana guards to push him down the stairs while riding the pizza. He falls and hits his head, with the guard who pushed him singing Mama Said all sad style. Finn and Jake are fired from serving the Candy Kingdom, and it is probably for the best. Canyon mentions during the episode that they don't really seem to be all that into their jobs, and the coup sends them on random errands to make himself look important, as compared to before, where Princess Bubblegum would send them on random errands for scientific reasons. The two can't even pretend to be good knights, between earlier episodes having them complain about their armor, to this episode where they're quick to get sidetracked to learn to use dowsing rods. This makes sense as Bonnibel told them to return to the Candy Kingdom, so they might serve the kingdom itself, the thing they've declared their loyalty to. Since the coup is not a competent leader, then disobeying his orders is the best thing to do for the Candy Kingdom. If the leader's a tyrant, rebellion becomes your patriotic duty. But the two do at least try their best. The flying mushroom that Ku wanted was violent and would have destroyed him and everything else, while shouting mushroom facts, so they did the next best thing and got fired for it. Even when given an impossible task, they still strived for greatness, but greatness was too good for the King of Ooh. Football. While talking to Bimo in the mirror, Football asks if they can switch places for a day, and Bimo agrees, with the two pressing into the mirror till they're on opposite sides. Football runs outside and begins enjoying the freedom of not being around reflective surfaces, making new friends with the ducks, and getting to know Finn and Jake. Eventually, Football decides they enjoy the outdoors so much that they tell Finn and Jake not to come looking for Bimo anymore, lying that Bimo prefers to stay on the other side of the mirror. The other side of the mirror consists of only the things viewable from the bathroom and a black void, something Bimo wants to leave. While living Bimo's life, Football begins noticing Bimo in every reflective surface, saying that they can't run away forever. Football begins smashing every reflective surface they can find, eventually getting caught by Finn, who forces them to sit in the corner with a traffic cone on their head. Football sees BMO in this reflection too, eventually getting chased up to the roof and then falling off, landing in the pond where the two have their reflections touch yet again. Now switched back, Football enjoys being able to live life in the pond's reflection as BMO returns to their normal life, with Finn and Jake not really getting what happened. It's unclear whether Football is a real being or if they only exist in the head of BMO, or if existing only in the head of BMO is enough to constitute being a real entity. I mean, if BMO calls themselves Football and acts convincingly like Football enough and still feels the same guilty feelings as Football, then what really is the difference? At a certain point, what a person believes is overwritten by the evidence put in front of them. Then again, how flimsy this evidence is also remains an important fact. Finn and Jake never really buy that BMO's split personality has taken over, and the switch back only happened after a head injury. So maybe this whole episode takes place inside of BMO's head, but there have been a few other plots that were just the imaginations of the characters that were still plenty impactful too, so it's not worth dismissing the whole plot just because one or two characters were the only ones present. Marceline, the Vampire Queen. After getting stranded in some shade, Marceline asks Bonnibel to make her mortal again, with an experimental procedure where her friend's vampire effluvium is drained and she's placed into a machine, where she has a nightmare about draining blood from a cow before waking up in a field. A nearby fat village reports that their livestock have been attacked by a vampire, calling Finn and Jake, who immediately blame Marceline because she's the only vampire in Ooh. They head to Bonnibel's house, where they meet her and learn that Marcy's unsure whether or not it was her, performing a stakeout that night, where they find a vampiric creature Finn and Jake chase into the woods, although Marceline stays behind because she's still weak from before. When they follow this monster out of its lair, they find that the townspeople have captured Marceline and tied her to the windmill, where she's going to be burned alive by the sun in a few moments. Finn races to go save her, but doesn't make it in time. Everything stays. As the sun hits Marceline, she has a flashback to moments in her childhood, her mother singing "Everything Stays" to her, and the moment where a semi-insane Simon left her due to the crown's effect on his health. Her flashback skips ahead to her hunting vampires around the wastes, slaying the Fool and gaining his flying abilities. Later on, she meets and terrifies a young girl among a group of humans who prepare to fight her until they hear her play one of their songs on her base, and then they accept her as one of their own. Later on, the humans are preparing for a voyage on a fixed-up ship, despite Marceline being convinced she's nearly wiped out the vampire population of the continent. Then they get attacked by a group of minor vamps, led by the Hierophant, who Marceline slays to gain his shape-shifting powers. But once he's slain, she sees the Vampire King in the shadows, ordering everyone to evacuate immediately as she fights him, staking him at the same time he bites her. Back in the present, the sun hits Marceline only for the bite marks on her neck to disappear, the cure working. Meanwhile, Jake, who passed out earlier from fear, wakes up to hear instruments playing, stumbling upon the Vampire King and several of his minions that Marceline had killed before. Vamps about. The vampires from before ponder the fact that they're alive again, discussing what the next step of their plan is going to be as Jake watches on from under a leaf. He runs back to Finn and Marceline, warning them of this group of vamps in the woods, and the group returns to Bonnibel's shack, where they wonder if the return of these vampires may be related to Marceline's effluvium going missing. Peppermint Butler offers up a collection of vampire hunting gear he kept around in case Marceline ever attacked, and they prepare to fight. Once back in the woods, Marceline finds a hidden door that she enters alone where she meets the Vampire King. He explains that he only eats animals now, though Marceline doesn't believe this heel turn and manages to kill the Fool again, regaining her flight powers. She tries attacking the Vampire King, but he mentions that the Empress is on her way to the Ice Kingdom, so Marceline abandons the fight to rush over to stop her. Empress Eyes. The Empress arrives in the Ice Kingdom, waking up Ice King and using her eyes to hypnotize him as she demands that he bring her human blood, and since Finn's the only human alive, Ice King kidnaps him. Meanwhile, Jake is growing increasingly paranoid due to his fear of vampires growing more intense. Back in the Ice Kingdom, Marceline confronts the Empress as Ice King brings a captured Finn to her, and she frees Finn as Simon's ordered to attack the duo. He rushes after them, blasting Frost, as Marceline talks about how hunting vampires to protect humans was something she only did as she missed Simon, and protecting humans made it feel like she was protecting him. Simon freezes Marcy and Finn anyway, but hesitates when the Empress orders him to kill the two. She tries to hypnotize him deeper, but Ice King just laughs it off, being too far gone from the crown for her magic to have ever worked. Marceline attacks the Empress, but is overpowered, only for Bonnibel to return with a new device to hold the Empress still, where Marcy finally stakes her, apologizing for trying to do everything herself. May I come in? The King of Ooh is hunting Crunchy in the woods when he's attacked by Hierophant, who interrogates the two for the location of Marceline. The Coup says Marceline hangs out with Bonnibel and directs him to their house, where Peppermint Muttler is waiting. Pep-Butt taunts the Hierophant for being an old-fashioned vampire, unable to enter houses without being invited in, though he just uses his enhanced senses to track down the hunting party. Thanks to Peppermint Butler sending them a warning text, the group is able to set an ambush for the Hierophant, though this ambush fails because he overpowers the group with his shape-shifting, then attempts to convince Marceline to join with him. Jake, realizing this guy plays by old-school vampire rules, shapeshifts into a house and has everyone run inside of him, with the Hierophant unable to pursue. He tries to convince Marceline that the only reason she won before was because the Vampire King let her, and then Crunchy charges out of the bushes and pushes the Hierophant into Jake, incinerating him because he wasn't invited. They celebrate that the vampire was slain, though Marceline is injured from a poisonous sting she suffered during the fight. Take her back. Marceline is suffering from the poison from last fight, hallucinating about Simon and Betty married in their old age as she presents them with flowers, only to wake up as PB and PB take her to a poisons laboratory under the Candy Kingdom, all while Finn and Jake are sent to hunt down the moon with the orders take her back. Finn and Jake follow a trail of pearls to a boat where they find the moon, but she's unable to be harmed, healing any of the inflicted wounds they make on her as well as the burns from the sun. After the sun sets, the moon wakes up and chases them down, though Finn thinks they might have heard stake her back as take her back or vice versa, so they lead her to the Candy Kingdom and Marceline. At the Candy Kingdom, Princess Bubblegum finds the King of Ooh in the middle of placing Crunchy on the wall when she pushes him aside, which is her first order of business to have Peppermint Butler heal her with crystal science. Finn and Jake arrive at the castle with the moon still chasing, as Marceline has yet another dream about her and Princess Bubblegum singing together as they grow old. But she wakes up in time to see Peppermint Butler stake the moon's back, where she absorbs the vampire's healing powers to cure her poisoned wound. Checkmate. The vampire hunters are training to take out the Vampire King later, though Marceline's feeling an unfamiliar feeling in her stomach, unable to tell if it's love or fear, until Jake arrives with snacks and she realizes it's just hunger. Before they can finish their preparations, the Vampire King appears before them in a flash of light, wanting to talk instead of fight. The others ignore his words and continuously attack him, though the VK offers a surrender as he wants his vampirism removed with the same methods that cured Marceline. Marcy tries to stake him anyway, though Finn defends the Vampire King, saying the Enchiridian's codes refuse to allow him to strike a surrendering enemy. After a bit more convincing, they take the Vampire King back to the house where they begin to experiment. Peppermint Butler's blinded by the process because he wasn't wearing any goggles due to his obsession with the VK. He then converts back to a regular lion and things return to normal, until the blind Peppermint Butler drops the bucket full of vampire fluid next to Jake, who, while sleeping, opens it up, surrounding the world in a dark cloud. The Dark Cloud. The embodiment of the Vampire King is roaming Ooh, absorbing the essences of cows and the fat villagers from before, as Finn, Jake, and PB prepare to fight back against him. But Marceline can't bring herself to fight, as she doesn't think this fight's winnable, sitting on the rubble until the others leave. Various princesses of various kingdoms see the dark cloud walking overhead, and they send out their knights to fight, though they're all defeated. The people of the Candy Kingdom are also watching this fight, though the King of Ooh orders them to shut the gate and prioritize protecting him over everything else. So the Banana Guards and the other citizens declare him a false ruler, and Crunchy pushes him into the fireplace, where he melts into a puddle of wax. Ice King flies over, upset he wasn't invited but glad to not have to fight, because it's better to just survive like a cockroach. This encourages Marceline to finally stand up and fight the Dark Cloud, which she does by entering the inside of it and absorbing the whole thing. As the last bit of cloud gets sucked up, two fangs manifest and bite her, turning Marceline into a vampire once more. Princess Bubblegum offers her a home back at the Candy Kingdom, which will be hers again soon, though Marceline turns down this offer because she wants to ruminate on being a vampire with some mortal memories for a bit. Singing Everything Stays. Marceline became a vampire because she was a vampire hunter bit by the Vampire King in a last-ditch effort to save his species from extinction from her hands. She became a vampire hunter because she saw vampires hunting humans and felt the need to protect them. She felt the need to protect humanity because she wanted to pay back Simon for giving up his sanity to protect her, but couldn't because he was already gone. Simon protected Marceline because he had recently lost someone close to him. This cycle of pain, loss, and anxiety contributes to the events of the Stakes miniseries and even centuries into the future. People with problems tend to cause problems, which makes problems for people in the future to pass on and on. These cycles only exist for as long as people allow them to exist, though, and people allow them to exist as long as they find some good in them. Marceline may have some trauma from her upbringing and from Hudson being absent in her life, but her vampire hunting ways are what gave her the ability to continue to protect people. Her demonic half gives her the ability to absorb souls, and thus gives her the power she needs to keep protecting people. So as much as the vampire business is a cycle of pain and suffering, it's also a cycle of comfort and joy. A person is not defined by their trauma, they're defined by what they do with their life. Sometimes, what they do is defined by trauma, but there's more to a person than that. And of course, these cycles are not inherently harmful, even if they do persist. If a person with a traumatic upbringing uses that upbringing as motivation to be a better person to those around them, they've still technically maintained some influence from the past, despite that past being harmful. There's no reason for Marceline to let go of who she used to be, because who she used to be was a helpful person, and one who had several loved ones. Dropping those memories entirely would be forgetting them, but sometimes that's okay to do. Ice King talks to Marceline during the climactic fight against the Dark Vampire Cloud, where he talks about how survival is the most important thing of all, even if you survive just for survival's sake. Marceline has memories of Simon Petrikov sacrificing his mental well-being for her sake, the exact opposite lesson Ice King tried to teach her. Realizing that that's the fate of a person who gives up on their ideals, she goes back to the way things were, accepting there's a lot of good that came from things she would like to forget. Sometimes you do need to remember the bad times to better appreciate that they're in the past. One character who attempts to break this cycle is the Vampire King, willing to give up his powers in the interest of preventing a cycle from playing out again and again. He's lived long enough to realize the futility of barely surviving over and over, willing to take an extreme risk to have a better life, even if it's a shorter one. He feuds with the other vampires as they want to go back to doing the exact same things they always have, in order to recapture their former glory, not understanding that this glory is something that can't be so easily obtained. First is the Fool, who has a pretty short amount of screen time, mostly dying so Marceline's power absorption can be explained to the audience. He's the most loyal to the Vampire King, but that loyalty was part of the old ways, the ways that got them all hunted down and staked. So he's the first to die again because he was the first to die last time, all part of the cycle and something that could have been avoided if anyone had an interest in things playing out differently. Next was the Empress, who returned to Simon in an attempt to manipulate his powers for herself. She's not the type to get her hands dirty directly, but to have others do the work for her. But her attempts to capture the mind of Simon only succeeded in capturing the mind of Ice King. Ice King's mind is worthless to her because she can't inspire the blind loyalty she expected, the blind loyalty she used to get from people before. By expecting the world to never change, she wound up getting staked yet again, fittingly with the help of Princess Bubblegum using technology that she invented and wouldn't have been around the last time she invoked terror in the world. The Hierophant is the next to oppose the vampire hunters, trying to return to the old traditions of vampiric powers, which are, of course, the exact arbitrary thing that winds up killing him. He was by far the strongest of the vampires they had fought that far, and was even able to take Marceline out of commission for an episode. And yet, because of some rules that only he ever followed, he wound up getting defeated by Crunchy of all people. The Hierophant could have been the most dangerous and threatening of all the vampires if he wanted to be, but he had more of an interest in maintaining the old ways through their rituals rather than the reasons behind these rituals, so his undoing was his own fault. The Moon was nearly indestructible, wearing down those around her by following them just behind, or having her mere presence be toxic, all while healing from any wound she suffered. This is a representation of the mentality that Marceline wanted to leave behind, where you try to help people, you fail, you get hurt, and then you try again. It's useless to just keep healing yourself again and again if you just get injured once more, but sometimes it's these injuries that teach us lessons on how to avoid them in the future. Marceline has visions of what her life could have been like that she has to force herself to let go of. It was painful to do this, but it's more painful to keep reliving the same bad memories over and over again. It's not enough to just heal, you have to make an effort to avoid getting hurt in the future. Finally, the Vampire King was able to succeed in his mission of leading a regular, non-evil life. But that evil still existed and escaped to hurt others. He was flawed in that he wanted to run away from the vampirism that was causing this cycle of suffering over so many centuries without really being concerned with where that pain ended. And sure, not every injury needs to be a lesson, but not every injury has to be totally disconnected too. Marceline ends up saving the day, not by throwing out her vampiric immortality, but by embracing it and using it to make herself stronger. Sure, she now has a lot of responsibilities, but a life without some sort of difficulty is hardly living at all. Marceline laments that nothing in life ever changes because nobody lives long enough to see the patterns, except she says this while talking to the Vampire King, whose minions have all done exactly that. They knew the patterns were there and yet made the exact mistakes and missteps they had before. Even when people learn from these patterns, they sometimes repeat them anyway. And even people who see what's coming and know better will still repeat these mistakes, often for the same reason they happened the first time around. Marceline knew that trying to help people would end up in failure eventually, because she saw Simon sacrifice so much to help her. And then, she did it anyway. It would have been wrong not to. Marceline knew that defeating the Dark Cloud would have only reset things to how they were, and someone would have to save the day again however many years from now. And then she did it anyway, because it would have been wrong not to. Because even though the history of the world repeats itself again and again, this isn't a bad thing. All the good parts repeat themselves too. Even if you lose everything, it'll come back again. Even if Marceline loses Simon and the humans and the last bits connecting her to the mortal realm, she can still gain new friends in the future. To avoid the inevitable passage of time because there's darkness ahead is wrong to do because there's also light in the future too. And because it's all cyclical, the good things you do today will keep happening, brightening the future in unfathomable ways. Wherever there is endless suffering, there must also be endless joy. That's the thing about infinity. The more you mow, the mo you know. It's BMO's birthday, or at least close enough to their birthday, and BMO is excited for a special visit from Mo himself. Mo arrives in a robotic body, saying his old one wore out, and he gives BMO a mission that will turn them into an adult, to go to the Mo factory alone while he stays in the treehouse with Finn and Jake. BMO talks to Air on the way over, anxious about growing up, before arriving at the Mo factory to an injured Demo, who gets BMO to stand on a trapdoor that causes them to fall into a series of trash compactors. BMO survives this fall and lands next to All Mo, made up of all of the combined Mo's, who explains that the Mo Society was hacked to send an override to all of them that made them jump into the trash compactor. Meanwhile, Mo is spending time with Finn and Jake, though Mo hates their outdoor activities as it's not what he wants to do. So they go inside when Mo, who insists on being called Grandpa, plays boring games his way like Hangman. This annoys Finn and Jake, so they leave to find a real Hangman, only to return to an unconscious Nepter next to Mo's missing legs. But when Finn and Jake investigate further, they learn that Mo is not Mo, but a Mo, the first Mo. Back in the Mo factory, All Mo's explains that A-Mo was built to receive love, while B-Mo was built to give it. Though since A-Mo could only think of themselves, they eventually turned bad and gave the order for the Mo's to destroy themselves, taking the dying Mo's memories for themselves and seeking out someone to love them. B-Mo and All Mo's return to the treehouse where they confront A-Mo, chasing them to a cliff where B-Mo tricks A-Mo into launching themselves off. At the end of the episode, BMO ponders whether they really have grown up or not and what it means if they have. Because the Mo line was intended to have specific places where they belonged and thus couldn't really grow or mature, doing so would cause them to stop fitting in. This is part of what's giving BMO some anxiety about these changes. If BMO grows up, then will they really belong to the groups they already know? Will Finn and Jake still accept them? Getting older is scary because it's an uncertainty, and the rest of the Mo's don't have to worry about things like that. But the strength that BMO has over the other Mo's is the fact that BMO was made with imagination, and made with the explicit goal to spread love around the world. it follows that these two things are necessary for one another, that it's impossible to spread love without imagination, and it's impossible to have a good imagination without a sense of love for the world. To imagine is to see potential, it's to see what might be there, instead of what was or is. This is ultimately how BMO is able to mature. In spite of the fact that Mo's mission for BMO was a farce to get them out of the way, BMO did end up growing up because BMO could imagine what it was like to grow up, and the first step towards changing is imagining the change. Sucking at something is the first step towards being sorta good at something, and after you suck at something, you imagine yourself being good at it. This is how that uncertainty from before is eliminated, by imagining the alternative. In the opposite sense, Amo's story is tragic because Amo cannot love others and can only be loved, and thus can't imagine scenarios where this is not the case. Because they can't imagine things not going their way, they tend to get aggressive and angry that they aren't, like Amo furious about Finn and Jake not showering him in affection because he's done nothing affection-worthy near them. It's fitting that Amo has no sense of imagination, playing the exact same game of Hangman over and over again, and it's fitting that BMO learns that Mo loved them all along because Mo was able to imagine things. Summer showers. Viola, one of Jake's kids, is auditioning for the play Summer Showers, directed by LSP. She doesn't get the part for Miranda Hobson, the lead, and winds up as LSP's personal assistant instead. Viola lies to her father about getting the lead role, and Jake says he's proud of her, though all she's really doing is a bunch of miscellaneous tasks, like putting raindrops on Mr. Cupcake's coat. She gets scolded for not getting the drop density right and locked on the roof to sketch raindrops during a storm, though she draws one page of these and teleports down. Viola's verbally abused over the next few days of rehearsal until the day of the show happens, where Tree Trunks, the lead actress, is told she can't do the play because of Mr. Pigs' reaction to her kissing scene. So LSP says she'll take over the lead role, and Viola simply teleports her to Ice King's tower. She plays the part herself and does well, with even LSP admitting that the raindrops were fine. When Jake comes backstage to celebrate, Viola admits that she was never supposed to be the lead role, and her job was just making effects, to which Jake says that the effects were also cool. Viola is afraid of disappointing her father by not getting the part she wanted, and so she lies, and her anxiety is not helped by the fact that Jake responds to her claiming to have the lead role by talking about how great it is and how worried he wasn't a good enough father. But the truth wasn't that he wanted her to get the part, but that he wanted her to follow her dreams. Getting the part was just a representation of doing that. But Viola did follow her dreams, getting a less-than-ideal role in the production, and then doing her best at it anyway, going through with all of LSP's bizarre commands and accepting the abuse right up until the end. Sure, LSP certainly had getting teleported away coming, but Viola did still steal a role in order to impress her dad, believing that she had to go up on stage to prove she was good at acting and had gotten the role she said she did. The reason she deserved this, of course, being that LSP did not recognize the effort people were putting into their art as Jake did. Jake loved Viola's work, not only in acting, but in the behind-the-scenes set design stuff, because it's something that she put effort into. And in the end, that's really what matters when it comes to appreciating art, intention and effort. Those who can't recognize that aren't true critics, nor can they really call themselves fans. Angel Face. BMO offers some sentient sandwiches to Jake to pretend to be a horse for BMO's cowboy LARP session, and Jake agrees, though he's unhappy that BMO keeps using their real spurs. The two head out and read a wanted poster for the capture of Jackrabbit Johnson, played by Finn, though a shadowy figure is seen following the duo, also after the bounty. Angel Face, BMO's alter ego, enters Dead Goat Gulch, a cardboard village made by Nepter, knocking down the buildings and interrogating the songs he used to represent gang members. But as they head deeper into the desert, Jake and BMO get lost, and they run out of sandwiches. But the two see a campfire in the distance, with the shadowy figure from before sitting there next to a captured Finn. This figure is revealed to be Meow, who has been kicked out of the Assassin's Guild and is seeking vengeance. Jake recognizes Finn and calls out to him, making Meow reveal herself and open fire on Angel Face. Angel Face shoots Finn's ropes off and he attacks Meow from behind, capturing the assassin and sending her to jail in the Candy Kingdom, as Finn wonders if BMO remembered to take down all the wanted posters with his face on them. Meow, now rogue from the Assassin's Guild, returns to the world of Adventure Time seeking out revenge against Finn and Jake, only to accidentally capture Finn while thinking he's a different bounty. The reason she went after him was because hunting bounties is just what a character with combat training and experience but no purpose to fight for does. It's one of the old cowboy tropes that's persisted in media for decades. So it's easy to connect the idea that Meow and Beemo are both playing cowboy in this episode, following along with the series of tropes without figuring out the context behind what they're doing, whether that's destroying the models that Neptr worked on, or kidnapping your arch-enemy by accident. President Porpoise is missing. Finn and Jake get an emergency message on Beemo that President Porpoise is missing, so they ask Banana Man, who was spying on them, if they can borrow his submarine to go search. Finn and Jake mostly mess around on the voyage down, leaving Banana Man to pilot on his own, and soon they arrive at the Fish Parliament, where the Fish government is discussing whether to keep searching for President Porpoise or to swear in Vice President Blowfish. Finn and Jake try to stop the inauguration's vote as Banana Man leaves quietly to search himself, lamenting that he doesn't understand other people. He then meets Sybil, a fish who kept making eye contact with him before, and the two swim around as Weird Al sings about two halves making a whole. The deadline for the vote is about to happen when President Porpoise returns from their 3-day weekend, and the rest of the Fish Parliament asks Finn and Jake not to tell the surface about their lax record-keeping. Sybil and Banana Man watch a sunset together as Finn and Jake spend their time laughing as the submarine runs out of oxygen. Banana Man spends the entire episode lamenting that everybody seems to have gotten some kind of manual on how to interact with people, except for him, and he struggles to meet people or make new friends because of this. He starts the episode by hiding in the treehouse to listen to Finn and Jake talk because he doesn't hear voices very often. They're weirded out by this but agree to take him along, only because he has a submarine and is useful. On the way down, Finn and Jake are doing bits together, while Banana Man struggles to get their attention on the mission, or even get them to laugh with him. And when everybody in Parliament is arguing, he slips out quietly to actually try to solve the problem. Banana Man struggles to get people to like him, so he tries to be useful instead. It's not until he swims around with Sybil that he finds someone who doesn't need him to do things and just likes having him around. It's the same lesson that Finn and Jake tell to each other by the end of the episode when they're stranded in the submarine, that dying together is a little bit better than dying alone. Blank-Eyed Girl. Finn and Jake are at Peach's Sassy's, where the radio's playing Starchy's Graveyard Shift. Jake is tired of listening to him rant about conspiracy, so they leave, with the dog playing a few pranks on Finn along the way, as he slightly believes in that stuff. Both of them are unnerved, though, when they hear scratching at the door and see one of the blank-eyed girls that Starchy brought up in his show. So Finn calls Starchy and asks what to do, running down a list of various cryptids and the rules surrounding them to figure out who these blank-eyed girls really are as more and more of them enter the treehouse. So Finn and Jake go to the Turtle Princess's library to figure out this mystery, where Finn realizes that the blank-eyed girls only started appearing at the same time that Starchy's radio show launched, though he concludes that they're tulpas instead. They return home, content that if they stop thinking about the girls, they'll all disappear, though Jake struggles to deny their existence until he finally gives up and allows himself to be scared. The blank-eyed girls respond to this by taking off their contact lenses, and then their heads, and then everything else as they're revealed to be splotches of light who fly out the window. The land of Ooh is a land with more strange things going on than there are episodes to explain these things. It's practically a given by now that creepy or off-kilter stuff is always going on even when it's not the focus of an adventure. In spite of this, Jake still refuses to believe some of the more unjustified stories told by Starchies, as he considers those too weird even for their usual fare. Suspension of disbelief can only take you so far in a series like Adventure Time, so the line has to be drawn somewhere, and knowing where this line actually is can make or break the stories told in each episode. Because to veer too far in the direction of the unbelievable will make the plot difficult to follow due to the audience not wanting to follow it, while veering too much into the regular will make the plot uninteresting to follow as it won't go anywhere it hasn't already been. But not every plot needs to be explained. Sometimes the unexplainable can happen with the interest coming from the reactions to what's going on. Finn and Jake try to deny what's happening and try to learn more about it, and none of their answers winds up being sufficient. They never understand the blank-eyed girls because understanding who or what they were was never the episode's point. They were meant to be scary, and scary is the intersection between the unbelievable and the unknowable. Bad Jubies. BMO gets an alert that a storm is coming that will wipe out almost everything in its path. So BMO, Finn, and LSP start to build a shelter they can use to ride out the storm. But Jake isn't helping with construction because he's too busy meditating to bird sounds and listening to the water. Without Jake's help, the others are forced to take food and wood from a nearby house to finish the bunker on time. Once the bunker's completed, they hide inside of it to wait out the storm, though LSP quickly eats all the food and the door to the bunker is blown off as the house they raided was so old that the supplies were all expired. They start blaming Jake for not helping and forcing them to cut corners in scavenging and construction, with the fight eventually cutting their power too. But Jake finally shows them what he was working on the whole time, a collection of animal sounds he makes that bring good jubies to the bunker. The storm itself then enters, prepared to start wrecking up the place until Jake's song causes him to mellow out because he had forgotten the sound of birds. This stop-motion guest animated episode won an Annie Award, and it's easy to understand why, not merely from the design and motion of the characters, but the way it uses disparity between the first and second acts to drive its point home. Jake is able to stop the storm by appealing to its sense of artistic appreciation, showing it the beauty in the world that's wiped out by its constant ravages and destruction. The first half of this episode uses bright, varied colors to illustrate the before, and then has the second half of the episode take place underground with dim lighting to drive home the point of what's been missing. Why the light has gone missing is also connected to the antagonist, a personified storm. He says that he only feels whole when he's inflicting pain onto others, using his destructive forces to justify his destructive forces. He feels bad and tries to spread that negativity, as though it's a feeling that everyone else deserves to feel. The storm mentions that he used to be a breeze, a pleasant feeling that would make those exposed to it happy. But as time went on, he became a harsher and harsher storm, which would ruin the day of people exposed to it, something we see happening to Finn, Jake, BMO, and LSP, which then makes him a more negative person, which causes him to cause more negativity. Jake has to remind him of the good things in life to break this cycle, to do a nice thing for a person who seems like they don't really deserve it, just to push that cyclone in the opposite direction a little bit. A King's Ransom. Ice King breaks into the treehouse, demanding that Finn and Jake give up Gunter, suspecting them of kidnapping him because his relationship to his penguin is similar to Finn's relationship to Jake. In spite of this questionable logic, they agree to aid Ice King to find his friend, returning to the Ice Kingdom to search for clues where they find a ransom note. This ransom note directs them to a clearing, where Ice King is told to give up his crown in exchange for Gunter, though a bunch of foxes with fake crowns run up and swap it out with the trio unable to figure out where the real one went. Ice King interrogates the only other fox he knows, Mr. Fox, to find out where the crown and Gunter are, and he's told to follow a tin can on a string that was giving the other foxes orders. They follow this tin can, and when Jake breaks it, follow Ice King's nose, as they realize that he transforms back to Simon the further away they are from the crown. This leads them to a lava castle that Ice King insists he enter alone. After burning his hands and feet, he enters the cave, where he finally meets Gunter and the individual responsible for stealing the crown, Betty, now Magic Woman. She returns the crown and Ice King puts it on, with some of the new tech on it glowing briefly. The plot and lore implications of this episode don't really get explained until next season, and since I want to keep these episode retrospectives in the context of the time in which the episodes were written, I'll go into that detail when it comes up. Ice King mentions that he's attached to Gunther specifically because Gunther is his Jake, his partner in everything, even if their relationship is one-sided and semi-abusive. As Ice King's character has become less Ice King and more Simon, he's becoming humanized in so many different ways, and what better way to humanize a character than by allowing another character's development to work twice as effectively. We've had 7 seasons of Finn and Jake adventures to learn the dynamic between the two, and now we understand what's going on, so to invite the comparison of Gunther to Jake is to call upon the audience's existing knowledge to inform the gaps in his character, left by the passing time without much focus. But it's not just the Ice King's word we ought to take for it. He also proves his affection for Gunther with his actions, charging into a lava cave where his ice powers don't work. This means that it isn't Ice King but Simon who wants to save his friend, willing to sustain burns to rescue them. At the end of this episode, though, he's willing to give up Gunther in exchange for a hug from Betty, who he doesn't recognize, though this isn't a betrayal of his characterization so much as it is proximity to the crown once more. It was the crownless Ice King who loved his friend. Scamps. Finn and Jake watch the Marshmallow Kids running a shell game scam, and they move out to arrest the four. Jake's impressed by the amount of money they've made, while Finn's upset at hearing that they know very little about the world outside the walls of the kingdom. So rather than taking them to Juvenile Hall, he gets permission from Princess Bubblegum to take them camping, as he suspects they'll be less prone to criminal acts if they have life experience. But once they're outside, the kids fake a rescue from the river to distract Finn so they can scam the forest animals. PB calls Finn to ask for an update, and he lies that things are going well, which impresses the Marshmallow Kids as he lied to the princess of all people. Seeing an opportunity, Finn starts teaching the kids survival techniques by scamming the nature around them into providing food, warmth, and shelter, and they quickly take to this. But when Finn falls into some quicksand and the kids can't scam a vine into becoming a rope to save him, they suspect they failed, only for Finn to tell them that they were never scamming nature but camping all along. They're impressed by Finn scamming them into learning, and they return to the Candy Kingdom to go scam books and numbers into education. A lot of teaching kids is just tricking them into loving learning, because brute forcing information into a person's head never really works. You can't force someone to learn without a chair with straps, a dozen TV screens, and some eye drops. You first have to create an incentive, or a want, so the person you're teaching is motivated into teaching themselves. Then you simply guide them in the right direction. Sometimes this is as simple as placing a letter grade on a worksheet, other times it's about trying to stave off the shame of saying a wrong answer in front of the whole class. Here the Marshmallow Kids are intent on running scams, as that's what's been working for them thus far. Even Finn's attempts to teach them something else only came about as a scam to trick him into taking them outside the walls to scam more people. But rather than fighting them on how to learn, he adopts their methods for the how, leaving only the what to the teacher. The kids know scams and scamming, so education is presented as a way to further their existing goals, rather than trying to create some vague idea of conforming to society better, like sending them to Juvenile Hall. Crossover. Finn and Jake are contacted by Prismo, who needs help with the farmland universe as the possessed Finn from there still exists and is using his copy of the Enchiridion to open a portal to every dimension. He gives him a giant cone called the Maid that will take care of him, and then sends him to the Farm World dimension, where they see Ice Finn preparing a portal. Finn has interpreted "take care of him" as in order to help Ice Finn with his mental health, though Jake thinks they need to just destroy him. Neither of them can actually destroy a Finn though, so they decide to steal the Enchiridion instead, but they're caught by a lich-possessed Jake and the leader of the Destiny Gang. Finn is frozen but his grass sword, which chops off the hand of the lich as it falls into the open portal. Jake then holds his lich self, as Finn tells his other self that they have to talk one day, eventually returning to the Maid to destroy the rest of the lich. Prismo teleports Finn and Jake back to the time room and teleports the crown back to the ground zero of the mutagen bomb, where it gets destroyed. Finn then watches as his farm world self reunites with his parents. This episode shows an interesting affinity that Finn has for himself, or rather with alternate versions of himself. We've already met characters like Shoko and seen blue butterflies getting along with Finn, so it's not too surprising to see that even a far-gone character like Farm World Finn is someone that Finn considers worth protecting, even to the point of potentially messing up Prismo's plans with the Maid when he tries to take care of himself, instead of just blasting. So Farm World Finn isn't considered a loose end that can just be forgotten about, but is a Finn who could use some help. And helping people, even yourself, is a heroic thing to do. It's also about recognizing that there's no real difference between Farm World and Finn, aside from the conditions that they grew up in. Finn actually ends up jealous of the other version of himself at the end of the episode, as he watches Finn thaw his family from the ice for a reunion, something that he's had as well, despite the conditions being less than optimal. It shows a degree of maturity from Finn, as he's able to fight to defend things for other people he doesn't have himself, without letting jealousy get in the way, to avoid thinking that people deserve to suffer the same way he has. The Hall of Egress. Finn and Jake are searching for the dungeon they were supposed to be looking for back in Dungeon Train. Finn runs in ahead of Jake, only for the door to slam shut behind him. He then enters a room with a snowman and a giant door, trying to smash the door with the snowman because he can't find another way. He gives up and rests against the door for a moment, falling through before reappearing back in the snowman room. With some trial and error, he soon learns that he can only navigate the other room while his eyes are closed, feeling his way around. He finally finds the dungeon's exit, only to wind up back inside the snowman room, learning that if he opens his eyes, he reappears where he started, even if he's outside the dungeon. So Finn tries to return to his normal life with his eyes shut, but Jake keeps yanking his eyes open out of impatience until Finn decides to give up on staying with other people, wandering alone into the woods. After years of navigating through life by feeling, he ends up entering a dungeon similar to the Hall of Egress. Upon rediscovering the door from the snowman room, he opens his eyes and enters, where he runs through a memorized pattern of floors before coming out of the ground and reuniting with Jake for real. Egress means escape, and for this episode Finn spends the entire time looking for escape, not to clear the dungeon but to escape from it. There's a pretty obvious looking solution to the puzzle in the upside down snowman from the start that Finn rejects in favor of trying to brute force the door open, something that he never tries in all his time there. You could theorize that the door's reset mechanics were just meant to allow adventurers who broke the snowman to be able to just reset the door so they won't be trapped, but then the rest of the 2 dungeon setup doesn't make much sense. It's still worth reading into the fact that the first thing an average person would have done is something Finn never attempts though. Once Finn leaves the dungeons, the effect of this dungeon still linger, as he's unable to see anything but what he could when he was inside the darkened hallways. He's technically free, he just has to constantly fight against his body's natural urge to look around to remain that way. The whole while his 2 closest friends are trying to force him to open his eyes despite the fact that he's explained what will happen if he does. So he's forced to abandon his friends and live his whole life alone, constantly jumping at things he suspects are there until he's left his entire old life behind. This is often read by the community of Adventure Time as a metaphor for either trauma or addiction, what with losing an important part of yourself, only to have people who don't understand what you've gone through to offer platitudes, be they just open your eyes or just get over it. Egress means escape, and Finn spends his entire life looking for escape, not to figure out some kind of meaning to life but to escape from that mission. There's a not-so-obvious looking solution in front of him to have ignored the dungeon in the first place, but that's not the type of person Finn is, nor is it the type of lesson he would ever want to learn. In Finn's own words, no comment. Flute Spell. Jake has lost 3 days playing Age of Grinders, not realizing Finn's been gone for about 2 weeks as he's meeting a new lady friend. Jake tracks him down and sees that Finn has been playing the flute with Huntress Wizard, though she leaves as things aren't working out. Finn clarifies that this means they failed to summon the forest spirit despite trying to, an arrangement that Huntress Wizard made with Finn after seeing his grass sword Thorn while playing the flute while bathing. She suggests that they track down a thunder boar to carve a new flute from his tusk, but first they have to make Finn drink from a hallucinogenic spring so he'll be immune to lightning. While tripping on the spring's waters, he meets the forest spirit, who asks him who he's playing the flute for, saying that Huntress Wizard can only see things directly in front of her. After waking up, they hunt this boar together, and Finn gets a new flute, only for this one to fail to summon anything as well. Sensing some chemistry, Jake suggests that they play the flute together, and this harmonizing works to summon the forest spirit. He explains that he drifted away from Huntress Wizard because she spent too much time in Wizard City and grew soft. Finn says he was playing for Huntress Wizard as he really had fallen in love, though she says they can't love because they're too exceptional. Finn returns to the treehouse to finish Age of Grinders with Jake. Huntress Wizard says that she and Finn cannot fall in love or else they'll turn into normal people, as the exceptional beasts among them cannot tie themselves down with a partner, a notion that Jake immediately dismisses as pointless. Finn agrees, though with whom it's unclear. The fact that he admitted to playing his flute not for HW's mission, but for her, supports the idea that he thinks it's a dumb concept, but it doesn't necessarily prove that he doesn't believe it. Because Finn has gotten into dangerous relationships before, his relationship with Fire Princess being a prime example of this. He knew he'd get hurt, but he did it anyway, so if dating HW means that he loses anything, it could still be worthwhile, as Finn has lost a lot before. And sometimes losing something is the only way to make room for something else.
Huntress Wizard herself even lies about why she's trying to summon the forest spirit, claiming it's part of a deeper ritual when she just enjoyed spending time with Finn and his flute. But she doesn't realize this, not until much later in the episode. She assumes that meeting this spirit is what she wants, but it was actually the process by which she was about to meet this spirit that she was after. Huntress Wizard was indifferent to the end result, but she could only see in the direction she was moving. The Thin Yellow Line. Finn and Jake see fresh graffiti and track it to a banana guard who's tagging the walls. They chase him into the barracks, but as he blends in with the rest of the guards, they lose the trail. So Princess Bubblegum tasks them with disguising as banana guards to infiltrate the ranks and find the rogue artist. After entering, they see a ceremony led by Colonel Candy Corn, where they cower in fear from a PB statue. Then, Jake gets knocked out when he tries goading them into misbehaving. On their next attempt, the two split up, though Jake's wandering through the halls presents him with a series of weird horse noises, whispering, and singing. Finn, on the other hand, gets some artistic advice from Banana Guard number 16, who takes him to a secret room where he shows off the rest of his art, revealing him as the graffiti artist from before. Finn is impressed by the art, but Jake captures the suspect, prepared to bring him to Princess Bubblegum. But when presenting the graffiti artist, the rest of the Banana Guards step forth and pretend to be him once again, only for PB to admit that she's not going to dissect him to see how his brain works, but hire him to paint a mural. The rest of the Banana Guards, seeing her new leniency, all start expressing their various talents, explaining the noises Jake had heard before. The audience knows Princess Bubblegum in a completely different way than her subject, an interesting dichotomy that was made by the fact that we were introduced to the darker aspects of her character far later than we were introduced to her, while the Candy Citizens were introduced to the dark aspects first. This is something that comes as a result of the show getting more mature as time goes on. In the first season, Princess Bubblegum was more of a princess than a dictator, and she had very little character to her. And then as the show went on, more and more was developed about her, and that new information made her look far less malevolent to her subjects, who would have known that version of her all along. So to bring the retcon full circle and properly integrate it into the setting, we see how the Banana Guards fear her to the point of terrified obedience, which is just the hint of world building needed to make what's effectively a retcon of her personality into something rooted in the show's foundation. So we got to learn about Princess Bubblegum's past as she was slowly moving away from that past, and here's a checkpoint of sorts to prove she has moved on, not by having the words come out of her own mouth, but from the reactions of those who knew her before. The Banana Guards are afraid that they'll be dissected for showing some degree of individuality, and they would be right to think this way if it were season 3 or 4. But she's making an attempt to mellow out these days, and has recognized that to care about a person is to care about the things that they do as well, not to try to shape them to a specific ideal version of themselves. This is a lesson that the new PB has learned, and this episode is her opportunity to prove it to the people she rules over. Broke his crown. Marceline takes Bonnibel to a dinner party with the Ice King, trying to convince PB that he's a sweet guy deep down. They arrive at his house, where PB's hesitant to relax at first when Ice King starts contorting and speaking in tongues, so she knocks him out to better study the crown. She can't make sense of the readings and decides to use VR to enter the crown itself, taking Marceline with her. They enter a sprawling maze, where Gunther shows them around while playing the bongos, letting them meet a few of the previous wearers of the crown, including the original Santa, before they find Simon Petrikov himself. After a reunion, they follow Gunther to the source of the crown's corruption, Magic Woman. Marcy and Bonnie try to capture this floating head for a while but fail, yet Simon recognizes her as Betty and attempts to just talk it out. This works, and Magic Woman becomes Betty for long enough to stabilize the maze as the others teleport back out to their world. Bonnibel reads normal data on the crown's output, though a trace of Betty's AI remains behind to talk with Simon again. Simon's mind has almost been completely taken over by the character of Ice King, and yet for all of this invasion, we see that this episode's presented the idea that there's a bit of Simon inside Ice King as well. Not only him, but every other person who's ever been attuned to the crown by putting it on, at least in this dimension. Betty has also inserted not herself but a version of herself into the crown that's able to make alterations to the code determining how it works. In this way, Betty and Simon have reunited in a very roundabout manner, as he's able to talk to a version of her that exists from the present day as a version of himself from the past. Ice King may struggle to remember the people closest to him, but Simon recognizes Marceline right away, even apologizing to her for having their last sentient meeting together focus on someone else. So if the crown has worn Simon as much as Simon has worn the crown, then it follows that it now has Betty imprinted onto it, and the two are able to spend more time together. Ironic given that the other two are so much further apart in the land of Ooh, as they both continue to fall deeper into the madness and sadness spectrum of magic. It's a small victory to have them reunite, but a victory nonetheless. Don't look. Finn reads about Dead Mountain, and that there's a hermit you can't let look at you at the top, as well as a treasure that can change you into whatever you want. So they head out on the promise of wishes and fights, only to find a depressing yurt on the mountain with the shades-wearing skeleton lying there. Finn steals the skeleton's shades, only for his glowing eyes to knock out Finn. He wakes up at home, opening his eyes and transforming Jake into a varsity jacket bro, and turning Beemo into a tiny angel. They realize Finn is turning people into what he sees them as. Princess Bubblegum asks them for some help with a speech she's giving, as Ice King's been hanging out near the venue. But while shooing him away, Finn's glasses fall off, and he transforms Ice King into Simon, as well as PB into a tomboy. After returning home and accidentally turning Neptr into a microwave, Finn sees his own reflection and turns himself into a monstrous version of his father. Jake then gathers the people he's turned up to that point as they try to improve Finn's self-image by having him look in a mirror while they describe him, with the friend description finally turning Finn back to himself. The magic eyes fall out and Neptr turns them into a pie as Beemo falls from the sky. Finn transforms the people he knows into forms that he sees based on personality. Jake turns into a large brother to represent the fact that he's acting like a big bro to Finn while he's out, and then he turns into an old man after saying something wise. Beemo turns into a literal angel, flying high enough to come crashing down when reality returns. Ice King turns into Simon, fitting as Finn hasn't really fought him in several seasons and he's been more of an annoying acquaintance. But in a more immediate sense, Starchy turns into an old-school burglar and in a butt when he makes a comment about it. And some of the changes are less positive, like Shelby being a stereotypical nerd and Neptr turning into an inanimate object because Finn forgets about him a lot. So Finn runs away to wait out the end of his cursed life in the yurt the same way that the original owner of the Magic Eyes did. He doesn't want to hurt people anymore because he thinks he's become the type of person who does that. But just because you temporarily have a strange perception of a person doesn't mean that you're bad for judging them. People are more than just one thing. Jake isn't only Finn's brother. Shelby's not just there to correct people. Bonnibel's not some romantically unavailable tomboy. It's even interesting that the people Finn transforms misinterpret their new body, like how Simon sees himself and only laments that he's lost his muscles. The person you are and the person other people see you as are not the same, as both of these are constantly fluctuating, and you really only have control over one. Beyond the Grotto. Finn can't sleep because their sea lard keeps climbing into his bed, so they toss it into the grotto outside the treehouse. Shelby warns them that sea lards are saltwater fish and the grotto is freshwater, so they dive in to save it. They resurface in a cavern beneath the ground, populated by the water nymphs who say that sea lards are mammals. They then chase this lard into a whirlpool where they're warned not to touch the purple stuff. They awaken in a dimension that's a bit like theirs, but with different brush strokes on the lines and colors to everything. They meet alternate versions of Lady, Marceline, and Ice King, the last of whom purples Finn and Jake until they begin to forget their mission and their names. The duo stumbles upon Bush Boots, who's missing her rolling pin, though this is actually the sea lard, and it runs off when they capture it. They chase after the sea lard until meeting Beemo, who tells them a poem before the lard pushes them all into the grotto again. Finn and Jake return to their dimension, where Jake tells Beemo all about the events of their grotto adventure, though they refuse to tell Ice King about it. The art style here is reminiscent of the Batman Pyre-Man short as it's made by the same couple, though the loosely flowing dialogue is explained not as something meant to match the visual aesthetic, but instead as an effect of the purple underneath the area beneath the grotto. As you go further down there and are exposed to the grotto world, you begin to forget who you are. Finn and Jake even forget their names and their mission to retrieve the sea lard.
but just because a person has forgotten the details of who they are, some aspects of them will still remain. Just in the same way that Finn and Jake continue pursuing the Sea Lord by accident while trying to accomplish other goals, as they also keep trying to help people and save the day. Finn and Jake become boy and dog, but they still retain the heroism that made them into who they are. So Finn and Jake, and arguably anyone else, is less defined by what they say, but what they do, and what they do is defined by gut reactions and first impressions of the situation. Lady Rainicorn of the Crystal Dimension. Lady leaves the house to have lunch with Princess Bubblegum, leaving TV alone to make lunch for himself. He finds a secret compartment in the house with a crystal sandwich and he eats it, then leaves to sell the box it was in at the market. Lady finds out where he's gone and rushes to stop him, but TV's found by another Rainicorn named Lee first. Lee offers to take TV to the Crystal Dimension to sell it, running away from Lady as she pursues through her own portal. Lee takes TV to a house he's squatting in, where there's a TV-shaped centrifuge waiting there as a few dogs get called inside. Meanwhile, Lady is searching for Lee, finding some old graffiti he left and flashing back to her time with him as an anti-dog revolutionary who planned to steal the sandwich from a dog military base. Thinking this was a step too far, Lady stole the sandwich back from him and took it to Oo, where she hid it in her house. Back in the present, Lee and his dog spin the sandwich out of TV and prepares to use it himself. Lady fights the dogs off with the newspaper but gets held by the energy coming out of Lee. TV's eventually able to shut the box with the crystal and Lee inside, but rather than going home with his mother, TV asks to stay in the Crystal Dimension to learn to be more independent, living with his grandparents instead. This episode is all about Lady and TV's relationship and the comparison they have to Lady and Lee from the past. Neither TV nor Lee have especially great teenage lives, but for opposite reasons, as TV's too lazy to work or do anything but play games all day, while Lee was far more active, but destructive in what he calls activism. Everybody wants their kid to grow up to make something, and their nightmare is that their child is either a rebel without a point, or a slob without a point. Lady's concern during this episode is that her son is going to go from one to the other, as she knows that Lee's a bad influence due to her personal experience where Lee was a bad influence on her. But the reason she's not anymore is because she was eventually able to see who he really was and put a stop to the plans he had involving the sandwich. The very same thing that TV does by the end of the episode when he shuts the box once more. So while TV ends the episode having hardly learned anything or changed at all, Lady's still able to rest easily, knowing that her son has at least the judgment to turn his life around should things get too bad. I am a sword. Finn drops the Finn sword off of a bridge while showing off tricks, and after spending the night searching for it, he and Jake give up. That night, Finn has a dream where he's robbing people, and he wakes up screaming to see that Jake has made him a new Finn sword. He tries using this one against Science Cat, but his heart's not in the fight. He tries to stay up the next night so he won't have another robbing dream, but he gets a vision of the bandit princess attacking the spiky people, and realizes that the Finn sword is sending him psychic messages. So he and Jake head out to the Spiky Kingdom, where they help the mayor reattach his head before pursuing the bandit princess to the Box Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Finn sword has been talking to the bandit princess about why she is making the sword do so many crimes, and she says she was born unloved and wants the Finn sword to forget having ever done a good deed. Finn arrives, ready to fight the bandit princess to get his sword back by using his grass sword, but she deflects a blow with the sword that makes Finn stab himself in the face. Jake takes Finn and the broken sword back to the treehouse where he hangs it on the mantle, and once they leave, it begins glowing. Finn loses a part of himself, though only in a literal sense as the Finn sword was able to send him messages, and Finn still behaves as he did before, trying to stop bad people from doing bad things. And both of these facts still apply no matter which Finn you're talking about. The Finn inside of the sword just lost a part of himself when Finn stopped listening to his ideas and tossed him off a bridge, but this didn't stop him from sending psychic signals to save the day. The Finn sword isn't just a sword made out of a multiverse Finn, but a sword with the mind of a hero, who can offer a bit of internal reflection at a moment's notice. It's just a matter of Finn being able to be introspective or not that determines if he can maintain this level of heroism. This is then compared to so many callbacks, like Science Cat from My Two Favorite People, or the villagers from Gut Grinder and Box Sprints. Seeing these places again will bring the audience back to the Finn who first visited, like Finn entering the Spiky Kingdom in Gut Grinder to try to make things right with the group that was afraid of his brother, or a Finn who looks for a day to save even when things are going fine from box sprints. The natural heroism of Finn is compared to the bandit princess, as she uses her backstory to justify the heinous actions she performs, actively rejecting an opportunity to turn her life around. Bun Bun. Cinnamon Bun visits the Candy Kingdom on a diplomatic mission to deliver a Get Well Soon card to Princess Bubblegum to sign. While he's there, he catches up with a few old friends, who tease him for this clumsiness he used to have, and PB's inspired by seeing this exchange to create another candy person so Cinnamon Bun won't be so isolated. She makes Bun Bun, and tasks Finn with delivering her to the Flame Kingdom. Bun Bun receives a tour of the Flame Kingdom from Cinnamon Bun, though she keeps running around doing crazy antics that embarrass the knight. She eventually wanders into the room where the Flame King's being held, trying to make friends with him but freeing the guy instead. So CB and Bun Bun head out to try to capture him, seeing the Flame King in a cave where he's attempting to raise an army of chipmunks to attack the old kingdom. Bun Bun points out that the attack won't work, and he realizes that he's become rusty, so she instead suggests that he become the king of chipmunks and give up on his invasion. Back at the Flame Kingdom, Finn and Flame Princess have been catching up when CB returns, informing them that the Flame King is free but no longer a threat. Both Finn and Cinnamon Bun get an opportunity to go back to somewhere they've been before and have their current life compared to those old times. In both cases, the person they used to be is a person they're not proud of having been. For CB, he's reminded of a time where he was clumsy and easily to taken advantage of, literally being half-baked, and is upset to learn that many of the Candy Kingdom citizens still think of him that way, because he hasn't been around frequently enough to undo his reputation. But Cinnamon Bun also has Bun Bun with him, a candy person who has not been alive long enough to have ever known the old Cinnamon Bun, and yet was also made with the same old parts. She runs around doing hijinks and making a fool of herself and everyone around her, and yet she still ends up providing some value to the world by successfully shutting down the Flame King's return to conquer his lands. From this, Cinnamon Bun is able to learn to not be so ashamed of who he used to be, as someone just like him was able to still be a good person. Finn likewise is able to return to meet a person he once manipulated to offer a sincere apology, rather than the self-serving one he'd given before when they first broke up. In this instance, the distance between the two actually worked in Finn's favor, as it gave the Flame Princess time to re-evaluate her time with Finn, and to judge him based on who he's become, rather than who she remembers him as. This is mirrored in the way that Flame Princess allows Flame King to go free, recognizing that her time locked away was traumatizing for her, and would be traumatizing for anybody. So it's best to give people the ideal environment to live in for them to be the best version of themselves. Normal Man. Normal Man is guiding Tiny Manticore into space to rescue his brother Glob, who's orbiting Ooh. But instead of returning Glob to Normal Man, Tiny Manticore steals him as a vengeance for the years he was held in Magic Man's house. So Normal Man goes to Finn and Jake's treehouse to ask for help, and despite knocking him out at first, they agree to save Magic Man's brother from the top of Wild Trap Mountain. On the way there, Normal Man reminisces on the jerk behavior Magic Man did and says he's saving his brother to undo some of that. Finn and Jake sneak through a series of wild traps before making it to the top, where Tiny Manticore knocks out Jake and later Finn with his boomerang. Normal Man's able to leap forward to grab his brother, as Tiny Manticore flies them higher and higher, eventually dropping them from a great height and watching them fall to their death. On the way down, Glob and Normal Man finally make their peace, and Tiny Manticore has a change of heart, saving them from the fall and taking them back to Magic Man's house. He's finally able to use the Martian transporter, though Glob bites his hand on the way up to force Normal Man to drop him. Normal Man arrives on Mars alone, where he's told to rid the planet of anarchy. Magic Man is now Normal Man, with all of his old jerkish behaviors being explained away as a result of his exposure to great magic. So now that his magical abilities are gone, he's become less of a jerk and gets to be normal again. The issue is that the effects of his magic powers are still persisting, and the people harmed by him still remember the bad times. So people like Tiny Manticore are trying to get revenge against a man who no longer exists. The only way to get him to stop seeking his revenge is to convince him of that fact. Normal Man's eventually able to save his brother by doing something Magic Man never would, or even think to do. Something selfless to save another person while getting nothing from it. And it isn't just Tiny Manticore who he proves he has changed to. Normal Man also wows his brother and the other Gob derivatives when he acts selflessly to rescue one of them twice. This is why, in the end, Glob is confident in sending Normal Man back to Mars to rule. His brother was not worthy of the position before, but has proven he's better now. It's just a matter of convincing the rest of the Martians that he's not the same guy as he was earlier. Elemental. All of the coat hangers in the Candy Kingdom have gone missing, and Finn and Jake are tasked with finding them. They learn Ice King stole them to fish his keys out of a crack in his house, and when they investigate what's in this crack, they discover a sphere of ice. Ice King cracks it open and reveals Patience St. Pym, the ice elemental, inside. She recruits the Ice King as her new protege, and tasks him with rounding up the princesses of other 3 elements, freezing Finn and Jake when they protest. Ice King flies out to capture these 3 princesses, bringing them back to his palace where she explains that they are the other 3 elementals like her. The 4 elementals have reincarnated over and over through history, with Patience detecting the Liches coming years ago in our world, where she froze herself to wait out the destruction, despite the others being unconcerned with the cycle. Now unfrozen, she tries to teach the others about their powers, but they reject these teachings as Flame Princess unthaws the rest, including Finn and Jake. They use Slime Princess to attach her to the wall before leaving, as Patience plots with Ice King to make her presence known to all the world. Much in the same way that Evergreen tried to prevent the Catalyst Comet from reincarnating all the other elementals, Patience St. Pym tried to avoid her fate and dragged the others into doing the same, only to be met with indifference. Ice is a preservative. Things that are frozen can stay the same for a long time, and it makes sense that the personality of an ice elemental would want to avoid change. By having one's character behavior reference another one's, we can figure out their deal sooner and go straight into dynamics with the rest of the cast who, once more, really don't want to go along with whatever ice nonsense they're up to. And the nonsense she's up to involves trying to bring out the elemental abilities of the other, revealing that the normally science-headed PB can shoot jelly beans out of her hands. We already knew Flame Princess could, but what this episode really is doing is setting up later plotlines so they don't come out of nowhere. Five Short Tables. Gunter has been messing with Ice King's Fiona and Cake fanfiction, so he gathers these scattered pages and remixes them together. The first remix is about Cake making flapjacks for the breakfast table that are meant to tell stories, though Fiona can't tell what any of them are supposed to be, so they leave to find some models to sculpt non-fictional flapjacks after. They first approach the Candy Kingdom, where Prince Gumball is digging through his books for the Candy Periodic Table. After researching a bit, he comes up with a new strategy for a board game he challenges Butterscotch Butler to. But Butterscotch Butler uses knowledge from Gumball's diary to win the match by knowing her opponent, and he reacts by throwing the game at the window. Seeking a more still subject, they head to Turtle Prince's library, where they see Flame Prince looking for a book to check out, accidentally setting fire to several along the way as Turtle Prince follows him, extinguishing fires as he goes. Flame Prince finds one he's interested in checking out, but Turtle Prince can't give this book to him because he keeps burning the table of contents, offering instead to read it aloud, before FP says he was only there for the bathroom. In the forest, Lumpy Space Prince is fleeing from Marshall Lee, who is trying to give him some cough syrup from a tablespoon. LSP keeps hiding, but Marshall Lee is able to fake an attack by a monster to lure him out, continuing to pretend he's about to die, so LSP will willingly take the syrup. Though after chugging a bit, he breaks out in more lumps, and Marshall Lee thinks that he might have got the wrong bottle. Ice President then reads their fanfiction story to Flynn the Person and Jocks the Raccoon, revealed as part of Ice Queen's fanfic she is reading to the penguins. But the penguins are more interested in the flapjacks that Cake is making for them. Ice Queen tries to attack them, but Cake makes Fiona a flapjack sword she deflects the attack with, topping off the fight with an Ice Queen flapjack. Back in the Ice Kingdom, Ice King finishes reading his short stories to the penguins. He connects all of these short stories with the table theme, and hearing how the word sounds, decides to label all short stories as Graybles, which blows Cuber's mind. The Music Hole. Finn is still bummed out about losing the Finn sword, and Jake's attempts to cheer him up are not working. So he and Princess Bubblegum get together for Plan C, revealed as a battle of the bands with Finn as judge. The acts are Susan Strong, Flame Princess Ineptor, and Marceline's band, but she stops mid-song when she loses her pick, refusing to play until it's found. The gathered audience begins to riot as Marceline won't play, with the bouncer, Ice King, releasing the penguins into the crowd as control. PB finds Marcy's pick and she keeps playing, but the penguins continue the riot when they attack people during the song. During this lull in the music, Finn hears a song playing in the distance and he asks Jake and Lady to find it with him. They wander towards the noise until Finn nearly falls into a music hole, revealed to be a sentient pit as old as Ooh itself. She can only be heard by innocent children or people who have suffered a great loss. The music hole tells Finn that he should be grateful to exist in the presence of people in the moment, and, realizing this, he gives the crown to the winner of the Battle of the Bands, the music hole. Finn laments the loss of a part of himself, worrying those around him to the point that they have to come up with a plan to cheer him up with the power of music. This works for a while. The moments where Finn is surrounded by friends and loved ones show an exhausted smile, though at least he's able to lift his head up on his own. But this remedy is only a temporary fix. As soon as the music stops, he returns to the same funk from before. This isn't shown as a failure though. He wanders into the woods seeking out more music when he finds the music hole, and cheers up while singing with her. She's able to fix his mental issues, not with a song or a big performance, but by reminding him that there are so many other potential performances in the future as long as he has friends with him. Sure, the Battle of the Bands might just be a temporary distraction from the crushing loneliness that Finn's experiencing, but so's everything else he could be doing. You can think of life as a series of distractions, although this is a way of thinking that only aligns with the idea that there's a main point to life at all. If there is some deep meaning to life, then the random interests and get-togethers and hobbies you pursue are distractions. But in the much more likely event that we're all just here by chance and there is no goal, then the distractions are all we have and all there ever will be. If there's any reason for us to be on this planet, it's to mess around and sing songs and pet dogs and play with swords. Daddy-Daughter Card Wars. Jake, Charlie, and BMO are sailing in a boat as Charlie does a tarot reading of BMO only for Jake to pull out his old Card Wars box as he beckons one of the others to be his partner in an upcoming tournament. BMO jumps overboard rather than play, and Charlie only agrees to do this in exchange for one of Jake's bones. They arrive at the tourney where Jake introduces his daughter to several of his old acquaintances, staving off memories of rage-quitting the game for good in his 20s. The duo plays their first game and easily wins, though Charlie leaves because she only agreed one bone for one game. So Jake stretches to fake still having a partner and continues to play, getting increasingly desperate and playing dirty in the later rounds. Meanwhile, Charlie's returned to her home in a pyramid where she uses the bone she got from Jake to perform a ritual that will allow her to see the following decades of her life. She sees several years of regrets and anxieties that don't clear up until her 90s, which she then fuses with. Now, with a 90-year-old's wisdom, Charlie realizes that she was ignoring her father and runs back to the tournament. She catches Jake in the middle of an argument with his 20-year-old self and calms him down, returning to the final match where they fight hard but still lose. Yet rather than smashing up the board like he always does, Jake offers a handshake, and then he returns to home to bury his 20s. Near the end of the episode, Charlie uses magic to see her future self, and watches a cycle of anxiety and poor life choices being made, only really getting herself together in her 90s as she only then has the maturity to accept her previous life choices. Considering Jake considers himself about late 30 to early 40-ish, he's not keeping track, this means that Charlie was able to see a version of herself older than her father who still had issues to work out and problems to fix. In fact, she never really got over her issues, only accepted them. Given that context, she realizes that her father's not a perfect man, nobody is, and that growing up isn't something that happens all at once, but it's a slow and steady process. Jake is still fighting metaphorical demons from his past and still trying to reconcile with the person he used to be. He drags his daughter to a card game tournament she has no interest in attending because of selfish reasons. This isn't the type of behavior from a cold, logical being who has everything figured out, but Charlie never even stops to consider the motivation behind his action. Nor does she ever bother to figure out if Jake himself is enjoying the game he's playing. As much as kids try to imagine that the adults in their lives are perfect people, this isn't true. They're just as capable of making mistakes as anybody, and still need help from those who are capable of offering it. Pre-boot. Finn, Jake, and Susan are going through some old human ruins when a machine comes out of the ground, with Tiffany revealed to be inside, now sporting a robotic arm. Tiffany tries to give them a tour, but Susan leads the way, somehow knowing where to go. They then meet with Dr. Gross, who shows off her menagerie of various animal hybrids before drugging Finn and Jake so she can operate on them, revealing herself to be a human with several cybernetic implants. Susan punches her out, grabbing the duo and running away, only to be captured by a net cannon when the hybrid animals are controlled into stopping them. Tiffany, seeing his sort of brother about to be dissected, stops Dr. Gross to give them time to leave the ship before it explodes, with Tiffany still aboard, and the animals all escaping. Reboot. Finn, Jake, and Susan are fighting a giant electric eel as it heads towards the Candy Kingdom. When Susan grabs it, it shocks her, reactivating the chip on her head and causing her to speak in a robotic voice, grabbing Finn and running off. Some of the banana guards show up to stop this eel, having to fight Susan instead. While she's attacking them, Princess Bubblegum grabs Finn and escapes to the Candy Kingdom with Susan in pursuit. PB tries convincing the Gumball Guardians not to be too rough in stopping her, though one blasts her with a laser anyway, only for Susan to absorb it and become more powerful. She destroys Rattleballs and hops by a now grown-up Sparkle before landing at the beach where she scans the horizon. Jake returns after having been tossed aside before, attempting to smash Susan's head with the mace. Finn climbs inside of the Jake suit, hoping to be more restrained in fighting, and then pushing her into the ocean. But she merely tosses a massive anchor at the duo, smashing Jake and knocking him out of the fight as Finn narrowly escapes. He apologizes to her before donning the broken Finn sword, hitting her on the head chip and breaking control over her. But the grass sword escapes Finn's hand and attacks, squeezing her as Finn tries to stop it. He punches the grass sword loose and it crawls towards the Finn sword, merging with it into the grass demon. This two-parter was sort of a season finale, made a bit more complicated by the fact that the intended airing order and the internal airing order and the actual airing order and re-released airing order were all kind of wonky. I'm putting it like halfway between two season endings here because the way I've been uploading individual seasons for this retrospective was mostly done out of convenience for myself, so I don't have to make any particularly long videos to upload early, not just for channel members, but more so to see if they get flagged by copyright, so I'll know more readily what to edit before the real video goes live. Finales usually wrap up plots, tying the story-heavy episodes of the last season together and delivering a proper conclusion to those narratives while also giving an initial idea of what threads will be carried over to the next season. But as the show has run on, the later season finales are less about wrapping things up than they are about opening new doors for narrative devices, mostly tying things together to evolve what's gone on before. This gives more of a binge-watching feeling to the show, where you're rewarded for paying careful attention to episodes and remembering specific devices and narrative meanings as you watch. For example, we've seen Susan and Finn's struggles to find another human living among them for several seasons, and yet, for all of this searching, they've never found a satisfactory result. Finn has managed to meet up with his father, but that was not a pleasant meeting, and Susan has never really cared for her original people because she found herself a happy home among the Butopians, themselves still wearing old human-like helmets to protect against a vampire threat that hasn't been around in centuries. And then they meet another human who wants to make them something more than human. The idea of an implant or artificial limb is something Finn isn't opposed to, he's basically had one for a few seasons already. But the idea of transhumanism is still rejected when Dr. Gross offers them augments to who they already are. The potential to be more than a human is rejected in spite of Finn not having a lot of great experiences with humans. Susan similarly rejects the offer, though this is because she already has similar augmentations, and these cause her to go semi-berserk later in the two-parter. The ending to this episode is all about characters trying and failing to show restraint. Nobody wants to hurt Susan because they're aware that the behavior she's exhibiting is so unlike how she normally acts, there must be something wrong. And this is the right call. All of their restrained actions fail to stop her, but the actions of the Gumball Guardians without restraint only make the situation worse. It's a gentle tap from a broken sword that stops her from going crazy, saving Susan from the electronics on her head. Despite Finn being the one who was kidnapped, he was never concerned for himself, but for everyone else. Two Swords. Finn and Jake wake up in the hospital, where Finn recounts the events following the previous episode to Princess Bubblegum, as well as what happened after. The grass guy from before steps over to Susan, and Finn rushes over to stop him from hurting her. But soon Finn realizes this grass guy is trying to stop Finn from doing that as well. The two of them fight for a while over who the real Finn is until Jake comes to and calls him a grass demon, scaring the guy off. The grass guy, I'll start calling him Fern now, goes to the treehouse and begins awkwardly moving around and touching all their stuff. He goes through an old photo album where he recalls some of the events from the photos before flashing back to the events of I Am a Sword, where the grass sword broke off inside the Finn sword with a small grass demon taking over by spinning several webs. After this flashback, Fern starts growing distressed and smashing up the place, spilling syrup everywhere and scaring BMO. Finn gets a call from BMO and Jake overhears, rushing out to take care of it. Upon their return to the house, Jake tries to confront him, but Fern won't pay attention until Finn gets out a Finn cake. Fern takes this cake and sniffs it, realizing he's not really Finn but still kind of Finn, which causes them all to calm down. The argument starting this episode is between Finn and Fern over who the real Finn is. Earlier episodes have shown that the Finn sword is just as much a Finn as the original, or is potentially the real Finn with the copy being the one who wields it. Yet for all the debate over who the original clone is, the argument ends up not mattering. Grass Finn is a Finn, as much as Flesh Finn is a Finn. Just because your lived experience is more personal to you doesn't mean that other people's lived experiences don't matter. Everybody has an internal life exactly as deep as every other person, so of course we all consider ourselves the main characters of everything. Jake hates Fern at first for wrecking up the house and scaring BMO, but Finn's done all of that already. So what difference is there that makes these two separate people? This comes down to the lived experiences they've had since they split up back in the time room. Fern is just Finn with 95% of the same memories, and it's the last 5% that make him unique. But there's a question of whether Finn's 5% is more legitimate or not that again goes unanswered because, to the two Finns, there's no such thing as an invalid life experience, just a different one. Do no harm. Finn wakes up feeling bummed out about the fact that Susan was hospitalized by his hand, and heads to the hospital to check on her. He leaves Jake and Fern alone, telling Jake to act as though Fern were Finn. Jake makes Finn's favorite foods, but Fern can't eat. He tries to get Fern to play the flute, but Fern can't breathe. Then he suggests that they go fight evil together, and Fern thinks of a place to go where they could find some evil. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Finn is seen apologizing to Susan by Dr. Princess, and when he says he'll do anything to help her out, she gives him her lab coat and tells him he's a doctor now. For a while, Finn enjoys playing doctor, as he pulls a thorn out of Mr. Fox's paw and fixes Ice King's back. His next plan is to drop a sword on Susan's head so her warrior instincts will kick in and she'll wake up, but this is stopped by Dr. Princess returning from her vacation, as well as Mr. Fox's hand being swollen and Ice King's back hurting more than before. Finn realizes he's not a real doctor, and leaves in time to see Jake and Fern entering with the unconscious body of the grass wizard, who Fern beat up with excessive force. As they're talking, Fern realizes he's not really Finn and gives himself the name Fern, the one I've been using already. Fern steals Crunchy's midlife crisis cycle and rides into the sunset. Back in the hospital, a ceiling fan blade falls towards Susan, but her warrior instincts stop it. Finn feels guilty about his loss of control and inability to prevent his grass sword from harming Susan during the events of Reboot. He winds up having the responsibilities of a doctor thrust upon him, though he takes to these new duties rather well, feeling good about himself because he's finally doing something that involves helping people instead of just hurting them. For so long, Finn has considered himself a hero, and heroes hurt people. This is supposed to be in defense of others, but it's nowhere near as direct a method of improving the world as undoing harm as a healer. He ultimately fails at this though, as his healing methods all end up hurting people anyway, be it through negligence like not disinfecting Mr. Fox's wound, or ineptitude like assuming he can drop a sword on a coma patient to wake her up. Ignoring that this still worked, it was still a bad idea. This is then compared to Fern, who's like Finn in that all he knows is violence, but rather than this violence being viewed as an unfortunate source of goodness, it's an unfortunate source of wickedness. Fern attacks the monsters in the grass wizard's hedge maze, then beats up the wizard, even though he had plenty of chances to solve riddles or talk things out instead of fighting first. The fact that these characters are similar reinforces the idea that they're both Finn, but the methods they use to accomplish these similar goals are where they differ, and understanding this is what really makes Fern earn a unique name from his copy. Wheels. At the KKW Enterprises Picnicathlon, Kim Kil-won asks Jake for advice about his daughter Bronwyn, as she's been sleeping through school while her grades slip. Jake stakes out in the bushes near KKW's house to see Bronwyn sneaking out, following her to a skate park where all her friends are. Her friends meet Jake and think he's kind of lame, until he shows off his shape-shifting and skateboarding abilities, after which they change their mind. Jake begins to obsess over whether these teens think he's cool, returning with Finn the next night so they can beatbox. Bronwyn tries to join in with this music but chokes on a leaf instead, embarrassing her enough that she challenges Jake to a trash-off, where the loser will be banned from the skate park for life. They arrive at the skate park, with Jake showing off his pompadour before the race begins. It's neck and neck at first, but Bronwyn starts getting a lead, making the final jump only for Jake to mess up and fall down. Kim Kil-won then enters the park, apologizing to Bronwyn for sending Jake on his behalf instead of just talking to her, while the two make up. KKW accepting that he's not cool, but he's not uncool either. Jake's attempts to get to know Bronwyn better backfire when he tries too hard to connect, rolling over into being a better version of her and competing with his granddaughter for attention. Sure, all of these actions do end up making Jake a little bit more like Bronwyn, but they do nothing to make him understand her better, as they do nothing to make him understand himself too. Bronwyn's friends are shown as fickle, calling Jake an old man but thinking he's neat after he does a few tricks. They like Bronwyn but think she's lame and then go back and forth based on arbitrary changing parameters in a moment's notice. Nothing is less cool than desperately trying to convince everybody else that you're cool. Likeable people don't have to fake it, and that desperation means you're faking it. Who is not faking it is Kim Kil-won, who genuinely wants to understand his daughter without trying to imitate her. Because people who are extremely different are still able to learn about one another. Mimicry is a poor way to connect. He made the mistake of sending someone else to learn about his daughter rather than asking her directly, but when he remedied that mistake it came across as honest instead of perfect. High strangeness. Tree Trunks is once again abducted by the aliens who take her every few years, where she meets her alien hybrid children. She tells Mr. Pig about this, and he assumes she was having a dream, asking Tree Trunks if she wants to see Princess Bubblegum's fireworks show the next day. At this show, Tree Trunks is once again abducted, and she sees PB's probes attacking and hurting her alien kids. Upon returning, Tree Trunks plans to protest against the secretive space program when she's scouted by Starchy, who takes her to a secret meeting of the Veritas Brigade. Here, Tree Trunks speaks to the gathered members and riles them up to attack the military base. Once inside, she finds the tiny candy people in one of the probes and starts to destroy them, though she's caught by Princess Bubblegum and the Banana Guards. While everybody's being arrested, TT and PB are abducted again, where the princess finally sees the destruction her probes are causing. She undoes the invasion and the probes return to the capsule, as the two women are transported back to Oo. Princess Bubblegum says she was only sending out probes to start a new candy kingdom among the stars in case Oo's destroyed, an event she says is very likely. And Tree Trunks agrees to use her alien connections to find them a new place. Nobody believes Tree Trunks when she claims that there are aliens abducting her, and each person she informs has a slightly different reaction. From Mr. Pig, who thinks of it as a harmless fantasy, to the candy citizens who just think she's gone nuts. Her delusions are dismissed because they don't affect anyone who hears them. But they're not delusions, and the two groups who do believe her also have different reactions. Princess Bubblegum considers her knowledge to be dangerous, in large part because she assumes that Tree Trunks does not understand the space program to the same degree she does. And then the Veritas Brigade considers her knowledge dangerous, but they think it's dangerous to the right people. The truth is that everyone here is acting in what they think is their best interest. Princess Bubblegum is trying to create a backup plan for the Candy Kingdom should Oo be destroyed again. And she's unaware that the probes she's sending out are in any way destructive because she's only focusing on the people on the ground. Tree Trunks is trying to save children no one thinks she has, inadvertently ruining the chances of saving the Candy Kingdom in a worst-case scenario to do so. Even the Veritas Brigade, often considered delusional, is concerned about the secrecy of PB's fireworks shows. In the end, it matters far more why someone is trying to do the right thing than what it is they're doing, from less valid, like trying to feel like they're correct, to the more valid of saving lives, be they closely related or vast in number. Horse and Ball. James Baxter arrives to cheer up a group of somber molemen, but while dancing on his ball it pops, and he falls to the floor. Beemo and Jake head to the Rag and Bone Kingdom to find a patch for the iconic beach ball, where they meet Raggedy Princess, who tells them that anything can be found in her kingdom, though she keeps a pristine beach ball to herself. Finn is in the treehouse caring for James while trying to act normal at Shelby's advice, something Finn struggles to do as he views James Baxter as a celebrity. James Baxter, meanwhile, is flashing back to his old life in a horse city, working a dead-end horse job. He has enough of this life and throws all his money away, discovering a cave with his original beach ball and a crying bat. James starts dancing on this ball, cheering the bat up while mispronouncing games and bookstore to form his catchphrase. He then spreads joy around to others, except the original bat, who flies off when his attention drifts. Jake and Beemo give up on finding a beach ball, only for Raggedy Princess to finally learn they're searching for a ball for an artist, and she gives them tons of rubber balls. They take these balls back to the tree house, only to see James Baxter ignoring them after a pep talk from Finn. James Baxter walks into the sunset dancing while chanting his name, finally performing For Himself Alone. The last James Baxter episode took a look behind the scenes by peeling back the third wall, not the fourth wall which separates the audience from the work, but the third that separates the work from its creators. James Baxter tried to figure out the exact mechanisms of how to entertain through sight and sound, as that's the role an animator plays in the creation of art. Here, we get a glimpse behind the scenes into why an animator might want to do that, and what they're throwing away as well as gaining to do this. James Baxter does not want to work a boring desk job like everyone else, so he throws out the trappings of that old life and discovers a way to bring joy to people around him, because that's more satisfying than a spreadsheet. But as he starts performing for more and more people, he leaves behind the personal touches that made the bat cheer up in the first place. His act is now more about broad appeal than a single member of the audience. There's always a desire for an artist to reach as many people as possible and to sand off the edges of their work, as though thousands of intrigued people are better than dozens of tantalized ones. But when he loses his ability to perform for others, this leaves James Baxter with the shocking realization that all of his work was never for himself. Without a ball to dance on top of, what did he really have? In spite of the nobility of his goal, he didn't really obtain anything from the recognition. It isn't until Finn personally told him how much his work meant that he realizes it doesn't matter if he can entertain forever, because the works will outlast him. So with this, James Baxter's finally able to dance for himself, however temporary that may be, because that's all we have. Jelly beans have power. Slime Princess is showing off the slime powers Patient St. Pym gave her all those episodes ago, with Princess Bubblegum getting jealous enough to return to her lab to try to come up with some sort of sciencey way to make her powers manifest. She fails at this, but that night gets a symbol on a paper airplane thrown through the window that causes her to meet with Chatsberry, the candy elemental from the time of Evergreen. He shows her a few candy reactions before helping her to unlock the ability to shoot jelly beans. PB shows this off the next day, but resents that she can only shoot jelly beans and nothing else. And then the Candy Kingdom is attacked by a flying fortune teller. PB tries to take out the fortune teller with jelly beans, but they're only deflected back at the candy people. She then has another vision of Chatsberry, where he tries to get her to visualize more reactions. PB is then able to imagine the molecular structure of individual pieces of candy, producing soda and mints to create an explosion that takes out the fortune teller as it breaks into snow that falls on the kingdom. It's then revealed that these paper airplanes and fortune tellers were all sent by Patient St. Pym, still living in Ice King's basement. Princess Bubblegum has dealt with the science versus magic argument before in the episode Wizards Only Fools, where she has to make the argument that any sufficiently unexplained science is usually just explained away as magic. Here, she starts to doubt herself, as Slime Princess gets real magical powers and shows them off. This doesn't only make Princess Bubblegum jealous, but it flies in the face of her whole character by suggesting that there are mysteries too unexplainable for her to master. She attempts several times to scientifically measure her budding magical abilities to no success, only able to open up her mind to more jelly beans with some sort of transportation to an inner dimension. And even here, she eschews things like deep interdimensional knowledge in favor of a realistically educated guess. She gets vindicated in the end though, as her knowledge of chemical properties allows her to quickly master the new magic because it's nothing more than another way of mastering science and thus something learnable. But instead of reinforcing her belief system, it contradicts it. Princess Bubblegum is not only a scientist, but a leader as well, and her experimentation and new powers end up hurting her own citizens because she fails to control the candy she creates. Science is supposed to be measurable, understandable, and consistent, and she was reckless and emotional during her fight against Patient St. Pym, getting her people hurt. Island Recap. The Invitation. A foreign ship arrives on the shores of Oo searching for XJ77. It neutralizes Mindy Candy people along its path towards the kingdom, where Finn and Jake try to fight it. But the ship stops short of attacking Finn as it recognizes him as a human, and then Jake smashes it up. BMO's able to get some readouts from it, discovering the ship was searching for Susan Strong, who's still recovering in the hospital nearby. Finn brings her to the ship, which Jake and PB are working on, though because it's too damaged to fly anymore, they simply take some printouts of its missions through BMO, and plan to take Princess Bubblegum's boat to its destination. Finn tells Fern to watch over the treehouse while he's gone, and Jake says his goodbyes to his children, while Lady asks him to bring back souvenirs. While the ship is being loaded, Princess Bubblegum asks Finn to be careful, as finding more humans might be heavy business, but he assures her he'll be fine before they sail off. Whipple the Happy Dragon. Finn, Jake, and Susan are sailing on the HMS Sugar Spit, with Jake using a sextant to navigate to their destination. They sail past several strange sights before seeing a dragon being chased by sailors. Finn wants to save the dragon, but Susan and Jake outvote him. Not that it matters, as the dragon makes a whirlpool, sinking the other ship and damaging theirs. This dragon, introduced as Whipple, apologizes for the damage and offers to push them to their destination. But while navigating, he tells rambling, boring stories, eventually getting offended when BMO, the stowaway, bursts out and tells him to shut up. Whipple destroys their boat, making Jake be the boat instead, and they use BMO to navigate through the waters. But Jake keeps trying to go off course because he hallucinates seeing his parents in a bundle of seaweed, caused by poisonous jellyfish attached to the hull. Finn and Susan punch these jellyfish away, though one sticks to Susan's head, making her hallucinate a childhood friend before Finn can remove it. Finn tries to reassure the others to keep going because he needs closure on where he's from, and then Whipple emerges from the water, saying he overheard the entire thing, and he offers to simply blow them there directly. He does this, but they're stopped by the Colossus of the Deep, who breaks their boat. Mysterious Island. Finn washes up on an island only to immediately be hit by a tidal wave. He climbs up to a snowy area with several cabins that he climbs inside of to find seed packets and warmer clothing. But as soon as he dons this new outfit, the weather rapidly turns and he starts to overheat, learning that the weather on the island has localized seasons that behave erratically. He stumbles upon an animal in a trap, and when he tries to free it, gets caught in a trap himself, where he meets a bear and an old woman who drag him back to a treehouse. This woman goes through Finn's backpack, throwing several things around before seeing a sketchbook with a drawing of Jake, asking him to draw her as well, despite his lacking artistic abilities. A heavy storm comes by and they take cover inside of a tree, which is reinforced with high-tech equipment. The woman takes him to an underground room full of junk, where she shows him a video of several humans on the island, not only revealing her name is Alva, but that all the other humans living there were wiped out by a series of disasters. The storm lets up and they search for Finn's hound friend, in the same cove Finn washed up on fighting crabs. Alva draws them a map showing multiple islands as they plan to head to the others to look for her. Meanwhile, BMO is being served Finn cakes on the moon. Imaginary Resources. Finn and Jake are riding a giant parrot to the next island, which is made entirely of artificial material. Jake takes an egg with him as they search the island for BMO, discovering them in a virtual reality store with a headset on. Finn and Jake put on headsets of their own, creating new avatars and entering a virtual world. Once here, they get called system dumps by everyone else around them, and the angry mob requests a mod to ban them. This mod arrives, revealed to be BMO, and BMO bans the mob instead, taking Finn and Jake to another location where they learn BMO's in charge of everything due to running a popular dance club. BMO announces that they're going to stay in this world instead of traveling with the others, so Jake leaves the VR world to rip off BMO's headset. It's protected by an electrical shock though, so he looks for the main server, which he then smashes up. This causes the server to shut down, and the humans inside of the escapism room leave their pods, weakly attacking Finn and Jake. Finn decides to fix the servers because BMO is crying, though neither of them knows how to do this. BMO instead fixes up some of the robots maintaining the servers, who then do the rest of the work, and the humans return to the pod. They prepare to say goodbye to BMO, but BMO can't stand to leave them, and decides to go with the others, as the robots have prepared a chute to take them to the next island. Jake's egg hatches a baby parrot, and they go. Hide and seek. Susan is wandering around an island, flashing back to her old life there. She recalls lessons she was taught as a child about the Founders, who brought humanity back from near extinction by settling these islands, and how they are assigned jobs like the Educators, such as Dr. Gross, and Seekers. Susan, named Kara in the past, was in training to be a Seeker and tasked with hunting down Hiders, the people who tried to flee the island. One of these Hiders is Martin Mertens, who is injured during a hunt by Kara and taken to Dr. Minerva in the healing wing. The next night, Kara and her friend Frida sit on the roof, wondering about life outside the island, an idea that Kara dismisses because it's not part of her education. But later Kara sees Frida trying to flee, hiding in a cave where she has a transport mostly constructed, only needing the engine to finish. Kara asks her teacher Dr. Gross about whether the Hiders are wrong but doesn't get a satisfactory answer. She finds an engine for Frida's boat and delivers it, only to have been followed there by Dr. Gross, who uses the chip in her head to forcibly destroy this boat and retrieve Frida, ripping off her hat in the process. Back in the present, Finn, Jake, and Bimo have been following Susan as she retraces her steps, eventually winding up back on the beach, where she digs up Frida's old hat before telling them her name is Kara. Min and Marty. Kara takes Finn and Jake to a boat under the island so she can take Finn to meet his mother, Minerva. The episode flashes back to her nearly running over a jaywalking Martin, who's on his way to meet up with two Hiders trying to flee in exchange for gadgets. Martin's been promising people ways off the island in exchange for these gadgets and then calling the Seekers on them to get a double reward. But when a woman with a tiger demands he joins them on an escape, he winds up getting caught by Susan from last episode and dropped off at the hospital with Minerva as his doctor. Martin tries to sweet-talk her, and then tries escaping only to get injured in the attempt, forcing her to monitor him overnight. He pretends to be pathetic, so she won't let him get taken to re-education, and the two go out to dinner that night instead. Over a montage, the two live together and have a child, who they name Finn. One day, while Minerva's at work, the Tiger Woman returns and attacks Martin, so he takes Finn and flees, trying to hide out on a raft until the search is over. But the Colossus of the Deep, meant to stop people from escaping, attacks the two during a storm and nearly sinks the boat. So Martin attacks the Colossus himself, breaking its eye and shutting it down with the ensuing tidal wave pushing Finn's raft out to sea as Martin is lost too. Minerva sits on the beach, wondering why Martin would take Finn and then leave her behind. Helpers. Kara takes Finn and Jake to the Founders Island, where Finn finally meets with a colony of humans for the first time. Kara wants them to be subtle, but Jake immediately makes a scene by asking around for Minerva, who allegedly everybody knows. Finn finally meets Minerva, telling her about himself, though he only gets short, simple answers. Kara sees Frida nearby and leaves the gathered crowd to pursue her, only to stop outside a toy store because she's unsure whether to re-enter her old friend's life. When people find out Jake can shapeshift, they call him a mutant, and several Minervas arrive to sedate Finn and Jake. They're taken to a prison cell where the two have electrodes in their heads, preventing them from fighting back, but when a blood sample is taken from Finn, the Minervas all pause what they're doing to take him and Jake to a central room, where Minerva appears on a screen. She explains that after Martin left her, she told Dr. Gross, who sent Kara after her, though they never got any word back from her and gave up on the search. Minerva grew sicker and sicker, retreating to her room as Dr. Gross's experiments grew out of control, until her lab leaked a virus that wiped out a majority of the island's population, as well as nearly all of the doctors. Minerva alone survived, but unable to help anybody, she uploaded herself into a series of Minerva bots, who proceed to help people for her. The Light Cloud. Finn is shown a simulation of what will happen if he tries to leave the island, the Guardian destroying his boat. Minerva tries to convince him to stay for the rest of his life, but he refuses, saying he's made plenty of great memories back in Oo, even though it was dangerous. He tries showing Minerva the memories of this danger, but she's horrified by these thoughts, trying to get him into a pod like her forever. But Finn leaves, saying he's going to escape anyway, and convince all the other humans to go with him. Meanwhile, Kara is talking to Frida about her goals from before, to escape the island and see the world. But Frida says she's learned to stop dreaming of a better life and that she prefers to stay put instead. Kara takes Frida outside where Finn is trying to convince the people to leave, and she, like the others, gets drawn in by his words. Hearing these words, Minerva grows concerned that people are going to rush into danger, so she attempts to shield the island in a dome to download their consciousnesses, terrifying the people. Finn pleads with her to stop, saying he'll stay if she promises not to control everyone in this way, and he also offers his memories of the times he's helped people himself. She realizes that Finn has become a helper just like her and calls off the dome, reluctantly agreeing to let the people leave if they choose to do so. Finn and Jake get on a boat to leave, but the gathered crowd is unsure about actually going along with him and decide against it, save for Frida and Kara, who decides she prefers the name Susan. They take on the Colossus by using a fake boat to draw its attention before Finn dives into the eye socket that Martin broke years ago to attach a device that's used to place Minerva's mind inside to shut it off. The real Finn and Jake head out as Susan and Frida fly elsewhere, with Finn using virtual reality to say one last goodbye to his mother. Ooo is far larger than the human islands and has far more in terms of available opportunities and adventures. This is something the Islands miniseries doesn't have to touch on too much because it's what we've seen 8 seasons of. It's also very perceptibly larger than the islands, so it has more opportunities for the above. And yet, the humans never leave the islands due to a perceived danger. They've created a giant colossus to trap them on the island, intended to serve as a test of sorts to see who can leave. Anybody capable of slipping by is strong enough to survive whatever dangers are out there. And sure, this is true. We know multiple humans who live outside of the islands, and they're all very tough. But we've also seen that these same humans were sunk by the Colossus as well. The barrier to exit is far more dangerous than anything out there. This raises the question of why it's even necessary to be tough. Sure, having the strength to survive in an unforgiving world is important, but there are plenty of citizens of the Candy Kingdom and such who would never survive in the dangers of the sea. Even Finn spent a long time terrified of the ocean, and he's the hero others call on for help all the time. There's a point to be made that not everybody has to be tough and strong, and in fact, the entire point of a society is that some people are not. At least, not strong in the sense that they fight sea monsters and giants. A healthy society has a variety of people with their own strengths and weaknesses, some more than others, and instead of trying to value a people by the weakest links among them, you ought to instead consider the value of a people as intrinsic to being alive. Trying to assign value to a person based on arbitrary measurement will always reduce that person's value because you're ignoring so much else about them. The sea is trapping humans on their islands, but it's safer to say that the humans are trapping themselves more than that. Most of their blocks towards leaving the islands or improving their lives are mental because they fear that change might be more negative than positive. And they're right about this. The island is somewhat of a paradise, just not one they're allowed to leave. The option to leave would prevent the paradise from functioning, and they need every person to reinforce it. Just one loose end like Martin weakens the fabric of their whole society, so they try all they can to stop him and stop those like him. And this is the ultimate weakness that faces humanity, the fact that they stop the Hiders despite the Hiders being the only ones to challenge the status quo. To quote John Quincy Adams, "I must study politics and war, so that my sons may study mathematics and diplomacy. My sons must study mathematics and diplomacy, so that their sons may study poetry, painting, and song." Those who cannot survive against the dangers of the world are considered weak by a society that only values survival over thriving. And challenging this idea is what would make that society grow to the point where they finally do get to thrive. There will be growing pains, but there are growing pains for everything worth doing. And some of the characters in this miniseries have first-hand experience with this already. Minerva's not only a helper as in the classification, but she is the helper on the island, a position she got because of traumas that happened in her past. Ironically, these traumas made her weaker, and she recessed into her room, shielding her from a pandemic that wiped out so many others. If Minerva had never lost anybody, then it's likely that humanity outside of Ooo, which isn't supposed to exist, would have been wiped out. It was this hardship that made life better for everybody else, despite it being something she would never wish on anybody else. This is the irony of her character, that she's personally fallen in love with a person who opposed the society she was raised in and found happiness with the man. And then she underwent a great loss, which saved her life in a roundabout way. She's repeatedly made the best of bad situations and come out stronger because of it, only to prevent the same from happening to other people. Sure, it's reasonable to undergo some kind of suffering and then to react by trying to prevent anybody else from undergoing the same bad experience again. But there's a difference between trying to stop people from hurting themselves and forcing people not to hurt themselves. So long as people are given the choice whether to face hardship or not, then they really have freedom. And better than that, the potential for greatness. But greatness is not all that can be achieved with this extra sense of freedom. Martin has been presented as a con man since his early years, facilitating both escapes and captures of escapees. In the future, he's still a con man hurting those around him, and all of this is because he has the freedom not only to risk harm to himself, but to inflict harm onto others. Freedom can cut both ways like this, but that doesn't mean it's a net negative. It's only as good as the people helping are, and it's only as bad as the people hurting are. But Martin was not always a hurter, in the opposite sense as Minerva being a helper. He's shown to have mellowed out during his time with Minerva, even being a good father to Finn, as his priority when in danger is to get his son to safety before even leaving a note for his wife. For a brief moment of his life, one can imagine Martin as a good person, which is a shock since we see where he ended up. An optimist might interpret all of his heinous behavior as a reaction to his loss. He had a son and loved him, then he lost his son due to a failure to prevent his old life from catching up. After years of scams and imprisonment in the Citadel, Martin believed that he deserved his life on the lam, and then he met his son again, not thinking he deserved to be in Finn's life anymore. He wasn't running away from responsibility, but because he thought his presence in his son's life was a negative thing. But Martin himself has also contradicted this reading. If he really wanted to scare off his own son for Finn's benefit, he would have had more opportunity to let him know before. Instead, the chance Martin had to tell Finn the story of how he was lost was embellished to make him look good. Sure, he attacked the Colossus himself to defend his son, but the details he left out are more telling about his true intentions. But Finn and Martin still have one key thing in common. They both reject the isolation and repetition and safety of life on the island. Martin was always a rebel against authority, while Finn also went against his own mother as soon as he realized the control she exhibited on the world. It's interesting that Minerva had this level of repression as a response to Martin disappearing, overreacting to his personality by enforcing the opposite. And for all the Finn fear has had over becoming more like his father, seeing the opposite of Martin's personality expressed as social policy, he leans into the few good traits of the man. So why bother with all this programming in the first place when the great people are the ones who so vehemently oppose it? Dr. Gross made the argument that once people are strong enough to bypass the Colossus, they'll be strong enough to survive anything. So one can imagine that these draconian restrictions are in place because they're meant to be something for people to push back against. And yet, the harder they're pushed back against, the stronger the seeker they send. For this interpretation, the Runs in charge do a lot to maintain the status quo, so it's hard to imagine that these rules were implemented specifically to be broken. And it's not like Finn always breaks rules either. He's been a knight for the Candy Kingdom before, and he served the interest of monarchies because he considered those rulers to have the best interests of their people at heart. Maybe that's all that matters. He agrees with the helpers of the world when they're helping, and he fights back if they're not. Maybe Martin thought he was doing the right thing, but Finn knew he wasn't. Maybe Minerva thought she was doing the right thing, but Finn knew she wasn't. And maybe Kara thought she was doing the right thing too, but Susan knew she wasn't. Orb. Finn, Jake, and Bimo are on their way home, the boat loaded with bananas, when Bimo notices an orb behind a cloud following them around. Jake at first dreams about reuniting with Germaine during their bro dreams, only to remember that the house was destroyed. Joshua asked the two to start digging on one of the symbols that awoke Princess Bubblegum's jelly bean powers from before, but when their hole disappears, they discover they accidentally buried their father. Jake is then bit by the moon and he becomes old, dragging himself to a stage. Finn dreams that he's flying through the clouds only to land near Princess Bubblegum and help her put her teeth back into her head. After this, he sinks into the grass only to see weird weather around the treehouse before finally landing on a stage. Bimo is directing a movie about what happens when they're not home, only to see that Bimo is being played by Amo instead, who's taken over the directing role too. The three are given some hissing as stage directions before falling into a pit, where Finn arranges elements of their dreams to form the Nightmare Princess, who combined their dreams together so she could communicate she wanted some bananas. She gives Finn some nightmare juice in exchange as the sun rises, and they see Ooh taken over by the elements. The Nightmare Princess causes each of the three to have a dream about a fear from the past that also predicts the future. Jake recalls that his father and all the physical representations of his legacy have been destroyed, something that was liberating in the moment, but also puts a cloud over Jake's head that he's destroyed something that's a part of him. The two wind up burying their father due to the guilt that they should have done more to honor him, even at the cost of their own well-being. And to deal with this guilt, Germaine runs away into his art, while Jake stays behind, growing old from his fear of vampires. Finn is able to float away from the troubles behind him, only to lose his flight when he sees Princess Bubblegum and tries to show off. His attempts to move on from his past are held back by trying to fix things like teeth. He and Jake wind up on a stage where a lich-possessed Mo starts telling them what to do and how to live their lives as a performance for others where they lack the freedom to determine their own destinies. Finally, BMO can only watch as other people act out their fun lives, learning that when they finally get to take some control over an adventure, it's because their family from the Mo factory is running things instead. The entire thing was just an innocent ask by the Nightmare Princess for some food, throwing doubt as to whether anything they learned about themselves was actually important or not. But there are far more pressing issues on the horizon. Literally. Elements. Finn, Jake, and BMO arrive back in Ooh only to find that everything is made of candy, even the fish. Finn is worried about this, but Jake assures him it's fine, until they arrive home to see the treehouse is now also made of candy, with their other friends turning into Nectar, Shelby the gummy worm, and Fun the human. After an encounter with a candy lemon crab, they're told they have to go to the tower for being sour. Finn and Jake head out where they find Sweet Pea, still made of meat like they are, crying in the woods as his parents try to paint him caramel to be more normal. Finn and Jake climb the pink tower in the middle of the Candy Kingdom, meeting Marshmalline, the campfire queen, who takes them higher, where they see that Princess Bubblegum is the tower itself. She says that everybody in the Candy Kingdom has been fixed by turning them into candy, before trying to convert Finn, Jake, and BMO. But they're rescued by skyhooks thrown down from above by Ice King, climbing up, safe for BMO. Finn and Jake arrive in the Cloud Kingdom, which has been spared the conversion, which they watch from above. Be spoken for. Ice King tells Finn and Jake how the world got so crazy, sitting them down to flash back to a story where he reunited with Betty. Betty talks about all her different attempts to get Simon to remember who he is, and that she's given up on the indirect options like reprogramming his crown to just ask him on a date directly. Ice King agrees and meets with the life-giving mages to get a bespoke suit fitted before arriving at the Magic Man house to meet with her. Betty uses her powers to make it appear as though they're back in time at their old favorite restaurant, but none of this helps the Ice King to recall anything about Simon, and he makes an excuse to leave. Betty talks to Tiny Manticore about where she's going wrong, and he tells her that she's going after a man who no longer exists. So Betty goes back to Ice King's castle to try to woo him anew with magic, and then Patience returns home, complaining she can't find a strong enough component for her magic battery. But she notices Betty's magic and hatches an idea to kidnap her and the other princesses to perform a ceremony while Ice King flees. Winter Light. Ice King, Finn, and Jake formulate a plan to break into the ice dome surrounding his own kingdom to rescue Betty. IK pushes Finn off of his cloud, and Finn channels a lesson from Rattleballs taught to him to break a weak point of the dome and get inside. There, Ice King makes them a sleigh, and they glide through darkness and monsters before meeting up with Carol, who's now frozen. She offers to go with them, but changes her mind when she learns they're going to stop Patience. Once the trio arrives inside Ice King's fortress, Finn discovers that Jake has an icicle growing out of his head, and he's now too depressed to do anything. Carol returns, having warned Patience about the break-in, but Patience is too sad to stop them, explaining that because the other elementals, Princess Bubblegum, Slime Princess, and Flame Princess, refused to embrace their inner element, the spell she cast before had too strong of an effect. Ice King finds the frozen Betty and flees with her, throwing more skyhooks down to save Finn and Jake. They unthaw around a fire, with Jake returning to normal, while Betty laments she doesn't have the power to perform a counterspell, until Finn reveals he kept the farm world in Kyridion, which might be strong enough. Cloudy. While Betty reads through the Enchiridion for a solution, Finn paces aimlessly, trying to make her work faster. Jake tucks him in to calm him down, and the two take a cloud nap, only for Finn's sword to break their cloud apart, and the duo drifts away. Finn wakes up to see that they're stranded on a small cloud in the middle of nowhere, and it's too windy for Jake to stretch down, nor can he glide them down because he needs to use the bathroom and has a shy bladder. Finn sees a door float by, but Jake ignores it, pretending to give Finn a haircut later so he'll relax. Finn finally talks about how he's nervous that Ooh got elementaled because he wasn't there to stop it, and Jake confesses he's freaking out over his family being candified, but isn't showing it because he doesn't want anyone else to worry. They finally manage to relax when the door cloud comes back, revealed to have a toilet on it. But when Jake starts to use this toilet, Finn learns that the cloud is an anglerfish lord, trying to eat Jake. He glides over with Ice King's jacket, but rather than punching it out, he uses the scent of the jacket to lure the cloud lord back to the others. After they return, Betty has finally made a plan, using the gems from the princess's crowns to perform the counterspell she needs. Slime Central. Finn and Jake are lowered into the Slime Kingdom to retrieve Slime Princess's crown, donning slime disguises and following the sound of slime music. They enter a rave where everyone has roller skates and they skate in circles around the princess. They learn from Lumpy Space Princess that people form skate teams and challenge each other, with the winners getting to be assimilated into the giant slime, while the losers lose their skating rights. Finn plans to enter this contest and win so he can take the crown from inside, teaming up with LSP to challenge her old team after they kicked her out. But Jake refuses to skate normally, playing his fiddle in circles instead, while LSP and Finn flub a move and fall over, making them the losers by default. For losing, they're also assimilated, which Finn decides is alright. He and Jake grab onto a bar to stretch them back out of Slime Princess after they get the crown, but Jake relaxes too much and he starts disintegrating. LSP ends up saving Finn from disintegrating himself when she's rejected for not becoming one of the slime blobs, and the two are expelled with the crown. Once outside, LSP wipes off the slime, revealing that she was never converted like the others, as Finn gets re-motivated by her to continue fighting to rescue Jake. Happy Warrior. Finn is lamenting that he lost Jake to the slime as they pass over the Flame Kingdom, ready to get the jewel from the Flame Princess. Ice King sends Gunther and LSP goes with them, with Betty casting a flame protection spell as they go to the charred surface. Once down there, they see that everyone in the Flame Kingdom is fighting each other all the time, even people like Wyatt and Lady Rainicorn. Cinnamon Bun was spared due to his flame shield, and he leads them to the remains of the castle, saying he can go no further. They fight Flambeau and head into a secret tunnel where LSP tries to flirt with Finn, but he's too focused on fighting to care. Once inside, they discover the Flame Princess's jewel inside the mouth of a dragon, and that this dragon is FP. Finn tries to take this jewel, but she bites his arm until he lets go, swallowing it afterwards and continuing the massive fight that Gunther joins in on. Finn loses his temper and starts flaming, attacking FP before LSP gets jealous because no one's paying attention to her after someone shoots at her jewel. She shouts that the Flame People should be less violent and more like the Candy People, and then the Flame Princess orders an all-out attack on the Candy Kingdom because they're all nerds. Hero Heart. LSP tries to stop Finn as he marches for the Candy Kingdom to burn it down with the others, but he ignores her pleading to charge ahead. Ice King and Betty arrive on a magic carpet to see a knocked-over LSP, taking her closer to the Candy Tower as they realize they're the ones who will have to save the day. Marshmallow stops Flame Princess by transforming into a Candy Dragon, as the rest of the Candy People begin fighting with a series of fun activities, seemingly unaware of any danger. Marshmallow gets toasted and falls to the ground where LSP catches her and ends up being fed some of the roasted marshmallow face, where she enters her happy place. LSP then takes some of the bubblegum from Princess Bubblegum and feeds it to Finn, where he recalls several memories with PB and becomes happy as well, returning to normal. Princess Bubblegum then sings a happy song, mass converting the Flame People into Candy People and causing FP to vomit out the gem she swallowed. Finn takes this gem and the one from PB's crown back to Betty, who kicks him in the face and starts to laugh as she flies off with all the power. Finn is then surrounded on all sides by the singing Candy People. Skyhooks 2. Betty takes Simon back to the Cloud Kingdom, where she has him tied up to watch while she connects his crown to the Enchiridion. She laments that there's nothing else she can do to save Simon except for going back in time to undo the events of the past that turned him to who he is, including stopping the Mushroom Wars. Ice King doesn't like the sound of this and scooches over, kicking the Enchiridion and blowing up Betty's portal, stopping her magic. Meanwhile, Finn and LSP are hiding out in a tree as Finn wonders why LSP is immune to all the different elemental business going on. She recalls a few lessons from her parents as to why this is the case, though she doesn't remember all the details because she refused to pay attention or let them tell her what to do. When Candy Gunther approaches and hugs her, her molecular structure tells his molecular structure to stop being made of candy, and it listens. LSP being lumpy like this then attracts the gems to her, and she fuses with the ground to create a wave of lumps that begins to deconvert the continent of Oo. Patience watches this occurring and decides that because her plan failed, she'll just wait another 1,000 years and try again, freezing herself and ordering Mr. Fox to roll her away. Once all of Oo is converted, LSP is treated like a hero, as Betty appears on Mars with Normal Man telling her she messed up bad. Finn reunites with Jake, who has taken on his new default form, that of Warren Ampersand. Finn doesn't mind though, saying he's just happy to be back with his brother. Elements Retrospective. The peak elemental versions of each of the princesses represent exaggerated traits of the emotions commonly associated with each of the elements. This isn't really a deep reading of the events of this miniseries. It isn't subtext, it's just text. What's meant to be subtext is recalling the character journey of each of the princesses we've seen thus far, and how the one-note personalities of these characters reflect regression to earlier, less developed versions. So first we can look at Princess Bubblegum and her citizens, all of whom are sweet in more than just a literal sense. Everybody is happy, and everybody gets along, and this happiness is enforced by mandate, as anyone who acts sour is forcibly assimilated into the rest of the hive mind. Hive mind is the key word here, as we've seen hints of Princess Bubblegum's origins to know that she ruled as an autocrat because she came from an amalgamation that limited the freedom of its people as a feature. Essentially, she didn't know any better because she never had the chance to. But as Princess Bubblegum has spent more time with other people, she's begun easing up on the restrictions her rule imposes on others. She shut off most of her security cameras and given other people the self-determination they need to live better lives. It was an interaction with Flame Princess that actually made her realize that it was better to trust others with this freedom, even if a few use it to hurt you. The Ice Kingdom has been taken over by people with frigid personalities who are constantly depressed, wallowing in misery instead of trying to do anything. The main antagonist of this mini-arc was set up to be Patient St. Pym, only for her to be consumed by her own element and immediately become too depressed to stop Ice King from rescuing Betty, or stop Finn and Jake from fleeing on the skyhooks. The most damage she ever did was before enhancing her element to initiate these events, and then Jake was only temporarily frozen by happenstance rather than by her doing. We've never had much of a chance to get to know who Patience was as a person, just a few episodes touching on selective moments of her backstory. All that we know of her can be inferred from interactions she has had with the other elementals, and then extrapolated from that. But seeing her go from energetic and motivated to purify the world, only to lose that motivation after achieving her goal, can be compared to the others losing their character development after their purifications. Even Slime Princess has had a bit of development over the years, back in Season 5's Love Games, where we saw her opposing the incoming rule of Blargatha by faking a relationship with Finn. This is notable because of the fact that she didn't want to marry, not even for political reasons, so she had to fake it instead of finding a long-term solution. The Slime Kingdom was shown even back then to be a non-stop party, and it's still a non-stop party in Season 9. The only difference is between Slime Princess not wanting to commit before the elemental purification versus afterwards, where that is the full end goal of everything she does. Not marriage, but full assimilation. And then there's Flame Princess, who spent her early years locked away in a lantern due to her father's fear that she would one day take over. And because of this childhood, she wound up resenting the man to the point of overthrowing him. She spent several months awkwardly trying to navigate her emotions and being guided by Finn, who at the same time was not a great source of inspiration due to his own selfish desires getting in the way. Flame Princess wound up hyper-aggressive because of this, and only calmed down after breaking up with Finn and figuring herself out. The Flame Kingdom then became a more level-headed kingdom due to the outside influence, both good and bad, from Finn, from Cinnamon Bun, from her diplomatic relationship with Princess Bubblegum, and so on. Post-purification, she forgot everything she knew about being a better person, and the Flame Kingdom went back to a state of chaos, where everybody fought each other all the time. Interestingly, the person who convinced the Flame people to stop fighting to focus their aggression elsewhere was Lumpy Space Princess, who we saw in the episode representing the secretive fifth elemental called Lumps. Lumps are what keep the other elements from solidifying into a single trait as they're whipped into shape by her demands and behavior. Effectively, people are so freaked out by how LSP behaves that they try to avoid acting like her, each of her negative traits being something that's also embodied by the extreme versions of the elementals. For example, LSP is incredibly conformist, the type of thing that the Slime Princess acted out. LSP is quick to anger, the type of thing that the Flame Princess embodied. LSP wants to be the center of attention, which Princess Bubblegum literally became.
And she pouts when things don't go her way, just like Patience gave up when she failed. In spite of each extreme version of the elementals being completely negative archetypes, the others still improve themselves by copying traits of the others. This is because they contradict one another. The opposite of Slime Princess's conformity was Princess Bubblegum's self-centeredness. The opposite of the Candy Kingdom's toxic positivity was the Ice Kingdom's depressiveness. The opposite of the Ice Kingdom's self-defeating attitude was the others-defeating attitude of the Flame Kingdom. The opposite of the Flame Kingdom's everyone for themselves mentality was the assimilation of the Slime Kingdom. One person's toxic trait might just be what another person needs to stand up for themselves. Who winds up standing up for himself in this episode is, despite what the audience would expect, Ice King. Not Simon Petrikov, but Ice King, who can be considered a distinct personality from who he used to be. He isn't fully aware of the fact that he's changed anymore, but he does at least have the ability to stand up for himself in the face of a person who cannot accept that he's no longer who he used to be. People change over time and grow into new people, not necessarily better people, but different all the same. Patience St. Pim never knew the princesses before they mixed personalities together and coexisted, so she never understood exactly what was at risk when they had their personalities meshed together. Betty only knew Simon but never bothered to get to know Ice King, only trying to bring him back to the type of person he used to be. Regardless of whether you're thinking about Ice King or Simon, a relationship based on that level of demand and control will never be a happy one. So Betty's happily ever after would have been tinged with an idea that neither of them are ever allowed to grow or change. And growing together is what good relationships are based on, because growing together is what makes you close in the first place. Just look at how much more relaxed and happy the other elementals became when they started to take after one another, rather than remaining isolated and weird. In the end, self-improvement is about trust, and trust is about acceptance, not only accepting the people around you and their differences, but the situations that arise as a result. It helps no one to be a pushover, least of all yourself, and this lesson is learned by Finn and Jake, as they spend an episode trapped on a cloud. Jake is just as nervous as Finn is, but he refuses to let himself show it, knowing that two people continuously talking so negatively about what's going on will just make things worse. Crowds of people have a bad habit of all agreeing with one another, and this is true whether it's a group all excited for a war against the Candy People, or miserable because one of them failed at something. When Finn and Jake finally accept that they're nervous, but that being nervous won't help anything, they're finally able to start looking for solutions on what to do next. It's not like these feelings are wrong to have, just something to try to avoid acting on. And by stopping yourself from acting out the worst traits you have, you not only set a better example for others, but you improve your own self-control in the process. This is the same thing we saw from the elementals through the show so far, not acting on their own toxic traits and fixing themselves, because everybody is working on the same thing. The Elements miniseries is all about people trying to be the best version of themselves that they can be, not realizing that they still have to work on themselves. Because sometimes, the best part of yourself can only be discovered in everyone else. Abstract. Finn and Beemo are weirded out by Jake's new form, a large blue monstrosity, and Jake insists he's always looked like this. But when he starts growing wings and larger eyes, as well as being unrecognized by Dirt Beer Guy, Jake finally starts to worry. He has a nightmare involving abstract landscapes, his father shape-shifting, and Jermaine making abstract paintings that make him decide to leave to find his brother. He meets with James along the way, who owns a copy of the painting that Jermaine was working on in his dream, where Jake confirms that his brother is no longer working on landscapes anymore. Upon entering his brother's studio, he meets Bryce, the demon-turned-art dealer, and fights his way past to meet with his brother in person. Jermaine seems to recognize Jake in spite of his new physical appearance, before reassuring him that he's still the same guy, and has simply shifted from one medium to another. Jake admires the paintings for a while, and eventually returns to his old form, the yellow dog, before returning home, where Finn acknowledges he's back to normal. Jake undergoes a major change during this episode. Maybe. Probably not. Probably also yes. He looks different, more closely resembling the alien who infected his father years ago, but without the memory of having ever looked like anything else. You could consider this his default state, with the dog appearance being a learned behavior. Jake was raised by dogs, so he thinks he's supposed to look like one. He only shares half his DNA with Jermaine, and yet the two are twins, which should be impossible except Jake is a shapeshifter and can look however he wants to. He wants to look like his family because it helps him to fit in. To argue that there's a natural way for Jake to look is an absurd position. But this isn't true just for Jake, it's true for everyone else. Jermaine is not a shapeshifter and yet he can also change. To argue he shouldn't is missing a serious point that change is the only constant in life.
Germain can't really be expected to paint the exact same thing over and over again forever. People don't look the same way they always do. And even deep down on the inside, we're constantly shifting around ourselves as we grapple with identity and the idea of the self. The thing that makes us, us, is just the continuity between one stage of our lives and the next. Just because you're different than you used to be doesn't mean you're a different person, and just because you don't notice this change doesn't mean it isn't happening. Everyone is in a constant state of shifting identity and personality, but we're still who we are because we decide that's the truth. Ketchup. Bimo arrives at Marceline's house with vampire hunting gear because they heard there are vampires afoot. But Marceline reminds them that the vampires were wiped out months ago. She does ask Bimo to stay, however, because she found an old USB stick that Marceline wants them to read. It takes a while to load, so to pass the time, they play catch-up with each other. Bimo starts explaining the events of the Islands miniseries, though Bimo's version of events include Mordecai and giant cats. Marceline is unsure if they're being allegorical. Marceline then uses puppets to explain the events that occurred while the others were away leading up to the Element miniseries. Lollipop Girl and Rockstar Girl are friends in Weekend City, when they're approached by the Blue Tranch, who tries to turn them all to potatoes. They reject her offer, so she pours her potato fertilizer on everything anyway, turning the whole world into potatoes. Rockstar Girl demands that the Blue Tranch change her friend back, and is given an antidote, though she's too late to deliver it as her friend is now fully potatofied. Bimo finishes reading the USB drive, and the video shows a young Marceline and her mother playing on the beach, which Marceline asks Bimo to tell a story about. Bimo makes up a story about the Moon Lady, who can only appear on eclipses, playing with the young girl, and Marceline says she remembers it. Bimo and Marcy catch up on the various events leading up to the two nearly consecutive miniseries, as they haven't really had that much time together yet. This is the sort of plot beat that would never have happened in earlier seasons, but this late into the run, Adventure Time is effectively a serialized show. Missing one episode makes you lost on the next one more often than not. But they don't simply explain events as they happened exactly. Instead, Bimo offers a vague interpretation of events that's even guest animated and voiced, meant to explain the tone of the miniseries rather than exact events. Or something like that. Bimo's not exactly a reliable narrator anyway, so what happened is something that needs to be interpreted rather than learned. Marceline's inspired by Bimo's behavior, intentional or not, to tell her own shorthand version of events, not by explaining exactly what happened, but by replacing certain characters and events with puppets rather than the people it actually happened to. But this underlies a different motivation, one where Marceline considers her inability to stop Princess Bubblegum from being converted into candy, and later failure to undo the process, as a source of guilt that she couldn't do more for her friend. Rockstar Girl's reaction to discovering it was too late to save Lollipop Girl was to surrender to the candy. We saw Marshmallow, the Campfire Queen, not as someone who was converted against her will, but someone who accepted the conversion as a punishment for her failure. Fiona and Cake and Fiona. Finn, Jake, and Bimo go to Ice King's Fiona and Cake reading in the Turtle Princess's library. After he finishes a story, he opens the floor to questions when an elderly Fiona herself arrives to tell how it really happened, by showing a VHS tape of one of their adventures in stealing a sarcophagus. Ice King begins asking her about all these past adventures, eventually requesting that she move in with him, which she agrees to, though Fiona starts going through Ice King's stuff and preparing to move in full time. That night, Ice King takes her VHS tape and finishes watching it, seeing the conclusion about the mummy making more and more demands of Fiona and Cake, only to get caught stealing their treasure, then revealed as the Queen of Ooh committing fraud. Ice King grows suspicious when Fiona is then caught going through Ice King's things, and he demands that she reveal herself. She does, but instead of being the King of Ooh or a mummy in disguise, she's just an elderly rabbit who loves tinkering with tech, and happened to catch some Fiona and Cake on the airwaves. She was so inspired by Fiona's heroism that she finally worked up the courage to leave her house by disguising as her favorite character, heading to the Ice King's fortress because she wanted more Fiona and Cake stories. But Ice King points out that she's acting less like Fiona and more like the Queen of Ooh, and this woman leaves as Ice King returns to bed, being beamed more F&C stories from Prismo. Fiona and Cake stories have been getting beamed into Ice King's head, with others able to intercept to watch these stories for themselves, one of whom is the other Fiona. Inspired so much by these stories, she was finally able to leave her home after years and years of being a hermit. At least, This is what she tells herself. The reality is that these characters have become a coping method for her, a form of escapism that encourages her to leave her house for the first time, not because she wants to be a hero, but because she wants to impersonate one. It's not like this is a bad thing. After all, if you impersonate a great individual for long enough, you eventually stop faking it because the behavior becomes natural. The issue is that the fake Fiona wasn't merely imitating but impersonating her favorite hero. She wasn't trying to be like Fiona, she was trying to be Fiona, to the point where she's never even introduced by a name other than Fiona. Her motivation was not to reenact the adventures of her hero, but to study them and pick them apart, to find VHS tapes and obsess over them, but not to actually learn anything from the characters when they look at the camera and explain the moral. Ironically, she does end up mimicking one of the characters from Fiona and Cake in the end, not her hero, but the Queen of Ooh, who leached off of others rather than doing anything of her own. Whispers. Finn and Fern are fishing, though Fern is struggling to catch anything, making him frustrated because he can't do anything right, recalling that he just drank root beer during the last miniseries. Then Sweet Pea bursts out of the woods, crying, and they team up to stop him, with Fern suggesting that they slice him up, while Finn just calms the big baby down. Sweet Pea says he's been having nightmares about an evil voice whispering to him, and so he ran away. So Finn and Fern offer to stay with him overnight, to guard him until his parents can pick him up. But that night they hear this whispering and discover it's the Lich's hand, sliced off from the farm world dimension, and it scurries back to its well of power. Fern is made to watch Sweet Pea while Finn chases down the Lich hand, though it pushes him into the well and lectures him while he's hanging. But then Sweet Pea arrives, attacking the Lich and saying that he's nothing like him, before stabbing it. Sweet Pea and Finn return to the woods where Fern was knocked out, and as they're walking home, Fern wonders if his life would be better if he was the only Finn. Fern is an alternate version of Finn and is living his life in the shadow of who he used to be. Every time he attempts to do something Finn would do, though, he fails at it and beats himself up over this failure. He wants to emulate a heroic figure so much that it's become his primary goal in life, so these failures hurt extra hard because it's all he cares about doing. Fern is far more violent than Finn is, trying to slash Sweet Pea's tendons to slow him down and only succeeding when he copies Finn's methods, which is even worse, as he can't be a heroic figure in his own right, but can be a hero if he mindlessly copies others. This is a fallacy in his way of thinking, that Fern wants to be like Finn but doesn't want to act like Finn. He wishes the heroism would come naturally, rather than being forced, but he's not willing to force it for a while until it does come natural. Sweet Pea is an alternate version of the Lich and is living his life in the shadow of an entity he used to be. Every time he attempts to do something the Lich wouldn't do, he risks failing at it and beats himself up over his worry about failure. This hurts Sweet Pea inside, as even when he's successfully fighting off the influence of the Lich, he's still defining his life by the attempts. The Lich is a part of him that requires constant effort to fight off, so he can live normally. Basically like a disability that only he needs to deal with. But Sweet Pea does deal with it, using his own moral compass and refusing to allow the Lich to take over. He's a character worth looking up to as a hero because he constantly fights back, and winning just makes it sweeter. Three buckets. While Beemo and Jake head to the Music Kingdom, saying goodbye to Fern, who is flawlessly disguised as Finn. Once they're gone, Fern asks Finn if they can go on an adventure together, and they head to the plains, playing rock, paper, scissors along the way, always tying for a while until Finn finally wins one. Fern is frustrated about this, but calms himself down when they arrive at a secret temple in the cliffside, and they head inside. But once in there, Fern tricks Finn into a room that resembles the inside of the Finn sword, and he locks Finn in there, saying he's going to take his place. Finn tries to escape a few times to no success, until he says he needs air, which causes his robotic arm to begin spinning. Finn discovers that his robot arm actually has a variety of modes programmed in by Princess Bubblegum, including a rock drill and a weed whacker. He digs his way out and attacks Fern, with the two fighting together, although Fern gets the upper hand. Finn's about to accept his death when his hand activates a finale mode and tears up Fern completely. He returns home where Beemo and Jake comfort Finn for killing someone who was like a brother to him. Back in the plains, Gumbald picks up the Fern pieces and stores them in a bucket, asking if Fern wants an uncle. When Finn and Fern are playing their games of rock, paper, scissors, they tie several times in a row because they both think exactly the same way and thus throw the same option every time. Then Fern starts throwing different options and loses, which means that he's gotten his wish of acting and thinking differently than Finn, only for these changes to make him worse. Of course, worse is a relative term, while different is not. You can measure changes, but you can't measure objective qualities in a person's behavior. Sure, Fern does end up locking Finn away in a dungeon to replace him, which is bad, but the creativity needed to fool himself like this could have been placed elsewhere. Fern is so hung up on being like Finn and also being different and also being better that he never really stops to consider the value of any of these changes. Finn, however, learns a bit from his imprisonment. He prefers to keep things the way they are, which is why he and Fern aren't getting along. Fern is trying to grow, but Finn doesn't need to try. He just does what comes naturally and ends up ahead in life. But once he's trapped, he finally starts trying new things and learns that the arm he's had for like 2 seasons has a ton of unique functions that would have helped out had he experimented with them at all. Just like Fern, Finn's new improved arm winds up being a change for the worse, as the first thing he does with it is kill his twin brother, though Finn at least has the wherewithal to acknowledge that this is a bad thing to have done. The Wild Hunt. A monster breaks into the Banana Guard barracks, grabbing a few bananas and spewing hot fudge into their faces. Finn and Jake, disguised as Banana Guards, ambush it together and hold this monster down. But Finn hesitates to land the finishing blow because he keeps imagining Fern's face before he can stab. With Jake out of commission, Finn chases this monster down, but fails again to finish the job until he's joined in the woods by Huntress Wizard. She wants to track down this Grumbo as it's an invasive species, and she recruits Finn's help to defeat it. Along the way, Finn explains his hangups about killing Fern instead of sparing him, and they eventually reach its lair. Huntress Wizard holds it down with the rope only for Finn to imagine Fern's face on the monster again and fail to stab it. Then, the loose monster begins to attack HW. She refuses to fight back, merely standing still as the Grumbo charges at her. This time, Finn imagines Fern's face on Huntress Wizard, and he charges forward to save Fern instead of killing him. HW is suspicious, as this monster appears to have been made out of synthetic candy material, and the episode ends on Uncle Gumbald plotting in the Temple from 3 Buckets. Finn is supposed to be a hero, and heroes defeat bad guys while protecting the good guys. But last episode he defeated Fern by turning him into shredded grass, and this weighs on him because he's unsure if he defeated a bad guy or not. Sure, Fern was attacking him, but that doesn't mean he was beyond redemption. At least that's how Finn wants to imagine it. Because Finn and Fern were so similar, meaning that if Fern could ever get to the point where he was beyond saving, then Finn could logically end up the same way too. The only things that are different between the two are about a half year's worth of life experience and the way others treat them. Finn has been trying to bring Fern along on adventures and to build his confidence, but the fact that Fern wanted to replace him means he failed at this. So how much of the guilt of Finn destroying Fern was not because he weed-whacked the guy, but because he was put into that situation in the first place? So Finn's worries weren't that he killed Fern, but that he didn't save Fern, and this is an anxiety relieved by saving Huntress Wizard near the end of the episode while imagining it's him. He may feel guilt about his actions in the past, but as long as he keeps living the life he wants to, then he can still consider himself a good person who merely failed one time. Always BMO closing. BMO is preparing to leave for a day of work as a door-to-door salesman, standing on Ice King's shoulders beneath a trench coat. They head out to find anyone willing to buy from them, going to the Pig Trunks household and managing to trade TT's life savings for a branch. Ice King and BMO head deeper into the woods. With BMO getting so into navigation, they end up lost, stumbling upon Gumbald's ziggurat, where they attempt to make another sale. Gumbald is about to attack them with an axe when BMO offers Finn's baby teeth in a bag, and they manage to close the sale. Upon returning home, Finn is impressed at the amount that BMO and Ice King made, then horrified to learn it was his baby teeth sold to get it. And then a swarm of teeth babies attacks the treehouse, overwhelming Finn and Jake. But BMO offers to sell them baby-smashing hammers, and these work well enough to prevent the attack. Ice King heads home as Gumbald watches, realizing he shouldn't have used baby teeth for the attack. BMO and Ice King are still friends from the events of President Porpoise is Missing, both bonding over their love of staying inside with their imaginations. Here they imagine themselves to be door-to-door salesmen, and they wind up doing a great job of it, assuming all you look at is their ability to raise money rather than looking at the actual end result. Tree Trunks lives in the woods and got a stick, only finding value in it because the imagination of the guy selling it convinced her it was worth more. But they're not the only ones with hyperactive imaginations. Gumball buys one of their products, a bag of baby teeth, and uses it to produce tiny invasive babies for evil purposes. If the customer has a strong sense of imagination for a product the salesman doesn't understand, then the person being ripped off can change back. Though this is mostly just a silly episode meant to establish Gumball as a recurring villain rather than some uncle guy. Son of Rap Bear. Flame Princess beats Finn in a rap battle at the Clam Rap Party, and she's scouted by a poorly disguised Toronto, who offers her a contract to participate in a future rap battle. He then reveals that FP must rap against Son of Rap Bear in the Rap Fest Aid, and if she loses, she also loses the Flame Kingdom. They do a bit of scouting to find out what kind of rapper SORB is, finding out that he rapped his own father's legs off, and can literally tear people apart with his diss tracks. So to get more experience for the battle, Finn and Flame Princess go around Ooh to have FP learn more about how the world works. Though when this isn't enough, she tries to make up with her father in the Chipmunk Kingdom. She offers to put the past behind them, but he doesn't listen, causing her to leave. At Rap Fest Aid, Son of Rap Bear begins dissing her severely, and Flame Princess struggles to retaliate. But then she sees her father in the audience and starts to insult him, rapping about her accomplishments in life without him, and causing the audience to declare her the winner. Flame Princess is concerned that she lacks the real-world experience to be a rapper because she has spent so much time in the Flame Kingdom, either because she was trapped inside of a lantern prison or because she was busy ruling. She's afraid of losing to Son of Rap Bear, only to turn around and realize that she's fine for life experience and SORB only raps about his opponent, while she raps about her relationships to others. Sure, she's not as well-traveled as some other people are, but life's not about the places you've been to, it's what you do in those places. You can be well-traveled and still be boring, and this is what she accuses Son of Rap Bear of being. Sure, he's rapped about a lot of people, but his words only hurt as much as they allow them to. In the end, he's not interesting, he just goes up against interesting people because of his reputation. All of this is then just nepotism. I mean, he doesn't even have an original name, he's just his father's son and nothing else. Flame Princess shares a name with her father, but the similarities stop there. She raps and he doesn't. She rules and he doesn't. And she's accomplished more without his aid. Something a guy living voluntarily in his father's shadow can never understand. Bonnabelle Bubblegum. Finn shows off some of the treasure BMO got from Gumball back in Always BMO Closing, which reminds her of her family. She tells the story about how she began to grow lonely in the early days in the Candy Kingdom before it was known as such, and created family members who were humanoid like her to offset the loneliness. These family members were her great-uncle Gumball, cousin Chicle, and Aunt Lolly, and they all proceed to help her build up the Candy Kingdom. But Gumball began to come up with more efficient ways to run things, chopping down the forest to build the cottage from stakes. He and Bonnabelle begin feuding over how to run the kingdom as she built lakes and fish while he made apartments and rebrands. Eventually Gumball grew sick of being told what to do, as he considers Bonnabelle to be beneath him. So he creates Dum-Dum Juice to make her docile and stupid. Gumball first poisons the others before trying to get to her, but she shoots the juice in his hand, causing Gumball to be doused in it. Bonnabelle's old family then becomes Punchy, Crunchy, and Manfred, simple-minded candy people who worship her as a princess. Back in the present, PB sees the goblet again and realizes it's Gumball, who must have returned. Princess Bubblegum was once a tyrant that the candy people feared, as we saw in Season 7's The Thin Yellow Line. Here we see the real version of the events told in that episode, that Princess Bubblegum did not turn the first candy people into mindless idiots out of hatred, but that one of the first candy people tried attacking her and overthrowing the whole operation. So her reputation isn't so much something that she's earned because she wanted to rule with an iron fist, but because she tried the alternatives and nearly lost everything, especially losing Nettie. It's easy to judge Princess Bubblegum harshly when seeing her actions from the outside, but after learning not only what she's done, but why she did it, it's easier to imagine that these actions were for the best. At least, at some point in time they were for the best. PB eventually gave up on the surveillance and autocracy to allow her citizens more freedom. This worked because the original threats to the Candy Kingdom ceased to exist, and there was a period of peace. Now that the Candy Kingdom's at risk again, there's a question raised whether it's worthwhile to go back to the way things used to be. "17. It's Finn's 17th birthday party, which is being held in the Candy Kingdom with only a few guests present due to the Gumball situation keeping them on lockdown. As Finn is about to open presents, a massive green knight enters the party on horseback and offers Finn an axe if he strikes him with it. Finn agrees as he assumes this is one of Jake's pranks, only for the knight's head to regrow as he says it's now his turn to strike Finn. But instead of getting hit by an axe, Finn offers to play him in party games to determine if he holds up his side of the bargain, and the knight agrees. Finn loses the first game due to the knight cheating, but wins the second as the knight isn't competing. The third game is arm wrestling, which the knight is able to win after revealing himself to be Fern in disguise, though instead of slicing Finn, he's called off by Gumball, who is inside the horse. Gumball says that he and the others were turned back to their true selves by LSP after she lumped all of Ooh, and that he plans to use the Dum Dum juice on Princess Bubblegum. Marceline defends Princess Bubblegum and scares off Gumball, but he says he plans to return now that he's shown up her Knight Finn and her technology. Finn's old enemy Fern and Princess Bubblegum's old enemy Gumball both make a return, now working together to take down the people who wronged them. At least that's what they see it as. Because we saw all of these events from the perspective of Finn and PB, so we know what was actually going through their heads during the events. Princess Bubblegum did not want to hurt Gumball, even as he started trying to rebrand the Candy Kingdom away from her. She attempted to keep him busy with a butterscotch lake and find something fun rather than simply erasing him. Finn hesitated before killing Fern and only really struck the finishing blow on accident. Then he spent a while fretting over this before slowly moving on. But that isn't how these interactions were viewed from the other side. Fern felt desperate enough to be like Finn that he intended to replace him completely, as he feared Finn would want to do the same thing. People, even people who are wrong, tend to assume that others think just like they do, so even though Finn was okay with coexisting with Fern, Fern didn't think that he would be, and believed he had to take the guy out. Gumball thought that he could run the Candy Kingdom better than Princess Bubblegum, but never stopped to consider what better really meant. To Gumball, it's not about making the people happy, but about proving he's better, as though politics were a zero-sum game about winners and losers, rather than a process by which society's supposed to get better. Ring of Fire. Sweet Pea asks Tree Trunks about her old life, and she begins to reminisce. Then she gets a phone call from her first husband, Randy, where he asks to meet up with her because he wants his old wedding ring back. Tree Trunks meets Randy at the diner where he first proposed to her before the two began to sail around the world, though TT swam off without him because she wanted more adventure. She meets with the gang of pirates and becomes their queen, though when she sees Daniel on a smaller boat, she leaves the pirates to live on an island with him. But she learns that he was lying about caring for a brother and maroons him on the island, blowing up her old pirate ship and sailing off. She sells her pirate treasure to start up a business where she met Wyatt and fell in love with his unassuming form, though after selling this business to the King of Ooh and settling down for a domestic life, she started to feel stifled. Wyatt ran off with the ring, saying he was going to throw it into a bottomless pit, and so many of Tree Trunks' other ex-husbands all come into the diner as they were following her, with Tree Trunks returning home with her husband as Randy takes the ring from Wyatt, who never threw it out. Tree Trunks began as a character based on the idea of a person bringing the wrong type of character to a TTRPG campaign, rolling up a silly old woman who tries to seduce monsters while the rest of the party is built around fighting and exploration. But like any character, she eventually shifts around until she better fits into the setting, changing from an old woman who bakes pies into an experienced woman jumping from husband to husband as she chases adventure more than anything else. Retroactively, Tree Trunks has become a more traveled individual than Finn or Jake, making her better suited to the original adventures that she ended up on in the first place. So in a way, Tree Trunks not only became more suited to the setting, but the setting also shifted around her personality, as it made a greater focus on the backstory and development of its characters, rather than just being miscellaneous one-shots. Marcy and Hudson. Finn asks Peppermint Butler for a new sword, so Pep-Butt makes the Night Blade, and infuses it with demon magic by summoning Hudson Abadir. But Hudson doesn't want to go back to the Nightosphere after just blessing one sword, and he asks them to let him visit Marceline. Pep-Butt binds Hudson's magic and allows him out, and they head to Marceline's place with Finn and Jake following to make sure he doesn't eat any souls. Marceline's hesitant to allow him to stay over, but he insists, accidentally smashing up her bathroom and later overhearing that she's playing a concert that night, inviting himself to watch it. They're followed to the venue by a disguised cousin Chicle, who enters the arena and begins heckling Marceline, especially after Hudson takes the stage and starts embarrassing her. Chicle convinces a few ghosts to attack Hudson, and he can't defend himself because his magic is bound, though Finn's new sword is able to hurt the ghost just fine, freeing Marceline to fly off with the group. They arrive back in the Candy Kingdom, where Princess Bubblegum apologizes for Chicle attacking them before, and then Hudson embarrasses Marceline again by asking when she's going to have children. Hudson hasn't made a major appearance in the show since the 4th season, but upon returning, his personality is more or less the same as always been. Sure, he's evil and he sucks out people's souls, but he does love his daughter. He's just very bad at showing it in a way that's meaningful. Hudson ends up picking fights with ghosts who are encouraged by Chicle in defense of his daughter, who only needed to be defended because of his actions. And a flashback shows him destroying a shelter she built after Simon couldn't stay with her, without realizing what it is he had done. So there's a pattern of behavior from Hudson ruining things for Marceline because he doesn't care enough about her to make sure he doesn't ruin things for her. Despite this, she still can't bring herself to tell the guy to leave her alone, sort of allowing him in her home to sleep out of pity and some lingering feelings, as though she owes him something. It's not until the end of the episode, when she bails him out of the problems he caused, that Marceline realizes that she doesn't actually owe Hudson anything, but it's not like he's actually trying to hurt her either. She just has mixed feelings on the guy, and that's okay. Wanting to spend time with family, even though you don't overtly love them, doesn't make you a hypocrite, because people are more complicated than only thinking one thing about a person at a time. The First Investigation. Kim Kil-won asks Finn and Jake to investigate the old Joshua and Margaret Investigations building after one of his employees was traumatized by the sight of a ghost there. They enter, half expecting to see their ghost parents, but largely just see a series of strange occurrences, like tables being set and tapes falling off of shelves, which leads Finn and Jake to watch an old video of their parents investigating similar paranormal activity. They split up, with Jake hiding out in the bathroom, only to re-enter and see different people of different eras all inside, while Finn sees a baby version of himself, Jake and Jermaine, as well as Warren Ampersand. Jake then witnesses his own birth, freaking out and running towards the entrance, where he traumatizes KKW's employee from the start, as Finn finally pieces together what's been going on. They aren't seeing ghosts, but time travelers. Finn goes to the attic where they find Time Bear, one of the creatures from Dr. Gross's menagerie, and they help repair the bear. The time slips start returning to normal as Finn rushes over to create the original message that started the entire investigation, telling his parents that he loves them. Meanwhile, Jake realizes that Warren Ampersand wasn't actually a time slip and he was real, and he takes Jake with him. Bananas. While Finn waits for Jake to return, he reads through his favorite magazine, Blah, and decides to write his own caption for a contest. Bimo doesn't think this caption is very funny, so Finn shows it to Princess Bubblegum in the middle of a drill in the Candy Kingdom, and she offers him a book on how to be funnier. Finn ignores the book and shows Ice King, who thinks it's as funny as Finn does, and after they complain that the magazine doesn't get their humor, the two decide to go to Blah headquarters. They're stopped by a pudding troll they have to work together to defeat, and after gaining entry to the Bled quarters, discover it's full of skeletons and hasn't been in operation for 500 years. Undeterred, Ice King has the Gunthers set up the presses again, and Finn, Ice King, and the pudding troll work together to make a new Bled issue with their artwork in it. After printing, the pudding troll doesn't find Finn's caption funny either, and Ice King destroys the whole building. Finn wanders home concerned he might just not be funny, when he trips on a banana peel and falls while Nepter and Bimo laugh. Blah magazine has been running for a long time, so long in fact that some of its original fans of the magazine have found that it's lost its touch, no longer being the simple comedy it used to be because it's focusing on other things. This is essentially just a metaphor for how some of the old-time fans of Adventure Time have been treating the series. What was once a simple comedy that poked fun at fantasy tropes while blowing through them with incredibly fast pace, is now actively trying to maintain deeper themes and a focus on character development. Some call this a betrayal of the original premise, that Adventure Time should have stuck to a simple formula instead of becoming what it is in Season 10. Of course, quality is subjective. Finn and Ice King managed to take over the magazine they think has lost its edge to finally make something they want the way they want it. And it's okay, I guess. Finn admits that he isn't even that interested in the finished product. He just wanted to see his own work in print. And this is likely the real motivation why so many like to critique shows from the angle that they could do better. It's not that their ideas are better, they just like their own ideas more. They like their ideas more because they're personal. It would have been easy for the writers of Adventure Time to have made an episode where the critics of their show are portrayed as dumb and incompetent. But instead, we gotta look at why people like their own work and why someone would offer this critique. That it comes from a genuine place, rather than some dudes on the internet being mad over nothing. Jake, the Star Child. Warren Ampersand takes Jake with him to Neraw, saying Finn can't come along as the atmosphere is poisonous to non-stretchy beings. Upon arriving on this alien planet, Warren reveals he's dying of old age, and that he passed on his stretchy DNA to Ooh to preserve his life, giving Jake a matching belt. He also reveals that Jake is prophesied to save the world from a being called Ishkanu, something he can only do with a weapon unlocked and powered by stretching. Warren starts looking younger and healthier, as Jake feels sick and tired. And then Ishkanu arrives, a mass of tentacles on the horizon. Jake stretches to defeat the monster but collapses part ways through, and Warren, as well as everyone, all disappear suddenly. Warren comes to Jake's side, apologizing because the entire thing was just a ruse to trick him into stretching so the belts could sap his energy away and reinvigorate Warren. Jake doesn't seem to understand this trickery though, and he starts crying, so Warren stretches to various things of Jake's to cheer him up, only to grow tired as Jake reveals he swapped the belts. Jake says he's a better father than Warren, which only motivates Warren to go to Ooh so he can get more stretchy DNA by eating Jake's family. Before Warren can leave though, Jake throws him and his ship into a wormhole, saving his family but marooning Jake on this barren alien planet. Jake's entire existence has basically been food for a shape-shifting alien that he left to age on another planet till he could return to transport his victim and feed. At least, that's how Warren saw it. The entire planet was just him taking on a massive shape to fool Jake into giving up his powers and then strengthening his own. But Jake was able to fool Warren by letting down his guard, reversing the situation by pretending he really has some affection for the alien. This sudden show of affection genuinely confused a guy who considered his children as a food source, and that confusion was the opportunity for Jake to pull a trick taught to him by his real parents, the ones who raised him, not the ones who left some DNA on a planet. Despite learning that he was little more than a battery for an alien, Jake's not too horrified by the implications of his existence during this episode. This is because Warren is not his dad, just his father. Had the man who raised him been the one to make this sort of betrayal, that would be one thing, but Warren Ampersand's basically a stranger, so Jake has no connection to the guy when he reverses the draining spell. It's not like Finn fretting over Fern, but closer to the myriad baddies they've dispatched over the years. Temple of Mars. It's been weeks since Finn has seen Jake, and Jermaine's beginning to get worried because he had a dream that Jake was stranded in space. Not knowing where in space he is, they go to the old Magic Man house to head to Mars. Once there, they see several statues of Margles, as well as Betty, who's been sentenced to filling a crater with sand, grain by grain, until she forgets about Simon. Normal Man, now King Man, takes them to a mind maze, where they have to solve problems to locate Jake. The first puzzle is a series of frogs who get angry if you look at them, with Finn grabbing the others and dashing through when Betty can't stop looking at them. Next is a room with a massive equation that Betty tries correcting, though the ice thing watching them keeps resetting the formula, undoing all of Betty's work. So Finn attacks it, missing and falling into the chalkboard to the next room. This room has a window where they watch a younger Betty talk about a trip she's planning to take, which present Betty says she never went on, as she met Simon the next day. Past Betty offers to help present Betty save Simon, but present Betty alters the ticket to have the past Betty leave that day instead. They then find Jake, talking about how Finn had lice and that Jake doesn't remember showing up before they return to Mars, having been located the entire time. Kingman asks Betty if she's learned her lesson, to which she says she has, come up with a new way to save Simon and rescue Margles from Golb. Betty is given a series of challenges she has to overcome the internal obsession she retains regarding her lost relationship with Simon. First off is a more literal metaphor, a bunch of frogs around her with crowns that resemble the man. When she looks at one of them, she gets hurt, the solution being to ignore the things that hurt her to focus on moving on with her life. Next, she has to fix a formula that keeps getting reset by the ice thing, the solution being to stop trying to fix everything, and to accept that the portal would be found by just moving forward. The final puzzle has her ignore the voice in her head telling her to go back to the past, and to allow a different version of her, an older version of her, to live life normally, rather than getting caught up in old eras. As much as Simon and/or Ice King has changed, so has Betty. She's not the same person she was when she disappeared, so even if Simon returned to normal, there's a chance they wouldn't have the same chemistry as before. But Betty is not doing these challenges alone. Finn is there with her, and he's the one who carries her through several of her failures. So rather than learning her lessons, Finn acted the right way, and she moved on without fixing anything. She was then inspired by a combination of Finn's decisiveness and her own failures to learn, coming up with a plan to finally get everything she wanted out of life rather than using the learning experience as it was meant to be, to reevaluate what she wanted. But it's clear that this was a flawed system, as even the guy in charge is still hung up on a past love, and not subtly either, as the entire surface of Mars is dedicated to Margles. Gumbaldia. Finn is worried about the recent increase in hostilities between Princess Bubblegum and Gumbald, and after failing to get Princess Bubblegum to call off the invasion, he attempts to enter Gumbaldia on his own on a secret diplomatic mission. He's attacked by Fern at the gate, trying to convince Fern that they're siblings, before Aunt Lolly stops the fight and invites him in. It takes some convincing, but she's able to get Finn and Gumbald talking together for a while. He says his hand is being forced, and he has to attack, showing off a cake golem to Finn when the rope on their platform snaps. Finn and Jake rescue Gumbald, and he's surprised, saying they might be able to find peace after all. During a dinner party, Gumbald and the others agree to sign a peace treaty, with Chiclet tossing celebration juice on the duo, though he runs away when Jake shakes it off. They return to the Candy Kingdom about to celebrate when Peppermint Butler tries wiping the celebration juice off of Finn, only to discover it was Dum Dum juice, and Gumball was plotting an assassination. So Princess Bubblegum prepares for an all-out war, with that squirrel who hates Jake reporting back to Gumbald that their scheme failed. He gathers several Candy Kingdom haters together for a final Gum War. For so long, Finn has been a hero who solves problems with a sword, fighting bad guys to save the day because someone has to. But in this episode, the fact that so many others are eager to start fighting is what begins to worry Finn, so he sets out to do the opposite of what he normally does, preventing future conflict with diplomacy. It isn't a betrayal of his character, but a reaffirmation of his heroism. Finn doesn't fight because he loves to fight, he fights because it's the right thing to do. If it isn't the right thing to do, he won't force a conflict. And this is what makes the impending Candy War so terrible to the audience. We have basically the entire show's runtime to see how Finn thinks and why he thinks that way. And here, he's willing to admit when others are taking the conflict and the fighting too far. We root for Finn because he's easy to root for. We want him to get his way because it makes the overall setting better off. Finn is even fooled because he's hoping too much that others see the conflict the same way that he does, something nobody really wants and something that they're merely being forced into. Gumbald signs a peace treaty to signify he isn't just talking when he says there's no need for conflict, but his words and his actions betray the real intention. If he truly didn't want a war, he would be trying to de-escalate. Princess Bubblegum refused to send Finn as a diplomat because she didn't think it would work to try and talk things out, and in spite of what she was hoping for, she was right. Whether a war is justifiable or not mostly comes down to whether the people fighting it want to be fighting it, a decent signifier of if it's truly a last resort. Come along with me. Beth and Shermie uncover a mechanical arm while trying to stop a prize ball guardian. They want to learn more about this arm, so they take it to the King of Ooh, who they've only ever heard rumors about. They climb to the top of Mount Cragdor, where they see Bimo waiting, and they invite the others inside. Bimo then tells the story of the end of Oo, starting with the events leading up to the Gum War between Gumball's forces and Princess Bubblegum's army. Finn sees Maja, Betty, and Normal Man plotting something involving chanting, which makes Finn nervous, hoping to call off the war yet again, though everyone else ignores him. Finn does convince PB and Gumball to meet one last time before the battle begins, where he smashes the bottle of nightmare juice from the Nightmare Princess, knocking them all unconscious. Jake uses this dream to hang out with Germaine as Princess Bubblegum and Gumball continue their fight, chasing each other through this dreamscape until a confrontation where they both pour Dum Dum juice on one another in a flashback. Fern transforms into a monster after being abandoned by Gumball, and Finn transforms into a butterfly to try to stop him, which he does after saving his life from a fall. This convinces them to work together after Jake returns with Finn's vault, unleashing the monsters both Fern and Finn are afraid as they fight them off together. The five of them wake up after making peace, agreeing to call off the war after having made up in their dreams, though Aunt Wally dum-dums Gumball as he's not the type to remember epiphanies, and she rules the second Candy Kingdom in his stead. But before the two armies can celebrate the end of the war, a portal opens up with Normal Man flying out, saying he donked up big time. Golb appears from a portal in the sky, spewing a gas similar to the Lich's breath that turns most of Gumball's army into a massive monster, as PB orders her soldiers to retreat, save for the strongest fighters. Lolly orders the remains of her army as well as the giant cake bot to fight against the monstrosities, as Normal Man tries to get Ice King to stop Betty from using Maja as a magical battery to connect to Golb. Ice King tries flirting with her as though she were Fiona for a minute, which wakes Betty up, though the surge of sentimental energy wakes up Maja only for her to explode, knocking Finn, Betty, and Ice King inside of Golb's stomach. Meanwhile, one of these monsters crushes PB, which makes Marceline believe she's dead. So she channels the Dark Cloud to attack it and save her before revealing PB's armor blocked the blow, and they make things up by kissing. The remaining monsters head out to destroy parts of Oo, headed to the treehouse where Jake fails to stop them from destroying it. As he goes through the wreckage of his old stuff, he sees Bimo, who cheers him up by singing. This singing produces a barrier that stops the monsters from crushing the two, and when Marcy and Bonnabelle see this, they join in, creating a powerful song that offsets the discord created by Golb's presence. Inside of Golb, Ice King reverts to Simon and Betty returns to her old self due to Golb unmaking them all. Finn tries to fight his way out as the crown reverts to its old self, and the song the others are singing creates a hole they can escape through. But Betty stays behind with the crown, hoping to unmake Golb once and for all to save Simon forever. None of her wishes work though, and she's squeezed more and more until wishing to have the power to save Simon, merging with Golb and leaving the battlefield. A Gunther puts on the crown and wishes to be more like Ice King, becoming the Ice Thing as Fern starts to fade away to scraps. Finn offers to take Fern to the treehouse one last time, but because it's been destroyed, he plants Fern's seed there instead, with him growing into a new treehouse. Finn and Jake reminisce on the power of song with the music hole, as the music hole sings them a song about that feeling. Come Along With Me, the end credits theme. This plays over a montage of everyone continuing to live their lives. The episode ends back in the future, which is now the present. Beth and Shermie are confused as the King of Oo promised to tell them about the end of Oo, only for the story to have continued on leading up to their lives. Bimo realizes that just because one story has ended doesn't mean every story has ended, and things just sort of keep happening afterwards. In fact, the only way a story can actually end is the way Golb tried ending things, the total cessation of all life and everything around it. It might feel unsatisfying to see the story end with so many loose ends unconnected, but the alternative of wrapping up absolutely everything's far worse. With no more stories to tell, what was the point of the past but to learn from it? Princess Bubblegum and Gumball finally confront the years they spent fighting against each other without really knowing it. They were able to see an alternate version of events where PB was turned into a candy person as Gumball ruled, though the same events occurred as the Candy Kingdom eventually fell into ruin, all while PB was too candified to stop it, despite knowing how to do so. It was an inverse of the events we saw, as Punchy was too silly to do anything but dance around as he watched what he believed to be the failures of the Candy Kingdom. This revelation forced the two to experience life from the other side, gaining a sense of empathy because of the implications. Sure, PB thought she was running things fine and never felt guilt over turning Gumball into a punch bowl because it was self-defense, but in tying to the idea that de-escalation's what the good guys in any argument want, PB never really attempted to revert her old family back to who they were before. for it being such a horrible fate, she never really tried to stop it. Finn and Fern also learned to get along with each other after seeing things from the other one's side. Fern has spent so long being jealous of Finn due to how well adjusted he is, while Fern himself was traumatized by his own existence of never being the real hero. But Finn has nightmares as well, traumatic experience he locks in his vault, never to let out. Had Finn been more upfront with his personal issues, then maybe Fern wouldn't have felt like Finn was so perfect and would have realized that his flaws didn't make him a worse version of Finn because Finn was flawed too. But hiding these bad experiences from the world makes you appear larger than life, and this makes you unrelatable to others who might begin to resent that you come across as better than them. But Finn isn't better than Fern in the sense that nobody is really better than anybody, we just react differently than one another, which has its strengths and weaknesses. Both of them have lived through some hard times and they reacted differently to those hard times. But one poor reaction to events does not define your whole life. You still have the rest of the future to react. Maybe Fern didn't handle things perfectly, and Finn certainly hasn't either, but as people grow and mature, they can reconsider the events that defined them before to become different people. The past is in the past, but since the after effects of the past are still around, we can react to something long after it happens. This is ultimately how Betty is able to redeem herself at the end. She tried so hard to go back to the past to save her relationship with Simon that she never thought to try and save it in the future. Ironically, after Golb gave her the wish to revert him to normal, she had to stay behind to make sure that normal was preserved, merging with Golb and leaving him, just as she got what she wanted. The end credits show a series of events about what happens to the cast after the end of the series, most of which are interesting enough that they could have been episodes in their own right. But they never will be, and that's fine. The thing about endings is they don't actually exist. Things are about to happen, and then things are happening, and then things have happened. And then more things are about to happen. Given the lives of these characters and the world they inhabit, why would anybody want it to end? Outro. I'd like to have some succinct summary of everything that Adventure Time is, was, and will be here. Some way to tie the entire meta-narrative of the show into a neat little package. But for a show as long-running as this, there's no real way to simplify it without massively underselling just what Adventure Time is about, nor would it be respectful to attempt to do so. The fascinating thing about a show like Adventure Time is how much of its depth isn't immediately apparent on a first or even second or third watch through, despite the show from the beginning being the sort of thing that was made up as it went. But this shouldn't be too much of a surprise. I've mentioned before that a major inspiration for Adventure Time was TTRPGs, which are a form of semi-improvisational communal storytelling with a group of friends. And these stories can develop and change to form something incredible, especially when given the time to build up to grand finales that may not have been conceivable in the beginning when everybody was level 1. But the show steadily becoming more and more mature over the years did not create a perfectly smooth interest curve. The early seasons were more random and far sillier, and this extended to aspects of the setting that had to be carried over to later seasons that took themselves more seriously. A gag character named Tiffany is actually a young boy, and then he keeps coming back with more and more history till he's basically an old man who still has a silly name. A legendary hero is named Billy, and he lives in a crack called Billy's Crack. So once more, a non-serious name winds up being a part of a horrifying character like the Lich, wearing Billy's Crack over his skin as a puppeteer that's a bit harder to take seriously. Other times this change in tone works great. Jake the dog is a pretty normal way to introduce a character who is a dog, but to call the main character Finn the human is a joke, as that would normally go without saying. At least, this was the joke as it was told in Season 1. Later seasons teach us that it is genuinely remarkable that Finn is a human, as he's one of the last sane ones around, and the history of humanity's near extinction makes the setting that much more engaging to discover. Finn is not a human, he's the human. There is still so much more to the world of Adventure Time than what I was able to cover in this video, from spin-offs to side stories to short episodes and the multiple comic books that have also been released explaining details of the lore that can't be covered in the show itself. It's actually extremely limiting to only discuss the TV show itself, but it's a limitation I've tried incorporating into the video. I need to make sure this video genuinely is brief, after all. And like I said at the start, Adventure Time has spawned so many careers from those who have worked on it that the show's cultural reach extends beyond just the aired episodes and side material. Animation in general has been shaped by Adventure Time nearly as much as Adventure Time was shaped by what came before it, and this is what makes Adventure Time truly mathematical.